Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The paparazzi raised their cameras while asking the hunter Gina to say a few words about how he felt when he became the world's first SSS hunter, exclaimed that he had managed to become the #1 ranker and climb to the top of the world rankings in less than a year, and asked if it was true that he had received an offer from the Hunters Association. A bright flash of light could be seen between the two columns, and the interviewers said that this time he got a dungeon with a high level of danger, and asked for a few words before the raid, after which they clarified what advice he could give to the younger hunters. Closing his lips, the main character thought that such an operation had not happened for a long time, because he did not remember telling everyone about it. The reporters put the microphones forward and wondered how those 16 hunters had been chosen, the blue gate that had appeared not long ago, and the rumors of a relationship, while the guy realized that it was a chance for them that they couldn't pass up. Frowning, the protagonist asked for forgiveness, after which he explained that at the moment he was focused only on the raid. The journalists sadly lowered the corners of their lips, and the young man said in his thoughts that this was the expected answer. Jinnu parted his lips, and then he thought that for them his appearance in the media was a real harvest, and did not understand whether he should still please them today. Turning his head towards the audience, the main character said that he could say one thing with certainty. Gritting his teeth tightly, the hunter explained that their team always had the safety of the inhabitants first and foremost in mind, and then added that this was always the case. Turning around, the guy said that it was time for them, and the paparazzi said that it seemed to them that #1 was at least a little different, and that there was something to discuss, but he was still the best. The protagonist thought that this would be enough for some time to maintain a positive image, when suddenly his pupils bulged in alarm when he was asked if he had anything to say about the case of the attack on the cleaning team. A familiar silhouette of a young guy appeared in the crowd, who explained that he was talking about an attack on one of the members of the cleaning team. In the past, a bleeding man tilted his head down, and a citizen reported that the raider was said to have thrown the man by hitting him against a wall. Jinnu lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. With a wink of one eye, the passerby said that he understood that he would like to pretend that he did not know anything, and then added that he had heard something, and besides, the person who had been beaten was his acquaintance. Clenching his jaw, the guy noticed that the #1 ranker was just great. Grinning maliciously, the stranger said that he had beaten a man who was fit to be his father, and not a line was written about it. Covering her mouth with her hand, the girl asked in surprise if her comrade had heard that the hunter had beaten the man, and whether the reporter had recorded everything, and then exclaimed that it was a sensation. The pupils of the main character have noticeably decreased in size. Moving in the direction of the bright glow, the hunter said that these were just rumors. Putting his hand to his face, the young man exclaimed that he wished good luck to the #1 hunter in the world anyway. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly in anger. A view opened up of the building of the Korean Association for the Management of Supernatural Dimensions, which is engaged in organizing the protection of the state and citizens from dungeons and monsters. It seemed like a huge monster was attacking people. People in black suits sat at a table, and in this association, the owners of unusual abilities were gathered and divided into 4 teams. The fighters stepped on the head of the undead, and among them there is a task force that is engaged in practical raids, but in short, these are hunters, among whom the first task force is considered the most elite. Jinnu looked down, and it turned out that this team had a 100% chance of successfully clearing dungeons, and its members were high-ranking hunters. The main character bit his lips, and it became clear that he was the leader of this team. On the screen of the phone, you could see the news that the #1 hunter in the world attacked a person, and the commentators said that these were pop-up details and evidence, because in public he was a hero, and behind his back he was abusing power. In the photo, the guy's face was stained with dirt, and under it they wrote that the association did not suspect anything about what happened, although there was verbal violence against the cleaning team. A video appeared on the internet with the exposure of the world's first hunter, and the audience said that this was a complete disappointment, because they felt that something was about to happen, and did not understand how such a freak could be the #1 hunter in the world, and whether there were really those who still liked him. The protagonist gritted his teeth tightly, and after reading reports that people were disappointed in him, because someone was beaten last time, he wondered what kind of bastard he was. The girl looked ahead intently and asked what had happened to him, because the raid had gone well, to which he asked if she herself knew, and asked that no one should know about it. Wrapping her fingers around the steering wheel, the lady replied that he had asked for it, and the young man was indignant at the one who leaked this information, and now there is such a fuss on the internet. The headlights of the car illuminated the road, when suddenly the raider asked where the reporter Mipak and the weekly Chunsim came from, to which the interlocutor replied that it was not a reporter, but an ordinary citizen. With a furrowed eyebrow, Jean didn't know what it was about, or how an ordinary person could know about the incident. Lowering her jaw, the lady said that it was said that this was the son of the leader of the Gunk Dungeon Clearing Group. Running his palm through his hair, the main character cried out indignantly, and his partner noticed that this was not the only problem. Shifting her gaze to the side, the girl said that now various testimonies about past incidents began to emerge in society, and the situation was likely to get worse, so she thought that it would be better for him to rest at home for now, after which she added that he just had no plans, so he could consider it a small planned vacation. Gritting his teeth furiously, the hunter exclaimed that she must know that he hated most of all those who stood in his way. Sitting in front of the guy, the director explained that she knew this very well, to which he shouted that if so, he should try to solve this problem, and if it went on like this, then his reputation would come to an end. The protagonist furrowed his brows angrily, and the assistant said that she would try. Closing his eyes, the raider noticed that he felt as if he was talking to a robot, after which he clarified what the chairman of the association was saying. A view of the car from above appeared, and then the lady said that there were no special statements, because he was busy hiring foreign hunters, and perhaps he was waiting for the situation to calm down a little, to which the ward asked not to make him laugh, because he does not say anything, because he does not even want to contact him, so he can suddenly stop communicating with him altogether. The silhouette of an old man could be seen, and the young man exclaimed that he had earned a lot for him, but if he behaved like this, he would not tolerate it either. The interlocutor clarified whether this was true, and the interlocutor folded his hands in displeasure and asked why she got along like a robot. Looking out the window, the hunter agreed that the director said that nothing terrible would happen, because despite public opinion, his rating would remain unchanged, and the job offer would also remain valid. Clutching his clothes with his fingers, Jinnah thought that when he saw all these articles after the raid, he was very angry that he shivered. The main character slammed his fist to the wall and shouted that he would not leave it just like that, and his teammate asked him to calm down first, while the others muttered that he was starting again, although they could not stop him anyway. The stone surface under his hand cracked, and the hunter said in his mind that he wanted to find the reporter, but the crew stopped him, after which he added that they forcibly put him in a car and sent him to the association, so he managed to calm down a little, but his anger did not disappear completely. The guy who was called the #1 in the world received an offer from the International Hunters Association, and when he appeared in front of the audience on stage, they shouted that he was their savior and thanked him. Veins appeared on the protagonist's face, and he thought about how he had achieved results that took several years in an instant, so it would be strange if he didn't get angry. Blood began to run down his chin, and he resented how they dared to block his way. Raider closed one eye when his assistant asked him why he was behaving this way. Turning his head towards the window, the young man cried out that he had already said that he was the first to step on his throat, and the girl clarified what was the reason for this. A team of cleaners appeared, and then the director noticed that he had never liked people of this profession, and here for the first time he encountered them personally. Looking out through the glass, Jinnu replied that he didn't know or remember. The car was driving across the bridge past the trucks, when suddenly the main character began to talk about what needed to be done when they arrived at the association, after which he clarified the name of the person he had beaten, to which the assistant replied that his name was Gunt. Lowering his jaw, the hunter asked to see him, and then added that he had to settle everything quietly before the fuss was made. A gray mist could be seen through the headlights. Closing his eyes, the guy admitted that he was very tired of all the people, because there were a lot of idiots around. Suddenly, his pupils noticeably decreased in size. Through the windshield, the heroes saw an approaching truck, when suddenly the protagonist shouted that danger was ahead. Drops of sweat from fright flowed down the faces of his partners. During braking, the truck began to turn sideways. The front parts of the vehicles approached each other. A bright glow appeared on the raider's palm, and the system reported that he was gaining the overtime skill. A black car under the influence of magic drove around the truck. Jin's eyes were glinting with light, and she thought that if he had been 1 second late, he would have painted the asphalt with his own blood, and this truck hadn't even thought of stopping. 3 trucks stopped on the road, and the main character loudly asked what was the matter, and whether the driver was drunk. Pressing her forehead against the steering wheel, the director muttered that she did not know. The wheel of a car appeared, when suddenly the hunter said that he was in a bad mood without it. Putting his hand out to the side, the guy was interested in what kind of idiot he was. Suddenly, the road began to crack under his feet. Several iron tongs appeared from the ground. At the same moment, the shackle seized the protagonist's hand. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the raider was surprised that this was a super powerful detention device, and that he could not move. A moment later, a truck began to approach him from behind. The young man turned his head back in alarm. Clenching his hand into a fist, Jinnu realized that he couldn't use the skills. The van drove sharply into the man's body. Blood spilled out of the mouth of the main character. A second wagon approached the face of the best hunter in the world. Suddenly, his body shrunk between 2 huge machines. There was a powerful fiery explosion. Ash particles scattered in the air. Through the flames, the dark silhouette of a man could be seen. Tilting his head down, Jean said that today was definitely a bad day. There was a bright glare in the main character's eye, and he wondered who dared to attack him. The members of the combat squad took their machine guns in their hands, and their captain shouted that it was time to open fire. The bullets began to fly in the direction of the hunter. Blood was dripping under the guy's eye, and he thought that it was a well-planned attack. In the past, the protagonist held electric swords in his hands, and now in his mind he said that an ordinary hunter would not even be able to resist and would die on the spot. The enraged monsters opened their mouths wide, and the raider recalled that he had participated in battles in the dungeons 1,000 times when he was on the verge of life and death. Suddenly, the young man's pupils narrowed noticeably. There was a trace in the air from the blow to the body of the undead, and Jean thought that he was the strongest. Sharp claws were visible on the paws of the monster, and the main character decided that he could not die from this. At the same moment, the hunter leaned his knee to the ground. The soldiers instantly surrounded the guy. The warrior raised the weapon to his forehead, and then he confessed that he really thought so until he saw a gun with a blue light. There was a bright flash of light in the muzzle of the gun, and the protagonist revealed that it was a Titan that was a super powerful weapon for clearing dungeons. Grinning in alarm, the raider remarked that it was a little dangerous. A moment later, the fighter fired a shot directly into his head. Blood was running down the protagonist's face, when suddenly the system reported that it was scanning the lungs, heart, liver, brain, and other organs that had been fatally damaged, after which it recorded cardiac arrest and began to calculate the probability of revival. The hunter was lying on the ground, and a notification appeared that the fact of his death was confirmed. Suddenly, a splash of gray smoke appeared. The guy began to fall into the abyss. The protagonist reached for the light, and the system reported that as a result of death, the conditions for acquiring a hidden skill were reached. The raider hovered in blue space. The hologram of the screen glowed brightly, and it was written on it that the secret ability was called Karma. A view of a large city opened up, and it turned out that thanks to the acquired skill, the young man was going back 10 years, and his profession after returning would be determined depending on the karma of the past life. A man put the body of a monster in a bag, and artificial intelligence notified that the process of establishing a profession was underway. I could see black shoes on the floor, when suddenly there was a message that the establishment of the profession was completed. Putting his hands on his sides, the main character cried out loudly from fatigue. People in special uniforms were cleaning the room, when suddenly someone shouted that they needed to hurry, because there were 45 minutes left until the next dungeon, and asked to clean up one place, because it was not sufficiently processed, after which he told Jean to quickly transfer the corpses of monsters to the furnace. Drops of sweat dripped down the guy's face, and then he exclaimed that it was very difficult for him, and the system said that his profession was related to the Korean Association for the Management of Other Dimensions, and he got the role of a member of the team of dungeon cleaners. A flashback appeared in which weapons were held to the protagonist's forehead, and he thought about how he didn't understand what was going on, who this idiot and super powerful detention device was, and talked about how he couldn't use skills. In the past, the young man raised his eyebrows in alarm and remembered how he thought that it could be a military from a special squad or guild members, but he would not die from this, although it was a super powerful weapon for clearing dungeons. Suddenly, Jin's mouth opened wide in fright and screamed loudly. Jumping out of bed, the main character did not understand what kind of stupid dream it was. Squeezing the bed with his fingers, the janitor wondered how long he had slept, after which he added that his whole body was numb. At the same second, the guy's pupils noticeably narrowed in surprise. Things were scattered all over the room, and the orderly was interested in where he was. The tied bags appeared, when suddenly the protagonist thought that the pig pen was even better than this closet, so it naturally could not be his apartment. The surface of the toilet bowl was covered with many black stains, and the cleaner said in his mind that it was even smaller than the toilet in his house. In the past, the director had lowered the corners of her lips and asked if he thought he could go to her apartment, and now the young man was thinking that this was most likely not her home, because even if the whole world collapsed, she would never take him to her own house. Leaning his shoulder against the wall, Jean asked what kind of place it was in that case. Suddenly, the protagonist lowered his eyebrows in disbelief when he read the message that the fact of his death had been confirmed, and as a result, the conditions for acquiring a hidden skill had been reached. A memory appeared in which the guy fell into the abyss. Putting his fingers to his hair, the janitor did not understand whether it was written about the fact of death, after which he clarified what kind of nonsense it was, although it could not be some kind of manhwa. At the same second, the guy noticed his reflection in the mirror and realized that it was himself, only 10 years ago, or to be more precise, at the age of 28. Lowering his jaw in alarm, the orderly did not understand what was happening. A drop of sweat was dripping down his cheek, and he decided to open the system. With his pupils bulging, the cleaner stared at the message that he had a hidden skill called Karma, the condition for acquiring which was death, and thanks to the effect of this ability, he had gone back 10 years, but it was impossible to undo it on his own. After reading the information, the young man collapsed to the floor. Smiling anxiously, Jinnu began to laugh and thought that this was not a dream, because he really died. A notification appeared on the blue hologram that thanks to the effect of this skill, he received a new profession. Gritting his teeth in fright, the main character reflected on the fact that at the age of 18 he became a hunter, and at 28 he reached the A rank, and at that time he was in 22nd place in the country, and in 525th in the world ranking. The guy's cheek was stained with dirt, and then he recalled that 10 years ago he was still a hunter, or rather a rising star, who was followed with interest by the public. In the past, the corpses of monsters lay around the raider. With his jaw lowered in alarm, the protagonist resent the fact that he had been assigned the profession of a janitor, and the conditions for the removal of karma were revealed, which consisted in the fact that he had to take the place of the General Secretary of the International Association of Supernatural Abilities in 5 years, so that when he achieved his goal, his skills would be automatically unlocked and he would be able to return to life before death, but in case of failure, he would have to disappear forever. Fixing his eyes on the text with the condition of removal on the screen, the young man clarified whether he needed to take the post of General Secretary. Tilting his head down, the main character decided that this meant that if he succeeded, he would be able to return to his past life, and if he failed, he would rot while cleaning, and then he cried out that he did not understand how this was possible. A view of the building of the International Association of Supernatural Abilities opened. The silhouette of a man in the shadows appeared, who turned out to be the Secretary General of an international organization that stands at the head of all associations in the world, and it is he who has even more power than the President of the United States of America. But in a word, this is the position of the most influential person in the world. Resting his head against the wall, Jean thought about the fact that an SSS rank ranker was not even able to become a candidate, and did not understand whether he needed to take this position, even in 5 years. Putting his palm to his knee, the guy said in his mind that it was impossible, and if you do not take into account that he himself did not want it, then it was simply unrealistic. Pressing his finger on the blue screen, the janitor decided to ignore it, because he did not see any difference. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist remarked that if he became the CEO, he would be able to survive, and then it would be more profitable for him to be a hunter, considering that with his skills, it would be possible to rise to SSS rank again. Suddenly, a status window appeared, indicating that all of his hunter abilities were closed. Clenching his jaw in confusion, the orderly was indignant at what kind of karma it was. At the same second, the hologram began to emit a bright glow, and a congratulatory message appeared that he had a new skill. Smiling broadly, the young man shouted that one ordinary skill would be enough for him. On the white screen, a sign appeared that this is a passive skill called misophobia, the effect of which is that the jerk needs to clean up. After a moment, Jean clenched his teeth tightly in anger. The door to the room swung open abruptly. Falling on the bed, the main character thought that he had died, and when he woke up, he was in the past, and in an instant he became a janitor from an SSS rank hunter. A memory appeared in which all abilities were closed in the status window, and then the janitor realized that all his skills were sealed, and all achievements disappeared at once. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy did not understand what to do now, and whether he would have to clean up. The orderly lowered his eyelids and realized that he had the pride of the best hunter in the world, after all, so he didn't want to be a janitor. In the past, the soldiers took out their machine guns at the same time, and the protagonist said in his mind that first he needed to find out what kind of freaks killed him, because they were not ordinary soldiers. Silhouettes of men in black suits could be seen, and the cleaner suggested that it might be a private guild. The man lowered his sword, and the young man noticed that they could also be people from the association. Suddenly, a call from an unknown subscriber appeared on the phone screen. Putting the communication device to his ear, Jean answered, and the interlocutor clarified whether he picked up the phone. The man said that he was calling to find out why he did not come to work, when suddenly the main character turned his gaze to the side and wondered if there was a person with this name among his acquaintances. Smiling broadly, the man noticed that he was already an hour late, after which he asked if he was sick, because last time he came across a difficult dungeon. Lowering his chin, the janitor was surprised by his words, and then remembered that he was now working as a dungeon cleaner. Holding the phone in his hand, the employee admitted that last time it was not easy, and today it will not be so hard, when suddenly the young man asked if it was true that this idiot did not come because it was hard for him. The younger ones stood behind the elder, and one of them said that this was not the first person who ran away after the first day of work, and asked why he should call at all, to which his partner exclaimed that if he could not work here, he could at least call and warn. The protagonist wrapped his fingers around the smartphone and listened to others talk about how many people are waiting for him, and then add that he can stop talking, because he won't come anyway. Biting his finger, the young man reflected that whoever he was now, he could not allow some cleaners to belittle him, and then he assumed that he was really dead. Turning his head back, Jin told his subordinates to be quiet, because there can be different circumstances in life. Jean lowered his eyebrows and agreed when he was told that if he was having a hard time, he could rest this time, and was asked to warn him in advance next time, at least by sending a message. The man moved the phone away from his ear when he heard an alarmed cry in response to the fact that he told him to send messages to this number, which can be saved under his name. Shutting his eyes, the employee said that his name was really not so easy to remember, and then repeated it. The pupils of the main character sharply decreased in size after what he heard. Smiling broadly, the colleague noted that today he could rest, and if he could, he would come next time, to which he said that he would come soon. Taking the jacket in his hand, the janitor repeated that he had told him that he would come to work now. The bus was rushing along the street of the city. Raising one eyebrow, the guy imagined things in his mind and thought that at first he was surprised when he did not find normal clothes in the house, and then he was surprised when he left the house and did not find his own car. Sitting on a chair in public transport, the orderly thought that he wanted to take a taxi, but his wallet was empty, and did not understand how he went by bus, after which he said that it him off very much. The concentrated face of the former hunter appeared in different time intervals, and he realized that now he was living a completely different life, which meant that there was no incident with the beating of Junt. Lowering the corners of his lips, the cleaner decided that he had nothing to do with him now, but if he was the one who killed him in his past life, then it changed the whole thing. Furrowing his brows, the young man thought about how his death had been very strange. There was a memory in which Jean put his hand out to the side, and he wondered if someone had staged the accident to get his attention. The shackles squeezed the wrists of the main character, and it turned out that then the enemy used a special device so that he could not use all the skills. The soldier put the barrel of his pistol to the forehead of the hunter, who now realized that the last step was the weapon he had been shot at, which was not ordinary. A super powerful gun called Titan was visible, which was designed to attack monsters, and the protagonist reflected on the fact that such a pistol is considered first class among all types of firearms, and its price and quality are amazing. Junt smiled slyly, and the raider realized that some dungeon cleaner would not be able to cope with such an operation, but he could well hire someone to take revenge. The young man lowered his jaw, and the ranker noticed that his son also disliked him. Jinwoo folded his arms in displeasure, and was surprised that he had just pushed him slightly, and they had already called it a beating. The pupils of the main character narrowed sharply, and he realized that he had to obey from the very beginning. Raising one eyebrow, the man asked him to make a cancellation. The hunter stood in front of the interlocutor and asked who he was, to which he replied that he was a member of the team of dungeon cleaners. Furrowing his brows, the guy thought about the fact that he had never heard of him, and then asked what he had to do with him. Lowering his jaw, the employee said that they say that he offered his superiors to reduce their department, and then added that they already do not have enough people, because now the situation is not easy. Taking a step to the side, the protagonist did not understand why he was addressing him. Turning his head to the side, the raider explained that he had just suggested, but he didn't have any authority, and such matters were decided by the management department, so he had to contact them, to which Junt replied that everyone knew that his influence was very great, and after one of his words, the association would do anything, but surely reducing their team didn't mean anything to him. Tilting his head down, the man said that he still asked him, because they could not be reduced, after which he added that he wanted him to reconsider the decision. Scratching his head, Jean thought about the fact that he had assumed that they would hear rumors that he was the one who had proposed this layoff, but he didn't think that this question would be addressed to him personally. Bulging his pupils, the main character realized that judging by his look, he would not leave him behind. The janitor looked intently at the hunter. Lowering his chin, the guy asked if he knew that it was said that it was harmful for a lizard to throw off its tail. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist explained that when danger overtakes her, she does so without the slightest hesitation, and clarified how he thinks this is so. The animal appeared without a body part, and then the ranker said that this way she would be able to survive. Furrowing his brows angrily, the young man remarked that no matter how ineffective and unprofitable it was, this was the only way she would be able to stay alive, and that was the so-called last word. The back of the orderly's head was visible, who tried to contradict him. Tilting his torso forward slightly, the raider said that he was not with the tail, and assumed that was what he meant, and then added that every human considered himself a necessary being in this world. Bringing his face closer to the other person, Jean asked if he really thought he did. The protagonist said that at the moment the association is experiencing financial difficulties, and it is for this reason that the bosses want to revise the salaries of employees, to which Junt lowered his jaw and asked if they really wanted to fire them because of wages. Looking confidently at the janitor, the hunter explained that the primary concern of the association is to protect citizens from dungeons and monsters, and this is what people like him do. As he walked away, the boy asked questions about whether they would work if they didn't get paid anything for their efforts, and how they could clear dungeons in such conditions, and then added that he had to resort to a last resort, to which the man shouted that it was nonsense, because there should be a limit to everything. Raising his hand, the orderly was indignant at whether the protagonist had even thought about what their job was when he admitted that the cleaners did not do much of anything. Turning his head back, the protagonist noticed that they were just leaving, and did not understand what else could be there, and then added that he could hire workers later, and now he could just take it for granted. Looking after the departing raider, Junt shouted that they also had pride, when suddenly the young man said that he did not even doubt it, although he should have done it a few years ago, but endured because of one colleague, when suddenly he added that he hoped that everything was clear to him. Jinwoo took a step forward, while the interlocutor clarified whether he had said that the main thing for the association is the protection of citizens. Falling on his knees, the man asked if they were the same citizens, and then again asked him to cancel the decision. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, the main character said that he was already tired of him, and then said that he thought that he had explained everything clearly, but it seemed that this was not enough. Tilting his head down, the hunter said that the cleaners should be grateful to them, because they are not fighting monsters, risking their lives, but simply cleaning up after them and getting money for it, and then added that you need to be content with what you have, and not have such big demands. The orderly opened his mouth wide in alarm when the guy said that they looked like parasites. Grabbing the protagonist by the clothes, the employee was indignant at what had just been said. Suddenly, the raider threw him against the wall. Throwing his hand behind his head, the young man did not understand what was going on. Blood was dripping down the man's face, and the ranker was unhappy with what he had done here, even though he had just been pushed. Putting the phone to his ear, the guy shouted for his director to deal with this parasite, after which he added that he had already asked not to be entangled in such matters. A man in black shoes was standing on the road. A glimpse of a bright flash of light between the pillars opened up, and Jinwoo realized that this was a yellow-level dungeon that was considered dangerous. A monstrous monster with sharp fangs appeared, and the main character thought that the boss of this dungeon must be Foxtrot's centipede, and that at the age of 28 he participated in this raid. Closing his lips, the janitor assumed that he had indeed gone back 10 years. Raising his hand up, Junt called out to the guy and shouted that they were here. Shifting his gaze to the side, the protagonist said in his thoughts that he had finally met the one who had done this to him. Closing his eyes, the man exclaimed that he knew he was coming, while the orderly was thinking about this dungeon cleaner. Putting his hands on his side, the janitor asked what he was staring at, and the young man thought that he was an ordinary man, more than 50 years old, in cheap work clothes, and he looked exactly like in his memories. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist was musing that he didn't seem to be able to kill a man when the protagonist greeted him and asked if he had breakfast. Slapping the guy on the back, the leader of the cleaning team exclaimed that he had told them that he would come, because from the very beginning he seemed to be a conscientious person. Sang-hyuk raised an eyebrow in displeasure and noticed that it was immediately obvious that he wanted to go for a walk, but it didn't work out, so he came. Haijin lowered his jaw and did not understand how conscientious he was if he had said last time that he could not do more and did nothing. Soyeon raised her eyebrows in confusion and said that 4 were enough, so there was no need for them to try to take someone else. Putting his hand aside, Junt shouted that it was time for them to stop, and since everyone was assembled, they could get to work, after which he clarified how much time was left, to which he was told that it was 45 minutes. Opening his mouth in displeasure, the man was indignant that there was little time left, and the subordinate explained that it was because this idiot was an hour late, while the protagonist thought that he was very tired of them. Putting his hands in his pockets, the orderly said that there was nothing to be done, but that he had to hurry before he was reprimanded again, and everyone agreed. The young man was perplexed by the special uniform when he was asked to take it, because the size would surely fit him. Closing his lips, Jinwoo wondered if it was a gas mask. Members of the 3rd Dungeon Clearing Department stood behind the commander, who asked what was wrong with him, and if there were any problems. Lowering his jaw, the main character replied that this was not a problem, and then clarified what exactly the team of dungeon cleaners was doing. There was a view of the building of the Korean Association for the Management of Other Dimensions, which was divided into 4 departments. A diagram appeared, which explained that the organization was divided into a management department, a hunter support department, an operational department, and a dungeon cleaning department. People in suits walked around the management department, which is engaged in tracking dungeons and collecting information. Employees of the hunter support department were standing near the unusual capsules, and their task was to manufacture, supply weapons and items, as well as support general activities. A member of the operations department stuck a sword into the monster's neck, and the hunters in it were engaged in attacking monsters in the dungeons. The orderlies were walking through the tunnel one after another, when suddenly Gunty asked if Hee-jang was processing, to which Hee-jang replied that the passage was too wide, so he thought that the drug would not be enough, and he was advised to spray more and everything would be enough, after which he ordered Sang-hyuk to check the location of the boss room, and Soyeon to check the gas content inside the dungeon, because this time the boss was very large. So cleaning will take a little longer. And they need to hurry. Jean put on his gas mask and thought that he didn't know what the dungeon cleaning department was doing, but they were playing the busy. Suddenly, the main character stepped aside. The warden bulged his pupils in bewilderment and asked where he was going, and then exclaimed that you can't walk alone in the circle-type dungeons, because it's dangerous. Turning his head back, the janitor noticed that he had been told that they would go to the boss's room, to which the other person replied that he was saying the same thing, so he should follow him, since the boss's room was on the other side. Pointing his finger at the dark passage, the former hunter did not understand what he was talking about if she was there. Putting his hand to his head, Sang-hyuk wondered what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Raising her eyebrows in alarm, Soyeon muttered that if he didn't feel like working, he could say so, and Haijang remarked that they didn't have time anyway. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets, and the janitor advised his partner not to pay attention and suggested that they go where they were going. Leaning the paper to the chest of the former raider, the orderly explained that it was a map that was given in the management department, after which he suggested that he check for himself where the boss's room was. Paths were drawn on the sheet, and it turned out that after clearing the dungeon with the help of hunters who participated in the raid, a map was compiled. Furrowing his brows, the young man thought that there could be no mistakes in the map that the Department of Administration had made. Throwing the paper aside, Jinwoo stated that there was a mistake in it and they needed to go elsewhere, and then exclaimed that he didn't think the management department could make a mistake, and he didn't understand how they worked at all. Sang-hyuk bulged his pupils in alarm and shouted that he could go crazy, and asked if the idiot had become stoned, and his boss asked why he was so sure of it. Shifting his gaze, the main character said that there was no difference, because he had cleared this dungeon, and suddenly fell silent. Jin's eyes reflected glints of light, and he asked him to continue. The gas mask was hooked on the ear of the former hunter, who decided that even if he did, they would still not believe him. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist invited his partners to go where they were going. Walking behind the cleaners, the commander of the detachment asked if he had any pain, to which he replied that everything was in perfect order. Looking ahead, the former raider asked what it meant that there were 45 minutes left, to which the interlocutor replied that it was time before the dungeon closed, and asked if he had heard of such a thing. The young man's cheek was stained with dirt, and he understood what he was talking about. In the past, the world's best hunter and his team had a bright flash of light behind them, and he had reflected on how all dungeons would disappear naturally after clearing, and that time was usually 2 hours after the raid was over, but he had never had to think about it because they always came out right away. But for the cleaning team, it was a big time. Shifting his gaze to the side, Jin wondered why he had to clean up here if this dungeon was going to disappear anyway, to which the man laughed and assumed that he didn't know. There were wrinkles on Jun's face, and he explained that the cleared dungeon did not disappear, but went to the rest area until the monster appeared there again. The main character replied that he knew this, and the chief turned his head in his direction and noted that this meant that he would be able to quickly figure out what would happen if the dungeon reopened, and there was a mountain of corpses. The guy said that he thought it didn't really matter, when suddenly the man lowered his eyelids and objected that in the first place, it would be more difficult for hunters to find a way. The raider grabbed his neck with his hand, and the orderly explained that the gas that is released during the decomposition of the corpses of monsters is very dangerous, and if there are a lot of them, it will limit the actions of the hunters. The swordsman was standing in front of the monster, and the squad leader noted that this meant that it would affect the monster's attack and clearing. Lowering his eyebrows, Jinu agreed. Squinting his eyes, Jun said that, to put it simply, they helped the hunter focus on the raid and calmly clear the dungeons, after which he exclaimed that they should be proud of this work. Putting his hands on his sides, the boss said that without them there would be no hunters, and the main character did not understand what kind of nonsense this was. The orderlies touched each other's backs, while the boss said that in general, the main duty of their team was to remove the corpses of monsters, as well as the debris inside the dungeon, and they also checked if there were any hunters left inside, after which he added that if this happened, they would be able to save them, although this had not happened so far. Looking ahead, the former ranker did not understand how cleaners could save hunters, because he had never heard of such a thing in his life, after which he decided that he still could not say that cleaners were only chilling. Standing in front of a huge door, Sang-hyuk exclaimed that they were there, and judging by the map, it was the boss's room. Suddenly, the guy began to bang his fist on the wooden surface. At the same moment, the orderly took off his gas mask and cried out in surprise. Spreading his arms to the sides, the young man said that this was not what was needed. The protagonist stood behind his teammates, and noticed that he had already told them that the boss's room was not in this place, to which the others muttered that this was true, but did not understand how it happened. Surrounding Junt, the workers asked what they would do, and since this happened, maybe they should leave here and consider that they were unlucky today. The heroes bowed their heads down, and the chief clarified how much time was left, to which he received the answer that it was 22 minutes, after which he said that he thought that was enough, and clarified the opinion of the others. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Sang-hyuk said that it was better than nothing, and Haijang said that he agreed, while Sueon stated that it meant that the decision was made unanimously and suggested that they go back right away. Frowning in displeasure, Jinu loudly asked his colleagues to wait, and asked if there was enough of what. Smiling broadly, the man exclaimed that it was time for work, because they needed to finish the job. Raising his palms, the main character shouted that they said that there were 22 minutes left, and did not understand what they would do if the dungeon was closed, because the next opening was at least a week, and at most it could be a year. Squeezing his eyes shut, the commander of the cleaning squad explained that this meant that they would sit here, and the former hunter thought that being locked up in a dungeon for a whole year could be called a signature for death. Lowering his jaw in alarm, the guy exclaimed that they were all just crazy, and wondered if they were risking their lives because of some work as a cleaner. Coming closer to his partner, Jun noticed that this was their job, after which he suggested that they hurry up. The protagonist clenched his teeth tightly in anger, and then the orderly said that if he didn't like it, he could go out first, because they didn't really hope for him. Suyeon nudged her companion with her shoulder while her comrades were talking about going without him, and besides, it was probably his first time in the dungeon, and he didn't want to work. The girl furrowed her brows angrily. The former raider was left standing alone. A memory of the young man fighting a monster came into view, and he thought about how in his entire experience as a hunter of 15 years, he had never failed a raid, and as a result, he had managed to be the first in the world to achieve SSS rank and take first place in the world rankings. Jaw clenched tightly in anger, Jean mused that no one had ever found fault with the dungeons he had to clear, and that he had been just like that before. Lowering his chin, the main character began to laugh, and then in his thoughts he said that now he was not taken seriously, and even some cleaners. Suddenly, the members of the cleaner squad team began to turn their heads back when their colleague reported that there was a small passage in this room. Sang-hyuk raised an eyebrow in disbelief and said that this freak had taken up his own again. The guy stared at the protagonist's back in disbelief, who shouted that he should close his mouth and listen. Shifting his gaze to the side, the former raider said that it was about 500 meters from here to the boss's room, and they could get through this passage in 8 minutes, but if they ran then in 5. The young man abruptly moved forward and said that this time he would go ahead, and if someone did not like it, they could leave the dungeon. A view of a long underground corridor opened up, when suddenly his colleagues exclaimed that he should wait for them. Members of the paramedic team ran one after another. Suddenly, a black passage appeared in front of Jin's face. The rest of the cleaners stood behind him. At the same second, the main character took off. In a huge room, there was a foxtrot centipede, namely a boss monster whose body is about 10 meters long, and now it was pierced with many swords. Lowering his jaw in alarm, Sang-hyuk muttered that this was indeed the boss's room. Empty shells were scattered on the floor, and judging by the condition of the room, it was a heated battle involving a team of 20 people, and at least 5 or 6 had died. Drops of blood dripped down the fangs of the monster, and the hunters still managed to find its weak point, because this is the bridge of the nose and the hollow right above the huge chin. Coming closer to the undead, the janitor thoughtfully said that there was no time, so they should quickly start cleaning. The protagonist stopped his partner by putting his hand aside, and he did not understand what he was doing if he was told that there was no time, after which he clarified whether he would now constantly find fault, since they made a mistake with the boss's room. Suddenly, the monster's eye began to emit a bright glow. Rising above the people, the evil spirits began to scream loudly. The former raider gritted his teeth in fright, and his comrades wondered if he was still alive, although this could not be, because he was destroyed. Jinwoo furrowed his brows sharply and realized that this was already a problem. Looking straight ahead, the main character thought that this is a continuous headache, because without skills it will be difficult for him to attack it. At the same second, the centipede sank to the ground with its paws. Closing his lips, the former hunter assumed that it was just convulsions after death, and the idiots from the operations department did not even check everything properly, while Hyjin breathed a sigh of relief and admitted that he was very frightened. Sharp fangs were visible inside the boss's mouth. Holding a special device in his hand, the janitor asked if it was the first time he had seen the boss, and advised him to step back. The protagonist turned his head to the side, and his partner noticed that he was in a stupor, but if he could not touch him, he had to move away. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the young man thought about what this idiot had just said. Putting his fingers to his mouth, the former raider said that he simply had no words, and then asked to give him the knife. Jinwoo began to approach the monster, and his colleagues did not understand what he was all of a sudden. Putting his foot on the body of the undead, the main character explained that it needs to be butchered, and if you use the knife incorrectly, then you can dislocate the hand. Running the blade over the thick skin, the best hunter in the past said that as they could see, it was necessary to make incisions between the 3rd, 6th, and 12th sections, and then added that it was not worth wasting energy, because it would not be needed in other areas. Looking down, Jin noticed that his nerves were still alive, so he shouldn't pay attention if he started twitching. The orderlies watched in bewilderment what was happening. Looking at his colleagues, the main character clarified why they were standing, and whether they would look the same way, to which the chief shouted that of course not, and suggested that they get down to business, and after a while the former hunter exclaimed that he squinted a little, so you need to pick him up, and shouted that you can't touch his tail, because more than one hunter died from his poison. And his associates were indignant at how grumpy he was. Stretching out his hand to the side, the guy told them not to step on the blood, and although it was not poisonous, it was very sticky, and if they did, they would not be able to move. Turning his head towards the boss, Sang-hyuk asked if he had shown him the files of the control department, and if he wanted to help the newcomer, to which he replied in the negative. While the former raider was butchering the monster, his colleague asked the man not to lie, because the newcomer could not know such things, to which he explained that even if he did, there was no such information in these files. Drops of sweat from fatigue flowed down the young man's face, and the orderly did not understand how he knew everything in such a case, to which Jin replied that he had no idea. In the eyes of the main character, the glare of light was reflected. Above his head, a message appeared from the system that the passive skill Misophobia was being activated. The blade of the knife was stained with black liquid. The skeleton of the monster shone brightly in the light, when suddenly the cleaners exclaimed that the carcass cutting was complete, and that they were finished. Rubbing his head with the back of his hand, the former hunter breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed visibly with fright, and he didn't understand why he felt so satisfied. Smiling, the chief asked if it was definitely the first time the newcomer was doing this job. After all, he had done almost everything on his own, and Sang-hyuk objected that he had only done his part. Dropping his hands, the protagonist thought that he was experiencing a strange feeling from cleaning, when suddenly Hyjin exclaimed that a real rising star had come to them, who had become a competitor, to which his colleague asked him to stop bullying him. He pushed the sleeve away from the watch. The janitor said that it was time for them to leave, because there were 5 minutes left, and then his colleague noticed that this was enough, and they all did a great job. The members of the cleaner squad moved towards the bright exit. Squeezing his eyes shut, the man said that everything had been resolved quite easily thanks to Jean. Black liquid was flowing down the protagonist's leg, and he assumed that there was a hole in the bag, so the blood flowed out. The former hunter's pupils narrowed noticeably, and his partner exclaimed that he had said that he needed to be careful, and he stepped on himself, and at the same time Suyun reported that he could not move. Lowering his eyelids, the guy asked them not to exaggerate, after which he added that everything was in perfect order, and asked them to move away. A memory appeared in which blood flowed down the monster's head, which has increased stickiness, and the protagonist recalled that when he was a hunter, even he could not cope with it. Putting his palm down, the former raider noticed that she was losing the effect of the high temperature, so she could easily get out. The silhouette of the young man was surrounded by magical currents, when suddenly the system announced that the fire flower skill was activated. The orderly surrounded his partner, while the artificial intelligence notified that the use of this ability was impossible because it was sealed. In bewilderment, bulging his pupils, the main character said that it was lousy. Lowering his eyebrows, the boss asked if Hyjin had taken the rope with him, and then shouted that he needed to tie up quickly and grab the others from behind. The cleaner put the rope to his partner's body and cried out that he was done. The heroes stood in a row one after another, and Jint ordered everyone to pull on themselves with all their strength. Suddenly, the thick rope tightened. Jin's clothes were stained with black liquid, and his colleague shouted that he hadn't even moved, and didn't understand what was wrong with the restriction. The protagonist's shoes were imprinted into the ground, and the cleaners anxiously said that there was less than a minute left, and began to pull again. Looking ahead, the boss reported that they were not succeeding, and then ordered the guy to take off his suit as soon as possible, and Soo-young asked him to wait, because the concentration of gas was too high, so it could be dangerous. Furrowing his brows angrily, the man asked loudly if he wanted to stay here. With his pupils bulging, the protagonist did not understand what they were talking about, because he was the one who could not move, and he was told that they would all stay here. Standing still in front of his partners, the former raider remembered that the lizard tore off its own tail in order to survive, and wondered why they did not abandon it in this situation. Under the gas mask, you could see the wide-open mouth of Junt, who shouted that he needed to take off his suit quickly, and asked the idiot to concentrate. Furrowing his brows, the young man thought about the fact that their intelligence was lower than that of a lizard. The orderlies stood behind the chief and did not understand what would happen to him when he said that this would not work and told them to go outside. The boss shouted that they had to survive, and his subordinate put his hand to his chest and did not understand what this nonsense was, and suggested that he himself stay. A gas mask was visible on the janitor's face, and he shouted that they needed to leave quickly, because this was an order. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's cheek. Turning away from the chief, the orderly said that there were 10 seconds left. Gunty abruptly moved towards Jinwoo, and the system began counting down. The man began to remove the special clothes from the young man's hands when there were 9 seconds left. Suddenly, the leader of the cleaner squad rounded his eyes in alarm. The chief wrapped his hand around the neck of his subordinate. The belongings of the former hunter, stained with the blood of the monster, remained on the ground. The remaining members of the team were standing near the entrance to the dungeon. Swyong closed her eyes in fright. With 3 seconds left, the heroes were focused on looking ahead. The janitor reached out with his palm to the bright light. Drops of sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek from anxiety. At the same second, the magic portal closed abruptly. The pupils of the orderlies instantly decreased in size. It seemed that Jun managed to pull the newcomer out of danger. Smiling, the wards happily called out to the chief. After a moment, the man raised his fingers. With his mouth open in alarm, the former raider did not understand what was going on, because he had just almost died. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man said in his mind that it had happened in a dungeon without a monster while he was cleaning. Holding out his hand to his partner, the cleaner asked if Jean was okay, but received a positive answer, and the colleagues exclaimed that the gas concentration was less than they thought, so it was a relief. Putting his hands on his side, the man said that this was his first dungeon today, but they had to sweat a lot, so they would consider it training, and the main character was indignant at his words, because he almost died. Lowering his jaw in bewilderment, the former hunter clarified if he had been told that today was his first dungeon, to which the boss exclaimed that this was just the beginning. The leader of the cleaning team held out 5 fingers forward as the guy asked how much was left in such a case. The protagonist's eyes turned sharply white with fear. Silhouettes of fighters in black clothes appeared, and it turned out that in Seoul alone there are 8 teams of the operational department for clearing dungeons, and there are 96 of them throughout the country. But if you add the freelancers who are not members of the association, there are about 11,300 hunters in Korea. A man in a white apron was visible, and there were only 5 cleaning teams, and it was 25 people. Bloody corpses of monsters lay on the ground, and each team has to clean 3 dungeons every day on average, but if you are unlucky, it can be 5. Jinwoo opened his mouth wide in fury and thought that today was such an unlucky day. There was a view of the building of the shopping center under the night sky, when suddenly Gunt was heard exclaiming that today was a bad day, so in the evening they would arrange a corporate party, and the wards clarified whether he would treat them today. The orderly stood behind the guy, and the man said that usually the bosses pay for corporate parties, to which Hyjin noted that if he paid every time, then he would soon have nothing to live on, and if the difference in their wages was small, he offered everyone to work today. Smiling broadly, the cleaner asked if the protagonist would go with them, since he had worked the most that day. The former raider turned towards his partners, who asked what he wanted for dinner, and what he was worth, and one of them asked him to decide faster, because he was tired of standing. Looking straight ahead, the young man declared that he would not go. Colleagues parted their lips in bewilderment. Lowering his eyebrows, Jinna thought that it made no sense for him to start any kind of communication with these people. The main character began to speak, when suddenly the boss closed his eyes and noticed that he did not have to worry, because corporate parties were optional, and he was even better. Slightly tilting his head forward, the former hunter explained that this was not the case. Scratching his head, the guy changed his mind about speaking. The protagonist moved his hand away from his head, while Jun said that he had done a good job today. Putting her fist to her chest, Soyeon exclaimed that they would see each other tomorrow, and Sanghyuk said goodbye to him. Looking down, the former raider was silent. A view of multi-story buildings in the city under the night sky opened. Putting his palms under his neck, the main character thought that in his past life he was not killed by his boss, because he is not so cruel as to kill because of resentment. Furrowing his brows angrily, the janitor wondered who it could be then, and who else had a dislike for him. The guy remembered the silhouettes of 3 acquaintances, namely the blonde Guangmo, who was the youngest member of the team and was constantly scolded, the girl Eugene, with whom he broke up, almost killing each other, and Dong-hee from the management department, who was constantly chased like a servant and was not accepted into the team. Lying in bed, the protagonist did not understand why there were so many of them, and wondered what would happen if only 1 or 2 were under suspicion. Various things were scattered on the floor, and the former raider wondered what difference it made now, because surely the one who killed him did not know him in this life. His eyes reflected the glint of light, and he decided that if he wanted to take revenge properly, he needed to get rid of this karma and return to his past life. A memory appeared with a message about the conditions of removal, and the young man realized that for this he needed to become the General Secretary of the International Association of Supernatural Abilities. Lowering his jaw, Jinnu remarked that if he had the skills, he could still become a hunter, or find a way to join the management department. Jumping out of bed, the main character decided to open the system. Rounding his eyes, the former hunter remembered that he hadn't checked properly in the morning, although there were conditions for unlocking skills, when suddenly the conditions for unlocking 5 skills appeared. Looking at the hologram of the screen, the guy began to laugh and exclaimed that in this case, he did not need to work as a cleaner, after which he read that the conditions were that the annual salary of an employee of the dungeon cleaning department was at least 60 million, and the level of competition for a place in the dungeon cleaning department was at least 30 people per vacancy. Raising his fingers, Jean loudly complained that it wasn't too much, since all the conditions were related to this damn department. Tightly gripping the bottle in his hand, the main character cried out furiously. After throwing crumpled plastic at the TV, the janitor was unhappy that they wanted him to bury himself alive in this cleaning department. Sitting down on the bed, the guy sighed heavily and decided that he needed to calm down. There was a lot of garbage on the floor. The former hunter gritted his teeth in anger when suddenly the system announced that the passive skill Misophobia had been activated. At the same moment, the protagonist began to run around the room from one place to another, and did not understand why it was so dirty, and whether he had never cleaned in his previous life, and then he cried out that everything was just rotten here. Furrowing his brows, the former raider shouted that it was very stressful for him, because he couldn't even rest properly, and it was getting on his nerves, and suddenly a notification appeared that the first condition of opening after 1 visit to work had been met, so the hyper-acceleration skill had been unlocked. Drool was flowing from the man's mouth, and Jean told him that he had been riding in a crowded bus every morning for a week. Crossing his arms, the main character added that it was also a week since he started working as a dungeon cleaner. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist explained that during this time he managed to clean 25 dungeons. The guy could be seen cutting open the monster's body, and he said that he had used 6 10-liter canisters of the drug, butchered 30 monsters, and unlocked the skills, and at the same time, the system wrote that the hyper-acceleration skill had been unlocked, and the first opening condition had been met, namely to go to work once. Swinging his sword, the young man reported that he had been able to unlock a skill due to such a strange condition, and added that it was a very effective movement skill, but only when used in conjunction with an attack skill. Leaning on the mop, the teenager noticed that because of this stupid condition, he could not use it during cleaning. Clenching his jaw, the janitor thought that it was better than nothing, after which the artificial intelligence wrote many conditions for unlocking various skills. Looking out the window, the main character said that in reality he would not be able to raise the annual salary to 60 million, or make this profession the most popular. Frowning angrily, Jinnu explained that working as a dungeon cleaner was considered a dangerous occupation. The system again reported the requirements for opening with a skill, and the protagonist, lowering his gaze, said that there were relatively simple opening conditions, albeit a little abstract. There was a view of a tall building, and then the guy noticed that the easiest thing was to increase the association's interest in the dungeon cleaning department. The young man could be seen standing in front of the members of the association, and he said that if he, a former SSS rank hunter, used the information about the cleanup accumulated over 10 years, he would quickly be able to increase the interest of the association. The men's expressions were serious, and the teenager added that naturally they would not immediately listen to the words of some janitor. Biting his lips, the former raider said that first he needed to make an acquaintance with those who would be on his team in the future, and ingratiate himself with him. Closing his eyes, the janitor wondered how he would be able to meet with hunters if there were more than 10,000 of them. Standing in the middle of a busy street, Jinnu noticed that at this rate, he would have to clean for the rest of his life. The main character looked thoughtfully ahead. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted sharply. It seemed as if the bus was moving along the road, and then the guy exclaimed that he had passed, and the passengers asked him to be quiet. A magical portal could be seen in the distance, and at the same time, the young man asked what it was, and why only two, and whether the others were late. Sang-hyuk, keeping his hands in his pockets, clarified whether he was the boss, after which he replied that the boss had gone to get the missing drugs, and the girl said that Haijang would not come today for personal reasons. Looking at the janitor, the teenager explained that 10 minutes had already passed, and then asked why he had just gone to buy, to which he asked a counter question why he had just come, because 10 minutes had already passed, and the former high-ranking hunter said that he had passed his stop. A member of the dungeon cleaning department lifted the corners of his lips. Grabbing a can, Sang-hyuk said that he had bought coffee and offered the protagonist a drink while they waited. Frowning seriously, Jin-woo thought that compared to the first day, Sang-hyuk's attitude towards him had become almost angelic, and it seemed that he didn't expect that he wouldn't miss work once in a week. The back of the protagonist's head appeared, and he asked what to expect, after which he said that they could come in themselves. Bringing the drink to his mouth, the janitor said that it was not finished yet, and the guy clarified what exactly. Placing his hands on his sides, the member of the dungeon cleaning department replied that the dungeon was still being cleared. The young man looked up. Through the magic rays, the ruins could be seen, and the teenager noticed that he had not cleared anything here yet, but this blue dungeon was at the highest of average level. There was a view of the destroyed houses, and then the former raider added that it was not so difficult that the hunters exceeded the time of clearing, and also wondered why they were taking so long. Crossing his arms, Jinnu called them pathetic. Lowering his eyebrows, the main character muttered that he could not go there to help them either, but they would probably come out soon. A cat was sitting on the stairs, and the protagonist said that it was an erroneous assumption. 30 minutes later, the guy bared his teeth. Furiously opening his jaw, the young man asked what kind of creatures had been there for so long, and were holding them up, when suddenly Soyeon exclaimed that they were coming out. A sharp sword appeared. The hunters looked exhausted, and the teenager said that it was immediately clear that this was the maximum D rank, because they were so tired because of some blue dungeon. Parting his lips, the former ranker clarified why they were only paid a salary, and then the girl said what they could hear. The lady's hair could be seen blowing in the wind. Lowering his eyebrows, Jean realized what they could hear. A swordswoman came out of the dungeon, and at the same time, the main character thought that she had a familiar face. Minju stared straight as the protagonist muttered that she had long black hair and fair skin, and also remembered her name. Previously, the huntress, standing next to the guy, was with him in a team under his command. Through the sweat on his face, the young man asked what she was doing here. The girl parted her lips in bewilderment. Approaching the teenager, the lady asked if he had anything to do with her. Waving his head, the former raider replied in the negative. Clenching his jaw, Jinwoo wondered why he had met her. Minju looked around, and then the protagonist said that he was racking his brains over how he would meet his former team, but she was an exception. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist explained that she hated him for no reason. The hunter frowned angrily, and the guy said that when he offered her to resign due to an injury, she covered him with obscenities. Holding his head, the young man noticed that she had no idea that it was all for her own sake. Crossing his arms, the teenager said that this is a very proud girl with high self-esteem, although this does not affect her abilities in any way. Soyeon, approaching the former raider, addressed him. Smiling slightly, the cleaning lady asked if he knew this huntress, because he was looking at her very intently. Looking up, Jinwoo replied that he didn't know her and added that he just looked like someone he knew. Raising her eyebrows, the member of the dungeon cleaning department said that he had a disgruntled face. The employee said that she thought it was his ex-girlfriend, after which the main character turned away. The protagonist, baring his teeth, objected that it was nonsense, and his colleague apologized and said that it was a joke, and then Junt asked if everyone was assembled. The man, holding a package in his hand, clarified what it was, and whether something had happened while he was gone, and at the same time the guy said that nothing had happened. Smiling, Sang-hyuk revealed that he had just seen his ex-girlfriend, and the young man had asked him to shut up. Approaching the portal, the teenager asked what they were worth and exclaimed that it was time to get to work. A view of the abandoned building opened, after which the former hunter said that the blue dungeon in the form of a building is literally a dungeon that is located inside the building. A team of cleaners could be seen, and Soyeon then asked Jinwoo if he had read about the dungeon beforehand, to which he replied that he only knew that the boss looked human. Biting his lips, the main character muttered that last week they constantly asked him about monsters, because he knows a lot about them, and it sounds ridiculous, but it seems that no one has suspected anything yet. Blood was dripping down the stairs, and it was heard that they knew that this was a dungeon in the building, and therefore they might not notice some objects. There were defeated monsters lying on the surface, and at the same time the chief explained that it was necessary to check all the corners well, especially under the stairs, where blood accumulated. A creepy skeleton appeared. A sharp spear was visible, and at the same time the guys listened to their commander. Gunty, looking ahead, said that Jinwoo would go with him to the boss's lair, to which the boss replied positively. A view of the destroyed structure opened. Bringing his palm to his mouth, the man said that this is why he does not like humanoid monsters, because it looks very much like a human corpse. On the surface there was a monster in the form of a girl, about 160 centimeters tall. The main character, lowering his gaze, said that he thought that they could not butcher it, but just take it whole, after which the janitor noted that it would be better this way. Looking back, a member of the dungeon clearing department asked why he was frozen in place. Parting his lips, the protagonist said that everything was fine, and also thought that something was wrong here. In the past, the monster had rushed towards the hunter, and the guy had said that in his memory, Vega wasn't such a dangerous monster, and if you were more attentive to the speed of movement, it wasn't too difficult to destroy her, and then wondered if there was a tough fight between Minju and this monster. The girl's sword shone brightly, and the young man said that 10 years ago, she had a B rank, and in fact, with this rank, hunters are considered quite strong. The opponent clenched his jaw in bewilderment, after which the teenager remarked that if it were not for the injury, it could well have reached the S rank. The lady swung her weapon sharply, and the former raider added that her sword skill at that time was even out of his. A splash of blood appeared, and then Jean explained that she was terrible, but quite capable. In the past, the monster's eyes lit up red, and currently, the protagonist revealed that she was definitely not one to be embarrassed by the boss of the Blue Dungeon. The man, trying to raise the corpse of the monster, clarified what he was standing in place, and whether he wanted him to do all the work, to which the protagonist replied that he was just thinking for a minute. Lowering his gaze, the guy muttered that what difference did it make to him now, because he would not meet her again anyway. Suddenly, the young man noticed the wounds of the undead. Frowning seriously, the teenager thought about the cuts. The janitor, putting his hand to his chin, was at a loss. A view of the night sky opened up. Yawning widely, the former hunter said that it was 5 in the morning, and it seemed to him that he had slept only 2 hours. But for the 3rd day in a row he was not in the mood. Jinwoo added that even when there was a hunter, he wasn't that busy, and then Sang-hyuk exclaimed that they could call when they were done, and at the same time, he wondered how long to wait for them. The man, smiling slightly, replied that he didn't even know, and maybe as always they were just lingering, and the cleaner said that they could at least think that people were waiting here. Opening his jaw, the protagonist thought that an hour had already passed, and it was no wonder that he was so nervous. Suddenly, Soyeon approached the protagonist and noticed that he seemed to be very tired, and then he reported that it was true, and also asked if she was okay. The girl, raising her eyebrows, exclaimed that she was in excellent condition. Frowning seriously, the guy wondered if she was really okay. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the young man asked the lady to take breaks from time to time, when suddenly the chief said that they were finally leaving. Baring his teeth, the janitor said that they had been delayed for an hour and a half. Squinting, the teenager asked if it was again. Noticing Minju, the former raider muttered that there were many dungeons and hunters, and couldn't understand why he was constantly running into her. After a moment, the huntress stopped in front of him. Jinwoo could be seen nodding his head. The swordswoman shook her head in response. Then the girl directed her gaze to the main character. The protagonist's expression was serious. The lady wondered what he was getting in the way, and then the boy, clenching his jaw, called her a nasty girl. Minju was stretching her shoulder. The young man remembered the wounds on the monster's body. Looking sideways, the teenager wondered if he could tell her. Parting his lips, the janitor wondered why all of a sudden, and added that as soon as he remembered that day, everything inside turned upside down. In the past, an SSS rank hunter went to the swordsman's chamber. The girl, opening her mouth, asked if it was him. Lowering his eyebrows, Ranker number 1 asked how she was feeling, and also asked if she was even getting up when the boss came. Sitting on the bed, the lady explained that it was just that the operation was done quite recently, after which the raider asked if she was monitoring the condition of the muscles, although she was a swordsman. Fingering, the leader of the first operational team exclaimed that it was necessary to train his left hand more, and it relied on its own strength, and therefore the result was logical. Frowning angrily, Minju clarified what he hadn't said right away, and asked Jean a counter-question about what the intonation was. Keeping his hands at his sides, the main character said that he was saying this because he was sorry. Taking out an envelope, the protagonist said that in this state she could no longer be a huntress. Throwing the document to the hunter, the guy asked to quit this job, and then she asked what he was talking about. A leaf appeared, and then the young man added that the association also thought so. The swordswoman clenched her fingers in bewilderment. Closing his eyes, the raider said that if she continued, she would have to give up not only her job as a hunter, but also a normal life, when suddenly the girl noticed that this was wrong. The lady's body began to shake, and she exclaimed that she had a trifling injury, and that he knew she was supposed to work here. Sitting down, the number 1 ranker asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about, and explained that in this state, she would only be an extra burden for the team, and also added that the decision had already been made, and therefore she just needed to take it for granted. Turning his head, the leader of the first task force clarified why she was only in pain, and noted that she should have said right away. Opening her mouth, Minju asked him again. Frowning menacingly, Jean asked if he hadn't realized that something was hurting her. Abruptly opening her jaw, the girl shouted what she had said, and more than once. Earlier, the main character said that he thought that she was the only one sick here, and the lady, touching her shoulder, exclaimed that when she said that she needed an examination, he said that everyone had something painful and that she should do work. Through tears, the swordswoman asked for whom she had endured all this, and because of whom she had fallen to such a state, and now she was telling her to quit her work. Bending over to her, the protagonist clarified why it was all because of him. Opening his mouth wide, the guy asked if he had ruined her shoulder, and then explained that she should take care of her health herself, and not blame others, and also asked what kind of idiot would work after such words. Lowering her head, the hunter noticed that in any case she could continue hunting, and she just needed to lie down for a few days. Crossing his arms, the young man asked who would work for her these few days, and what she could do with such a shoulder, and at the same time he exclaimed that she was a swordswoman, and if she wanted to stay so badly, she could transfer to the cleaning department. Minju asked if he had ever perceived her as a colleague, after which the boss parted his lips and asked her again. Smirking, the girl apologized for the stupid question, and then said that to her, she was just a tool to throw away after use. Frowning angrily, Ranker 1 asked if she had decided to speak up, and then said that he didn't like her to begin with, and also asked if he ignored the boss, and it was worth complimenting her a little that she no longer took him seriously. Tears streamed down the lady's face, and she replied that she hated him because he did not perceive those of lower status as people. Raider lowered his eyebrows in bewilderment, listening to the fact that he always had that look, and could say whatever he wanted, but she didn't care. Unexpectedly, the hunter hit the leader of the first operational team on the cheek. Looking ahead, the swordswoman said that she very much hoped that he would be born a normal person in the next life. Biting his lips, Jean muttered that if he thought about it, he was wrong, because she had told him that her arm hurt. The protagonist's expression was serious, and at the same time, he said that he didn't even remember it and told her to ignore the little things and go to work, and added that he said it without thinking. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the protagonist noticed that if it were not for the injury, she could have achieved a lot. Human muscles appeared, after which the guy said that he did not think that she was already developing the disease. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man said that this was bothering him. Turning sharply, the teenager asked to listen to him. Blushing, the former raider exclaimed that she needed to train her left arm more. Minju's pupils quickly turned white, and she clarified what he said. Parting his lips, Jean explained that when she held her sword, she only strained her right arm, and therefore her shoulder suffered. Crossing his arms, the main character said that in this position, the attack is faster, but one side has too much load. Waving his fist, the protagonist added that it is necessary to use the left hand, and then it will be possible to reduce the overall load on the body, and the most important thing is balance. The girl narrowed her eyes in bewilderment. Clenching his jaw, the guy thought that she was saying that the janitor understood this. Walking towards the portal, the young man exclaimed that she was a good hunter, and therefore she would figure it out herself, or she needed to be examined. Looking ahead, the lady asked what it was. A view of a tall building opened. The doctor, crossing his palms, noticed that she had come in time. Through the sweat on her face, the huntress asked him again. Pointing to the X-ray, the doctor said that there was a slight inflammation in the right shoulder, and added that the condition was not critical, but if left unattended, big problems could arise. Sitting on the chair, the medical worker said that he would first prescribe her anti-inflammatory, and most importantly, change her position, after which Minju clarified how. The doctor replied that now the force is unevenly transferred to the body, and thinks that she needs to train her left hand more, and then the girl, remembering the words of the main character, opened her mouth in surprise. Lowering her gaze, the lady muttered that the strange janitor had said the same thing. A bright beam of light could be seen. The protagonist's pupils turned sharply white, and he said that he was going to die, and then the chief noticed that they had all done a good job. Sang-hyuk opened his jaw and asked if he was overdoing it, and at the same time, the guy asked a counter-question, which was again, and explained that he was very tired. Suddenly, the swordswoman appeared, and the janitor asked how it was possible to make his ex-girlfriend wait for him for so long. The huntress's expression was serious. The young man lowered his eyebrows in confusion, and wondered what she was doing here, and his colleagues noticed that they had better leave. Closing his eyes contentedly, the chief exclaimed that they would see each other tomorrow, and the janitor said that someone was lucky. Crossing his arms, the teenager clarified what it was and explained that he was very tired now, and he had to hurry before the buses ran out. Minju swung her sword sharply. Looking at the former raider, the girl wondered how he knew and who he was. Jaw clenched, Jean wondered if she was pointing her sword at him now. Standing in front of the main character, the lady asked why he was silent, because she asked how he knew, after which he asked a counter question, what she was talking about, and then the huntress replied that she was talking about the shoulder, and also clarified whether he was now pretending not to know anything. Frowning seriously, the protagonist muttered that it looked like she had gone for an examination, and then said that he had just said it. The guy added that he wanted to show off in front of the hunter, and said what he read on the internet, and the swordswoman, lowering her eyebrows, asked him again. The young man, through the sweat on his face, listened that the sword technique she was using was secret information that could not be divulged, and he had pinpointed the muscles she was using and her positions. Looking down, the teenager thought that he was wrong to say too much, because now she was suspicious of him, and it was true that she had a special sword technique. Minju was holding a sword to the throat of the former raider, and he realized that some janitor could not know such information, and therefore she could report to the association and he would be suspected of espionage. Closing his eyes, Jinna said that he had seen sword marks on the monster's body, and at the same time, the girl asked about the footprints. Parting his lips, the main character said that something caught his eye among all the cuts. After imagining the cuts on the monster's body, the protagonist explained that the wounds inflicted by the right hand were deeper, while the rest were lighter, and so he realized that she lacked strength in her left arm. Frowning seriously, the guy noticed that Vega was a boss who was distinguished by the speed of attack, and he did not pose any other threat. It seemed as if the monster rushed towards the lady, and the young man said that there was a well-known attack with the reverse use of high speed, but he did not notice any traces of such a technique, and did not think that such a capable hunter did not know about it. Sweat ran down the swordswoman's cheek, and then the teenager spoke, which was why he concluded that she was physically unable to react to the speed of Vega's attack. Waving her hand, the hunter said that at some point she felt a load on her shoulder. Stretching out his palm, the former raider noted that this was true, because in ordinary life it was almost imperceptible, but in a situation where it was necessary to act quickly, immediately tangible, and even more so she was a swordswoman. Biting his lips, Jean explained that the reason why he knew all this without being a swordsman was very simple. After all, when he was a hunter, he was the first to have all classes. Minju could be seen to open her mouth. Sharply rounding her eyes, the girl exclaimed that he was a free hunter. The protagonist's pupils quickly turned white, after which the lady reported that she had heard that there were several of them in Seoul. Clenching her fist, the swordswoman said that an A-rank free hunter was a master who did not reveal his identity to anyone, and at the same time was a high-level ranker, or he was a high-rank hunter in some private guild. Removing her hand, the protagonist asked what she was saying and added that she was not a hunter, and at the same time the huntress clarified who he was then. Scratching his ear, the guy asked if she could see herself, and said that he was a janitor. Passing by Minju, the young man asked if such an answer would be satisfactory, and then explained that he had to go to work tomorrow, and therefore he would go. Closing his eyes, the teenager noticed that it was immediately clear what she was trying to achieve, because if she turned out to be a successful hunter, she would try to use him. The back of the former raider's head appeared, and he muttered that he was apologizing, but now he was a dungeon cleaner, and they were unlikely to see each other again, when suddenly the girl thanked him. Jinnu turned sharply. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist wondered what she had just said and whether Minju had said thank you to him. Blushing, the lady apologized and muttered that if he didn't mind. A view of a tall building opened up, and at the same time the question was heard whether it was a vacation for no reason. The huntress crossed her palms and replied that the support department had told her that she had better rest, and at the same time the young gentleman asked if it was because of the examination. Moving his fingers, the guy asked if the vacation was due to the fact that his shoulder hurt a little. Suyong, sitting on a chair, said that when he was a hunter, they could not even imagine this. The swordswoman, standing in front of the head of the first group of the management department, said that she would like to improve her skills, after which the young master asked what kind of nonsense was this, and if she could go on a trip with the guy, to which he received a negative answer. Suyong asked what happened then, and then Minju, looking ahead, said that she wanted to learn sword technique. Looking at the girl, the head of the first group of the management department clarified whether she had signed up for the courses, and then she said that these were individual lessons, and the boss asked if she had found some kind of master Murim or would study with the guy. Averting her gaze, the lady explained that it was a janitor from the dungeon cleaning department. Lowering his eyebrows in bewilderment, the young gentleman asked what she was talking about, and whether there was no one else, and so she chose a janitor as her teacher, and at the same time exclaimed that she was a hunter, and therefore she had better find courses. Frowning seriously, the swordswoman replied that she would figure it out herself. Suddenly, Suyong clarified that this was the same janitor who advised him to check his shoulder, after which the hunter, through the sweat on her face, wondered how he knew and whether the support department could say so. The receptionist, smiling, noticed that Minju had been frequent lately, and asked if something had happened, and then she began to tell. Looking down, the girl realized that this was the nurse, and then the head of the first group of the management department said that this freak was not so simple either, and asked if he had decided to teach the hunter. Closing her eyes, the lady said that he had not yet consented to teach her, and added that she had asked him, but he had refused. Opening his jaw sharply, the boss asked if she was joking now, and how she would learn from him if he had not yet given his consent. Parting her lips, the huntress replied that she would ask again and again until he agreed. Frowning seriously, the young master remarked that she should figure it out for herself, and at the same time added that a big raid would take place in a few weeks, and therefore she needed to return before it began. Tilting her head, the swordswoman thanked him, after which Soo-young asked her to leave and said that she only gave her a headache. A moment later, Minju walked out of the room. The head of the first group of the department exclaimed that all this was just ridiculous, and also asked what a hunter could learn from some cleaner. Crossing his palms, the boss wondered what the other teams would think if they found out about it, and especially if it reached the head of the second team. Lowering his eyebrows, the young master thought about the cleaning department. Pressing the keys on the phone, Soo-young said that the thought made him sick. Looking ahead, the head of the first group of the management department introduced himself and asked if the director was there, to which he received a positive answer and a counter question about what had happened, and then he asked to be connected to him at once, because he had something to say. A few days later, a magical portal appeared. Jin was wearing a mask on his face. The protagonist could be seen taking away while dancing, and Sang-hyuk noticed that he was finally getting involved. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that a few days ago one skill was unlocked, and did not understand why it was unlocked, because he did nothing, and also added that it did not matter, because the main thing was to get to Seoul. The man, standing behind the guy, turned to him and said that he did not want to get into his personal life. Pointing his finger at Minju, the chief clarified what she was doing here. Frowning seriously, the young man replied that it was he who brought her, and then Junt exclaimed that it was true, because he did not do it himself. The girl was wiping the floor with a rag, and the teenager said that they did not know when Hyjin would return, and therefore thought that extra hands would not hurt them, and at the same time the janitor noticed that she was a hunter, and it was impossible for the association to know that she was engaged in cleaning. Lowering his eyebrows, the former raider explained that he did not bring her because he wanted to, and the man asked if he was listening to him. Sitting on the floor, the lady asked to be taught sword techniques, and called the main character a teacher. Jaw clenched in bewilderment, Jean wondered if she could have eaten something wrong. After all, what hunter would ask the janitor to teach him sword technique? After which he realized that she would continue to get him, and wondered what to come up with to make her fall behind. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that if he helped with the cleaning, he would think about it, and then muttered that surely the B-rank hunter would not want to clean up. Abruptly raising her fists, the swordswoman asked if she should only help with cleaning, and the guy was surprised that it did not work. Scratching his head, the young man said that he had underestimated her, because he thought that she was proud and would not do it. Looking at the huntress, the teenager wondered how it happened. Soyeon noticed the former raider raise his eyebrows. Clenching his jaw, Jinna thought that she had always been stubborn. The girl noticed how Minju closed her eyes. Sweat was dripping down the cleaner's face. The lady saw how the glare of light reflected in the eyes of the main character. Looking ahead, a member of the dungeon cleaning department pondered this situation. Bringing his palm to his face, the protagonist revealed that he had underestimated Minju and didn't think that she would even come here to get him. The girl, clenching her fist, called the guy a teacher and exclaimed that she could not wash it off, after which he asked not to call him that. Pointing to the dirty surface, the young man asked her how she thought that if she rubbed it with all her strength, it would wash away, to which the lady said that she did not know. Red spots appeared, and the teenager said that there was human blood and monster blood here, but it would most likely not be possible to erase these two mixed blood, and therefore she needed to remove the human blood first, and the remaining one needed to be melted with fire. The huntress answered positively, and at the same time, the former raider, taking out a knife, said that this burnt piece was the flesh of a monster. Thrusting a sharp object into the monster's meat, Jean explained that it would take a long time, but he had to carefully scrape off the flesh with a dagger to use it as medicine in the future. Throwing the pieces on the floor, the main character asked to put them in a pile. Rubbing the dagger, the protagonist said that you need to do this before each use, because the blood of monsters can eat it away. Lowering her gaze, the swordswoman replied positively. Looking at her, the guy asked what was wrong with her face, and if she wanted to mess with it, and also probably not a decent job for a hunter, and at the same time hoped that she would leave. Touching her mask, Minju exclaimed that this was also quite an important activity, after which the young man wondered what was wrong with her. The boss noticed that now he had been registered as a janitor, and now he could do everything, and there was nothing else to teach him, which made the teenager blush and asked what this flattery was about. Sharply lowering his eyebrows, the former raider called the man a bastard. Introducing the scary monsters, Jean wondered if he was bullying him. After all, how could he be praised for his job as a janitor when he was an SSS rank hunter? Tears appeared under his eyes. Standing next to the girl, Jun said that she was also good for the first time, and then she asked if he thought so. Soyeon noticed how the protagonist smiled slightly and said that this was expected from Minju, and at the same time, she said that he was also doing great and asked him not to embarrass her, and the man noticed that they looked good together. Sweat was dripping down the cleaning lady's cheek. A view of the walls of the dungeon opened. The huntress said that she had finished here, and asked what now, and at the same time the cleaning lady, closing her eyes contentedly, exclaimed that she could help her then, and asked if she could. The chief, looking ahead, said that there were many corpses, and also clarified whether they would cope, after which a member of the dungeon cleaning department asked a counter question, when, if not now, she would have to work with the hunters again, and whether she minded, to which she received a positive answer. Opening the door, the girl said that they would be back soon. Sang-hyuk's expression was calm, and he noted that he was willing to bet that the huntress would do it herself, and then asked what the protagonist thought. Lowering his eyebrows, Jin said that it would be so. There was a view of a room with high walls, and Soyeon didn't know what to do. Fingering, the girl thought about what she had brought herself, and she did not even know what to say. With anxious eyes rounded, the cleaning lady wondered why she didn't just do it, and why she was so worried. Minju noticed that her partner was looking tired and asked if she was okay, to which she closed her eyes and exclaimed that she could handle it. The huntress said that it seemed to her that this was not so, to which the interlocutor raised her eyebrows in confusion. Raising her hand, the orderly admitted that she had slept very badly in recent days, to which she was asked if something had happened, and she replied that there was nothing special. Lowering her eyelids, the lady asked what they were all about her, after which she added that it would be better for her to tell something about herself, because in fact, she had to communicate personally with a hunter for the first time. The swordswoman's eyes widened in surprise and said that she had nothing to say, and then added that she had followed her father and acquired the same profession. Rubbing her palms, the cleaner was surprised that her father was also a hunter, and assumed that they worked in pairs, to which she replied that this was not the case, since he had been dismissed due to a shoulder injury. It seemed as if the man tilted his head down, and his daughter said that his superiors always insisted that he should not meddle in other people's business, but should do his own work. The teammates looked sadly at their colleague, and Minju said that his team members constantly squinted at him, although he only worked hard, fearing that he would be kicked out, and as a result, he got injured. The girl lowered her eyebrows and answered in the negative when the interlocutor exclaimed that this could not be, because these were his colleagues. In the past, the little daughter had stood behind her father, but now she was talking about how there were no colleagues in the association, only those who were higher or lower in rank, and then added that her father had been a B-rank hunter until he was fired. The child rounded her eyes in frustration, and now she clarified whether anyone would care about the deceased B-rank. The man's broad back was visible, and his daughter said that he was just a disposable weapon. Closing her eyes, the swordswoman explained that at least that was the association, and then added that the hierarchy in this organization decided everything, so that the weak were infinitely strong and the strong were infinitely weak. Looking ahead, the lady said that the other teams of hunters thought the same, and then began to talk about the cleaners, but changed her mind. Suddenly, a view of a large door opened up in front of the partners. Raider asked if Soyeon was interested in Jin's teacher, to which Jin's eyes widened in fright. The orderly's cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment, and she asked if she could see everything. There was a smirk underneath the mask, and Minju noticed what it was. Putting her finger to her cheek, the cleaning lady began to explain. Squeezing her eyes shut, the girl remembered the silhouette of the main character and said that he did his job well, and was also responsible, although he was idle on the first day, and on the second day he was generally late, after which she exclaimed that until recently she wanted to quit, but now it was as if she had a second wind. The huntress clenched her hand tightly into a fist when her interlocutor said that in addition, he was able to quickly deal with monsters in the dungeons, because he'd provided more accurate data than the control group, and besides, he knew even what was not in the database. Rounding her eyes, the swordswoman said in her thoughts that she thought that he was not so simple, because from several knife wounds he had established the cause of death of the deceased, as well as the identity of the killer, and besides, he understood monsters and dungeons better than others. The lady's pupils narrowed perceptibly as she decided that she should hold on to him, all the more so. Raider explained that in any case, her interlocutor should not worry, because she was not interested in him, to which she turned her head to the side and asked why she came to him every day in this case. Furrowing her brows, Minju explained that as she had already said, the association is weak in front of the strong and strong in front of the weak, and then added that she simply couldn't put up with it. Tightly clenching her hand into a fist, the girl noticed that this was why she needed to become stronger, and for this she needed the help of a teacher. Soyeon's eyes widened in surprise. Standing next to his partner, the cleaning lady asked if she was his ex-girlfriend. Turning back, Sang-hyuk asked them to come here. Lowering her eyelids, the lady did not understand why it was necessary, and whether they could not cope on their own, and why they needed such a boss, and then the other exclaimed that it was so, while Jinwoo wondered when they had managed to get so close. A view of the gilded doors opened up, and the protagonist repeated that there was a poisonous monster there, and then exclaimed that they could handle it, but they had to be careful. Raising his finger, the cleaner remarked that in any case, as long as he did not come into contact with their skin, he was not dangerous, to which everyone agreed. Junk called out to Soyeon, when suddenly she rounded her eyes and cried out that she was listening to him, and the boss clarified what was wrong with her, and whether there were any problems, because today it was especially slow. Adjusting the sleeve of her clothes, The orderly said that the protective clothing was a little uncomfortable, and it was difficult to breathe in a gas mask. Shutting her eyes, the lady said that she did not think that this would interfere with the work, and her partner asked if it was time for them to change their equipment, and asked the association to increase the budget, otherwise the irreparable could happen due to such situations. The man raised one eyebrow and did not understand what they were listening to at all, because if there was no money, he could not do anything, and his subordinate replied that in this case, it was necessary to continue to save money, allowing the workers to die. Resting his hands on the door, the boss ordered to stop talking, after which he added that it was time to start, and asked everyone to try not to damage the equipment. Rays of bright light broke through a small crack. Inside the room there was a pile of an unusual substance. Gundy walked next to Jinwoo and said that he should not be allowed to touch his skin while he thought about how the boss monster super slime looked like normal slime. There were bloody goblins lying on the floor, and the protagonist said in his mind that his deadly poison or prolonged exposure to the stench could lead to poisoning, and then added that it had already been about 5 minutes, so there should be no chance of poisoning. Green smoke hung over the heads of the trolls, and the former hunter decided that he still needed to be much more vigilant. There was a view of the tall columns in the room. Throwing the bag over his shoulder, the boss clarified whether everything had been uneventful for the employees so far, to which they replied in the affirmative. The man asked if the swordswoman was okay, to which he received a positive answer, after which he approached Soyeon and called out to her, but she did not answer. The boss touched the orderly's shoulder with his fingers. At the same moment, the girl fell to the floor. The face of the cleaner was hidden behind her hair, when suddenly her colleagues began to call her loudly. Jun turned to the girl and asked her what about Soyeon. He touched her shoulder. Suddenly, she fell to the ground. All 3 cleaners opened their eyes wide in shock. Jun took her in his arms and noticed that she turned pale, and therefore began to shout for her to wake up. The girl lay with her eyes closed and breathing heavily. All the cleaners gathered over it, and one of them said that it was most likely the cleaner that didn't work, and the slime had eaten away at the hazmat suit. Jinwoo looked at it calmly and thought about how he hadn't paid much attention to the preparation, and that's what it had led to. He could see Soyeon's hand trembling as he thought that it was too late because the support team wouldn't be able to arrive within 5 minutes and give her the antidote. Sang-hyuk turned around and started yelling for Jinwoo to do something, but the protagonist thought that if the body was poisoned with mucus poison, then the body would be pierced by unbearable pain that would tear the whole body apart. The protagonist frowned and turned to Minju, who was standing behind him. Her eyes widened as he said that he needed a sword. The protagonist stood silently over them. He turned, and his red eyes appeared. He asked Minju to hurry up, as time was running out. He turned around and said that it wouldn't be difficult, because it only took one movement, and it would be over. The girl looked at him in shock and begged him not to kill Soyeon. The protagonist lowered his head and said that Soyeon had nothing to do with it, because he needed to be cut. Jun raised his head and began to shout and asked the protagonist for help, and the protagonist only asked him to be quiet. Minju stared at them with her eyes wide open. She then closed her eyes and agreed to bring him a sword. The girl waved her hand and said that she had no idea what he was up to. However, a moment later, a sword appeared in her hand. She closed her eyes and began to draw her sword from its scabbard. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and exclaimed for her to stop, as he had not asked her to activate the skill. A moment later, however, she sliced open his chest and blood gushed out of him. Blood came out of the mouth of the main character. A pool of blood formed under him. He held on to his bloody chest and thought about how much it hurt him. He then turned around and said that he would carry the wounded girl to the support team. Junt asked him what he was saying, because he was very badly injured. In addition, it takes about 30 minutes to get to the support team, even by taxi. Suddenly, the wounded girl disappeared. The protagonist ran away, leaving a glimmer of light behind him. Soyeon was lying on Jinwoo's back. He ran using his super acceleration skill. Sweat was dripping from his forehead. All he was thinking about was that there were still 3 minutes left, so he had to hurry. Night has fallen. The action takes place in the hospital. Junt cried with joy, thanking someone. He bowed to the doctor, who said that they had made it in time, because the wound was quite dangerous. Besides, Soyeon, according to him, would recover soon. The doctor frowned and turned to Jean. The main character looked at him and introduced himself. The doctor went to the office and reminded the young man not to forget to pay the cost of the suture before leaving. Then we see Soyeon smiling awkwardly. A whole team of cleaners stands in front of her, frowning at her. Jin leaned against the bed and asked if she understood how much she had frightened them, because you need to talk right away if you feel strange. The girl shyly lowered her head as Sang-hyuk began to shout that their equipment was very old, their protective clothing was tearing, and the purifier was not working at all. Then he crossed his arms and exclaimed that he considered it unacceptable, because you need to change protective suits at least once every 6 months. Besides, hunters only need to whine a little, and they immediately change their equipment. He looked at his comrades and asked if he was wrong about something, but they said nothing. The young man turned away in shame and began to make excuses, but Minju replied that it was fine. Soyeon raised her head in surprise, because Gunty promised that he would give her a vacation since it was an accident at work, so she should use this opportunity and have a good rest. Jinna headed for the exit, and they immediately noticed, but he replied that he just wanted to get some fresh air. He stepped over the threshold of the door. The main character was walking down the corridor, and the thought flashed through his head that an accident had happened to Soyeon because of the old equipment. He smiled and wondered if this thing could do more. A system window appeared in front of him, which notified him that the condition for lifting the ban was to increase the budget of the dungeon cleaning team. The protagonist smiled madly and said that once the ban was lifted, he would already have 2 skills. At this rate, he would not stay in the ranks of the cleaners. At the same time, he mused that if there was a risk of getting into trouble or getting hurt because of the old equipment, then the association would have no choice but to allocate funds for the sake of maintaining its image. Soyeon lowered her head and wondered what Jinwoo's expression was when he left. However, Gunti replied that the young man was just angry now. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek, and she assumed that she seemed to be annoying him. Jin shook his head and said that the reason was completely different. The girl's eyes widened in surprise when the boss stated that Jinwoo was worried about her injury. The man then smiled happily and remarked that the protagonist looked short-tempered, but he cared a lot about his colleagues. According to him, it became clear once you looked at him. Minju remembered the past and thought about the fact that he was ready to give his life to save his colleagues. Besides, he was the same person, from whom there is a lot to learn. Sung-yoon raised his head and chimed in and stated that he had noticed that the more he watched the protagonist, the more he seemed kind of strange. The young man looked at Soyeon and said that he saved her life by using skills. Besides, he has not been working as a cleaner for a long time, but a skill-using cleaner is crazy. Soyeon lowered her head and plaintively said that she hadn't even thanked him. Gunti turned to the huntress Minju and asked her what she thought of the protagonist. The girl put her hand to her chin and began to reason aloud about how he seemed to be good, but not to her taste. Besides, he had a rather tough character. The chief and Sang-hyuk looked at her awkwardly, and the janitor clarified that he meant his hunter abilities. Minju frowned and fell into a stupor. She turned away from her shame and all her thoughts focused on the fact that she was ashamed. Jin said that with such abilities, Jinwoo wastes himself working as a janitor, and he knows more about monsters than most hunters. The girl turned to him and asked him if he thought it was possible to move employees, and the boss replied that it was certainly possible, but it would be very difficult, but it was a good opportunity for the protagonist. The huntress put her hand to her chin and stated that it was definitely superior to other hunters in skill and experience, but there was a problem. The men gave her a stunned look when she said that the problem was that he was on the cleaning team. Sang-hyuk started screaming in a fit of anger over her words about the cleaning team. However, Minju said that she didn't express herself correctly. Sang-hyuk immediately stopped screaming. The huntress lowered her head and said that even as a B-rank hunter, she was unable to assess the teacher's skills. The teacher was the only one who knew his strength best, but she couldn't understand why he had joined the cleaning team. Everyone on the team raised their eyebrows in surprise, and the boss wondered if Jinwoo was doing this because he liked it. The girl crossed her arms and confirmed this, adding that now she could not think of anything else but this, and Junt wondered why he needed this dirty work. Minju stated that she has a couple of theories. Her eyes lit up and she exclaimed that most likely the teacher had excellent skills, but he didn't want to interfere in the affairs of the association, much less interfere with the hierarchy of hunters, so he chose a team of cleaners to feel the cohesion of the team. Sang-hyuk blushed upon hearing this. Jin opened his mouth in surprise. Soyeon's eyes widened in admiration. Then they all lowered their heads, and the boss said that if this was really the case, they had better not start talking about it anymore, because there was nothing to be done about it. Sang-hyuk frowned and asked that if Jinwoo had such an opinion of them, then he wouldn't have gone to the association because of Soyeon's incident. Minju opened her eyes at the realization and mentally exclaimed that he was not the kind of person who would go. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was already standing in front of some important person. Minchyo, the director of the Korean branch of the Functional Measurement Management Association, raised his head and asked him about who he was. The main character frowned and said that he was from the cleaning team. The protagonist stood in front of him. Minchyo clarified if he understood correctly that the main character was asking for an increase in the budget of the cleaning team. The director knocked on the table. He folded his hands and thought. Jinwoo saw him as a scary person, because this person was the head of the branch in Seoul. Around the same time, people from the Minchyo line took over. One after another they attacked the protagonist, and their influence on the association was huge. The director raised his head and said that in this case, the protagonist should contact the management department. Jinwoo rested his hands on his hips and asked which hunter would come up with the idea of dealing with ordinary monsters when he needed to go to the boss. Hearing this, Minchyo asked if he was a hunter. The main character replied that he was from the cleaning department. Minchyo asked if a simple janitor dared to come to the CEO to beg for money, and Jinwoo replied that he did. The director closed his eyes and said that he was no longer old enough to arrange a debriefing, and therefore he wanted to know what the cleaning team needed money for, because they should not have a lot of expenses. The man immediately made an angry face when the main character said that they need to increase the budget, since there are a couple of things that they cannot afford. Minchyo laughed and remarked that Jinwoo is very cocky and his bravery is amazing, but he suggests that they end there. But the protagonist immediately informs them that they had an accident. The young man remembered the recent events and said that all their equipment had long been outdated, and they could not buy a new one. They had to work in what they had. But the suit of one team member was torn. Besides, the gas mask did not work properly, and the monster's poisoned this person. Minju raised one eyebrow and noticed that the reports didn't mention it, and Jean replied that he had come to see him as soon as it happened. Minju frowned and looked distrustful. It was obvious from him that he did not believe in word without any bureaucracy. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and stated that he understood that the director was trying to save money on the cleanup department, and yet such an incident could not happen again. But Minju only said that although it was regrettable, there was no money. The protagonist saw a lot of shining jewels on the shelves and noticed it, but the director pointed his finger at him and exclaimed that the janitor could not know anything about the association and that he seemed to be here for a short time. The main character smiled slyly. He frowned and said that this year's income was a decent amount, which the director pocketed. Minju listened with a drop in jaw as Jinwoo explained that the budget for the intelligence department alone amounted to several billion won. Only 70% of that money was supposed to go to the operations department. The protagonist leaned over to him and said that Minju had fortunately not spent the entire amount yet, but he would have to organize a memorial raid at the end of the year and give everything he took, so it would be better if the branch director gave them money for at least the most necessary things. The man raised one eyebrow and asked him who he was and what he allowed himself. The protagonist replied that he was just a janitor. The young man stretched out his hand and asked the CEO how many months he had been working here since he had received such a position, and then sarcastically said that he had waited for a very long time and had won this position with such difficulty. But Minju had only been working here for 2 months. With a view of the city, Jinwoo wondered what the townspeople would do when he learned that the employee had been injured because his superiors had spared money on gear and equipment. The main character opened his arms and exclaimed that he was not threatening in any way, but was just reasoning out loud. Minju closed his eyes and agreed with him, saying that he understood him. He folded his hands and asked the protagonist how much he wanted to increase the budget, but Jean replied that it would be up to the headmaster to decide. The young man smiled, thinking that in the conditions of unlocking the skill, only the goal was indicated to increase the budget, and therefore it did not matter to him what the amount would be. The main thing was that the budget became larger. The protagonist headed for the exit, but the director stopped him. He crossed his arms and asked if he was familiar with the case of, and the protagonist replied by asking him why he was interested. Then the CEO smiled, because he realized that they knew each other, and therefore he promised that he would consider increasing the budget and contact the cleanup department. Jinwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered why he had even thought of her. The young man closed the door behind him, leaving the office. The CEO immediately began dialing someone's number, at the same time grumbling at the janitor, who thought a lot of himself. Minju stood near the window and informed the leader of the first group that a guy from the cleaning team had come to see him, and it seemed that this was the type that Soo-young knew about, and that was the guy Minju wanted to learn from. The director frowned and said that this man was definitely not one of the janitors, because it was clear from him that he was definitely not an ordinary employee, because he dug up internal information, which meant that he had something to do with the association. Soo-young held the phone to his ear as he listened to the headmaster's story about how Jinwoo had asked for an increase in the budget for the cleanup department. However, it didn't seem to be his main goal. Soo-young sat in the restaurant and talked about how lucky the protagonist was to be on the cleaning team now, otherwise Soo-young would have taught him a lesson. He grinned angrily and said that he wanted to teach the protagonist how to talk to the leadership. The action is transferred to the morning of the next day. Jun holds a piece of paper in his hands and wonders what it is. He was holding a notice of disciplinary action in his hands. They were fined. All 3 cleaners frowned and began to be indignant that not only were they not paid compensation, but they also wanted to fine. Soyeon lowered her head in shame when Gunti said that the official reason for the fine was that she had violated the ban on combining work, and therefore the cause of the accident was blamed for overwork due to a second job. All 3 took a look at the fine. The supervisor said that the accident report and the request for compensation were denied. They looked at the text and found that it says that the fact of obsolescence of the equipment has not been confirmed. Jinwoo grinned and called the CEO. Soyeon smiled awkwardly and asked him not to worry, because, according to her, everything was fine. She lowered her eyes and said that this was not even a fine, but rather a warning. According to her, she did not think that she would be compensated, because the cleaning team is always treated like this. The protagonist thought about what he now has a problem, namely how to unlock his skills now. Sang-hyuk looked at him and started talking about something, but the main character asked him to lay it out faster. 3 cleaners stood in front of him and said that because of the whole team, he went to the CEO and they understand that he was acting out of noble motives. However, Jinwoo grinned angrily, and the question of what was wrong with them and how they had even thought of it flashed through his thoughts. Then they went to the gate, and Jun exclaimed that they should thank the young man for his efforts and work hard. Jinwoo put his hand to his chin and wondered that he hadn't even asked for a lot of money, and hadn't said anything about compensation, but Minju had even charged him with violating the ban, so it wasn't clear what the reason for such a high-ranking person would do so. Minju stood next to him and asked if it was because of her. He looked at her and asked what she was saying, and the girl replied that the last time she was on vacation she had talked about the cleaning team with the manager. She remembered how she sat in the manager's office. According to her, this is a man of old views, so it did not occur to her that this could somehow backfire, and therefore, perhaps, because of her, he decided to teach the protagonist a lesson. Jinna's eyes widened in surprise and asked the girl what the leader's name was. A drop of sweat rolled down her cheek, and she replied that his name was Soo-young and he was the leader of the first group of the management department. The young man immediately remembered his face and the fact that he had been promoted to the leader of the first group, although he did not have any special skills, but he was actively using his position. Jinna smiled and said that he understood what was bothering them. The main character approached the boss and called out to him. He frowned and said that he wanted to take a day off for today. The action is transferred to another area of the city. The boy and the girl were going to dinner and smiling happily. Suddenly, 2 pillars appeared from the ground. Everything shone purple. The protagonist was standing directly in front of the gate to the dungeon. He smiled as he looked at the gate, and thought that in a moment everyone would see what he was capable of. The orc opened his mouth and growled. The main character was surrounded by orcs. Sparks began to emanate from him as he activated the skill. His eyes lit up blue, and his movement speed was greatly increased during battle. He swept past the enemies, cutting through them with his weapons. All enemies fell. The protagonist looked down and the thought flashed through his mind that he was now engaged in interception, the act of secretly taking over the dungeon before the hunters arrived and without the permission of the association, mainly freelance hunters, in the hope of making money. Jinnu frowned and noted that he hadn't done this for so long that he couldn't control his power now, and therefore he had to finish with this dungeon as soon as possible, because he had no information, and the probability of dying here was very high, so few people tried to intercept in a swoop. He went to the next gate and said that there were about 15 minutes before the task force arrived, which meant that he needed to finish earlier, because he, as the world's first person with an SSS rank, would not take more than 10 minutes to complete this dungeon, but the problem was that his enemy had skills. There was a huge monster in front of him. Jean knew that the monster could kill him in one hit, because he didn't have the skill to defend himself. The monster boss turned around to see the protagonist as he mused about how the reason he could quickly complete dungeons was because he had already been in them. Jinny used his acceleration skill and dashed to the side. He began to run up the monster's arm. The monster held out another hand in front of him. The protagonist grabbed a shovel. He jumped and threw it towards the monster. The shovel plunged into the monster's palm and sparkled. The main character closed his eyes and activated a skill that increases damage 30 times when attacking vulnerable places. Everything around was enveloped in purple energy. The boss was defeated in one blow. There was an explosion. Jinnu curled his fingers and counted that he had already completed 4 dungeons in a day. He sat on the monster and thought that a hunter from the task force on average goes around 3 to 4 dungeons per week, which is not a bad result. But since all these locations have a low level of danger, the profit from them is small. Then he remembered the 2 men near the car and thought that there were cars with people from the association nearby, and therefore it seemed to him that there was an emergency in the headquarters, which is not surprising, because some anonymous person had intercepted 4 dungeons. They both paid attention to the protagonist and wanted to stop him. The protagonist rested his hands on his knees and thought that if he was caught, he would be fired, and if he was completely unlucky, then he would also have to pay a fine, although he did not think that anyone would suspect a simple janitor. He put on his cap and said that the hunters would be coming soon, so he had to get out, but he would really like to see their stunned faces. After a while, he stood there with a ridiculous expression on his face, trying to justify his 2-day absence from work. Soo-young stood in front of them and was enthusiastically thinking about something. Soo-young raised his head and said that he just wanted to look around, and Jinwoo began to worry that he might have guessed everything. The supervisor smiled and said that sometimes he needed to interact with teams from other departments to boost morale, but the protagonist realized that he usually didn't even look in the direction of the janitors. Soo-young smiled maliciously and asked them to consider that he was not there and work as usual. The protagonist frowned worriedly, thinking that it was surprising how well he chose the moment to come. Junt stood in the middle and exclaimed that they would provide him with a protective suit and a gas mask, but he replied that it was okay because he was going to watch from afar. There were many monsters lying on the floor. Jinnu turned around and asked the girl to use the medicine and bring him a new mop. Gunty turned to Soyeon and asked her about the concentration of the gas. The protagonist was fiddling with something and asked Sang-hyuk to help him, but Sang-hyuk was busy. Swayon crossed his arms and thought that they were all pretending to work just because he was here, so he should throw them the bait. He turned to Minju. The protagonist was stunned when the leader asked about the dungeon hijacking that had taken place in the past 2 days. The protagonist looked at the girl and thought that Soo-young might decide that it was Minju's work because she was from the operations department, but it all happened when the protagonist was taking time off. They were all standing in front of the leader, but Jinna sat there and thought that everyone in the team, except for Minju, would definitely notice the traitor. Sweat ran down his face with excitement. He thought about the need to be honest. Minju frowned and asked the supervisor if the hunter's objections didn't mean anything to him. Soo-young closed his eyes and replied that he was looking everywhere, but it wasn't that easy to spot this interceptor. He looked away and said that this time, therefore, the one who caught the intruder would be rewarded. The girl approached him and asked if the reward would be given for catching the intruder, and the leader explained that if the hunter caught the interceptor, then additional points would be added to the assessment of his rank. Sang-hyuk looked at Swayan suspiciously as the supervisor talked about how if they found him on the other team, they would be promoted. Jun looked at the protagonist, and the leader explained that if someone from the cleaning team caught this violator, they could move to another team, or even a department. Soo-young smiled and told them to let him know if they were interested. For example, the guy who had taken 2 days off so suddenly. The main character mentally found himself in darkness. He decided that this was the end. Jinwoo frowned and the thought flashed through his mind that since Soo-young offered a promotion, then a real fight would begin. Jun lowered his head and turned to the protagonist. The young man was stunned when Jun asked him how he was feeling. After all, he had been injured yesterday. Jinwoo turned around in shock as his companions continued to tell him to be careful. The main character did not understand what was happening, and his comrades continued to accuse him of carelessness. Then Jun scratched his head and said that the proposal was certainly good, but, unfortunately, there were no traitors among them. Suddenly, the janitors became gloomy and began to talk about how if that interceptor was on their team, they would be able to earn a promotion right away. And Sang-hyuk added that if Soo-young wasn't sure about someone, then let him talk about it right now. Jinwoo looked away and wondered why they were doing this. After all, they were just colleagues. Minju beamed with joy. After a while, the action takes place in the office of the association. Soo-young calls the director and informs him that he is sure that the guy from the cleaning team took over the dungeons, because as soon as he went on shift, everything became quiet. However, only words were heard from the phone that not much money was spent on the cleaning team. The supervisor frowned and started shouting that they had to punish him to the fullest extent so that he wouldn't get away with it. The CEO sat in the office and said that they seemed to have contacted the wrong person, because that guy was not so simple. Soo-young's eyes widened in shock as Minju guessed what this guy's real identity was. The action is transferred to the bank building. The boy pointed at the protagonist and began to shout that he had blood. Jinwoo smiled, mentally saying that he had started taking over dungeons because he had decided that since the management wasn't increasing their budget, he would do it. Soo-young, meanwhile, shouted when the CEO suggested increasing the cleaner's budget. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as Minchell stated that a certain amount of money had just been transferred to the cleaning squad, and the sponsor wished to remain anonymous, the amount of the transfer roughly matching the amount they had lost in the 2 days of interceptions. Soo-young frowned and started shouting that they needed to check everything as carefully as possible, because it was strange that the money appeared exactly at the moment when the interception stopped. But Minchio replied that if they caught the criminal, then there would be even more problems. Soo-young was standing by the window. The headmaster said that the headline about the cleaners intercepting dungeons from hunters was pretty good. Soo-young was horrified when the CEO said that a janitor who could take out the entire dungeon alone would linger in this department. The supervisor furrowed his brows and confirmed the director's words. Minchell closed his eyes and said that this was not all, because there was something strange about this situation from the very beginning. He remembered how the protagonist had come to him to ask for a budget increase for the entire team, so he noticed that Jinwoo had shown that he was well aware of the internal affairs of the association. Minchell frowned and said that he was sure that there was someone on the cleaning team who did not belong there. The trembling voice of the head of the management department came from the phone. Minchell folded his hands and said that this is a person who worked in the association, and moreover, there may be an influential person behind him. Soo-young was dumbfounded when the director cited the example of the chairman of the association, who can't stand the CEO. Swayan grinned and thought about how no wonder the entire team lied to him as they looked him in the eye. He grabbed his hair and mentally exclaimed that they felt the support of the chairman. Soo-young continued to stare out the window as he listened to the CEO speak that it was likely a warning from the chairman, and that he said they would be in trouble if Minchio was fired from his position. The action is transferred and we see a blue sky. At the same time, someone from the squad says that they did a great job today. Jinwoo stood among his comrades and thought that now he did not need to deal with interceptions, he just had to wait for the money to arrive. He raised an eyebrow in surprise when he saw something ahead. There were many sealed boxes in front of them, but they did not order anything. It turned out that these are new protective suits. There were a lot of new things in the boxes. Jin said that the authorities decided to give them everything they needed, and even more. The protagonist lowered his head and a thought flashed through his mind that it seemed that these ghouls in leather chairs had given them funds after all. He was still looking at the ground and thinking that the document would say that he had increased his budget by 20 million won. But Gunty announced a different figure at the same time. Ji-woo immediately picked up the document, and was shocked that they had been given 200 million won. He opened his mouth wide in surprise, because they had been given 10 times more than what he himself had donated. Sang-hyuk then picked up the document, and began to read out the contents. The document said that it was decided to confirm the fact of the accident. The reason was considered outdated equipment, which the budget did not allow to update. In this regard, it was decided to increase the budget of the cleanup department. Soyeon and Gunty opened their mouths in surprise. The girl cried when Sang-hyuk read out an ad that said that she would be given 100 million won as compensation. Minju cried and started screaming about how it was all thanks to the protagonist. The main character frowned and said that it was not him, but Junt smiled happily and said that the association had reconsidered its decision. The young man looked at the boss and asked if he was embarrassed by anything, because the management changed his mind too easily, and besides, the amount was quite large, but the boss replied that they had even sent an official paper. The protagonist was horrified and did not understand what was happening. They all stood in front of the boxes and the boss said that all this should be taken to the office, but some could be left in the manager's office. Jinwoo looked at him and asked if they even had an office, and Gunty scratched his head and replied that of course there was an office, but there was nothing to do there. Minju approached her boss and asked about where their office was. She smiled and said that she and Jean would carry all the boxes and the others could go home to rest. The girl looked at the main character and said that the two of them would be enough, but the young man was in no hurry to agree. After a while, he was carrying boxes. The system notified him that he had increased his budget, and therefore the fire karma skill was now available to him. He smiled and said in his mind that he had been able to gain another skill, so it wasn't long before he would say goodbye to his janitor uniform. Behind him, Minju walked. She asked him if he had intercepted dungeons. The protagonist looked at her and asked what it mattered, even if it was so. The girl replied that he should not worry, because she would not turn him in to earn points. She stopped behind and assumed that compensation and payment to the cleaning department was interception money. The main character raised his eyebrows in surprise when the girl said that their entire department knew about it, but he could be in trouble. Minju asked if he knew the saying that an all in a bag cannot be hidden. She remembered the faces of the managers and the CEO and said that his skills were at such a level that it would not be possible to hide them with all the desire. But this time he was able to leave unnoticed. But now the association will increase vigilance. Jean smiled happily as Minju said that if he was caught, he would not be allowed to stay on the cleaning team. He looked at her and thought about the past, thinking that he was glad that he had brought her to the cleaning team, because he might finally get out of this garbage dump thanks to her if she asked to be transferred to the operations department. The girl dropped the box. Her eyes lit up and she said she knew he wanted to stay here too. Jean looked away from his amazement in a ridiculous way. The huntress waved her hand and exclaimed that she would help him and do everything she could to keep him working with them. The girl frowned and said that she couldn't do much with B rank, but if she could climb to A rank, she would help him stay in both the cleanup department and this team. Jinwoo was beside himself with anger and wondered if this was someone's joke. After a while, he was in the dungeon with the team and they looked at something in surprise. A lot of insults against the cleaners were written on the wall. There were many corpses in the dungeon, but all the walls were covered with insults written in the blood of monsters. The protagonist scratched his head and realized that the corpses of the monsters had been deliberately taken to the most inaccessible place. Soyeon arched her eyebrows and almost wept and wondered why they were doing this, and Sang-hyuk began to shout that he would find these non-entities and teach them manners. The protagonist turned around and said that even if they could find the culprits and push them against the wall, they would deny it, so they should just ignore all these insults, but Sang-hyuk was still furious. Jinwoo closed his eyes and stated that if they didn't react to the insults, the hunters would stop doing it. The whole team continued to leave, while the protagonist thought that he wanted to go after them right now, but he had better avoid skirmishes with the operatives if he wanted to unlock the skill, and he thought that in a couple of days they would get tired of being childish. 3 days later, there were still many insults written in monster blood on the walls. The atmosphere was really gloomy. Soyeon wiped the blood from the floor. The girl cried, wondering why they were doing this, and Sang-hyuk shouted that it was no longer possible to contact the operations department, but Gunty revealed that he had already visited them a couple of times. He remembered the hideous smiles of the hunters and said that he was going to talk to their leader, but they said that he had gone on a business trip, and they insisted that it was not them. Sang-hyuk picked up the phone and was about to call the huntress Minju, but Jinwoo stopped him. The main character was furious and looked intimidating. He said that he did not need to call anyone, because he was going to deal with it himself. He headed for the exit, while a dark aura emanated from him. At the same time he thought about how these operatives were incredible non-entities, since they had been doing this for the 3rd day. The young man was smiling madly, thinking that they had made him angry in earnest. After a while, he was already in the city. The door to the building opened. The main character was standing in the crowd in front of the reception of the Association for Working with Parallel Dimensions. He pushed people out of the queue to the sides. The gray-haired man pointed his finger at him and started screaming, but Jinwoo was beside himself with anger and was about to put an end to it. The young man, gritting his teeth forcefully, realized that everything had come to this point because of what had happened 3 days ago. One of the employees, clenching his hands and fists, asked about what stinks so much in this place, and it was immediately after they left that it began to stink so much. Another person, looking away, noted that it was extremely good that they were not in their group. Frowning, the janitor asked what the others were looking at, because they really wanted problems. 2 people opened their eyes wide as they said that cleaners should clean up the waste after them, and not go where they shouldn't, and in their place they should just find a part-time job. The officer, frowning, shouted that the 2 of them were bastards. A girl appeared behind them. Looking at her, they asked why she was addressing them this way and why she was about to be taught manners. She, frowning, asked what team they were from. Veins appeared on the fighter's face after being asked what she cared about this, because it really seemed to her that after answering her life would become better, and his comrade asked him to stop. The warrior, looking at his comrade in arms, asked why he should have done this, and the latter explained that it was their colleague. They immediately bowed when the girl said that they were both apparently from her department, and the soldiers immediately began to apologize to her. Minju's face appeared as she asked what they were apologizing for, since she didn't even know that they were from the same team. Her eye lit up purple after her words that they should have apologized for their bestial behavior. The girl, approaching the cleaners, asked if they were all right. As she stepped closer, she noticed that there were assholes among newcomers, and as soon as they managed to become hunters, they immediately began to show off, even though they had a hard time getting E rank. The two fighters immediately turned around. The man, smiling broadly, wished everyone good morning and asked if this hunter would go with them today. She stood in front of the portal and replied that she had just come to thank him. As she bowed, Minju said that this person had taught her a lot during this time. The janitor, smiling, said that they were the ones who should thank her for this help. Then the hero realized that just a week ago this hunter went on shift with them for the first time, but she quickly learned everything and at the same time did a good job all this time, and now it was all over. The girl, smiling, said that she was extremely happy to meet such good people. Soyeon, crying, called out to her. Looking at the huntress, the cleaning lady suggested that she meet sometime, but the guy realized that in a week these people had become close to her. The protagonist, with his hands bent over his chest, thought about how everyone except him was sad about this person's departure, because he was the one who had to ask her to leave this team. Her eyes widened at the words that she should no longer go out with him. Frowning, the young man realized that these words shocked the man, but she quickly understood what it meant, because if she didn't clean, she would have more time for other things, including training. She was writing something down in her notebook when the interlocutor remembered that after that they had drawn up a training schedule. Imagining this girl with the blade, the hero knew that if she stuck to this schedule, she would be able to reach A rank in 6 months. But now he didn't have the opportunity to pursue his own career as a hunter like in his previous life. Grinning, the fighter remembered that he had planned to use the girl as a link between him and the association, making her the best hunter. There was a smile on his face after realizing that he had already used it in a previous life like this one, but he only had 1 year to do so. The interlocutor, looking up, called out to the young man. Smiling broadly, Minju thanked him for this training plan. Sweat appeared on his face after her words that he had the opportunity to reach out to her if he needed any help. Remembering one of their missions, the guy realized that it was on this note that this girl left the third cleanup group and all this happened in 1 day. The building of the association appeared. The hunter, throwing his hand behind the sofa, asked if the interlocutor remembered the janitor who had come here yesterday, because the more he had to remember him, the funnier it became, and the comrade in arms noted that it was extremely funny of him to ask them to treat their squad better. Grinning, the fighter asked if the guests really thought that they were spending their money. Immediately after, the protagonist punched him in the face. A comrade in arms, jumping up from the sofa, shouted a question about who this janitor thought he was. The guy suddenly swung for a blow. A system window appeared above the opponent's head with a notification about the activation of the skill, when this person shouted that the hero did not even understand the situation. A necromancer appeared behind the hunter after he had said that he should look at this puppet. The guy dodged the first blow with his scythe. A bright pink sphere began to appear in the enemy's hands after shouting asking if the hero would dare to touch him. Frowning, the hunter shouted that he had done a good job today and did not want to strain himself any longer. The protagonist, attacking both of them, told him to shut up, because he really decided to use the skill against an ordinary janitor. The fighter fell to the floor when the young man asked him if they had laughed enough and if they liked laughing at them and writing on the walls, because even schoolchildren do not behave like that. The guy, approaching his opponent, asked if he had forgotten the basics, because you can't use the skill outside of dungeons and even more so against people. He also explained that it seemed to him that he was going to attack him. The fighter raised his hand and shouted that this person had barely reached E rank and had already started doing this. The young man, looking at him, said that many things could pose a threat to a hunter. Sitting down next to him, the protagonist asked him to listen carefully and said that from today they will not clean out the dungeons after them and everything about their actions will be told to journalists, and they will now see how they will have fun after that. The hunter, with his eyes wide open, asked if he really thought that the association would support him, because the leadership was always on the side of the fighters. The janitor's eyes lit up green after being asked if he really thought that the association would cover his ass at the cost of his own reputation, and if he was really someone special. The hero, still sitting in front of him, explained that if he did not want to lose his job, then he had better go and apologize on his knees to the cleaners. But the interlocutor began to say that this was a little wrong. The guy, gritting his teeth with force, asked if he was joking, because he did not like any of the options and offered him a one-on-one fight in the dungeon. The man, entering the office, asked why they were making noise. The man looked at these three subordinates. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, could not believe that this man was not on a business trip, because this is exactly what his colleague said. Swyong bowed and asked what had brought the janitor here. The hero, standing in front of him, tried to understand what was happening to the manager, The latter also began to ask if they had really run out of the allocated budget. The guy, pointing to the man behind, explained that he had come here because of their jokes and said that they were the ones who dragged the corpses of monsters to the farthest part of the dungeon and wrote all sorts of nasty things on the walls with their blood, and therefore he needed to come here and talk in person to find out what their complaints were against the cleaning team. The hunter, pointing his finger at him, shouted that it was a lie and that this man simply attacked him. The manager, hitting his subordinate, shouted a question about who he now called a bastard. Rubbing his hands, the man began to apologize for this man. The hero, closing his eyes, asked him to be more attentive to his subordinates in the future. As he left, the young man apologized for the trouble, and the young man wished him a good journey. Turning around, the protagonist noted that he did not want to see them at all. The fighter, sitting next to the girl, asked what her plans were now, while he thought about how it ended, but he still had one unanswered question about why Soo-young changed his attitude so abruptly. She, looking at the jar, said that she would rest for a week, since she did not want to think about those two, because in any case they were just pathetic losers. Remembering how they apologized, the guy noted that their apologies were quite good, and this is unlikely to happen again. The girl's face appeared when she said that they would not be able to do anything now, even if they really wanted to. Turning her head, the interlocutor explained that they had been kicked out of the team. The young man's eyes immediately widened after these words, because it was because of him, since it was unlikely that the association could throw the hunters out of the team after a complaint from some janitor. Remembering the smiling leader, the hero then tried to understand what this bastard could be up to. The young man, frowning, asked what it all meant. The soldiers, bowing, shouted that all these workers had done a great job. The guy, putting his hands in his pockets, said that the hunting team really did a good job, and then the protagonists remembered that these people continued to behave like this after each cleanup, and each time they waited for them to thank them, and only then left. The cleaners, looking at the pile of corpses, tried to understand if they had already cleaned up here, but the hero also realized that these hunters put all the monsters in one place and even cleaned up after themselves in the boss's room. The girl, smiling, noted that it would be very difficult for her to get used to this, but the man said that it was hard for him to believe that they cared about them, because this was happening for the first time in 10 years of work. Another janitor, spreading his arms, asked if these hunters were now hostages, and his comrade asked him not to be smart, because all this was only thanks to the protagonist. This man, looking at the young man, asked that he couldn't joke anymore, because here everyone understands thanks to whom everything is like this now. The girl thanked her colleague for his help and also added that she was worried about him. The guy, frowning, tried to understand what she was carrying, because there was really something to worry about in this situation. The comrade in arms, raising her hand, explained that she did not want this to harm him in any way, since a lot of people had been watching them lately and suddenly one of the hunters would decide to take revenge. The hero, looking away, explained that only a very fearless person can do this, but for now they will definitely sit and not stick out. The interlocutor, smiling, noted that he had done nothing wrong in any case. A comrade in arms, approaching him, said that he still did not understand something. Frowning, the janitor began to say that since he did not ask for an increase in their budget and firing those hunters, but at the same time the first cleanup team did not take his eyes off them, then the protagonist asked what he meant. Sang-hyuk, bowing his head slightly, asked if his colleague was some kind of important person, since he didn't even need connections with his superiors. The protagonist's eyes widened after these words. They all looked at him in surprise. The young man, smiling, asked him to stop talking nonsense and get down to work. The same asked why the interlocutor was smiling if his words were not true. Then the guy realized that he would not be engaged in cleaning the dungeons if he had an influential position. The evil face of the leader appeared. The ward, standing in front of his desk, asked if Soo-young was watching the cleaning squad. Dongbin was eating something and pointed out that his colleague had indeed settled down quite well, since those people from the first cleanup team had started to keep an eye on those people. The man, pointing his finger, shouted a question about what he even knew, because did the interlocutor really not guess who kind of guy worked in the cleaning team? The latter, sitting down on the table, said that he had already heard this, because they only talked about him, and also asked whether this person could be one of the people of the chairman of the association. Throwing food into his mouth, the employee noted that his colleague, apparently because of this, could not get a promotion, because to achieve this, it is not necessary to just run after the boss. The man's eyes turned white with anger after shouting that if he had come only for this, then he had better go back to his business. The comrade in arms, smiling, said that he would fix everything. His mouth opened after saying that if he believed in that story about the janitor, then he would be helped. Swyong put a piece of food in his mouth and asked how he was going to help him. Dongbin crumpled up the garbage and began to say that there was nothing wrong with it, since he just wanted to do this service, because even if it was the chairman's man, it did not mean that he did not make mistakes. The leader, jumping up from his chair, shouted a question about whether the squad of cleaners had done something, and the interlocutor replied that it would happen soon. Soo-young, gritting his teeth forcefully, tried to understand what kind of trick this man was trying to pull. The colleague was just grinning. Turning his head, the companion asked him to think carefully about whether he wanted to spend the rest of his life spying on this janitor, because the first group of the operational department is still considered the elite. At the same time, the ward asked what he wanted in return. The garbage appeared on the table after Dongbin said that it was immediately clear to him that he had not understood what had not dawned on him. Bowing his head, the worker said that there was nothing wrong with it, and noted that his teammates seemed to receive dungeons next week, and these were multi-zone dungeons in the direction of Yongupo. Sweat appeared on Sion's face. Imagining people surrounded by many monsters, the man remembered that this is a special dungeon that unlocks the next zone after clearing the previous one, and usually such a high-level dungeon goes to the respective hunters, since the difficulty of such places is that they cannot be left until the team has defeated all the bosses in each zone, and thus it is an important object that takes about a month to prepare the task force. The man's eyes opened wide after the interlocutor's request to give this dungeon to him. Slamming his hands on the table, the manager shouted that it was too much, and the colleague began to say that if he did not like it, then there was nothing to be done. The employee, closing his eyes, noted that the manager had already given him permission and he really wanted to solve it in this way. Looking at the man's back, Soo-young remembered that Dongbin had stolen the other team's loot in the same way, but without his help, he wouldn't be able to get close to the cleaning squad. Gritting his teeth forcefully, the man thought about how this was his only large-scale dungeon clearing, and if this person really helped him with the cleaning team, then it was a good deal, and immediately agreed to this deal. His comrade-in-arms, turning around, shouted that he really was not a mistake. Smiling, the employee also said that a colleague on the team seemed to have a girl. Squinting, the interlocutor asked to borrow her too. The man's eyes immediately turned white at these words. Sitting back down in his chair, Soo-young agreed with him. The bus was traveling along the highway. The young man, smiling, realized that so far everything was going extremely smoothly and the situation at the moment was radically different, and over time it had become much easier to unlock skills. Putting his finger to the window from the system with unlocking the slot for one additional person in the squad, and then the guy realized that he had already heard that there were no applicants for the cleaning team for a couple of months, and in this case it was completely unreasonable, and immediately paid attention to the unlocking of collaboration with other departments, and remembered that he would have laughed at it before. But now it seems more than realistic. Putting his hand to his face, the hero also noticed the improvement with the increase in salary and the growing interest in the cleaning squad, and thought that it would be difficult for him to increase his salary for the time being, but the second improvement could help him. Immediately after, the protagonist drew attention to the phone in his pocket. Bringing the phone to his ear, the cleaner heard the ward call out to him. The young man immediately remembered himself in the past after her words that this time they would have to clear a multi-zone dungeon, and she was chosen as the commander of the squad. The guy, still sitting still, noted that since she had managed to become a leader in such a responsible task, the price for her life was now incredibly high, and she objected with the words that this was not the most important thing at the moment. His eyes widened after the words that the cleaning team would also take part in the cleanup. The building of the association appeared. One of the hunters, looking down, said that they had taken away part of their budget, their status, and now they also wanted to take their jobs, while the second asked why they had come here in the first place. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest while these people talked about how these cleaners might decide to become hunters after that. The girl, looking at the man, asked if he was okay. One of the fighters, putting his hand in his pocket, said that the meeting would soon begin and they should take their seats, while the hero thought that they were all about B or C rank and that there was definitely something wrong here. The guy, looking somewhere ahead, asked if this dungeon was not assigned to the first team. The girl answered in the affirmative and explained that initially it was their job, but apparently their leader handed over the project to the second team. Looking at her, her colleague asked if the man had just handed over such a large project to another team, since they had to prepare for the cleanup for 2 months, while Minju said that most likely something had happened between the team leaders, but she did not know all the details. The man opened the door and someone said that the manager had already arrived. Dongbin, smiling, greeted everyone who came. The protagonist looked at him when he was talking about how they were the ones who were entrusted with cleaning up Yondupo. There was a candy in this man's mouth. The guy's eyes were wide open, as he managed to remember who he was. The young man, gritting his teeth forcefully, remembered that this freak had stolen a raid from him and was known for taking other people's orders. His body began to shake with anger after thinking that this asshole was now the leader of the second task force. Frowning, the hero asked his partner to stay away from this bastard, since he was not worth messing with at all. The leader, standing behind the counter, explained that this raid would go on for a day and, as they all knew, it was impossible to leave the multi-zone dungeon without clearing all the zones. They all looked at him when he said that if someone wanted to refuse, they should speak right now. Putting his hand on the counter, the head noted that they should start this briefing on the Yondupo district. Imagining how the fighters surround the monster, the man said that the hunters would have to divide into 3 groups, and since the cleansing lasted 24 hours, the corpses of the monsters would begin to decompose while they were engaged in the cleanup. He also imagined how the cleaners deal with the killed monster. The man also explained that they should not allow this to happen, because their bodies would begin to emit poisonous gas. Looking aside, the man said that the operation was quite large-scale, so upon completion they would all be waiting for bonuses and asked whether the cleaners would cope with this task. The head, rising from his seat, replied in the affirmative. The young man, frowning, understood that they had no reason to refuse, since this was a great opportunity to work with the task force, and there were also bonuses, and most importantly, they would clean up after the hunters immediately, and it would save a lot of time. A system window appeared with information about the unlocking condition, in the form of a joint project with 8 other departments, and then the protagonist realized that this was a good opportunity to unlock his skills. The hunter turned to him as he thought that he might not have another chance. The hero, frowning, said that he would not be able to do it. The candy fell out of the man's mouth after these words, but the protagonist realized that if they worked, they would only help this nit and let them at least begin to threaten to kill him. The 4 of them stayed in the office and someone asked why their colleague had refused, because they had such a chance, and Sang-hyuk noted that it was stupid, because they were even promised some bonuses for this work, so it was not even worth thinking about. The man, looking down, explained that this man was just worried about them. The hunter, raising her hand to her face, began to say that she was also overcome by doubts, since the briefing was very short, and the dungeon is very dangerous, and it is extremely difficult to work there a lot of monsters for a whole day without a break. The head, crying, said that most likely their colleague understands how risky this work is and he was scared that they would all gladly agree, so he refused to be the first to set an example for them. The girl, wiping away her tears, said that it really looked like him, but the colleague added that this man always misled them and therefore it immediately seemed to him that he simply did not want to work. The man, burying his hands in his hips, laughed, and noted that the young man apparently had a premonition of this and explained that their team would not work in this dungeon. Their eyes suddenly opened wide after the girl said that she would also refuse to do so. Soyeon, looking at her, asked what was the reason for her refusal. After all, she was appointed head of the raid, while the leader explained that she should not leave because of the usual cleaners. But the huntress replied in the negative and explained that she did not like this idea from the very beginning, and it seemed to her that her skills were not good enough to lead the cleanup. Smiling, she added that the teacher had asked her not to contact this person and that he was worth listening to. The man, smiling, said that it was true. The building of the association appeared. There was a smile on the leader's face. Covering his face with his hand, Soo-young remembered that he was delighted after his face changed due to the refusal of the cleaners. Looking at his colleague, the head asked if he had failed and noted that he had already said that this man was not so simple at all, and he should now understand this. Dongbin turned around and said that if he wanted to make fun of him, he should just get out of here. The interlocutor, coming closer, asked if he really thought that the second task force would cope, since even Minju had left. Smiling broadly, the men shouted a question about whether he was going to go to a private company, since they had recently spent 200 million won. A colleague, hitting his hand on the table, insulted him. Clenching his fist forcefully, the man asked if he really thought that he would not be able to cope with someone from the Minchu line, since he just needed to use the mandatory list of participants. The interlocutor, imagining how the hunter is pointed at the finger, remembered that such a mandatory list means that those teams appointed by the chairman will be obliged to go on a raid, and disobedience to the order can lead to disciplinary action or even dismissal. Frowning, Dongbin asked how this little idiot dared to talk to him like that. The janitor's eyes were wide as he remembered that he had found out that the supervisor had used the mandatory list and that their group and Minju were eventually forced to participate in the dungeon cleanup. A lot of reporters gathered at the portal, and someone asked why so many people had gathered here, and someone immediately replied that this operation of this magnitude simply interested the media. The cleaners, standing behind, said that they could indeed be interviewed. The young man, looking at his colleague, asked if she was nervous, while the girl answered in the affirmative, since she had to do it for the first time. Patting her on the back, the protagonist told her to get ready, because when the townspeople see an agitated hunter, they themselves begin to worry, and therefore they should be brave, and asked her to straighten her shoulders, because she wants to clear the dungeon in such a state. Smiling, the swordswoman replied that everything was fine with her, and she would definitely succeed. Looking down, the interlocutor also asked her to forget about their group when she entered the dungeon, as she should focus on destroying the monsters. Looking at him, the girl noted that they should be in touch, and the protagonist asked if she was going to ask him for help. There was a smile on her face. A portal appeared and he was heard saying that she could tell him if she had any serious problems. The head, smiling broadly, shouted that they should do a good job today and also asked if all the equipment and medicines were ready. The young man, looking into the box, said that they had 10 liters of hydrogen peroxide diluted with hydrochloric acid and saline, while the girl went on to say that there was also a vacuum compressor, a polymer compression bag, glasses and cleaning products. A comrade in arms, taking a bottle, said that they also had enough supplies of water and food. The man, burying his hands in his hips, shouted that it was fine, and although it would be difficult, they would have to do the same as always, so everything would be fine, and immediately ordered them to put on their equipment and hit the road. The hunters, looking back, asked what these idiots could be doing there. Someone stepped forward and said that they had finally found the swordswoman. The manager, smiling, noted that this girl was apparently together with the cleaners. Looking at her, the head explained that they were counting on her, and she said that she would do everything in the best possible way. Soyeon, looking at the protagonist, wondered if those people would also participate in the raid, since it seemed to her that they would not go with them. After all, it was Minju who was in charge of the operation, and he also explained that it was a common thing even if this person was in charge of everything, since the group leader could also participate. Turning around, the hero added that this is why Dongbin appoints the best hunter as the head. Looking at her, the guy knew that he was able to recognize her leadership qualities. But the leader did so for a different reason, since this parasite has no idea how to behave on the battlefield, and therefore he does not want to take responsibility. Looking at him, the young man realized that he only planned operations, but never participated in them, always remaining in the back row. The man, smirking, asked them not to worry, because he would also need to fight, because this girl was leading a raid for the first time, and if there were problems, he would have to solve them. She bowed her head and agreed with him. Looking at the cleaners, the head also asked them to take care of cleanliness, and reminded that cleaning in this dungeon should not be delayed. The hero, exhaling, answered in the affirmative. The man, clenching his teeth with anger, did not understand what this man allowed himself, and now he wanted to see how long he would last. Putting his hand on his head, Dongbin said that since everyone was ready, it was time for them to start. The girl, frowning, noted that she would repeat everything again, even if they were aware, and immediately added that the hunters would have to be divided into 3 teams. All the fighters looked ahead, listening to her say that Team A would go first, Team B would take over the next zone, and then Team C would join the fight. Standing in the center, the swordswoman also added that this time a squad of cleaners would go with them and they should not worry about them, since they knew their business. Frowning, Minju explained that if the situation was too dangerous, then they could ask them for help. The eyes of all the soldiers immediately turned white. The protagonist, looking at her, tried to understand what this man was carrying. The man, smiling, said that the head of the raid was a little nervous and asked if she wanted to tell the cleaners about it. She took her sword and told them to repeat the basic information about the dungeon once again. Frowning, the girl ordered the cleanup to begin. A portal appeared. The hero, standing in front of the others, noted that it was time for them to enter as well. There was already a monster in front of them. They were standing in the middle of a pile of bones. The corpse of the monster also lay there. The girl, smiling, said that she was a little afraid to go, but in this place everything is very calm. One of the comrades explained that despite the fact that this is a large-scale operation, they are just cleaning up here and until the very end of the mission they may not even be able to meet with the hunters. Sanghyuk, burying his hands in his hips, said that he would not even be able to look at how professionals work and asked why they needed to make a joint raid, while the head noted that he was not a hunter after all and asked him to just get down to business, because it was unlikely that they would be able to learn something that could be useful in any way in their work. The knife fell to the ground after someone said that it was time for them to take up chemicals now. The leader, raising his finger, explained that they should not be allowed to decompose the corpses in the process of clearing the dungeon and reminded the subordinate not to forget to cover the chemicals with a plastic bag and pack everything in a vacuum bag after processing. The same replied that he remembered everything, since he had heard it so many times. Immediately after the man asked him to be patient, and since the raid is joint, they need to be careful, as the lives and health of others depend on them. The young man, imagining the flames flaring up, thought that usually such a large number of monsters are burned at the place where they were killed, but now that the cleaning and cleaning are going on at the same time, it is simply impossible to do so. Imagining the monster's body part in a bag, the guy realized that in order for the flesh not to begin to decompose while the task force continued to clean up, they had to dismember the monster's bodies, treat them with chemicals and pack them in vacuum bags. The hero looked at his colleagues. Sanghyuk, holding the package in his hand, asked if there would be lunch at all, and the man noted that they had only recently come here and it was too early for them to think about food. The girl, smiling broadly, offered them a snack. While the colleague asked if she had something with her, she also answered in the affirmative and explained that she had taken some chocolate bars with her. Closing her eyes, she asked if the hero also wanted to eat and immediately apologized for distracting him from work. The guy turned around and asked for a strawberry candy. The protagonist began to eat it when the girl imagined him in the form of a rabbit. The man, raising his fist, shouted that they should then arrange a sweet pause, and only after that continue. The walls of the dungeon appeared when the hero realized that this was the first really major raid for the group. But surprisingly everything went well and they did not have any problems, as they were doing the same as always. A lot of packages with pieces of their bodies could be seen when the guy remembered that this was only in the beginning. The hunters continued to fight the monsters when the young man realized that 8 hours after entering the dungeon, while the fighters were killing the monsters, the situation in the cleaning squad began to change. Blood spurted from the shoulder of his comrade in arms when the fighter remembered that 5 hours after that, their comrade had injured his shoulder. The protagonist also imagined holding the package and realized that there were also cases when the vacuum bags burst, and he was already tired of constantly repairing them, and they were very far behind the task force. Someone was holding a walkie-talkie in his hand and words were heard that the gas level in the dungeon had begun to rise and the cleaning team needed to take care of it. The man, bringing the radio closer to his face, apologized and explained that they were now in a blockage. At the same time the interlocutor asked a question about which zone they were in now, while the leader replied that at the moment they were in the 5th zone. At the same time, the team leader apologized again and explained that they needed a rest for at least an hour and then they would do everything possible to speed up the work. The hunter, frowning, shouted a question about what he was carrying, because the poison was becoming more and more numerous, and they decided to rest. The hero, taking the radio, said that everyone was tired and they could not continue to work and asked to tell the leader about the temporary suspension of the raid. Then the answer was heard that this was impossible, since in this case they would not be able to meet the deadline. The exhausted faces of the janitors appeared as the protagonist asked the soldiers if they all wanted to die there, and explained that they could no longer work. They were all looking at their colleague when they heard words from the walkie-talkie that it was not their problem, and they should do as they knew. The janitor, bringing the radio to his mouth, asked to send hunters to them, who are currently resting, since cleaning will go much faster with them. A walkie-talkie appeared and a negative answer was heard from it, and immediately a question about why the soldiers would bother with cleaning. The protagonist suddenly frowned, ordered the interlocutor to quickly call the head of the raid. The man, burying his hands in his hips, asked what they should do and whether he was sure that he was doing the right thing, since this gas was already visible to the naked eye. Bowing his head, the leader also added that instead of dragging himself here, he should be cleaning up and asked about what was going on here. The hero, standing in front of him, asked a question about where the leader of the raid was, and Dongbin wondered why the janitor needed to know this, because did it really not occur to him that this person was working now and reminded him that he had already asked him not to meddle. The young man, opening his eyes wider, began to talk about how he had already worked 18 hours without a break and did it really seem to them that their group were just robots. The leader, also opening his eyes, asked if he wanted to say that they had run out of strength. Spreading his arms, the man began to shout that they would have problems and only because the cleaners were tired and also asked if this raid was just some kind of joke for them. The two hunters were looking in their direction as Dongbin continued to shout that his squad had also worked hard to prepare for this mission, and added that they should forget about their bonuses now. A vein appeared on the guy's face when the interlocutor said that they were abandoning their duties and not following orders right during the cleanup. Opening his eyes wider, the manager asked if they really thought that there would be any indulgences for them, even if this was their first experience in such large-scale operations. His face seemed closer after the words that he would now have to take responsibility for the actions of the cleaning squad. The young man, bowing his head, began to laugh and asked if it seemed a little strange to him and added that he was surprised when they were added to the mandatory list of participants, and the interlocutor originally conceived exactly this. Raising his hand, the guy noted that catching them on something and punishing them was indeed a great plan. Coming closer, the officer explained that the hunters could not continue to watch us, so he decided to punish them in this way, and it didn't matter what his plan was, because this was really what a person with such a position should do, and the leader shouted that he was allowing himself too much. Because someone was really covering him and even the chairman of the association would not save him from punishment for disobeying an order. The guy, smiling, asked if they would continue the cleanup if the cleaners refused to work and there was even more gas. Someone took a walkie-talkie. The head, bringing it to his face, said his name. The head of the monster appeared and the question was heard whether the leader of the squad was busy. The girl, standing in front of this enemy, answered in the affirmative. She repelled the attack with a blade when the interlocutor said that they had a problem, which was that the cleaners refused to work. Looking at the radio, the man explained that at this rate, they would all suffocate before they finished and added that now he would be in charge of the operation himself and therefore the swordswoman would be removed from the post of head of the raid, and a question was heard from the radio about what it all meant. Frowning, Dongbin called her a brainless chicken and shouted that she would not be able to handle this situation and therefore all the leadership would go to him. The young man, smiling, noted that even so, nothing would change. The man looked at him and asked him what he had just said to him, and the radio asked if his squad had really refused to participate in the raid. The protagonist, still standing in front of him, wondered how they could do something like this, because if the cleaners didn't work, everyone here would die from the toxic fumes. Her eyes immediately opened wider. The three of them stood over the corpse of the monster. The manager, bringing the radio closer, shouted a question about why she was wasting time and ordered her to quickly hand over the management to him if she did not want to fly out of work. She looked at the radio, listening to the words that she was still not allowed anything, even if she had once been entrusted with leading a raid, and immediately said that she would transfer authority to him. The man, smiling broadly, called her a good girl. They all suddenly turned around when the girl called the name of the janitor. His eye lit up purple after her words that the raid leader's rights would be transferred to Jean from the cleanup department. Their eyes immediately opened wide. A smirk immediately appeared on his face. Remembering himself in his previous life, the guy realized that it had been quite a long time ago, and having received a new status, his health immediately improved. Frowning, the guy said that now this raid will take place under his leadership. They all stared at him in silence. The man, wide-eyed, shouted a question about whether the janitor would be in charge now. Looking at the interlocutor, Dongbin noted that he apparently misunderstood something, because it is he who owns all the powers, and does it really seem to him that if he was given the rights, then he has the opportunity to command everyone? The guy, smiling, asked if he had done anything useful for the raid and added that he knew who should be responsible for everything during the raid. The man, wide-eyed, asked if the janitor was a hunter. The young man, spreading his hands, asked why everyone who met him considered it his duty to find out whether he was a hunter and what it mattered at all, while the interlocutor shouted that it was of great importance, because the cleaners were responsible only for cleaning, and in a raid the life of each participant was at stake, and if something happened, you could not get away with a simple disciplinary punishment. The hero, standing in front of this man, asked whether he, an inexperienced cleaner, who is suspected of being a hunter, should entrust the operation to such a veteran of the dungeons. The same shouted that everything was correct and he needed to quickly transfer him the right of leadership and then he would not be punished. The young man, looking to the side, said that he knew better whether he needed to be punished. Frowning, the protagonist noted that just by looking at the interlocutor, memories from the past immediately pop up in his head and asked if he feels good when his rating rises every day. The man, opening his eyes wider, asked what he meant. The janitor, putting his hands in his pockets, said that he should not even interfere now, since he was being suspended from that moment. The man's eyes were wide as he knew that suspension was the highest level of disciplinary punishment that deprived him of all the benefits of leadership. The guy, putting his hand on the chin of the interlocutor, asked him to cover his mouth, because a fly could fly there. Bringing the radio to his mouth, the young man said his name. Putting his other hand in his pocket, the janitor said that the team leader had now been suspended. The three hunters were running somewhere when the radio was telling them that the others had to do whatever they could to achieve their goal. The janitors opened their eyes in surprise as they listened to the words from the radio that he had been given command and that everyone must now follow his instructions. Glancing at the hunters, the guy said that first of all, teams B and C would have to go to help the squad of cleaners, and they asked again. The soldiers, frowning, said that this was too much, because they were hunters after all and they did not become so in order to scrub the floors. The head, burying his hand in his side, said that these two teams were removed from the operation due to non-compliance with instructions, and they cried out in surprise. Turning away, the hero said into the radio that he was now waiting for a response from Team A. The girl, waving her blade to strike, replied that they were ready to complete the task. At the same time, words were heard from the radio that they would have to try hard, since most of the hunters would not continue to participate in the raid. The blade struck the monster's armor, and the question was heard as to whether they were clearing Area 11 at the moment. Her opponent appeared and immediately a notification appeared that this enemy was immune to physical damage. Immediately the protagonist's voice was heard saying that this bear would be immune to her blows after the start of the attack and their tanks should take the blow while the healers supported and healed them. A team of hunters appeared when the commander said that when the bear's immunity disappeared, they would need to release the best fighter, since the hunter with the highest stats should attack this beast and immediately use the counterattack skill. The girl was holding the blade in front of her when she was asked if she had practiced left-handed attacks, and she immediately replied in the affirmative. They immediately rushed to attack. A seal appeared in front of the fighter behind him as he shouted that he would strengthen them. The monster roared, its mouth wide open. His attack hit the girl. Immediately after, a swordswoman appeared in front of the monster. Her eye lit up blue after activating her counterattack ability. Immediately after, the girl found herself behind the enemy. The beast immediately looked back. Minju turned around. A smile appeared on the young man's face after her words that Zone 11 was now free. The mouths of the rest of the fighters opened wide from not understanding how they managed to do this. Smiling, the hero said that they had 50 minutes left to clear the remaining zones. The two fighters held back the monsters when the captain talked about how in the 12th zone, the boss is a ghost and his body is immune to physical attacks, so the swordsmen should just cover the rear, while the mages would have to use their strongest attacking skills. Immediately after, these people were fighting dragons, when the head said that they would begin to hallucinate and the healer would need to use the purification skill, and the rest at this time would not be allowed to approach the monsters, but just attack the boss and retreat. The soldier, standing in front of the others, asked about what was happening, while the second assumed that this person was not just a janitor at all, and immediately the commander's words were heard that they should finally push him away using the appropriate skill and this would be enough to win. The young man was lying on the floor when words were heard from the radio that they were not succeeding. Then the hero asked a question about why it was all of a sudden. Clutching his head with his hand, the protagonist listened to the girl's words that they were already exhausted, and the physical characteristics had already dropped too much. At the same time, the commander wondered what kind of hunters they were if they could not just catch a monster. Leading the others, the leader asked them to wait a little and try not to die. The girl attacked with her blade. Her blow fell on the monster's arm. The monster's eye lit up brightly. The swordswoman gritted her teeth and realized that this was an unusual boss, as it was different from the ones she had killed before. As she jumped away, she thought that this enemy was impenetrable and too fast for his size. However, the opponent grabbed her leg. The swordswoman immediately frowned. The monster slammed her to the ground. Destroyed columns appeared. Blood flowed from her mouth. Someone appeared above her. The hero held out his hand to her. The girl, turning her head, apologized for not being able to cope with this, although it seemed to her that everything would work out. The protagonist, still holding his hand, asked for a sword. The soldier took it in his hands. Looking at the boss, the head realized that he hadn't even expected that there would be a monster of such a high rank in such a place. An open mouth appeared as the skill was activated. Immediately, a system window appeared with unlocking conditions on which he needed to collaborate with other departments. The lock on this notification suddenly enlarged. Immediately after, a message appeared above his head that a discipline skill had been activated. The blade in his hands was covered in glow after being notified that the effect of the skill used by the caster during battle had been increased. The enemy's fist was already heading towards him. The young man raised his blade a little. Immediately after that, the fighter swung for a blow. The attack fell directly on the enemy's body. There was a crack there. The monster, swinging for another blow, screamed. A lot of fragments scattered from his blow. Dust rose right in front of his face. The hero was right in front of him. His blade caught fire after activating the flame skill. The young man plunged his sword into the enemy after being notified that discipline had been used along with fire and counterattack, and his damage had been increased by 6,000%. The monster's eyes widened. A bright explosion lit up the entire battlefield. The hunters, standing next to the girl, tried to understand what kind of person she was. She, smiling, said that he was just an ordinary janitor, and it would be better if no one knew about it, because money, fame, power, hunter skills or weapons did not matter to him. The hero shook off the dirt when the swordswoman said that the only thing he wanted was to work with them. Someone slammed on the table and it became known that recently during a major raid in Yondupo organized by the association, the leader of the group was dismissed, and it also turned out that the man appropriated the bonuses of other hunters. Making a face full of anger, the chief asked what he had done, asking how the leader of the group could have been removed from the raid. Holding his hands behind his back, the man asked for forgiveness. Lowering his head, the subordinate said that, apparently, the guy and the cleaners worked together. The interlocutor furiously shouted that he was an imbecile, asked what he was carrying at all, and added that he should show a man who now does not know that he tried to use the girl. Gesticulating, the man said that everything was wrong, asking why he was putting all the blame on him, because they made a list of conditions together. His hand was on his head. Holding his opponent by the hair, the boss asked that he saw a friend in him, adding that he had forgotten that he was higher in rank. There was horror on the subordinate's face, hearing that he thought that the person would just take and forget that all the people were now discussing his behavior. Pointing his finger, the man said that he should go to the police until no one took any action. The door was open. The young man, looking ahead, said that what was the idea of telling the janitor that he had helped him? Standing in front of the window, the interlocutor addressed by name, while the subordinate replied that he was listening. The girl was holding a bouquet of flowers in her hand while the chief asked if she should be appointed to the position of head of the detachment. A notice of disciplinary action appeared, making it clear that people were brought to disciplinary responsibility. Donbin was removed from the post of leader, and for the hunter this is tantamount to dismissal. People went forward. The man, smiling, said that he knew that she would achieve a lot. In turn, the guy said that now he can boast that he worked with the head of the second task force. The lady's eyes widened. Beginning to cry with happiness, the lady declared that she was so grateful to the boys, and the miss asked why she was crying. Wiping away her tears, the girl said that something got into her eye. Holding the bouquet in her hands, the lady said that when she found out about everything, she almost went crazy. In turn, the man said that he understood her. In the end, the lady asked if she was now in charge. Looking at the miss, the young man replied that of course, after all, she was the leader, so now she was on the same level as Soo-young. In the end, the heroine said that it was not true. After all, they were not of the same level. Closing her eyes, the girl said that the office was a little empty. In turn, a team member said that there was nothing to be done about it, because a lot of people were fired, asking how many hunters were left. Lowering her head, the lady said that there were 17 people left, adding that this was almost the same as an entire team that had been fired, continuing that she did not understand why she was given the honor of becoming a leader. Turning his back, the man said that she should not underestimate herself, and added that she should not think that anyone could take this place, otherwise she would work somehow. In turn, the lady thanked for these words. Holding his stomach, the young man announced that he had become a leader only at 30, while Miss thought that the teacher was sincerely happy for her, adding that, in general, it all happened thanks to them. Even after becoming a leader, she was still on their team. Turning around, the guy said that she should watch her tongue, because you shouldn't say such things here. The girl, in turn, asked why this. Looking down from above, the man said what people might hear, adding that no hunter would want a janitor in his group, much less in the leader's position, and went on to say that he had left the whole group almost out of work. A teammate, entering the room, said that this time they took the shift longer than usual. In turn, the young man said that he was hungry, asking about lunch. Their faces were stunned, saying that there were cleaners in the room. After bowing, people greeted the cleaners. Stars came out of the guy's eyes, saying that his name was Jion, adding that he was from the second group, and asked to be taken care of. Looking at the man said that he did an excellent job in the last raid. Standing in a strange pose, the interlocutor told them to consider them part of the team, continuing that if they needed anything, they were always ready to help. Knitting his eyebrows, the team member asked what was wrong with them. The girl, in turn, said that they were in a great mood. Raising her hand, the lady said that now even the headquarters of the association will not be able to harm the cleanup department, so the teacher can forget all worries, relax and enjoy cleaning. Flowers stood on the table, making it clear that they should already be there. The man, looking ahead, asked who the lady was waiting for. The miss in turn said that she had been told that an assistant would come, and finally the man said that she now occupied an important position. Looking out the window, the teacher noticed that personal assistants are given only to group leaders, adding that at one time he also had an assistant. Shock could be seen in the man's eyes. The girl did not show her eyes, making it clear that Ayon was an assistant. The lady was driving and it was clear that they had been together on the day of the murder. A white silhouette was in the background of the memories, and it became clear that this person was the closest to the teacher after leaving the association. Glancing at the miss, the man asked what the assistant's name was. In turn the girl said that she did not know. Smiling, the teammate said that such a guest should have come early, otherwise they would have to leave soon. The lady, in turn, asked why they didn't sit for a while. In the end, the man made it clear that it would be good, but they needed a shift tomorrow. Bowing, the lady wished him a good day. A doorknob appeared. The man's face was menacing. Looking up through her glasses, the assistant greeted the man, saying that her name was Hyan, and added that she came from the support squad and would be the assistant. The man made a scary face and said that Minju was a girl. Smiling, the girl said to pass, adding that she would help her. In turn, the lady apologized in a trembling voice, adding that she had only recently been accepted into the association. The man, looking at the team member, said that they needed to go faster, because otherwise they would be late. In the end, the interlocutor answered positively. Without showing her face, the lady wished a successful change. In turn, the assistant thought that the guy was scaring her. A high rise appeared. Miss, putting on a tired face, declared that she had no strength. Clenching her palms in her hands, the girl thought that this was too much. After all, she had only been working here for 2 months, until the interlocutor, without showing her eyes, asked about what had happened, assuming that her boss was not as good as it seemed. Ayon stood with the folder in her hands. Looking ahead, the girl asked about the fact that Minju was the leader of her group, adding that the raid of the second group had recently almost gone to waste. Lowering her head, the assistant said that she was a good person. However, it seemed that she was appointed without the knowledge of the general director. In turn, the employee said that she did not seem to be aware that they did not see and did not hear about the general director, that he did not do his job perfectly. A look of surprise appeared on the lady's face, asking if this was true. Folding her hands, Miss asked if she really didn't understand, and added that she wished her success anyway, because she had heard rumors that Minju was on good terms with the janitor squad that was under the supervision of the director, and continued that the guy's name was Jinu. After asking if she knew him, she finally stated that if she was a good girl, maybe she would get to them herself. The girl who had a vein on her face said that she had run into him today and didn't like him at all, adding that he was kind of arrogant, and given that he was in the headmaster's squad, he must love power, continuing that it was scary to even look at him, because his scar on his nose was very creepy. Blood began to flow from the interlocutor's ears when she heard that such a villain most likely never had a girlfriend. Putting a finger to her mouth, Ayon asked if this was true, adding that she thought he was doing a great job because he was able to increase the budget for the group and the department. People were unpacking the parcel. Members of the crew were sitting on the floor, and it became clear that he had scolded the hunters who insulted the cleaners. Putting her hands on her hips, the assistant said that this harms their image, adding that if they encounter a similar problem in the future, she will quickly eliminate it. Without showing her face, the worker agreed. Looking up, the girl asked what kind of person Jinu was. The main character scratched his ear, thinking that it seemed that someone was remembering him. Obstacles appeared. The protagonist was holding a tool in his hand. A friend, looking down, announced that it was promised rain in the afternoon. Looking at the lady, the guy asked that she had a lot of free time, asking that she was not going to work. In turn, the lady asked what he was talking about, because she was working. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that the head of the task force was having fun with a mop with a cleaning team, saying that all members of the team would appreciate it. The man, holding the bag on his shoulder, asked her how she thought they had shredded the monster's body well, while the hunter said that he could not wipe the floor, asking how to remove the stain. The man, standing behind the main character, said that now he would show them everything. Raising her hand, the lady asked who would help her with disinfection. In turn, the guy said that only the team could do it. Taking a rag in his hand, the man said that they could rely on them, because the second task force and the third cleanup team were on the same wavelength. The genie was made by an uninterested person. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked why she had come, adding that he did not think that for the sake of a date with a rag. The girl in turn noticed that quite difficult raids into the dungeons were planned this month. Closing his eyes, the guy told her to lay out what she wanted. In turn, the lady agreed. Suddenly, an image appeared that they had to clear about 50 dungeons, but with the current number of people in the team, this was impossible. In turn, the man noticed that there were really not enough people for such a number of raids. Lowering her head, Miss said that she would have to work with above-average dungeons, and finally the man said that she should listen and remember. An explanation arose that the level of the dungeons for clearing was determined by the headquarters, adding that the association had nothing to do with it, going on to say that if the gate was green, then there might be strong monsters as well. Closing his eyes, Jinnu stated that with their level of training, 3 or 4 people per dungeon would be enough, saying that based on this, they needed to split into 3 teams and conduct clears twice a day, in the morning and in the evening, saying that if they couldn't do it themselves, the support team would help them, but only once. Without showing her face, the girl stated that she would never have guessed this. Holding the notebook in her hands, the lady thanked him, saying that she would be forever indebted to him. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character said that if she had everything, let her just leave, because they would cope with the cleaning themselves. In turn, the lady asked what she was bothering him, asking if she really had a lot of problems. Behind the mist stood an assistant. Holding her hands to her mouth, the girl whispered about whether he knew Ha-young. The lenses of his glasses were white, hearing that he had seen the lady for the first time only yesterday. Smiling, the lady said that they should take a closer look at each other, because, perhaps, she could be the protagonist's girlfriend. Without showing her eyes, the employee said that it was time for the manager to go to the meeting, and in the end the miss said that there was still time, so they would have lunch first. The interlocutor, looking at the subordinate, said that she should go first and take a table in the dining room, adding that it was forbidden to use the telephone in the dungeon. In turn, the assistant said that she would do it, continuing that she would book a table for 9 people, because the cleaners would also come. Looking towards the exit, the man asked about what the student had just said. In the end, the girl stated that it was so, adding that she had to lie because she wanted to discuss something. Looking ahead, the lady asked if he knew anyone from the support department, while Jean asked why she would do that. Gesticulating, the lady said that she had been told that they wanted to see him there, saying that it was strange that the assistant asked to keep it a secret. Suddenly there were memories of how the main character held a walkie-talkie in his hand. The protagonist's eyes were directed downwards, thinking that maybe it was because of the incident with that guy and his group, adding that they would probably ask not to intervene anymore, summing up that in such a case there was no need to look for him. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the man told her to tell her that he would come when there was free time. In turn, the student said that it would be good. Smiling, the lady said that they finished early, so she had lunch. The man, in turn, said that she really treated. A blue portal opened, making it clear that it had happened the next day. The young man, trembling with fear, asked where his brother was, saying that he was afraid. The guy's eyes widened as he heard the voice. The child, looking at what was happening, asked if it was his brother. Crawling across the floor, the creature asked for help. Raising his hand up, the man asked if he was okay. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of the youth's face. The creature had many teeth in its mouth. Tears began to flow from the guy's eyes. A building appeared, making it clear that this afternoon, at about 12 o'clock 30 minutes, a first grader mistakenly wandered into the dungeon, where he was attacked by a monster, and it became clear that, fortunately, the wounds were not fatal. After hospitalization, doctors are monitoring his condition. The young man is lying in a hospital bed. The man, showing his phone, closed his eyes. The head, looking down, said that the civilian population, by definition, is not allowed to enter the dungeon. Hitting the table, the man shouted that he knew everyone knew, but why didn't they put up a fence, saying that it was elementary. Suddenly, there was a memory of how Jinna had saved the boy by letting him know that they had found the boy when they were about to go home. With a face full of anger, the man ordered them to explain it vividly before the news came from every iron, adding that they should confess who had forgotten to do so. The main character, looking down, said that it was him, continuing about how he was supposed to install signs and put up barriers, but he just forgot. Against the background of the girl who was looking at the protagonist, the young man was putting up barriers. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that she should close her mouth while he spoke to the boss. Without showing his eyes, the leader asked what it meant, that it was the mistake of the cleanup team. In turn, the person said that it was his personal mistake, so the responsibility for what happened to that boy lies with him. That this has already happened, and he is simply stating a fact. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character said that he should release him from work tomorrow, adding that he would personally appear before the management and tell about his mistake. Closing his eyes, the man said that he would schedule a meeting tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, continuing that in such a situation, no matter what he said, nothing would save him from punishment. Exhaling, the man said that the conversation was over, ordering them to leave. The girl was trembling. Looking down, the lady asked what he was doing. In turn, the protagonist said that he did not understand anything. Holding out her hand, the lady said that she had seen him put up these fences with her own eyes, asking why he would lie, even if he was trying to protect the team. Opening her eyes wide, the leader said that even if the boy really got into the dungeon by accident, where did the monster come from, if the hunters cleared everyone, adding that it simply does not make sense. Raising her hand, the girl said that it was clearly someone who had set it up, asking why the guy was setting himself up if he was innocent. Suddenly, the lady's face was stunned when she heard that the man didn't care. Looking ahead, the man said that even if, as she says, it was someone who set it up, they have no chance of catching him and exposing him. Closing his eyes, the janitor said that it was clearly not an ordinary employee who was behind this, and they would not have time to find out anything until morning, saying that, therefore, he would be responsible, ordering not to get involved in this. The monster looked ahead maniacally, and it became clear that, as Minju had said, everything was set up, because this monster does not live in dungeons of this level, making it clear that it was deliberately released there. But who did it, and why? Jinwoo gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a system message appeared with the conditions for unlocking the polymorph, and it became clear that it seemed that the main character would be able to get another skill. Sitting at the table, the manager said that this could not happen. The portal flashed blue, and it became clear that even if someone had mistakenly removed the barricade, the child could not have accidentally entered the dungeon half an hour before it closed, and why there was a monster left in the dungeon if the task force had finished its work. The monster was lying on the floor. There are memories of the main character. Looking ahead, the lady thought that it was all set up to frame their squad and teacher. The chief's eyes shone purple. The lady's eyes shone, and it became clear that there was nothing to be done, only to watch. Miss covered her eyes with her hands. The guy, standing in the company of people, said that they had heard about everything, but they believed that it was not true. Knitting his eyebrows, the crew member stated that the man definitely couldn't forget about the fence. Asking why he took the blame, the man in turn said that they would definitely find the person who did it. In the end, the hunter said that, in addition, Jean helped them in the joint raid, so they need to repay the debt. The girl looked ahead. The lady made a serious face. Slamming the table, the lady said that they were now stopping work on all projects because now the second group would be engaged in catching the real criminal, going on to say that even if they did not meet the monthly quota, and announced that people should speak immediately if they were against it. Holding his head, the young man asked when they would stop being haunted by such situations. In turn, the guy said that he could not leave their squad. The boss looked at the worker. Smiling, Ayon greeted the manager, adding that she was the deputy head of the support department. Starting to cry, the assistant said that she had only been working here for 3 days, asking why it had happened now. Folding her hands, the girl said that it was not her fault, and added that they were just unlucky, asking what they were going to do, while the lady said that Jinwoo was going to turn to the news tomorrow. Raising her head, the lady said that it was surprising that he was from the lines of the chairman of the association, but he made such a stupid mistake. In turn, the interlocutor said that this was not true, continuing that maybe the main character took the blame on himself, but Minju claims that he was framed. Making a surprised face, Ayon asked why he had set himself up like that, asking if there were still normal people in this viper. The lady looked down, thinking about whether the protagonist was the same person, because despite the fact that he had connections, he retained his humanity. People appeared as the girl, looking ahead, continued to think that perhaps they could change something in this rotten system. Smiling, the worker said that they would keep it a secret from other groups, because their help would not hurt now. Making a surprised face, the leader asked what brought her here. In turn, the lady said that she wanted to help. Holding her hands behind her back, the deputy said that Hyan had told her everything about what had happened, asking that they were trying to find out the truth, and the girl replied positively. Without showing her face, the worker asked if they were making progress. In the end, the lady stated that they had just started and added that she was going to check the CCTV cameras in the underground area. Smiling, the interlocutor said that it would be a waste of time, because they would not be given access to the records without the police or the chairman of the association. An image of the area appeared while the ally said that he had dug into the reports, and the dungeon was in the Tal district, and added that the cameras were not working that day, stating that they were short on time, and if they did go there, they would simply waste it. Looking ahead, the manager asked what they should do in such a situation. In turn, the employee said that they were lucky, because at the time when everything happened, there was a car with a dashcam turned on nearby. The assistant was surrounded by flames, making it clear that right now Hyan was trying to find that car, because she remembered the number when she went to the dining room to book a table. Showing the document, the girl said that when she found it, they would be able to check everything with this document. Reaching for a sheet of paper, the lady thanked for the help. In turn, the ally said that they should not think that she was helping just like that. A look of surprise appeared on the lady's face, saying that she had only been in charge for 3 days, adding that she did not think she had anything to offer. With her hands folded, the deputy asked about her close relationship with Jinwoo, asking what kind of person he was. The main character appeared against the background of the girl, saying that there were a lot of rumors around him, continuing that he was an independent hunter, a spy for a private firm, and even a protege of the chairman of the association himself, saying that she was interested in what of this was true. Surprise appeared on the interlocutor's face, saying that it was the first time she had heard about this. Ayon made a stupid face. Looking at the people, the girl asked if they really didn't know anything, adding that the entire headquarters was only talking about this. In turn, the head said that she didn't have many friends in the association. The deputy's face was stunned, thinking that she knew him only as an employee from the cleanup department. The crew members looked at the lady. The girl did not show her face. A blush appeared on the leader's face. Smiling, the worker said that she would help them after all, adding that in return they would get to know Jinwoo. Holding the phone to her ear, the lady asked Hyan to try to find that car as quickly as possible. In turn, the student said that the second group was already on their way. Doors appeared. Looking ahead, the main character said that he bought clothes for the press conference. Holding the phone in his hand, the protagonist asked about what had happened. In turn, the miss asked if he had called Minju, since she still did not pick up the phone. Making a stunned face, the girl listened to the fact that maybe she was in a dungeon or in a raid. In turn, the lady replied that she should not be there, but she was not at work. In the end, the man said that she should not worry, because this happens to managers, while the employee said that she also wanted to believe that nothing had happened, but she had recently received a message from her. High-rises stood at sunset. Horror froze on the man's face as he heard that she had written that she would definitely help him, adding that if she didn't make it in time, the worker should dissuade the guy. His finger pressed the red button, signaling that Jean needed to go. Holding the phone, the protagonist thought about what Minju was up to. Knitting his eyebrows, the man asked what she was doing now. Looking ahead, the student said that she was going to Taejun, while the man asked why she was going there, since they do not work there. The car drove along the road while the girl said that she was going to find evidence of his innocence, continuing that on the day of the incident, there was a car in front of the entrance to the dungeon, where the dashcam worked, stating that they were already halfway, so she thought they would have time by evening. Veins slipped through the janitor's face, saying that he had asked her not to climb. The main character stood against the background of many memories, asking to send him a photo of that car, thinking that he would never let it find evidence. The protagonist did not show his face. A finger appeared that pressed the red button. The guy began to bang his head on the road surface. The young man, making a stunned face, asked if he was feeling bad. The notification made it known that the user was on alert. Smoke was coming from the man. The system's message gave information that the activation of a skill called hyperacceleration had begun. A blue beam appeared. The blue light went in the same direction as the cars. A flash appeared. The man was covered in a blue glow. A hospital appeared. Looking ahead, Ayoung stated that he was from a Korean association. The guy turned around, listening to the question of whether he was a relative of the boy. Turning away, the man said that he had nothing to talk about with her. Knitting her eyebrows, the worker said that a press conference on the case was scheduled for tomorrow morning, adding that the case was still under investigation but that it was clear that the janitor had nothing to do with it, going on to say that if he did not meet them halfway, an innocent person would suffer. Smiling, the young man said that it was excellent. The man's eyes began to glow purple, declaring that he would only be happy if his end came to him. The car was parked in one of the parking lots in the city of Taejun. The man, sitting in the car, said that he would have chicken for dinner today. Suddenly, Jin's bloody face appeared. The main character, looking down, said that he was from the association, adding that he hoped that he would agree to help. Looking at what was happening, the man asked what he needed, adding that he was an ordinary citizen. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy asked what the person was doing. Getting out of the car, the citizen asked what he was doing with his recorder. In turn, the guy said that the guys from the operational department would soon arrive and pay for the damage. The man began to bang his head on the asphalt again. A blue ray appeared. A member of the team, pointing his finger, said that they needed the right car. Holding out her hand, the girl said that they were hunters from the association. Making a face full of hatred, the man said that first he, and now they came, asking what they all needed from him, asking the question of whether he could sue them. Surprised, the lady asked for forgiveness. In turn, the guy said that they were late, because someone had already taken the receptionist. Drops of sweat appeared on the leader's face, thinking that all the evidence was also there, continuing about how far their opponent was going to go. A medical center appeared. The worker was standing in front of the guy. Making a serious face, the girl asked what his words meant, asking that someone had ordered him to do this. Looking ahead, the man stated that he had been fired because of the protagonist, and said that he would not listen to the association's orders after that. Turning around, the man said that no one had apologized to him or his brother, adding that she had come to talk about orders, while the deputy said that he was trying to take action and sort things out. Turning his head, the guy said that this was a show-off, making it clear that he had nothing more to discuss with the association. The patient, looking at Ayon, whispered that this girl was from the association. The old man in turn said that the younger brother of this guy seemed to have suffered. In the end, the woman asked if she had come to talk about something. The door handle appeared. Entering the room, the man spoke about the stupidity of the lady and associations. Looking ahead, the young man asked if they couldn't stop all this, adding that he didn't like to sit in the hospital all day, and he didn't like getting shots every day either. The man's eyes lit up purple, asking that the boy had forgotten about the agreement, continuing that they had agreed that he would help, making it clear that it would be over tomorrow, so the guy should sit quietly. The man held the boy by the shoulders when he heard the voice. Climbing through the window, Jean said that if he had just walked by, it would hardly have come to this. Looking at the villain, the main character realized that an ordinary person, and even more so a child, is not able to remove a heavy barrier, stating that he also thought of moving the monster to the cleared dungeon, because for a former hunter it is quite simple. Looking at the boy, the protagonist said that he wanted to take revenge on him using his brother. A stunned look appeared on the boy's face, thinking that his older brother was taking revenge on his savior. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy said that he was to blame, because he knew the feeling when you lose your job, adding that it was also because of the janitor, asking that he at least understood how it was when they did not even have parents. Without showing his eyes, the man asked who started this. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the interlocutor said that he forgave him. Smiling, the man thought that tomorrow he will be able to unlock a new skill, so there is no need to mess with the villain, because it is thanks to him that the skill will be unlocked. Going out the window, the janitor said that it was time for him, adding that he should try not to do anything until tomorrow. Without showing his face, Jean told him not to try to get revenge on him because it would end badly, and went on to talk about him treating his brother well. The guy's face looked stunned. Getting to his feet, the boy said that he had forgiven them. There were a lot of people, and it was clear that the next day had come. The protagonist was standing near the microphones. Closing his eyes, the man stated that his name was Jinu and he was a dungeon cleaner, and added that first of all, he apologized to the boy who was injured yesterday. The boss watched as the guy said that he would not make excuses, because the lack of barriers was his mistake. Looking ahead, the man said that, therefore, all responsibility for this incident lies entirely with him. The man, hiding his face, said that it was all his fault. Looking at his colleague, Jin Woo asked about what had happened, while the man stated that Hyun had told him about the press conference. Raising his hand, the main character said that he had already told about everything. In turn, the boss said that he should leave as soon as possible. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that he had done a lot for them, so the leader asked to cover for him. In the end, the protagonist asked about all this charity. Looking ahead, the man said that he was the head of the third cleanup group, and, as a leader, he took full responsibility, continuing that as long as the guy was a member of the team, he would be responsible for all his mistakes. Without showing his face, the young man said whether they were all really to blame, saying that as colleagues they also took responsibility for what happened. Soyeon, looking ahead, also said that she was taking responsibility. In turn, her colleague did the same. In the end, the main character asked where they were climbing. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl stated that as Gina's protector, she would take full responsibility. The man in turn said that his younger colleague's mistake was his fault. A vein appeared on the face of the main character, thinking that why are they climbing if they don't know anything, adding how he even got to this. The journalist raised his hand and asked if they were claiming that the responsibility lay with the entire cleaning team. The protagonist, without showing his face, listened as people tried to shift the blame onto themselves. There were comments that made it clear that it had grown into a show. Pushing his colleagues aside, the guy told everyone to shut their mouths. Making a scary face, the man said that the journalist should write down that it was Jin's mistake. The leader, looking ahead, said that it was not his fault, because she was the head of the second task force, adding that the boy had something to say. The young man, lowering his head, said that it was he who pushed back the barrier and went to the dungeon, because he was interested. Without showing his face, the guy said that he himself was to blame for everything. People began to consult. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl said that the third squad from the cleanup department was not responsible for this incident, because they had set up the barrier as always. The man in the raincoat asked why he said this, asking whether they would believe him. In turn, the man said that children usually lied badly. Ayon, making a face full of condescension, drew the guy's attention to the fact that he did not say about him, and claimed that he did everything himself. In turn, the brother said that this boy was very good. Starting to cry, the villain said that he had behaved badly using his younger brother, asking why he did not tell about him. Ushav, the man said that he had to tell the truth. Looking away, the young man turned to his brother. Suddenly there was a memory of the boy standing with the boy. The young man burst into tears. A leg appeared. Looking ahead, the brother asked if he would now go to prison, while the man said that he should answer for what he had done. Closing his eyes, the man said that it was all because of him. Putting his hand on his brother's head, the villain said that the younger one should hold on, and he would soon return. Hugging the boy, the guy said that he should eat well and not swear at his friends, and most importantly, that he should not get sick. Smiling, the young man told him to take care of himself too. A notification was displayed that the condition was not met. Looking at the window of the system, the main character thought that this was the end. Applying hyperacceleration, Gina carried the girl away. Holding a sword in his hands, the protagonist used a skill called Fire. The guy's eyes sparkled under the influence of discipline. The blue window made it clear that the conditions for unlocking the skill were the increased interest of ordinary citizens in the cleaning squad. Leaning against the wall, the man thought about the fact that he now had 4 skills unlocked, adding that during the performance, he thought that nothing would work out due to the team's mutiny. But this mess attracted even more attention, because the public was not initially interested in the incident. There were 575 spectators on the broadcast. The number of viewers on the broadcast continued to increase. A lot of comments appeared. The girl was surrounded by flowers. With 35,411 viewers on the broadcast, it became clear that this world is terribly unfair. The man looked ahead, thinking that people showed interest in the cleaning squad just because of one video, although thanks to Soyeon, he would be able to unlock a new skill. Closing the door, the man said that he was very busy, and asked why she called him. In turn, the girl said that he still came. Smiling, the manager said that she had said that there was someone who wanted to meet him, and the worker said in turn that she was glad to meet him. Ayon, holding out her hand, stated that she was the deputy head of the support department. Suddenly, memories appeared against the background of the man's face. Smiling, the lady asked about Jin not going to shake hands, adding that it was quite difficult to stand like that. The girls looked different. Stretching out his hand, the man thought that he should be on the alert, because she was a witness and a suspect in his death. There was a handshake while the lady talked about how she had heard a lot about him, because the speech at the press conference was impressive. In turn, The main character thanked the miss. Putting her hand on her knee, the worker said that after all the rumors about him, she imagined someone more charismatic. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if it mattered. In turn, the girl said that she had come just to talk. Smiling, the lady said that she wanted to ask directly, asking how far he was going to go. Looking into the eyes of the interlocutor, the man asked what she meant. In the end, the deputy said how high he wanted to climb the career ladder. In turn, the man asked what she was getting at. Without changing her posture, Ayon stated that if he had big ambitions, she would help him remove the headmaster. Closing her eyes, the lady said that she wanted to change the association from within, adding that this was a necessity, and not just her whim, asking that he knew that before the guy appeared, the cleanup department could not even use the canteen. Putting on a serious face, the employee said that the support department was not far from them in this regard, making it clear that they were considered a lower caste at headquarters, and continued that then he appeared and turned everything upside down. The man looked at the interlocutor. Knitting his eyebrows, the janitor asked what she wanted him to use to get his chiefs fired from the headquarters. Without showing emotion, the deputy said that she did not say this, saying that she just wanted to change something. With a menacing expression, Jean said that he thought that was what she meant. Frozen against the purple haze, the girl said that if he understood it this way, there was nothing she could do. The rivals competed. Putting her hands on the sofa, the lady said that she did not yet know how they would act in the future, but she hoped he did not mind if they also involved hunters, because the more trump cards they had, the better, adding that it would clearly be easier for him with their support. The manager, looking at the interlocutor, asked whether the deputy head can solve such issues. Leaning on her arm, the employee said that she could do more than that. The weapon lay on a white background, making it clear that their department could help with the necessary equipment. Without showing her face, Ayon assumed that the operations department would not be able to offer that either, while the protagonist thought that he knew why she was so confident about it, even though she was not the director since her father was a member of the association. A man appeared above the girl. The lady looked at the person, making it clear that the lady had received the position of director at such a young age thanks to her father, and these two were the main pillars of the association. Miss looked at the chair, making it clear that this period did not last long. The worker stood next to the chair, and it was clear that 5 years later her father was dismissed from his post, and after the reform in the village branch, they fell in the eyes of high officials. Ayon looked down, having lost all power and becoming the protagonist's assistant. The man leaned on his hand, thinking that it had something to do with the man's dismissal. The group was happy. Standing up, the main character thanked for the offer, but he is forced to refuse. Standing up after the protagonist, the girl asked that he did not like the conditions, because he needed to continue doing what he was already doing. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he would do without her help. In turn, the lady asked if he was sure, asking what had happened. Knitting his eyebrows, the man thought that he believed that she was the one who ordered him, but he did not want to believe it. Turning around, the man said that he had never had a desire to change the association or take the position. The deputy's face was stunned as she listened to the guy need to work. The girl raised her hand and greeted Gina. The boss told him to hurry. Smiling, the man asked if they could proceed, while the man asked that Sang-hyuk had not yet arrived. Closing his eyes, the manager said that he was on vacation from today. In turn, the main character asked why he left so suddenly. In the end, the man said that his sister came to Korea, and they had not seen each other for a long time, so he asked for a day off. With his hand on his chin, the chief stated that she was a hunter from an international association, adding that she seemed to be here for work, but he did not know the details, stating that Sang-hyuk had no one but her, so he decided to give him a vacation instead of a day off. Grinning, the protagonist thought that he was a janitor, and his sister had become a cool hunter, saying that he imagined how it hurt him. Putting his hands in his pockets, the guy said that the three of them would have to work. Looking ahead, the man asked where the solution was, while Jin-woo said that he was next to Soyeon. In the end, the girl said that she would hand it over in a second. The boss, holding the bag in his hands, asked if the main character took the equipment. In turn, the cleaner asked if the lady took everything. Turning around, the guy asked about who he was, while the man said that he was used to having 4 of them, but forgot that Sang-hyuk was on vacation. The man eventually stated that from today on, he would cover their group's work for the press. Making a serious face, the man asked why no one had contacted them. In turn, the guy thought about what they knew, because the headquarters had given permission. Knitting his eyebrows, Jinu asked why a journalist was so suddenly put in front of them. A blush appeared on the man's face, saying that after the press conference, a lot of people were interested in them, adding that there were so many things being said about them, because they brought a lot of benefits to the association, but people did not really understand what they were doing. People were looking at one point. Making a sad face, the journalist said that he decided to take advantage of this and write an article. The girl, looking at her boss, said that it was not a bad idea, because it would be good for them if people knew what they were doing, adding that if the journalists wrote a lot of good things about them, then newcomers would come to them. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that this is not something that people can like, because everything can get worse. In turn, the main character agreed. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes opened wide. Standing in front of the journalist, the man asked that after the article, newcomers would come to them. In turn, the man said that, of course, he could not give a guarantee. Closing his eyes, the man said that he would try to write the article well. Making a terrible expression on his face, the guy said that he should write about them in as much detail as possible so that everyone would want to become cleaners, adding that if he agreed, they would not be against his article. Grinning, the journalist cried out that then they could count on him, because he would write such a thing that even children would want to get a job with him. Suddenly, a system window appeared, which gave an understanding of the conditions for unlocking a skill called excessive damage. The high-rise stood under the sun. The director, closing his eyes, doubted that it was possible to write well about the cleaners, because all they do is come to the dungeon and dismember the corpses of monsters. In turn, the subordinate said that he would not have guessed, adding that he was very smart. Folding his hands, the man said that they would consider that this was their opportunity to feel important. Looking ahead, the man suddenly remembered something, and in turn the interlocutor asked what was the matter. Knitting his eyebrows, the boss said that he did not remember whether he had warned that a journalist would come to them. Dust swirled in the air as the workers cleaned the dungeon. Sanchan hung around the team, asking them a lot of questions, and this made the main character very angry. He gritted his teeth and thought that he tolerated this impudent man just because of his article, because a good article should attract recruits. The crowd then approached the monster. The journalist opened his mouth wide and asked what the cleaners were going to do. Hyunseong licked the knife and replied that they would dismember the corpse, and that was his favorite part of the job. He then plunged the blade into the monster's body, asking if the man wanted to try it. The monster changed to a teddy bear. Then the toy was torn. Blood splattered onto Sunchang's face. He fell to the floor and screamed loudly in fear. The cleaners smiled ominously, saying that he should be more careful, because there was a risk of running into trouble in the dungeon. The journalist lay down like a corpse, and the workers called him in fright. The protagonist smiled and thought that all these horrible pictures would not appear in the article. The man was covered in sweat, asking for information about their work. The guy looked to the side and said that this information would be enough. He bit his finger in an attempt to think of what other advantages there were in their profession. Suddenly, the young man turned around when Junt asked if he had already received the money, because today was his first salary. The main character immediately furrowed his brows and presented a wad of money. He grinned and thought that money could be interesting even in a lousy job. His account was more than 3.5 million won. The guy opened his mouth in shock and thought that this was 100 times less than hunters were paid. Junt said with a smile that this month they received more than before, and even with a bonus. The journalist looked intently at the hunter's phone. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that no one would go to work for that kind of money, even at gunpoint, and the article would not help them at this rate. He forced a smile and lied that their squad was paid twice a month. Sanchan smiled happily and replied that he thought so. He closed his eyes and asked if the cleaners were paid about 7 million, to which the young man replied positively. Employees approached him and asked why he lied, because if the truth became known, they would never recruit new employees. The guy's eyes looked in different directions, and drops of sweat dripped down his cheeks. Sanjang opened his mouth in surprise when Hyunsung said that he was not joking and was telling the truth. Suyun was in the office. Minju closed his eyes, saying that the behavior of the main character could not be justified in any way. He crossed his arms and decided that they should stay away from this psycho. Suddenly it was he who entered the office, and the director began to cry. The man closed his eyes and asked what brought the hunter here. The protagonist furrowed his brows and demanded an increase in his salary. Minju was sweating, saying that he had only been working for a month and their contract had not expired yet. Hyunsung looked down and said that he wanted a double salary. Fury appeared on the director's face. He put his hand on his forehead and asked what was the reason for such a request, to which the guy replied that even taking into account the bonus, the salary did not correspond to the work done. He added with a serious face that he was asking to raise payments to all members of the squad. The man gritted his teeth in anger. Veins appeared on his face and said that this is unacceptable even in ordinary companies. This is unacceptable. The young man furrowed his brows, thinking that Minchul had strong nerves. It was dark outside the window, and the director said that it was not in his power, and this matter should be decided by the board of directors. He closed his eyes and said that he didn't understand why Hyunseon was bullying him like that. However, he really couldn't decide it on his own. The main character was covered in sweat, and thought that he was rushing things a little. He failed to unlock 2 skills at once. Suddenly, someone came into the room and called for Minchul. The director immediately jumped up and looked away. Dusik smiled broadly when he saw that his colleague had a guest. The guy bowed, saying that he was just about to leave. He turned when someone called out to him. The general director suddenly took a photo with him. He then explained with a laugh that he was a fan of the hunter. The young man was covered in sweat and thought that Dusik was one of the most influential figures in the association. He imagined Nayeon running after idols. Standing in front of the janitor, the CEO said that the entire headquarters knows about him. He held up one finger and said that he was now even secretly in charge of the second task force. There were stars in the sky. Dusik smiled broadly, saying that Hyunsung could contact him directly for a pay raise. The main character covered himself with sweat, asking the man for a favor, but he replied that he could not decide anything on his own. The guy furrowed his brows and came to the conclusion that Dusik wanted something from him. The man looked down and said that the first task force had been allocated about 100 dungeons, and most likely Minju would hand it all over to Soo-young. The young man stood in front of the director, saying that he was not working with the second task force, because he was just a janitor. Dusig closed his eyes and asked him to show a good result together with the squad, and then it would be a good reason to raise the salary. The man introduced the team and said that they needed to overtake the first group in terms of results. He furrowed his brows and added that in this case he could guarantee a positive outcome. Hyun-sung opened his mouth in stunned and thought that he had made a wave. A couple of days later, the cleaners looked away. Their faces were excited. Minju covered herself in sweat and asked what had brought their master here. The guy furrowed his brows and invited them to join forces and show the best result. Minju lowered her head and suggested that they wouldn't even be able to fulfill the plan this month, and that the first group was actively helped by Minju, and the third group was allocated the finances of a freelance hunter. The main character put his hands in his pockets and replied that he wants his team to kill everyone this time, and he will help them with this. He has a plan. The hunters opened their mouths in shock when Jean said that they should at least try it because they could prove that they shouldn't be treated with disdain. He furrowed his brows and asked if they were willing to show who the main bear in the den was. The girl opened her eyes wide and replied that they could not help but be ready, since the teacher himself told them about it. The students with confident faces shouted that they had no reason to refuse when such an experienced ranker offered them help. The guy with a serious expression on his face said that their squad also had to fulfill their plan, because no one relieved them of their duties as cleaners. Minju clenched her hand into a fist as the young man said that they had to create a perfect tandem with a calibrated balance of each of them's actions. Jean touched his head and awkwardly said that there was something he wanted to ask for. Ayon sighed and replied that he had refused her help at first, and now he was asking for it. She raised one eyebrow and asked if he knew how upset it was for her, and if it had been another person, she wouldn't have lifted a finger. She asked with a smirk if the protagonist understood that he was trying to get on the bus that had left, but she still did not refuse to help him. The guy was covered in sweat and thought that they would not be able to cope if they acted only by the efforts of two groups, so he had to spit on his pride and ask for help from the deputy. Ayon, with a warm smile, asked what kind of help was required from her. Her eyes widened and covered in sweat as Jean told her that they had to do a better job than the rest of the teams, so they needed to be equipped with weapons and consumables that would change every 2 days. The young man was drawing on the board, continuing to put forward his demands, when suddenly the girl shouted that it was possible to organize the work of the two squads normally without all this. The protagonist furrowed his brows and asked if she thought he was doing it just because he was working in a supposedly non-prestigious job. Everyone opened their mouths in shock when he admitted that he just wanted to destroy this terrible leader and was not going to lose to the fools who think that the number of people in the group is everything. The young man raised one finger and announced that they would be the first. The deputy furrowed her brows in displeasure and said that even when united, they were very far behind them in terms of awareness. The hunter looked at his watch and said that his intuition told him that a dungeon would open very soon. Suddenly, everyone turned around when San-chan entered the room. The man sweated from embarrassment and asked if the cleaners would lead such a large-scale raid. The faces of all the hunters became puzzled. Suddenly they were all shaken with a loud sound. There was black smoke outside the window, and the protagonist explained that it was because of the dungeon he mentioned. The cleaners followed the young man to arrange a cleanup. Ayon arched her eyebrows as Jean Woo said that he relied on the support department. The light burned brightly in the tall building. The girl stood in front of the screens, ordering her subordinates to cover as many CCTV cameras as possible. The deputy looked at the guy and shouted that if they delayed, the work schedule of the teams would be disrupted. She opened her eyes wide and shouted even louder that the control room should know where to get more weapons and devices. She ordered the employee to steal the items. The frightened girl covered herself in sweat and asked if her boss was sure that everything would be fine. Ayoung smirked and replied that she didn't care. She took all the responsibility. She wouldn't miss the chance to humiliate Minju and Soo-young. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. An army of armed skeletons could be seen. Minju jumped back. She leaned closer to the ground, sliding over it. Jean furrowed his brows and assumed that the enemies were made of metal. They were as tough as a giant ogre. The opponent's eyes shone brightly, and the main character reported that their weak point is their sixth vertebrae, so they should be hit from behind. The hunters looked up, and Minju yelled that the comrades should only attack when they were sure. The girl rushed forward, shouting loudly. She waved her hand and destroyed the small skeleton. She squatted down and called her friend. Minju jumped into her arms. Then the huntress immediately found herself at the top. A green beam of magic struck directly into the enemy's forehead. Magi released their power by activating the Alicinos light skill. The girl was approaching the monster. Her weapon shone dazzlingly. The skeleton opened its jaws wide. Then the huntress waved her hand, cutting off his head. The skull fell down, and the guy thought that this was very good for a new leader who had grown a lot in combat training. Then he looked to the side. A huge bony hand slammed into the ground. Minju covered herself in sweat and called out loudly to her teacher. Dust kicked up, and the protagonist said it was a big surprise. A sharp sword lay on the ground. The protagonist stepped on the hilt and activated the skill. The weapon flew towards the young man, and a purple aura appeared around him. The monster opened its mouth wide and screamed ferociously. The sword shone brightly as it used the hyper-acceleration skill. He waved his leg and shouted loudly. The purple beam attacked the enemy. Jinna looked to the side and called for his boss. The old man said with a smile that now it was their turn. He was flying a drone, shouting that the support department did a great job. Suddenly, the device broke down. The janitor blushed and asked if they could keep the cutters, since one would be enough for 10 dungeons. Ian, walkie-talkie in hand, reported that the next dungeon had been spotted in the Seocho area, and they had already sent equipment and people there. The main character said with a smirk that at this rate they were secured first place. The sun shone on the tall building. The two hunters expressed completely opposite emotions. The worker held the documents in his hands, saying that Jinwa's squad had reduced the difference in results. The man jumped up and screamed loudly in rage. At this moment, Ayon tried to take the tool away from the enchanted hunter. The first task force fought the monster. Suyin shouted loudly into the walkie-talkie for these fools to use their skills. He gritted his teeth in anger and ordered the squad to hurry. Jean furrowed his brows and said that this monster would become stronger over time, so it was worth dealing with it as soon as possible. Swordsmen and archers attacked the enemy. The main character called an ally and said that they still had enough time, so they could rest for now. The third cleanup group stood in front of the lizard. Soo-young and Minju were furious, and the protagonist sneered. The chief furrowed his brows in shock when the worker reported that the hunters from the second group and the cleaners from the third group had united, and the support department was covering their rear. He gritted his teeth in anger and assumed that the CO had a hand in this as well, along with Ayon. He introduced the faces to Jean, Minju, and the deputy. The subordinate furrowed his brows and said that even if the CEO was involved, such an association could become a leader. Minchell folded his hands and ordered the oxygen to be cut off to these scoundrels. The head of the department for the control of the work of the detachments smiled awkwardly and replied that he would do it. The chief grimaced with rage and ordered that no more permission be given to them to clear the dungeons. Veins bulged out on his face, and he added that these freaks from the second group could no longer be given work. The gadget sparkled and cracked. Jinna held the walkie-talkie in his hand, saying that 5 dungeons a day would be enough for now, and for now they would save their strength, and then in the end they would give their best. He looked at the journalist and said that anyone could do such a job. The man arched his eyebrows and reminded him that the equipment would have to be returned anyway. The main character put his hands on Sanchin's shoulders. He closed his eyes and said that the cleanup department needed new workers and help. The young man looked at the walkie-talkie and thought that they had come this far anyway because of him. Ayon furrowed her brows and said that she had urgent news. The hunter looked at the walkie-talkie, and the girl added that they had just received information that the first group had obtained a license for all dungeons. Jean gritted his teeth furiously and thought that something strange was going on there. The deputy looked directly, saying that the number of hunters in the first group is now 3 times more than it was. The mages fought with fire. The janitors wiped their tracks after the battle, but they could not cope. The main character was covered in sweat and thought that the time for cleaning is limited, and people may simply not have time. Workers were clearing the mess in the dungeon, and the hunter thought that their squad should also be engaged in cleaning these dungeons. Everyone looked at the guy and asked what they should do. Jean furrowed his brows and thought that if they didn't take first place this time, they wouldn't get a good salary, much less a good article. Everyone looked at him in fear as he thought that the first group would soon reach their limit, and if they tried, they would be able to catch up with them. The hunters looked at the monster, and the protagonist decided that now the main problem is that some dungeons may remain uncleaned, and in such dungeons even a protective mask will not save. Suddenly, the monster stood up and roared, which was fraught with the fact that the cleaners would have to work where there would be living monsters. The workers furrowed their brows tensely. Jean brought the walkie-talkie to his mouth and addressed the support team. The light came in through the large windows. Functional Change Management Association in Yangdongpo. Suddenly, a notification appeared on the phone that 3 uncleared dungeons had been discovered in Seoul. The bearded man slammed his fist on the table and shouted loudly that he would not turn a blind eye to this outrage just because of Minchell's status. Secretary Yu covered herself with sweat as she looked at the enraged boss. Suddenly, Ayon opened the door. The man furrowed his brows and reminded her that he had asked her not to come here after hours. The girl replied with a smile that she had come on business. She raised her hand to her face when the CEO pointed out her lack of manners, and the deputy reminded him that he didn't even wash the dishes after himself. He furrowed his brows indignantly as Ayon said that they didn't need to make a fuss just because of a couple of uncleared dungeons. Workers were cleaning the cave while the girl said that they were working on this together with the second and third groups and the support team. The director opened his mouth in shock and asked what that meant. The deputy presented her face to Jean and relayed his words that they had lost the battle, but not the war. Then she turned around and asked if the boss wanted to meet with the main character himself. The girl showed a brush and explained that she was leaving because she was busy and had a lot of work. The doors closed loudly. The man laughed and called them fools. He wiped the tears from his eyes and wondered if the young man's words meant that they were going to go around everyone next time. The secretary approached the director and he ordered her to contact the chairman of the association and assemble a disciplinary committee. Then he went to the door and said that the cleaners seemed to be going to kill Minchul. The lights were bright in the office. Minchul trembled with anger, asking what the consequences would be if they stopped the operation now. The guy covered himself with sweat and replied that this could cause a storm of indignation not only among other squads, but also on the board of directors. The man lowered his head as Cha added that they would become enemies for everyone else. Jangyan gritted his teeth and thought that it was too late to try to fix it now. He regretted getting involved in this matter. Suddenly, the worker threw open the door and shouted that they didn't seem to have to cancel the raids because the second task force and the support team had been sent to clean up. The secretary said with a smile that in this case, no one prevents you from continuing to clear the dungeons. He turned to the headmaster and shouted that luck was now on their side, and they would be able to defeat the second group. Chanhyun was covered in sweat and thought that they had no luck and had literally been robbed of their chance to make amends. Suddenly, the young man froze and covered himself with drops of sweat, realizing that they had screwed up. A knife plunged into the enemy's body. The janitors were working in the dungeon. Ion looked to the side and asked why she couldn't cut the monster, to which Minju replied that she needed to make incisions in certain places. She took the weapon and said that now she had time to wash off all the blood, so she would not be able to help, but she would show what to do. The girl put the pieces of the monster on the floor and said that the deputy was doing a great job for the first time. They looked at each other. Ion asked where the leader of the squad got such knowledge, and she replied that she had once helped the cleaners. The deputy turned pale and asked why it was without her, although they did not even know each other then. Then she smiled and explained that she was just joking. Jinwoo approached them and told them to finish their work because they needed to leave the dungeon before it closed. They went to the exit, saying that they did a great job. The main character was covered in sweat and replied to the leader of the squad that he was fine. He then looked at the light and added that he had promised them the first place, but they had to retreat due to circumstances, and he felt guilty as they had to sweat. Minju smiled broadly and asked if the guy was worried, and he blushed in shame. The other janitors opened their mouths in surprise, and the girl said that without the protagonist, everything would be the same, but he gave them hope. The girls calmed Hyan as the leader said that any squad that wanted to take first place would first go to the cleaning team for help. They walked towards the exit, saying that now they had 4 times as much work to do. The young man held a bag on his shoulder while the girls behind said that they could not stop and would work the night shift. Jinna smiled. They stopped. The light was blinding. The CEO smiled broadly and apologized for being late. The main character opened his mouth in shock, and the man said that even the rats in the association already know what happened. The guy was covered in sweat when he added that the dispatch team had withdrawn all prohibitions on clearing dungeons. The director said with a smile that now they are in second place. The other janitors shouted happily, and the ranker thought that he wouldn't be able to unlock a new skill if they weren't the first. There are system notifications about the conditions for unlocking abilities. Jean gritted his teeth angrily when the man said that they had won after all. He furrowed his brows and added that if they had failed, the irreparable would have happened, and he planned to hold Minchul accountable to the fullest extent of the association statutes. The director put his hand on the shoulder of the main character and asked him to come to his office as soon as he had free time. The young man furrowed his brows and thought that it was too obvious that the uniform of the headquarters was planned, so it was not worth going there. The cleaners turned around and said goodbye. Ione put her hands on her waist and reminded them that they should have a feast before leaving. The janitors approached the protagonist and asked if he was going to miss this. The guy covered himself with sweat and replied that it was very difficult for him to be with them. Clouds floated in the dark sky. The crew was drinking alcohol. Their faces were already red. The director general sat at the head of the table, and after the latest incident, a disciplinary commission was convened at headquarters. Soo-young turned around. He justified himself, saying that he hadn't pushed the first group to do this, and it worked, so he only received a warning. Minchul furrowed his brows. His performance was quite a spectacle, and his salary was significantly reduced. A notice of disciplinary action was visible. Soo-young looked at the phone. He was reprimanded. A cup of tea was on the table. The protagonist furrowed his brows and asked why he had been called here. Ione looked at him indignantly, and reminded him that he never gave her the reward for working together. He called her mercantile with a smile, and she shouted furiously that she didn't want to listen to it. Jinwoo then asked with a serious face if she had helped him at the request of her father Dusik. The deputy smiled and replied that she had her own reasons. The young man looked awkwardly to the side and explained that he had accidentally heard that it was her father during dinner. Ione looked directly and assumed that after what had happened, the employees would definitely not be ignored. The guy closed his eyes and said that they had arrogantly interfered in the showdown between the groups of hunters, but at least they were able to help the second group take second place. Suddenly he opened his mouth in shock when the girl explained that the object of envy was not the second group, but his squad. She crossed her arms and said that second place was a good result, and without the ban on clearing, they would have taken first. The cleaners were working in the cave, and the deputy added that they managed to rally and everyone in the association was shocked by this. Jinwoo furrowed his brows and asked if it had anything to do with their arrangement. Ione with a stern look and said that they were going to hire another cleaning team. She closed her eyes and assumed that this incident had made it clear to the associations how important janitors were, and preparations for the formation of a new squad were already in full swing. She said with a smile that it was time to return to her reward and asked the protagonist to select people for a new squad of cleaners. The young man with an angry face reminded him that he had no authority to do so. He opened his mouth in shock when the girl announced that he had been promoted and was no longer an ordinary janitor. She smiled when the hunter asked what would happen to Chief Puck. Ayon presented the scheme and said that in light of recent events, the association has created a new position, cleaning manager. Jean opened his mouth in shock when he learned that Mr. Park would take the position. He put his hands on the table, saying that he definitely did not need to be a manager. The young man was covered in sweat and thought that the offer to become a squad leader was not so bad, and he would need a certain status to unlock the next skills. The main character touched the bridge of his nose and came to the conclusion that the leader of the squad is a rather boring position. The deputy crossed her arms and explained that she had nothing to do with hiring employees. She smiled and asked if the protagonist wanted a new worker to join his squad. The guy smiled, saying that there was no need to search, because soon those who wanted to come to them would ask to see them. The girl covered herself in sweat and asked if he meant the newcomers. Jinwoo closed his eyes and mentioned the journalist he had asked to write a decent article about the cleanup squad. Ayon crossed her arms and said that the article had already been published. The hunter took the phone in his hand. Suddenly his face twisted with anger. There was a headline in the news about the cleaners and the association CEO. The journalist held a paper in his hand while the squad worked. The article said that they dismembered the corpses of monsters every day and removed their remains, and in the process of work they encountered poisons and other things. Jean plunged a knife into the body of a monster. Sanchan wrote in an article that everyday work is exhausting due to the intensity of work. The main character furrowed his brows. As it turned out, dismembering and collecting corpses is not all the work of cleaners. The students opened their mouths in amazement. Due to the heavy busyness of the other hunters, the protagonist planned and supervised the joint work with other departments. The team members smiled broadly. The article said that they are the backbone of the entire association, which ensures the efficiency and quality of work in the dungeons. There were sparks in the girl's eyes. The team needed the most capable and talented workers. The hunter opened his mouth wide. They had a small salary. He raised his hand up. However, they had no flaws in spite of that they are considered reserve in the organization. The protagonist stared furiously at the phone. He asked Sanchan what kind of nonsense he had written. The man responded by sending him a heart symbol. Ayon asked with a smile if the article turned out better than they expected. The comments were positive. The girl said that now the cleaning team is a special task force. She looked straight and came to the conclusion that people are gradually taking a liking to cleaners. There were 0 applications for work in the department. The young man trembled with anger while the deputy said that the article mentioned low wages, and this is enough to prevent people from rushing to work. Jinwoo slammed his hands on the table and shouted the journalist's name furiously. Sooyoung was covered in shock when he learned that Gina had been promoted to leader. Minju crossed his arms and replied that a new position of cleaning manager had also been introduced, and that only the CEO could do that. The man looked at the sky, saying that Dusik threw them another headache because the real power would be with the main character. The sky was yellow, and the chief reported that the 6th cleanup group had also been created. He then turned around and said that they had to make sure that this new squad of cleaners took out the protagonist's group. The man's eyes lit up brightly as he offered to put his own man in his place, who would suit them better than the guy. He introduced Minju and said that the hunter had even influenced her, and she was now helping him, so they needed to create their own cleaning team that would increase their influence. Sooyoung walked over to his comrade and reminded him that they had been ordered not to mess with the janitors anymore, but Minju didn't care. He introduced Kilsik and Unyum and said that they are also aiming for leadership positions. Sooyoung gritted his teeth and thought that no one needed such a vacancy for nothing a month ago, but it still made sense. He imagined the faces of Minju, Ayan, and Jean and thought that at this rate, they would become a separate division with great influence. Minchul imagined controlling the boy and thought that depending on who they put in charge of the new squad of cleaners, they might be able to change the course of the game. The man put his hand on his friend's shoulder and asked him to find someone among the Gyeonggi hunters. The director furrowed his brows and ordered him to look for someone with experience in dungeons, and then it would happen. He then went to the door, saying that they needed to bring a young and full of energy guy. Without turning around, Minchul concluded that they couldn't lose this time, even if they had to fight. Sooyoung looked to the side in a daze. There was a pack of cigarettes on the floor, but his friend had not smoked for almost 4 years. The main character drank from a mug. Lying on the couch, he said that it had been a long time since the last marathon of raids, and they had a lot of fun then. Minju curled her lips, not believing that this guy had friends. I received a notification of my official appointment to the position. Ranker looked at his phone and said that others might not accept him because he had become an executive after 2 months on the job. He sighed in displeasure, and the girl asked if he had already taken care of recruiting new employees. The protagonist replied with a smirk that he would not do it. He raised his hand and explained that he didn't even have anyone in mind, and Minju was convinced that he had no friends. Jean imagined Ion's face and thought that he was so tired that he didn't want to work, and everyone else would do just fine without him. The girl rounded her eyes and asked what kind of employee the guy would choose, and he replied that he did not know. He then introduced the man in the suit, and said that it would be an easygoing and good-natured guy. Minju opened her mouth in amazement, and the hunter asked her the same question. She introduced a handsome guy and replied that she would choose a fair one, and that he would take care of his colleagues. Suddenly, someone opened the door and asked if Jinwoo was there. The man entered the office and happily noted that he had found him. Chan-hyun covered himself in sweat and introduced himself as the head of the control team. He coughed into his fist and said that he would start with the main thing. He suddenly grabbed the shoulders of the main character and shouted that he must definitely recruit people to the 6th cleanup group. Chan-hyun furrowed his brows and revealed that Mincheol, Eun-young, and Kyeol-sik wanted to assemble a 6th group of only their own people. The guy tried to fight him off, but the man shouted that he had come to help and that he didn't want to work with Mincheol. The head of the control squad presented his hands and said that now all eyes were turned to the new squad, and everyone would try to get their hands on the group. The young man pushed the man away from him with a trembling hand as he said that they were trying to find the guy and put him in charge, and he should be at least on par with Jean. The hunter gritted his teeth, not understanding why a man with such skills would join a squad of cleaners. Chan-hyun opened his mouth wide and shouted that for this reason, the protagonist should also prepare and recruit new guys from the list himself. Ranker furrowed his brows and asked if he should choose someone from there. The man covered himself with sweat and warned that the new squad could become a threat to him. The guy closed his eyes and replied that he did not want to do this. He asked since when anyone cares about the fate of cleaners. He crossed his arms and added that everything would be fine. Chan-hyun arched his eyebrows and said that the other team members would be happy if Jinwoo took part in the selection of candidates. Suddenly the protagonist stretched out his hand to the side. He said with a smirk that it was quite a tempting offer. The head of the control department smiled happily. He took the guy by the hands. Ranker smirked and said that he was willing to study this list. There was a green mist in the room. The young man covered his nose with his hand and pointed to the stench. The girl sat in the middle of the garbage, asking who had come. Her hair hid her face, and the young man ordered her to go out of the house and get some air. She showed her phone screen and said that a squad of cleaners had led a joint raid. He opened his mouth in shock. Yubin reached out as her brother asked if she was going to join this squad. She brushed her hair from her face and smiled as a reminder that he had told her to find a job. Jinwoo put his hand to his chin and thought about how he could increase the satisfaction of the cleaners. He remembered the recent payment and mentally said that their motivation to work directly depends on their salary. He also remembered how he sits all in blood, thinking that the motivation to work, among other things, depends on good working conditions, but the problem is that the work of a cleaner does not imply any of this. He narrowed his eyes when he saw that at the moment, the progress was only 18%, and more than 30% job satisfaction was required. He remembered how they washed blood and the thought flashed through his head that if a new team was formed, the work would go better. But the main problem was the atmosphere. Jean imagined the faces of joyful comrades, thinking that a person who knows how to create a good atmosphere also knows how to understand the wants and needs of the team, and the new team needs such a person. He clearly saw the smiling Jint, who was the person who created the atmosphere. However, a moment later, a sullen man with a scar sits in front of him. The stranger frowned and said that he roughly understood what was required of him, and perhaps he should consider this option. The protagonist drank coffee while the man talked about how he was no longer a member of the guild and was now unemployed. However, Jinwoo immediately replied that he was not asking him to join them. The stranger opened his mouth in shock when the protagonist said that he just wanted advice. The main character lowered his head and began to talk about how he is now recruiting employees for a new squad, and therefore he is interested in which guild is better to look for workers and what factors are important. The man immediately got up from the table and began to shout that his name was Taehwan, and the young man apparently did not understand who he was talking to. Taehwan straightened his jacket and said he wanted to promote the association, then threatened that he would regret Jinwoo. The man walked away, and the main character wondered who he was even pretending to be, because he only had an A rank. He remembered the previous candidate and began to think about the fact that the past candidates were divided into two parts, and the first of them were excellent hunters who wanted to join the cleaning squad. The second candidates are self-confident upstarts who consider themselves incredibly cool and are eager to become cleaners. Jinwoo closed his eyes and wondered why they were all so eager to join his squad and why he had been given this list in the first place. Ayeon then called him and said that he did a great job. Ayeon looked at Yubin sitting behind him and informed the protagonist that there was an interesting lady waiting for him here. Jean opened his mouth in surprise, but he didn't know who it was at all. A while later, Yubin introduced herself. The protagonist looked at her awkwardly, expecting her to give some more information about herself besides her name. Ayeon leaned over and asked him how he had found her in the first place and made her come here. The girl put her hands on her hips and told the young man that rumors do not lie, but in real life he looks even cooler. They sat down at the table and the protagonist asked her why such a person would apply to the cleaning squad, since they say that she is from the International Hunters Association. But the girl immediately replied that she thinks that this is her level. After a moment, she smiled and said that she had been deprived of her hunter's license. Yubin crossed her arms and said that she can't do anything else, and she can't work as a hunter. That's why she came here. Because they do something like this here, and he just needs workers. Jinwoo replied that they were searching, of course, but she didn't seem to understand what exactly the cleaning squad was doing. However, Yubin opened her mouth in surprise, because Jinwoo hadn't even asked her why she had been stripped of her license, since he didn't care. The girl looked away and said that in the United States, cleaners are engaged in cleaning dungeons to a shine. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that she still understood what was ahead of her. Suddenly, Yubin stood on the table and started shouting that the cleaners in Korea were coordinating special assignments and participating in large, joint raids. Jinwoo was in a stupor and realized that she was not herself. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek and he asked if she had read the article, since she claimed this. Then he stretched out his hand and declared that they were just as simple janitors as in America, nothing special. Yubin smiled and noticed that he was saying the same thing. Jinwoo looked at her carefully and asked her what she meant. The girl frowned and exclaimed that she had already heard this when she became a hunter in America. She smiled and said that of course it was just a ploy to weed out weaklings, but this trick wouldn't work with her. Jinwoo took a look at her dossier and thought that she was clearly insane, but she had a lot of experience. He imagined her best form and began to reflect on the fact that she had worked in an international association, had the status of a berserker, which is the highest status in the rank system. Jinwoo imagined that they were all cleaning up in the dungeon and realized that her skills had nothing to do with the work of cleaners. He remembered that man and mentally said that she was the same as the previous candidates, since she had good abilities and self-esteem, which could prop up the sky. The girl looked at him smiling, while he thought about how she did not understand what exactly the cleanup department was doing, and therefore, although she was talented, she was not suitable for them. Jinwoo tapped his finger on the table, thinking about how her dismissal had happened. Suddenly, he remembered that according to Gunty, Sang-hyuk's sister is a hunter from an international association. The girl immediately started screaming and begging that Sang-hyuk wouldn't find out about the interview after Jinwoo asked her about her relationship with him. The main character smiled slyly and realized that it was definitely her. Yubin frowned, shouting that he had almost kicked her out of the house yesterday. But the protagonist mused that since her brother was working with them, she wouldn't be biased about her work after all, and therefore maybe there was a chance to take her to the team. A moment later, Sang-hyuk burst into the office and began shouting that he had warned her not to come here, as she couldn't even clean up after herself, but was going to clean up the dungeons. A verbal altercation ensued between the two, and Sang-hyuk was unhappy that she had come to his work, even though he had told her to find a job. The main character ridiculously watched what was happening and had already begun to doubt his decision. Some time has passed, the action still takes place in the cleaner's office. The protagonist and the director were sitting in the office. The day of the interview came. The HR manager was holding a piece of paper in her hands. Minju stared ahead. However, Jean was sitting next to him in a janitor's uniform, and it looked ridiculous. He closed his eyes and wondered why Ayeon had persistently argued that without the presence of an ordinary employee, it would be impossible to hire anyone. The young man narrowed his eyes and wondered if it was really that hard to hire someone to work as a janitor. Taehwan entered the door, and a blond man stood in front of him. Yubin was also sitting in the office. Jinwoo remembered how Ayeon had convinced him that they didn't have much time and that she seemed to be an interesting person. He looked at the candidates and thought about how Taehwan was very strange, but Yubin was even stranger, and so the HR manager announced the start of the interview. She frowned and asked them to imagine what they would do if, during a raid, they encountered a monster that they couldn't immediately pacify or destroy. Yoonyoung's blonde candidate, named Woo-hyuk, replied that if it was a multi-zone dungeon, then they should immediately reconsider their previous strategy, as contact with such a monster without a plan could lead to senseless casualties. The next candidate from Kyolsik, named Sungmin, replied that abandoning the strategy would entail significant financial losses, and therefore it was better to ask for help and continue working. Then Taehwan, whose candidate was nominated by Minko, replied that it was possible to suspend the raid and cooperate with another team, so financial losses would be minimized. Minchul nodded his head, and Jinna thought that this was such a perfect answer that it could be called correct. Then it was Yubin's turn. The CEO took a closer look at her, realizing that she was put forward by the protagonist himself. The HR manager also frowned, because she knew that she was a former hunter of the International Association. The main character looked at her in anticipation of an answer. All three looked at the girl skeptically, but she noticed that the cleaners were the last to enter the dungeon. The other candidates looked at her, Yubin adding that if there were still monsters left, then it was the task force's mistake to begin with. Yubin then made a mad grimace and exclaimed that she would have just killed this monster anyway. Everyone fell silent, lowering their heads. Jinna smiled and wondered where she had come from. There was a mug of tea on the table, and Minju was talking about how she hadn't sat in one place for so long. The three girls were sitting at the table. Soyeon asked if it was true that all the new candidates were former hunters. Ayeong picked up the cup and confirmed it, but added that it didn't mean anything, since they were all aiming for janitors, and they would like to find someone who would be the second Jean. Minju smiled and exclaimed that everyone thinks it's easy, but Jin Woo is an exception to the rule and it's impossible to find someone like it. Ayeon closed her eyes and said that this was the fun of their management, and they just liked to look for an exact copy of something popular. But the cleaners didn't care about it. Then the girl frowned and exclaimed that for the top of the association, the new squad of cleaners was nothing more than a toy. Soyeon lowered her head, and Minju said that the cleaning squad now had so many opportunities. Ayeon introduced the distraught candidate, and said that this is why she genuinely wants Jin Woo to win this fight. At least Yubin is trustworthy. They opened their mouths excitedly. The girl suddenly beamed with joy and asked who Jinwoo had brought. The deputy raised an eyebrow excitedly and said that she herself did not know much, but this was an extremely unusual girl. Yubin, meanwhile, sat at the interview, making a ridiculous grimace. Silence reigned in the office. The protagonist lowered his eyes and asked the god for mercy. Yubin smiled and said that if she saw the target, then she would destroy it. The girl crossed her arms and said that she did not understand their ridiculous rules, because she did not need permission to attack the monster, since it was more important for her to save people's lives. The protagonist held his head and wondered how she could have been accepted into an international association at all. Then he opened his eye and said in his mind that he didn't really care if it went away or not, because there was a bigger problem. He looked at one of the candidates, whose name is Taehwan, who is the problem, since he is the most suitable candidate in the eyes of his superiors. Taehwan was smiling evilly, and Jin Woo was thinking that he wouldn't be of any use to the cleaning team and that they wouldn't be more efficient, so this was the worst option. Then he put his hands on the table and thought about something seriously. There were 4 candidates sitting in front of him. Suddenly he wondered if they could not choose anyone at all. The HR manager peeked out from behind the table and told the protagonist that if he didn't have any questions, the interview could end. But Gina was asked about how many parts the corpse of a centipede-type monster should be cut into. He closed his eyes and said that it was important, because they were recruiting employees for the cleanup department, for the cleaning team, and in that case, he didn't see a problem in asking about something that was directly related to the job. Both chairmen of the commission looked at him displeased as he said that they were not recruiting hunters. Jean frowned and said that judging by the deafening silence, no one knew, so he asked what would be the best way to wash away the human blood that had mixed with the blood of monsters. Yubin opened her mouth in shock, and Taehwan asked in displeasure about what these questions were. The protagonist slammed his hand on the table. He stood up and said that if they didn't even know the basics, he wasn't interested in them because they were useless. All 4 candidates looked at the protagonist in surprise as he revealed that he personally believed that none of them were suitable. The orange sunset was reflected in the windows of the building. Taehwan approached the main character and asked if it was worth making such a radical statement. Jinwoo looked at him and said that he might be cutting from the shoulder, but there was a reason for that. Taehwan smiled madly. According to him, Jin Woo turned the entire interview upside down, and it would be interesting to see what else he would smell. Taehwan left, telling the protagonist not to forget about his status, because his opinion hardly means anything. Jinwoo frowned and wondered if this really looked radical. Yubin appeared behind him and he jumped back in fright, but the girl asked him what it was. She put her hands on her hips and said that he could have warned her that there would be such questions, and besides, she had only come here because she had been very much praised about the organization. Jinwoo approached her and said that he wasn't sure, but he didn't think that even in America they were hiring workers who didn't know anything. He looked at her grimly and said that she had to prepare if she wanted to be part of the squad, and if she was just there for show, she had to prepare for him to trample her into the ground. Yubin opened her mouth in amazement and tried to justify herself. The main character closed his eyes and said that if he had his way, he would have thrown them all out, but they were lucky that the interview was postponed. Then he headed for the exit and said that she had to prepare at least a little, otherwise she had better not even think about coming a second time. Some time passed, evening came. Yubin was beside herself with rage. She remembered the words of the protagonist and slammed her fists on the pillow. Suddenly, Sang-hyuk came into the room and started shouting for her to calm down. He stood over her and began to talk about how she should thank her for not shaming her so much in public. But Yubin thought that her brother was saying this because she and the protagonist worked in the same team. Sang-hyuk recalled how Jin Woo got angry at the insults towards the cleaners and revealed that when it comes to work and their team, Jin Woo is a completely different person. Sang-hyuk sat down next to his sister and mockingly asked if she really thought that it would pass so easily. The girl lowered her head and, answering her brother's question about the next interview, said that she didn't care anymore. She began to squeeze the pillow, thinking that she didn't know anything about cleaning and even if she managed to pass the practical part, Jean would still not let her go any further. Sang-hyuk looked at her and stated that if she passed, she would have to clean up. Suddenly, they turned around when they heard a knock on the door. However, they were not waiting for guests and did not order anything. It turned out to be Minju and Soyeon. They apologized for coming unannounced, but asked for permission to enter. Sang-hyuk looked at them in surprise and asked why they had come, and the girls replied that they wanted to help. Yubin opened her mouth in shock as the girls came to help her. She approached them and asked them why they were helping her. However, Minju stated that it was because of the practical part of the interview, which is quite difficult. She pointed to the door, and several more team members entered the room. Sang-hyuk's eyes bulged in surprise as Gunti, Ayeon, and even Chanhyun had come to them. Chanhyun rushed forward and furiously began shouting that Yubin simply had to get into their cleaning squad for the sake of the entire cleanup and association department. Chanhyun stood with his mouth wide open, and everyone else smiled awkwardly as they tried to calm him down. A drop of sweat rolled down Yubin's cheek. The girl wondered if people with such a status had gathered to help her. She could not believe that this could happen. She raised her eyebrows pitifully and thanked them, but stated that she had no intention of going any further. Everyone was immediately horrified. The actions are postponed a week ahead. Now the practical exam will begin. The protagonist and Yubin were standing in front of the portal. The young man said that he doubted that she would come. Yubin crossed her arms and said that he could praise her for coming, but still, she wasn't here entirely of her own free will. Yubin was smiling, but there were bags under her eyes and Jin noticed this, assuming that she had been sacrificing sleep to study all this time. The protagonist frowned and said in his mind that he would be watching her. A staff member approached them and handed her a uniform while she talked about coming for Jinwoo to apologize. The main character calmly looked ahead and told her not to even dream of his apology. The girl smiled and said that they would see it later. Jinwoo grinned and asked why she was suddenly addressing him disrespectfully, if she was used to the boss being a friend in America. Yubin remembered the cleaning team and stated that she had been studying for a whole week thanks to such good people, and they didn't want to talk about the protagonists because they were colleagues. At the same moment, Minju asked all the participants to gather over the loudspeaker. He frowned and said into the loudspeaker that the practical tasks would be conducted in real dungeons and would be accompanied by judges. There were 3 other participants. Minju went on to say that when they entered, they would be given several tasks. According to him, the assessment would be carried out according to how they solved each of them, and therefore they should be attentive and act without breaking the rules. The main character and Yubin stood and listened to the instructions. Woo-hyuk approached the CEO and asked if the dungeon had been cleared. However, the man replied that clearing the dungeon was part of the quest, so the dungeon was active. But given that they were all former hunters, they wouldn't have any problems. Minju frowned and announced that the test was beginning. All the candidates proceeded through the gates of the dungeon. They were transported to a dark cave. All participants and observers were at the same point. Soo-young stood in front of them and stated that they were in trouble. He looked at the notification on his phone and said that there was a signal for help from the 4th task force. But there were no free commands right now, so they needed to decide what to do. The 3 candidates in front agreed that it was necessary to finish the task in 20 minutes and go to the rescue. The main character, meanwhile, was writing down something, thinking that these are quite expected answers. In his opinion, each of them is comparable in level to the leader of the squad and none of them is ready to yield in this test. Woo-hyuk, Soo-min and Taewon lost 1 point, because this choice, according to the protagonist, is wrong. He smiled slyly, thinking that at this rate, no one would understand the essence, and he would throw everyone out. However, Yubin stepped forward and exclaimed that she disagreed. The girl frowned and said that 20 minutes would not be enough. According to her, they would still need to carefully double-check everything after completion. Taewon turned away and said that they had to go, because if they couldn't even do that, then what was the point of becoming a janitor? And Saman added that if she wasn't sure, then she had better go back. Swayoung turned around and announced that the majority agreed to arrange a clean-up. Yubin frowned in displeasure. Jinwoo stared at her dumbfounded, and couldn't believe that she understood the gist. He remembered what happened at the interview and thought that the others are now making a big mistake, because the practical part of the task is not only about cleaning, it is important to be able to work in a team and assess strength. He imagined several options in his head and concluded that it was impossible to finish cleaning in 20 minutes, and therefore the best solution would be not to rush to the rescue at breakneck speed. Jean imagined the appearance of the mad Yubin and was surprised at the fact that she immediately understood this, because only a week had passed since that moment, and she had already changed so much. Then they met the monster. A huge red-eyed monster roared furiously at the janitors. All the candidates immediately drew their weapons. A red aura enveloped Taewon as he used the rabies skill. With one jerk, he sliced the monster's leg. Blood gushed onto the floor. The rest of the candidates also began to wound the monster. Blood stained everything around. Yubin was directly above the monster's head. However, she just punched him. The monster immediately fell to the ground, and the superiors were surprised that she had killed a high-level monster so easily. Minju frowned and stated that it was still a bit weak for Yubin. However, Jinwoo knew that this simple attack certainly made some sense. The protagonist took a serious look at them and turned to the squad of cleaners. Everyone turned around in surprise. For some reason, Taewon smiled maliciously. He remembered sitting in the car when someone handed him a copy of the admissions manual. Minju crossed his arms and stated that the tasks for beginners had prepared for Jean. Just because he was a janitor, they couldn't know the correct answer beforehand. Taewon frowned and said that the CEO himself had said that the new squad would do more important things than cleaning. Minju closed his eyes and confirmed this. However, according to him, this will only be after the completion of the interview and the practical task, and in general he proposed to exclude the practical task. After a moment, the man smiled and asked him not to worry, saying that he had called him for a reason. Taewon glanced at the text of the manual, and realized that these were tasks prepared by the protagonist for the cleaning squad. The text stated the purpose of the activity, but Minju asked not to tell anyone about it. The CEO smiled slyly and asked the candidate not to worry, because, according to him, Taehwan is unlikely to face difficulties in this task. Besides, Minju really wants Taehwan to get this vacancy. The former hunter smiled broadly and stated that it would be very easy. He smiled madly and thought that now that he knew the trials, victory was in his pocket. At the moment, Jinna says that due to the workload of the rest of the squads, they should be alone cleaning up this dungeon, but their time is limited. Taehwan looked at the protagonist happily. Suddenly, all the joy on his face disappeared when the protagonist stated that they should consider that their squad mates had died and now each of them was alone here. They glanced at the bloodied monster as soon as Jin said that they had to clear and clean the dungeon one by one. Taehwan grinned, thinking that such a thing was not in the plan. Jin put his hands in his pockets and ordered them to start as soon as possible, because they only had 20 minutes. Everyone was shocked, and only Yubin was unfazed. The main character smiled madly and mentally asked if they really thought that he would just leave a sheet with all the tasks in front of everyone. Some time has passed, the action is still taking place in the dungeon, and the protagonist has started the countdown, and there are only 8 seconds left. He stood next to his superiors in the person of the general director and the HR manager, counting down the time until the end of cleaning. Uhyuk was still fiddling with the monsters, even though there were only 3 seconds left. The candidate threw a rag on the floor and shouted that he would not do it. Woohyuk grinned in anger, saying that it was impossible, but the HR manager said that he had failed the test. Then Taehwan went forward. He bulged his eyes with excitement and began to think about how he was a former guild leader, an A-rank hunter, and he had once been number 1. But was he really supposed to kneel down and scrub the floor now? He had all the necessary items in front of him, but he thought that he had only 20 minutes and no help. Suddenly he turned around and started shouting that they had staged a circus, because it was unrealistic. Mincheol and Suyun opened their mouths in shock as Taehwan started shouting that no one had warned him. The CEO lowered his eyes as the HR manager began to incinerate him with a glare. The man frowned and said that he would not do anything, and Yubin asked him why he was hysterical, and if he really thought that cleaning was more difficult than cleaning. Taehwan immediately asked her again, but Jin Woo confirmed that the candidate was giving up. Then the protagonist turned to Yubin and asked if she would start the task. The protagonist smiled, thinking about the fact that even Taehwan refused to do this task. After a moment, Yubin ran forward, saying that the 20 minutes had begun. She threw several bags into the air. Then, with one blow, she struck these bags. The bags fell apart, and their contents spilled out. Yubin began to cut the monster's carcass into pieces. She began to cut the monster's fingers into several pieces, and Jinwoo was surprised that she was spraying chemicals on the corpse and cutting it open at the same time. Everyone opened their mouths in shock. The protagonist was surprised that she instantly blocked the poisonous gas and blood from the corpse, and did it incredibly quickly and efficiently. He could not believe what was happening, because this is the level of a professional. He remembered his colleagues and now understood what Yubin meant when she said that his colleagues did not want to tell him. In the meantime, she threw the hooks. The hooks grabbed at the monster's flesh. Yubin began to pull on the ropes. With an effort, she lifted all these pieces into the air. Jinwoo watched from behind, stunned, and couldn't believe she was making it, and he couldn't understand why she was suddenly taking cleaning so seriously. He frowned, knowing that at this rate she would be able to pass the test, but he wanted them all to fail. Taehwan was beaming in amazement. He turned to the main character and exclaimed that the young man had warned her about this test. Taehwan pointed his finger at the protagonist and said that he had warned her accurately. Meanwhile, Yubin had already stood in front of them, finished cleaning, and called the old man names. The man looked at her indignantly and asked if she was his man. The girl smiled and said that he just couldn't admit that cleaning was too much for him. Besides, it only took her 1 week to learn everything. The old man blushed with anger, and Yubin continued to infuriate him, saying that it was time for him to come to terms with the facts and stop thinking that he was smarter than others. She smiled maliciously and said that he was always showing off, so for a moment it seemed to her that he could do something to show off like that. Taehwan had already begun to light up, and Yubin continued that after what she saw, she was ready to bet that he was kicked out of the post of leader. A red aura enveloped the old man. He used the skill of madness. An aura also raged around the girl. She said that he had no idea why she was fired from her previous job. The aura around Yubin raged and the girl said that he was another garrulous non-entity, according to her. For this she broke their jaw. The two auras collided. However, Yubin's aura looked more terrifying. Taehwan grinned, realizing that he had underestimated her. He immediately rushed at her with a knife and shouting that she had to die. However, Jinwoo immediately grabbed her by the arm, and he tripped the old man. The main character, holding her hand, asked what she was doing. He looked irritated and asked what they had done here and that they had better calm down if they didn't want problems. Taehwan raised his head and shouted for Jinwoo to get off his leg, but at the same time, he thought about how a mere janitor couldn't move at that speed. A purple aura appeared around the main character. He said that Taehwan started all this himself. The old man began to scream in pain, because the protagonist began to press on him with his foot. He was still holding Yubin's hand, so he ordered her to lower her weapon. The girl looked at his hand in surprise. He squeezed her hand tightly, but it didn't seem so hard for her. Yubin put away her weapon and agreed to stop it. Jinwoo then raised his head and stated that the test was over as he saw no point in continuing. After a while, they came out of the dungeon just as the sunset began. Yubin opened her mouth in surprise when the protagonist apologized to her and admitted that he had treated her rudely at the interview. He lowered his eyes, thinking that even though she hadn't shown herself very well back then, today's result was simply magnificent, not counting the outburst of anger. Yubin looked away and said that in fact, his colleagues helped her a little. Meanwhile, the old man was carried away on a stretcher, and Jinwoo was told that it didn't matter who helped her in the dungeon, she did everything herself, so her teachers and family could be proud. The girl beamed with joy and agreed to accept his apology, and also stated that they would not see each other again anyway. Jinwoo looked after her and asked if she didn't need a job, but she replied that, as she had said, she had only come to apologize. Yubin smiled and said that she had passed and the interest had disappeared, and the cleaning squad was not what she imagined it to be, since it was a dirty and difficult job. The girl continued to walk without turning around and had already managed to say goodbye several times. Jinwoo was a little angry and wondered if she could already make up her mind. The next day, someone stood near the gate and shouted at the protagonist. Sang-hyuk held the protagonist by the collar and shouted that he was crazy. Yubin opened her mouth in surprise. She received a message that she was hired. The action takes place the day after the exam, in Yubin's apartment. She lies on the bed and says that she is glad that she got an apology. There is a pile of garbage on the table in front of her, but the girl is worried about the question of who Jin is anyway. She clenched her fist and wondered how he had managed to block her berserker skill, since he had stopped her with just one move, but no one had been able to do it before. She imagined his appearance and wondered if a janitor could do that. Yubin picked up the pendant and wondered why he was sitting in the janitor's at all, but she quickly dismissed the thought, thinking that they wouldn't cross paths again anyway. Suddenly, she paid attention to the phone. She received a new message. The message said that she was hired. The girl opened her mouth in shock. Her indignant cry was heard throughout the area, which frightened passers-by. Meanwhile, in some building in New York in the United States, the man hit the wall and wondered what was going on at all. He frowned angrily and asked why the file had been saved, since he had ordered it to be disposed of, and the girl in front of him replied that the control group had deleted all the data, but it seemed that the task force had a copy. The man's name is Jason. He is the manager of the International Hunters Association's control office in New York, and he says that if the mysterious file gets to reporters, they're finished. In front of him was Chloe. She is the head of the support group of the International Association in New York. Jason angrily pronounced Yubin's name. He remembered an incident that had happened a couple of months ago, where Yubin played the main role. The girl was attacked by a monster. Another huntress pushed Yubin away from the impending attack. Huntress Angel was injured, namely her hands. A huge monster was approaching right at them. Yubin summoned a weapon and exclaimed that she would hold the monster so that Angel could leave. However, Angel frowned and looked at her. Yubin turned around and caught the object that the huntress had thrown at him. It turned out that Angel had given her pendant to her. The huntress smiled and stated that Yubin must survive. She then threw the girl with her skill. Yubin flew back in a daze. The girl screamed that she would go for help, and therefore Angel must survive. Angel turned around and said goodbye to Yubin while she was almost overtaken by the monster's attack. From behind the doors, Yubin could be heard screaming that the third group needed help. The hunter was on her knees and shouted into the radio, asking for help, but no one answered. Then a voice came from the radio, which said that they could not send help at this time, as all the support units were busy. Yubin furiously opened her mouth and shouted that they should have people in reserve, at least one person. Yubin began to cry and scream in anger and regret. Jason stood at the window and thought about the fact that just because of one person, they had to send people to a loss-making dungeon and spend the entire budget on it. He imagined a scale with Angel on one side and money on the other, and then said in his mind that just one shoddy hunter had cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars. But he, as a man who profited from it, thought that this girl was not worth it. He remembered Angel's dossier and stated that she had died anyway, so it didn't make any sense, and the leadership didn't care about what happened, so they faked the answer by saying that Angel had died in an accident. Then Yubin went crazy and broke into the office, beating up the bosses. But Jason took advantage of this and kicked her out of the association. Yubin's dossier said she had been suspended from service. Jason sat at the table and thought about how it seemed to him that everything had turned out as well as possible. However, Yubin stole a flash drive with important documents on it. Because of this flash drive, all the facts of embezzlement and corruption can come to light. The man closed his eyes and said that he needed to return the flash drive by any means, and Chloe offered to try to talk to Yubin, but Jason understood that this would lead to nothing. He frowned and asked if he knew where she was now. Chloe replied that based on the information in the database, Yubin was working for the association again. From the window there was a view of the whole city. Chloe said that Yubin returned to Korea and now works there. Jason raised his head in surprise and stated that it was impossible since they had taken away her license. However, Chloe clarified that Yubin had joined the cleaners. Chloe stood in front of the table and said that even though they were planning a joint operation with the Korean Association, the Koreans had not yet contacted them. The manager put his hand on the globe and ordered her to call them herself, and do everything to make the operation happen. He smiled madly, because, according to him, Yubin would not be able to hide from him, and besides, he was looking forward to meeting her. Meanwhile, the system has notified the protagonist that he has received a new skill. Everything is going according to plan, and Yubin has been officially working in the cleanup department for a week. The main character smiled happily, because he was promoted to the head of the third cleanup group, although on the other hand, no one cares about his position. Sang-hyuk crossed his arms and indignantly asked if the protagonist had brought cleaning supplies. Sang-hyuk exhaled heavily and said that as soon as Jin-woo got the job, he immediately stopped working, and Soyeon reported that the monster's body was literally petrified and impossible to cut. Jin-woo was very angry, because Sang-hyuk began to ironically call him a big boss. The protagonist lowered his head and went to clean up, thinking that he thought that with the new position, it would be easier to fulfill the conditions for unlocking skills. But although he was a senior boss, he was still a janitor and could not influence the decisions of the headquarters in any way. Meanwhile, Soyeon and Sang-hyuk laughed at Jin-woo. The main character answered Shan-hyun's call, and he said that a new dungeon had appeared, and therefore he needed a group of cleaners. Jin smiled and said that he was busy, but he could think of something. The protagonist dialed Yubin's number. The girl picked up the phone and said that they had just finished and were going to lunch. Yubin flew into a rage when he said that a new dungeon had appeared and her group needed to clear it as quickly as possible. The girl stood among the huge number of monster bones and shouted that she was not a horse, but Jin replied that they had no other groups that could kill the monsters and restore order, and he promised to come to the rescue as soon as he was done with the work. Jin smiled slyly and said that if she couldn't do it, he would find someone who could do it. Yubin suddenly stood silently in place, then she shouted incredibly hard that she was coming. Jin smiled slyly, thinking about the fact that he had entrusted all the difficult dungeons last week to her. Besides, there was not a single team that would have a double load now. Sang-hyuk sat on the floor and talked about how he had an easier time working because he had recently been on vacation, and Soyeon talked about how they hadn't had much overtime lately. The main character glanced at the window of the system. He smiled madly, because he had unlocked the skill of remarking. Besides, the thought flashed through his mind that thanks to his position, he could not do the work that he did not want. The action is transferred to some apartment building. A little boy brought his father a suit. Jun took the overalls in his hands and looked at it. This jumpsuit looked rather shabby and there were traces of blood on it. The man put his hand on his son's shoulder and said that he could no longer bring him this overalls, but the boy excitedly asked if his father had been fired from his job. The weather was magnificent. Junt went out into the street in a business suit, because he was promoted to the manager of the cleanup department. People smiled at him and congratulated him on his promotion, while complimenting him that this suit suits him. Staring at the document, the girl did not understand what to do with it now. The staff of the management and planning department gathered at the oval table to discuss the operations department, when suddenly a member asked if Soo-young really thought it was the right decision, and the other asked what was stopping them. Jaeyoung put her hand on the table and asked what it was all about, since everything coincided perfectly with their schedule, and Minju exclaimed that it was and asked if the destruction of monsters was a priority for the association. The leader of the fourth squad furrowed her brows angrily and asked if they could take days off whenever they wanted, and then added that delays sometimes meant that operations had to be rescheduled, causing efficiency to decrease. The girl asked if it was a lie that people said that Jang Hyun had defected to Ji-woo and if he should think about the hunters who were fighting on the front lines first, to which Jan Hyun had a confused look and replied that of course, hunters were a priority, but given the squad's busy cleaning schedule, they should avoid scheduling inconsistencies. Minju looked down as the fighter complained that they were just janitors and why they had to adapt to them, and his partner wondered if it was true that their schedule should come first. Sitting at the oval table, the heroes exclaimed that it was all the work of the main character, and did not understand why they had to coordinate the schedule with the cleaners at all, and besides, he had not been working in the association for so long, so they could not even imagine that the cleaning squad could throw such a thing. The man banged his fist on the table and said that in any case, all this chaos was happening because some idiot was appointed as the head of the squad. The girl jumped up from her chair abruptly and shouted that she understood their indignation, but it was beyond all bounds, and then asked about the decline in the efficiency of the operations department, and if they had seen this week's report. While the swordswoman placed 2 thick books on the table, her partner shouted that she was part of their team and had to agree with their opinion. Lowering her jaw, the lady reported that the number of dungeons cleared had increased by 30% in that month, after which she added that this was an incredible result, and clarified what they meant by a decline in the efficiency of the operations department, since they had never achieved such productivity before. Soo-young was indignant at what she was doing even though the month wasn't over yet, to which Minju turned a blind eye and stated that she hadn't finished yet, and then added that they had conquered 100 dungeons this week, and then asked how many of them had problems. A statistical chart appeared, and the girl noticed that this had not happened even once, and suggested taking into account the increase in productivity by 30% and the absence of force majeure. Placing his hands on the table, the head of the first group of the management department asked how they dared to call a person who showed such results an idiot, and the huntress noted that this was real idiocy. Raising her eyebrows, the lady said that she understood that no one liked Jean as a person, and then added that she had not forgotten that he had been appointed by the management department, and then asked if everyone had doubts about their decision, and why they did not want to help each other, although they all worked in the same organization. Raider opened his mouth wide in anger and shouted that he wasn't going to adjust his own schedule to someone else's, and his partner exclaimed that hunters were more important, so the rest of us should think about what they would do without them. The fighter said that if so, then she could do all this on her own, to which the swordswoman bulged her pupils in alarm and did not understand what he was saying. Grinning maliciously, the guys said that everything was correct, and since she was on the side of the cleaners, then she should adapt to them, and their squads would not tolerate this. Putting her fingers to her chin, Ji-yeon said that she thought a new dungeon had been discovered there, and told them to clear it alone. The man began to get up from his chair, and the hunters were heard saying that the 5th company was refusing, and the 8th as well. Closing her eyes, the leader of the 4th squad wished the girl good luck, and assumed that this was the end of the meeting. Dongwei abruptly opened the door and apologized for interrupting the meeting. Lowering his jaw, the assistant manager exclaimed that they had received a call from the American branch. With his pupils bulging, Chan-hyun was surprised that they were receiving a call from the United States. Putting the phone to his ear, the head of the department for monitoring the work of the squad said that the general director was not at the meeting at the moment, and he himself was responsible for holding it, after which he added that he had no right to change their schedule without his consent, so he was not sure that he could give an accurate answer. Drops of sweat were running down the cheeks of the raiders, and they did not understand why they were calling here, while the manager said that he would send them the director's contacts. Sitting at the table, the man said that they wanted to conduct a cleanup operation together with them and asked for permission, after which he added that since they all refused to participate in the operation, so the 2nd squad led by Minju would be responsible for the raid. The hunters lowered their jaws in alarm. Smiling, Chan-hyun asked what it was and whether they had decided to adjust to the cleaner's schedule. The fighters began to speak hesitantly, when suddenly Soo-young raised his hand and said that the 2nd squad could do this. But this time the dungeon was not an easy one. Slyly furrowing his brows, the head of the 1st group of the management department clarified whether it was true that a separate person who would be responsible for planning would be useful there, and the girl wondered if he decided to intervene again, because he was changing his mind right on the go. Raising his eyebrows happily, the head of the department control department exclaimed that he was right, and it was a very wise decision, so it was worth appointing Jean to this position. The hunters clenched their teeth in anger, and then the manager noticed that they had decided, so he thought that the meeting was really over. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked if they had just finished. Through the sweat on her face, Yubin didn't know if he was serious when the janitor wondered why it was the former hunter of the International Association who had been cleaning up everything here for so long. Putting his hands in his pockets, the former raider remarked that she should use all her skills, and then added that it was obvious that she was a berserker, so she could use the force to make the monster's corpse a pile of minced meat. The girl lowered her jaw wearily and explained that in this case it would be more difficult to clean up. Looking down, the guy said that this was a suitable answer for the exam, not for real work. Standing in front of the bodies of huge monsters, the protagonist explained that cleaning dungeons should not reduce the effectiveness of work, because cleaning always comes first, to which the interlocutor clarified if he was on the side of the orderlies, and he replied that he was just doing the job, so it had nothing to do with it, because they were doing the same thing. Sitting on the floor, the former raider said in her mind that she thought that he had always fought only for the interests of his own department, when suddenly the young man asked if the group had lunch, to which he received a negative answer and a question about whether he wanted to go with them. The lady lowered the corners of her lips in confusion when her partner asked them to just finish cleaning up before leaving for lunch. The guys tried to restrain the enraged Yubin, who wanted to kill this goat, when suddenly Gina noticed a non-Korean number. Putting the phone to his ear, the main character answered the call, and he was told that the head of the association in the United States of America was talking to him, which he was very surprised by. The janitor's pupils bulged sharply as the former hunter said that he remembered his promise to help them, but said that he had an urgent call, so they had to finish on their own. Shrouded in streams of magic, the girl watched the guy run away. A chandelier with candles hung under the ceiling, when suddenly the protagonist replied that he was listening, and clarified what they wanted to talk to him about. The janitor lowered his chin when he was informed that they were aware that a new dungeon had appeared in Seoul. Jason furrowed his brows and remarked that this type of dungeon wasn't often seen in America, so they had little experience, and then added that they would like to propose a joint raid, and their number was from Mr. Chan-hyun, who told them to discuss everything with him. An infinity sign appeared, which meant a loop dungeon. Hunters passed between the columns, and it turned out that if the monsters were not defeated in accordance with the rules, then the dungeon would return to its original position, and the number of returns would be infinite. A huge monster swung its paw, and if you do not meet the deadline and do not comply with all the conditions, then the cleansing may never end. In the mouth of the enraged undead, sharp fangs could be seen. Jean gritted his teeth tightly in anger and thought about the fact that even in his previous life, he had to clear this dungeon at least 100 times to conquer it, and it was a living hell. Yubin wiped the floor with a mop, and the main character explained that this is why they offered to do a joint cleanup, and they should be grateful for it. With his pupils bulging in alarm, the guy realized that they were always meddling in the wrong business. A bright magic crystal appeared, and the former ranker reflected on the fact that it was the same before his regression, because under the pretext of gaining experience, they asked for a joint raid and secretly stole a time stone that can only be found in this dungeon. In the past, Jason turned away from the protagonist, and it turned out that when this became known, their entire headquarters got a bad hit, and the director snapped at Gina. The young man looked away, and now he remembered that the headquarters was responsible for planning the raid and supervising it, but for some reason all the dogs had been unleashed on the hunters, and since they had deceived him that time, now, knowing their motives, he had no reason to accept their offer. Putting his hand on his side, the former raider thanked his colleague for the offer and said that he needed to think about it, after which he added that he thought that they would have enough strength of their own for this operation. Sitting in his chair, Jason was surprised that he had been rejected, and then muttered that such a sudden offer could be confusing. The man said that they intend to support this operation financially, and can also transfer money to his personal account, when suddenly the main character closed his lips and thought that this did not happen last time. With a sly grin, the former ranker wondered if they seriously thought he could be bought for a handful of dollars. At the same second, the guy bulged his pupils in bewilderment when he was offered $1 million. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist realized that it was $1.25 billion, and did not understand whether he should agree. On the screen of the phone, a message appeared from Minju, who said that only the second squad would participate in the cleanup of the new dungeon, since the others had declared a boycott, and he himself had been appointed as the leader, and besides, there was a request from the American branch for a joint operation, and at the end she asked to contact her when she read this. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, Jinwoo was outraged by the information he saw and did not understand what had happened at the meeting. Jason clenched his hands into fists, when suddenly the main character agreed to conduct a joint raid. There was a folder with documents on the table, and then the man noticed that there was one problem, after which he added that since this was a difficult dungeon, it would be a good idea to take a cleaning squad with him, and preferably one that could help them with the cleanup. On the paper, there was a photo of Yubin, and the former raider replied that they had won, so there was no need to worry. Slyly furrowing his brows, the manager of the control department of the International Association thanked his interlocutor and said goodbye to him. Gray smoke spread across the floor, and the protagonist thoughtfully said that he thought he would have to change the schedule and take it with him. Suddenly, the orderly lowered his jaw in bewilderment. Jason's pupils had noticeably shrunk in size. Jinwoo lowered the corners of his lips sadly. The former hunter furrowed her brows angrily, and the main character remembered that the association from the United States of America is her former place of work, so she does not know whether to take her for this operation. A week later, on the day of the joint operation with the American Association, rain dripped from gray clouds. Hunters stood outside in black waterproof cloaks. Members of the organization from America covered their heads with umbrellas. Near the heroes there was a huge magical entrance to the dungeon. With her eyes rounded in alarm, Soyeon exclaimed that this was a very solemn meeting, and they had been talking for more than an hour, to which the guy explained that joint operations with other associations do not happen often, and the rules for clearing dungeons are different, so it is important to discuss everything. Lowering his chin, the former ranker noted that especially since a dungeon of this type requires special preparation, because in case of a mistake, you can get stuck in it forever, and his assistant clarified whether they can stay there for life. The girl bulged her pupils with fright when the commander said that there were no guarantees in this raid. Knitting his brows, Sang-hyuk asked why he had been escalating the situation in the first place, and if he thought she would be able to work properly after such words, and then added that there would be guys from the States with them, so nothing would happen. A view of a magical portal opened, and the protagonist thought that this was the problem, that these guys from America could very well play a double game, despite the fact that he just wanted to laugh it off. A fighter appeared who grabbed his head with both hands, and the young man remembered that there was a hunter who cleared the dungeon 1,500 times and eventually went crazy, so this type of dungeon is very dangerous. Jinwoo smiled slyly and noted that they did not have any information, but considering that he had conquered this dungeon in a previous life, he knew all the nuances. Crouching on his knee, the main character realized that if he knows something that the guys from America do not know, then it will arouse suspicion, and besides, Minju needs to gain more experience, so it is better to pass this task to her. Grinning, the former hunter decided that in the meantime he would quietly take the time stone. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, the employee called out to the manager. Furiously furrowing her brows, Yubin asked why he hadn't said that they would work with these freaks from the United States of America, to which he replied that if he did, she would refuse the task. Standing behind the protagonist, Sang-hyuk suggested that they were about to fight, and Soyeon stated that they needed to grab beer and chips, to which the former ranker thought that they were definitely running in. Putting his hands in his pockets, the janitor explained that he understood her feelings, but offered to treat it professionally and not show tricks, to which she asked if he thought that they would do something before her. Jean looked ahead and remarked that they shouldn't cause trouble during the raid anyway, and Yubin decided to see how long they would last there. The protagonist's eyes reflected glints of light, and he thought about the fact that the former huntress worries him because he doesn't understand what she is thinking. The former hunter looked at the members of the American Association talking to each other, and thought that it seemed to him that they also had a plan. Frowning, the guy remembered his partners, and then thought that if the operation went badly, it would affect the cleanup department. Lowering his chin, the protagonist said in his mind a phrase about what is difficult to find, but easy to lose, and realized that he did not want to lose what he had been working on for so long. In the reflection of the puddle, I could see the silhouette of Jason, who said that he was glad to meet you, and then asked if they were a cleaning squad. Raising an eyebrow, the man gave his name, and his assistant introduced herself and said that she was a member of the support department, to which the former ranker replied that he was mutually glad to meet him. Smiling, the manager said that he had heard about him as a talented person, to which he objected that he was exaggerating, but he was asked not to be modest. Tilting his head down slightly, the manager noticed that he and Yubin had not seen each other for a long time, and asked how she was doing, to which she replied that everything was fine, and it seemed to her that he was doing well to her regret. The man's eyes glowed brightly, and he admitted that he was pleased to see her as part of the team, and then asked if it was true that she was not very happy about it. Frowning angrily, the girl said that there was nothing she could do about it. Putting an umbrella over his friend's head, Jason noted that this was true, because it was worth separating personal and work, after which he added that he was sorry that this happened to Angel. Bulging her pupils, the supervisor asked if she had taken anything with her by accident when she left. Shifting her gaze upwards, the former hunter replied in the negative. Taking a step across the water to the side, the interlocutor invited her to talk about it later. Turning his back on his partners, the manager said that he hoped for successful cooperation. Gritting his teeth tightly, the master stated that the time stone was Chloe's responsibility, and that she needed to get it by any means necessary, to which Chloe replied that she listened to him. Frowning furiously, Jason said that for the time being, he would deal with the data that the little flea had stolen. Standing in front of the magic portal, Minju asked all the guys to be ready, and then added that they would hold a briefing before the cleanup began. Pulling the hood off her head, the girl said that today's dungeon was a 2-zone loop dungeon, and then continued that there were not many of them, but she thought that they should not face problems if they acted together. The black cloak soldiers lowered the corners of their lips when the commander said that given that the dungeon could return to its original position, they did not know how long they would stay there, so she asked everyone to try to attack as efficiently as possible and save energy. The warrior in special gear lowered his eyebrows while the swordswoman stated that they should clear the dungeon in accordance with the requirements of the United States of America Association. The members of the cleaning squad clenched their jaws tightly, and the lady invited everyone to begin. Bright lightning scattered around the magical entrance. There was a view of a room with tall columns, and the raider could be heard shouting that they needed to continue in the same vein. After all, this was the last attack. The paw of the huge monster approached the ground next to Minju. Pushing off the ground, the girl jumped over the enemy's head, when suddenly the system reported that the unique skill 1,000 Hands was being used. The huntress grabbed the handle of the weapon with her fingers. At the same moment, a powerful energy beam sliced the body of the sinister monster in half. Jinwoo was holding the walkie-talkie in his hand when he was suddenly told that they had destroyed the first boss, to which he replied that it was great, and now they needed to help the second group, but not get into a fight with small monsters. Sang-hyuk put his fingers on the trail of blood on the wall, and at the same time he was asked how the cleaning was progressing, to which he replied that everything was fine. Lowering his chin, the main character said that they had finished clearing in a large room and one of the small rooms, after which he added that it was necessary not to forget to write down the exact time and number of loops, and the ward agreed. Soyeon was holding a document in her hands, and the former hunter said that she would check the number of people and their status with each new loop. Turning his head to the side, the guy ordered not to dismember the corpses of monsters, but simply to burn them, and also to try not to lag far behind the task force. Yubin lowered an eyebrow in disbelief when the commander remarked that she needed to make a dungeon map, and then added that he thought that with her skills, she would be able to handle it easily. Drops of sweat were running down the girl's cheek, when suddenly she asked if this was not the work of the manager, to which he replied that it did not matter whose job it was, because the main task was to draw up a map. Lowering the corners of his lips, the former raider thought that he hated such smart people. A diagram of the movement of the participants in the operation to reach the dungeon boss appeared, and it turned out that the second task force led by Minju was currently engaged in a cleanup operation, and the guys from America were helping in the rear, and at the very end there was a squad of cleaners who were cleaning up. Jason turned his head back sharply, and Jean thought about how he thought the raid was going smoothly, but he was stressed out by this mustachioed red-haired man. A bright beam of light fell on the man's shoulders, and the main character remembered that some time ago he noticed that he was watching his every step, and although if his goal was just a time stone, then he would not be so worried about the cleaners. Then there is something else here. The former hunter smiled slyly and decided that in any case, as long as he was here, they would not be able to get their hands on the crystal. Standing near the large door, the swordswoman said that there was only one door left when asked if they had checked the other rooms, after which they added that it meant that the boss was in the last one. Turning back, the girl exclaimed that if everyone was ready, they could enter. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared. The hunters had a view of the large columns and the archway, when suddenly the leader reported that the second task force had entered the boss's room, but he was not visible. Standing in combat stances, the raiders began to call for the teacher, and their leader said that she did not like all this. Furrowing her brows angrily, the swordswoman muttered that the soldiers must not let their guard down. At the same second, spears flew at the command from above. Her pupils bulging with fear, the lady shouted that there was danger above, so she had to go for cover. A moment later, stone fragments scattered around the room. The guy tiredly put his palm to the ground. The huge monster abruptly stuck the tip of the weapon into his body. Minju's cheeks were dripping with beads of sweat from anxiety. Human blood was visible on the metal tip of the spear. A dungeon boss in powerful armor appeared in front of the hunter. There was a view of the yellow door, which they began to knock on. Jason, clenching his jaw, wondered why he was looking at him all the time, and added that he couldn't do anything at this rate. Jinwoo was holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, and the manager of the control department thought that this idiot was some kind of strange. The expression on the protagonist's face was menacing, and at the same time, the man muttered that he was watching his every step and devouring him with his gaze. Turning his gaze to the side, the master whispered that he needed to figure out a way to get rid of him, and at the same time, the protagonist asked Minju to report on the situation. A group of people were standing in front of the yellow door. A walkie-talkie appeared, and the second group reported that the cleansing was completed. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy wondered what it was, and whether something had happened. A bright light was visible, and it was heard that they were returning. A huge monster lay on the surface. His hand was covered in blood stains. The young man's pupils narrowed sharply, and it was said that they had victims. The girl's hair fluttered in the wind. After a moment, the lady turned around. Running up to the teenager, the hunter said that everything happened suddenly. Clenching his jaw, the former raider muttered that it was his mistake, because he thought that two groups would easily cope with strong monsters, but did not analyze the skills of the guys from America, because all his thoughts were occupied with the time stone. A system notification appeared on the monster, which said that the conquest of the dungeon failed due to non-compliance with the conditions, and in 5 seconds the return would be performed. Jason, parting his lips, asked again about the non-compliance with the conditions. The soldiers looked up in bewilderment. Frowning seriously, Jinna said that the comeback was beginning. A bright flash was visible. An infinity sign appeared. The bodies of the dead were covered with white cloth. The guys crossed their palms and apologized to Sonal and Guangvi. Lowering his eyebrows, the main character noticed that it seemed that they did not expect this, and even organized an urgent meeting. The expressions on the faces of the cleaners were confused, and then the protagonist explained that since this dungeon was not an ordinary one, the cleaners were accompanied, or rather covered by hunters from the United States. Looking at the second task force, the guy said that physically they were normal, although they were very tired, but mentally simply crushed. Clenching his fingers, the young man added that Minju was giving up a little, and despite the fact that she was the leader of the group, no one could survive the death of a subordinate, and it was not worth meddling for her own good. Suddenly, the teenager sat down next to the girl, and at the same time she turned to him. Opening his mouth, the former raider clarified what it was. Turning her head, the lady asked how best to weaken the Atlantean golem. The hunter's eyes burned red, and she said that it was good that they were in a loop dungeon, and sooner or later she would destroy this creature. Slapping her forehead, Jean asked what was wrong with her, and if she had come to her senses yet. Parting his lips, the main character explained that now she should think about cleansing, and not about revenge, after which he asked if she was going to endanger the others, being the leader. The swordswoman opened her jaw in confusion, and the protagonist noted that she needed to come to her senses and analyze the situation, because it was her duty as a commander, as well as tell the others the plan. Introducing a creepy monster, the guy said that the first boss is a golem emitting blue light, and the second is a golem attacking with red light. A huge monster appeared, and then the young man added that they had no special features. The teenager wondered what happened after they overpowered them, and at the same time, Minju raised her hand and replied that the blue one had collapsed and glowed bright blue, and the second one was red, and that was it. Looking at the girl, the former raider asked her why she thought they were emitting different lights, and at the same time, she said that the system window that appeared when she returned was also shining blue. Smiling slightly, Jean said that if you think about it, there was no red light anywhere, and it was possible that the blue light was a clue, and the lady asked if it meant that the blue golem should be killed first, and then exclaimed that they should be killed at the same time. Standing up abruptly, the huntress thanked him. Looking ahead, the swordswoman asked everyone to come up to her, and said that a small briefing should be held. The guys could be seen taking off, and Minju reported that this time they would split into 2 teams and attack at the same time, and after the bosses appeared, the radio signal would disappear, and so they would start the attack together, and do everything to meet the 20-minute deadline. The fighters quickly ran down the corridor, and then the girl explained that their guys were physically exhausted, but they knew how to cope with the bosses, and with the support of the American hunters, they could cope. Employees of the association were standing near the door. At the same time, another group of workers gathered in front of the entrance, and the lady exclaimed that no one would be hurt this time. Through the sweat on her face, the huntress asked the protagonist how Yubin was and also asked to send her with them. Jason, holding his hands to his sides, said that they didn't have any melee fighters right now, and it would be difficult to keep up with 20 minutes, and besides, Yubin had been working with them, so everything should go smoothly. Looking straight ahead, the swordswoman said that her huntress license was invalid, and besides, she would prefer not to send her with their group, after which the girl said that she didn't care because she had to get out. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that there was no need to worry about it now, because the child was much stronger than her, and then Minju explained that she was still worried about the whole situation. The girl sadly lowered her gaze when she heard that she just needed to focus on the cleanup, because they had no choice, and no more victims could be allowed. Frowning seriously, the guy muttered that it was time to see what the Americans were capable of. Suddenly, the golem opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The lady could be seen jumping onto her opponent's sword. The young man, parting his lips, asked to cover her. A moment later, the shooter drew the magic bowstring. Magic projectiles rushed towards the monster. The monster's eyes burned red. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared. Sweat ran down the huntress's cheek. The guys opened their mouths in bewilderment, and the former raider realized that there was not enough firepower, and also added that it was not surprising, because everyone was tired. Suddenly, the undead struck the swordswoman. Minju began to fall down, and at the same time, Jinwoo ordered everyone to jump for cover. The golem slammed its weapon into the stone surface. The monster then waved his hand towards the girl. The lady looked ahead in bewilderment. Suddenly, the main character picked it up and used the fire skill. The protagonist released flames from his palm. Frowning seriously, the young man asked the huntress to take the sword and explained that she had to defeat it herself. The young man remarked that if he didn't defeat him, he would set up the others, and at the same time, the soldiers looked up in surprise. The swordswoman, holding a sword in her hand, said that she was right-handed. Looking sideways, the teenager asked if she had trained with a sword and her left hand. Minju's expression was confused, and the former raider said that she had to do it today for the sake of protecting the team. In the past, Jin had opened his mouth wide, and now he was revealing that if this was the Minju he knew before the regression, then they wouldn't have a chance of winning. The girl gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. The protagonist imagined how the lady used to brandish her weapon, and explained that, however, this is not the same Minju, because in this reality, she is his student. Suddenly, the huntress's pupils turned white, and the system announced the awakening of the unique skill sword mastery, and then the protagonist noticed that she had become a real sword master who fought equally well with either hand. At the same time, Yubin frowned menacingly. The girl jumped abruptly away from the enemy's attack. A huge golem could be seen, and the child turned to Jason and asked if he could work better, and added that he would be killed later. A magic seal was circling around the man, and he said that everyone was tired and they were in a hopeless situation. Chloe, her mouth wide open, said that there were 5 minutes left, after which the huntress replied that she knew. Looking ahead, Yubin was dissatisfied with the manager of the control department, and also realized that they had been saving their strength all this time, and added that she couldn't give up so easily, and then the system reported a unique skill of an enraged berserker. Suddenly, the girl's eyes lit up red, and she muttered that she had no choice but to speed up and finish this job. The gentleman, grinning, said that she had finally activated him. Suddenly, it seemed as if Minju was holding a sword in her hand. Jinwoo stood behind her and told her that awakening was an opportunity to improve skills to a unique level, and the hunters themselves rose to a unique class, and there were not many of them among the A ranks. The girl's body was seen shaking, and then the main character explained that despite all this, you can use the unique skill only once. The monster furiously opened its mouth, and the protagonist said that he would be covering Minju, and also asked her to trust him and boldly attack, because now with the help of her powers, she would be able to split him in two. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy exclaimed that she needed to gather all her power and deal with him. Through the sweat on her face, the lady replied positively. A moment later, the huntress took off. The swordswoman jumped towards her enemy. Her weapon was enveloped in a magical aura, and the system wrote about the activation of the sword mastery skill. Suddenly, sharp spears appeared above Minju. Powerful flames surrounded many daggers. The young man let out a bright fire from his palm. The teenager confidently stretched out his hand. The girl, swinging her sword, shouted loudly. The golem's pupils narrowed sharply. A blue aura flew near the lady. The huntress slashed with her annihilation ability. A second later, the monster's head hit the surface, and the artificial intelligence reported that the conditions were met. The former raider hugged the swordswoman, after which she clarified whether she had killed the enemy. Yubin could be seen sitting on the floor, and then Jinwoo replied positively and added that the other side had also handled the task. Looking down, the main character asked how she was. Closing her eyes contentedly, Minju said that everything was fine, and she would live. Suddenly, the soldiers, running up to the leader, asked if she was okay. A sharp spear appeared, and at the same time the second task force asked for an answer, and the dispatching group praised him for his good work. The guys raised their eyebrows in surprise when they heard that they had also completed the work, and therefore they could go further, and they would also finish cleaning and go after them. Smiling slightly, the protagonist chuckled and thought that this was to be expected. Abruptly rushing from his place, the guy said that he would go and look at them, and they could walk, and at the same time the system reported about the acquired skill of the remark. Jason grabbed the janitors by the hair. Yubin, opening her jaw, asked if he thought that if he was from an international association, he would get away with everything. The man abandoned the members of the dungeon cleaning department, and the girl exclaimed that he had attacked the allies. Frowning menacingly, the gentleman asked what difference it made if he killed them or if they died in battle, for the dead don't tell tales, and then wondered if society thought society would care about a few dead janitors. Suddenly, the manager of the control department stretched out his hand. Grabbing the huntress by the neck, Jason decided to ask where she had put the files she had stolen from them. Clenching his jaw in pain, the child replied that he had no idea what he was talking about, and realized that he had been waiting when he used the skill. Bringing a knife to Yubin's face, the man noted that he did not hope that she would answer him, after which he said that he would send her to her friends, and therefore let him say hello, because they were colleagues and should be together. Soyeon was lying unconscious on the floor. Suddenly, the main character knocked the dagger out of his hand. The gentleman bared his teeth angrily. The back of the protagonist's head appeared, and he said that he knew they were on bad terms, and then asked what was the benefit of attacking the allies during the operation. Approaching the huntress, the guy said that first they need to get out of here, and they will answer for what they did. Suddenly, magic seals and a creepy monster appeared. The young man noticed that he just wanted to talk, and then Yubin, opening her mouth wide, shouted that they were finished. Frowning furiously, the head of the control department ordered the destruction of these pathetic precocious. A huge skeleton held a machine gun in his hand. A moment later, the monster opened fire on the guys. The teenager, through the sweat on his face, asked the leader whether he was sure that it was worth doing, to which he asked a counter question whether he had been dropped in childhood, and then explained that it was impossible to leave witnesses. The former raider said that it was true that it was not allowed, and at the same time wondered if anyone would lift a finger because of the Yankee pair, causing Jason to open his mouth in surprise. The main character was surrounded by a powerful flame, and he asked why they came to them and did whatever they wanted, and also called them non-entities. Jinwoo, standing in front of the members of the association, listed the participants in the operation and said that they work incredibly well in a team, after which he clarified why they keep such a distance. The protagonist said that he did not understand this, and then asked if they were trying to save the budget, and the girl, opening her jaw, asked why he was provoking him, and if he was going to fight against them alone. The guy asked her to be quiet, and then the child, looking ahead, called his bosses. Chloe, approaching the cleaners, said that first she needed to get out, because support would arrive soon, and the two were simply unconscious. Lowering the corners of her lips in bewilderment, the hunter wondered which side she was on. The young man, directing his gaze to the soldiers, noticed that he would say only one thing to him. Smiling, the teenager explained that keeping only people in the team who are able to attack in distant positions is suicide, because one wrong move, and without a melee fighter, they are finished. Sweat was dripping down Yubin's cheek, and at the same time, the former raider said that the Berserker class would be a great fit. Jason, stretching out his index finger, asked if he really believed in this child, and said that he did not know how she rubbed the floors there, but after activating the skill, he could not come to his senses for hours. Holding a shovel behind his back, Jean said that he meant that he should rest for now. Clenching her jaw, the girl wondered if the main character really thought that she would be able to continue fighting after resting, after which she muttered that he was not a fool. Suddenly, the protagonist's body was surrounded by a red aura, and the system reported the acquired skill replica and the copying skill of Yubin the enraged berserker. The man, his eyes bulging, was stunned. The huntress, opening her mouth wide, was very surprised. The guy, twisting his weapon in his hands, asked if they were ready to answer for their words. The man, frowning, shouted that his subordinates should not be afraid, because he was just a janitor. His eyes were wide as he wondered what was going on in this cursed dungeon. After all, it was the first time he had seen a janitor use such a high-end skill, and someone had said that they needed to stop him quickly before he did anything. Someone jumped to the monster when messages appeared about the acquired skill of the line and polymorph. Several mops appeared near the young man. Putting his hand forward, the fighter said that it was time to get all the shit out of here. These shells were directed at the opponents. The man, looking back, ordered them to hold the line. The guy was already flying towards him. The first blow fell on the head of one of the hunters. The hero was surrounded by other enemies. A smirk appeared on his face after activating the increase in all stats as he used up stamina and also using the enraged berserker response. They were still looking at him. The first blow fell on the face of the enemy. The second blow fell on the face of the second. All of them were hit after activating hyper-acceleration, counterattack, and voice lines. Immediately after, the guy was in front of a man. The protagonist immediately swung for an attack. The manager, wide-eyed, begged him to wait. His fist was already at his face. The man's body ended up on the ground. One of the girl's eyes widened. The second frowned. All the allies were lying on the floor. The guy, shaking his hand, noted that he really liked to talk with his tongue. Yubin opened her eyes wide and realized that no matter if this person had copied a skill, if he didn't have a basic knowledge of skills, then he wouldn't have been able to master it so easily, because his every move and way of applying the skill was perfect. Looking at this person, she realized that this was perfection itself. After all, his strength was so great that he could stand at the head of the association. Remembering herself earlier, the girl knew that if this person had been with them then perhaps they would have been able to save her. The leader's mouth was wide open. The hero loomed over him when the man suddenly shouted a question about whether he would really kill him in this way and whether it really seemed to him that the International Association would turn a blind eye to this. The guy, grinning, asked if they would find out that he died during the operation or died at the hands of an ordinary janitor, because the dead do not know how to tell stories. The girl, coming up from behind, shouted for them to stop and said that he should not be associated with an international association, as it could be dangerous for him. Her eyes suddenly opened wide. The protagonist kicked him. Yubin, frowning, shouted a question about whether he was crazy. After all, this man was the head of an international association. The guy turned around and asked what he would make of it, because he needed to be sure that they would not interfere anymore. Holding his hands behind his back, the fighter asked if it was time for them to finish, and she asked if this was not all. The hero stretched out his hand and asked her to give something back. The interlocutor, opening her eyes wider, asked again, and the fighter explained that he needed the Stone of Time and she should return the stolen goods and not try to lie again. She, looking at him, asked what he meant by the word again, and the guy asked her to just give this stone back. Looking at the leader, the fighter said that he would also try to discuss the issue of that file with Yubin. The man bowed his head when he was asked about something. The man immediately started nodding after being asked if they should do it. His comrade in arms, putting his hand in his bosom, said that everything was clear to him now. The stone was already in the hand of the young man. Raising his hand, the guy said that they were now done with it. A sunny sky appeared and a question was heard about what this file is and what is in it. The girl, standing next to her, began to talk about how something happened when she happened to be in America, and the hero asked if she was referring to that accident with her friend, and the interlocutor said that this file contained data confirming that all the conditions for calling a support squad were met. The guy, looking somewhere ahead, realized that this was the very proof, and she asked how he knew about her friend. The fighter, burying his hands in his hips, explained that his friend told him about it. Then the hunter called her a good person, because she took care of the team even outside of work. Picking up the flash drive, Yubin said that this was the file, and the interlocutor asked if she was sure that she wanted to give it away. The young man took this object in his hand when he listened to her say that it was a drop in the ocean, because as soon as she had a chance to come to Korea and contact all the media, everything went awry. Holding the photo, the girl explained that this file contains information about corruption and no one needs to expose corrupt officials in the International Association, because besides, there are rumors that people are killed for such things in the company. Putting her hands in her pockets, the hunter also added that she thought it was stupid on Jason's part to come here for the sake of this flash drive, while the guy replied that he would deal with everything himself. Turning around, the hero said that he knew one journalist, and they had already managed to get a knife in the back from the American branch, from which they still hurt. Her eyes widened at the words that they would have to answer for this. A certain building appeared and a question was heard about where he happened to find this file, but the soldier noted that the interlocutor was not at all as brave as it seemed. The man, sitting at the computer, said that thanks to this he would not starve to death and would be able to earn good money, because there is a lot of work here. The guy, holding the phone to his ear, realized that in this way one file had launched a whole avalanche of events, and the results of the raid led by Yubin were revised. A large news screen appeared when the protagonists remembered that as a result, corrupt actions on the part of Jason were discovered and he was sentenced to a long prison term. This leader appeared when the fighter also realized that the same charges had been brought against the task force, from which the hunters' licenses had been taken away, and now the government of each country was aware of the seriousness of the incident, and a meeting of the association's branches in all countries would be held on this occasion. The young man, smiling, said that now he had one less problem. In front of him sat Minju. Remembering the same situation in his previous life, the fighter realized that this was the second time he had had to visit her. Smiling, she asked if it was the teacher who had come. The hero, crossing his arms over his chest, answered in the affirmative and asked a question about her health, while the colleague replied that she was already fine and the operation went well, and also asked how his hearing went. The fighter, looking down, said that everything went well and his behavior was regarded as self-defense, and in general he had the opportunity to kill him in defense, but it did not come to that. Introducing the people from the support department, the young man knew that given the current situation, it seemed that this department had a hand in ensuring that he was released. Standing next to the bed, the hero also noted that he had not managed to get rid of the International Association, and in the morning they called a press conference and publicly apologized. She also suggested that this association was simply trying to avoid the consequences. The interlocutor explained that there was nothing to be done here, since they did not have the opportunity to foresee such an outcome. Introducing the leaders of this organization, the fighter realized that the leadership of such a large-scale operation was not an accident, because all this time the leaders of other squads tried to harm them in every possible way, and therefore he and his girlfriend should be on the alert everywhere and always. Closing one eye, the guy asked if she was going to work until she fully recovered. The girl, looking at the paper in his hands, said that the teacher should rest for a while. Sitting down next to him, the soldier asked her to take a look at it. Minju unfolded the paper as her friend explained that it was compensation for an accident, and that the money would soon be transferred to her account. Glancing to the side, the guy said that he had already taken care of her vacation, and therefore she should focus on her health, and also asked her to apply for a rank review. She, looking at the paper, asked if she could do this at all. Remembering that operation, the girl explained that her comrades would not have died if her skills had matched the rank, and all this would not have happened. The interlocutor, sitting next to her, asked why she blamed herself, because everything in her power had been done. Smiling, the hero noted that she did a good job. Her eyes widened. Immediately after, the fighter took the phone in his hand. She turned away when the guest was talking into the phone about how he was now in the hospital and would arrive soon. Without turning around, Minju asked if anything had happened, but the other person replied in the negative and explained that one of the management had simply asked him for a meeting and he had to go. The girl, hiding her eyes, begged him to be careful, while the young man tried to understand why he was so polite if there was no one else here. Her face turned red with embarrassment. A certain building appeared and words were heard that they did not even hope that the results would be like this, and they exceeded all expectations. The assistant, walking behind, asked if he had a chance to see the reaction of the townspeople and added that his department's popularity continued to grow, while the hero asked about what was wrong with this country if all the attention was focused on them. There were a lot of people looking at their phones, who were writing comments about the cleaners. Immediately after that, several articles appeared about cleaners, when she said that such news now appears very often. The fighter was smiling as he received many notifications about unlocking skills and classes. The guy's gaze was fixed somewhere. Turning his head, the hero asked if she had done what she was asked to do. The assistant, turning around, asked whether he meant compensation to the families of the two dead hunters. Remembering their meeting, the girl replied that they had helped with the funeral and paid compensation, and therefore he should not worry about it. Closing her eyes, the ward also added that she was glad that he was able to restrain himself, because there could have been much more victims. Because not a single man would dare to fight alone against an international association. The guy looked out the window, listening to her say that they were lucky to have daredevils like this janitor. Standing nearby, Ayon asked him to be more careful in the future, because of this incident the public would be watching him. Then the protagonist realized that such battles were not at all to his liking, and it did not matter if they were monsters or people, because there was always a nasty aftertaste. The man, putting his hand on his head, said that there were much more problems than expected. The fighter, sitting next to him, asked if the International Association had already begun to put pressure on them. He also answered in the negative. Closing his eyes, the head explained that they are likely to start doing this in the near future, and opinions in the board of directors are divided, and some want to kick out the hero until the International Association takes action, and the other part is against this, and added that he has managed to hush up this case at the moment. The young man, bowing his head, thanked him, but the interlocutor said that at the moment it was too early for such words, because it was unlikely to be their last conversation, but he had hoped that the question would still be closed. Sitting opposite, the head also added that the agenda included what they discussed a month ago, and this is also related to the International Association. Remembering how that man shook hands with his friend, the man explained that in a situation where the entire board of directors was intensively negotiating with her, he only complicated everything. Immediately after, the person introduced the protagonist between them. The guy, looking at him, said that these people were just waiting for them to stumble, while the interlocutor noted that the two of them were in the same boat, and this time he had to turn a blind eye to the whole situation. Closing his eyes, the head began to talk about how everyone was still looking askance at him because of such a decision, and in any case, the situation at the moment was exactly like that, and he should be more careful in the future. A certain delegation appeared when the leader asked if he had a chance to hear that they had a check scheduled for the next month. The fighter answered in the affirmative, and said that there would be no problems. Then the interlocutor noted that it would be difficult for him to take his word for it. The hero, remembering himself in a past life, realized that there were many people and problems that did not exist before his regression, and maybe his old personality would not have coped, but now he has the power to answer for his words. A man sitting next to him said that the guest had been focused on his personal growth all this time, but now his strength would not be enough, and they would now have to move together to survive. Frowning, the man asked if the young man could help him. The soldier shifted his gaze to the side after this question. The head, looking at him, explained that if he cooperated with him, he would have a guarantee that his place would not be lost, and immediately asked if he was interested in a higher position, while the guy replied that he did not believe that his position as a leader was deservedly received. The guy turned his head, introducing other people of such a position, when the interlocutor said that his current situation was not easy, because he now had many enemies and he would not be able to continue alone. The young man frowned when the man explained that he should not let his guard down until the final decision of the board of directors, and therefore the hero was their main target. The protagonist, looking at the chapter, said that he would immediately like to hear his request. The man, frowning, explained that he needed to convince the chairman of the association to return, because he had been hiding for 3 years. A soldier bows his head when the interlocutor asks him for this favor. Folding his hands on his feet, the young man asked why he decided to entrust this task to him. The hero's pupils went in different directions after the interlocutor's words that he could only be entrusted with this task to a confidant. The protagonist, remembering the situations earlier, realized that he had already heard about these rumors and were there really people who really believed in them, and apparently it was for this reason that Soo-young and Minju suddenly became such nice guys, as they thought that an ordinary janitor was somehow related to the chairman. Frowning, the guy explained that there was some kind of misunderstanding, because he had no connection with the chairman, while the man asked if this was true, to which he received an affirmative answer. Bowing his head, the head said that then it made no sense for him to ask him for help. Without getting up, the man asked if anyone else knew about this, but the hero answered in the negative and explained that it was the first time he had talked to someone about it and asked whether he should explain himself to everyone. The evening sky appeared and words were heard that he should not do this, because it could create new problems. The building of the association appeared. The employee, holding the paper in his hands, said that the next operation would be assigned to Supervisor Jean and asked if anyone had any objections to this. One of the soldiers, bowing his head, answered in the negative. The other two, closing their eyes, answered in the same way. The girl, frowning, said that she didn't mind either. The man sitting at the head of the table pointed out that in that case they should end this meeting. The employee, holding a glass of coffee, asked why the attitude towards this person had changed so much, while the colleague explained that the showdown during the raid, the revelation of corruption in the American branch, the conflict with the International Association, and after such major incidents, everyone is at least afraid of him, because he is really an unpredictable person. Taking the glass, the man noticed that they would now have even more problems, and the interlocutor asked why he was saying so, because everything ended well. The head, raising his head, explained that the board of directors was dissatisfied with the situation, and now the name of this person would be discussed for a very long time. Turning his head, the employee asked if they had any danger because of this, because if they were unlucky, they would also become accomplices. Danvi looked down and said that this person was still connected to the chairman, and therefore no one would touch him. The leader, looking at him, asked if he really thought it was true. Covering his mouth with his hand, the man said that they should not talk about it. Recalling speaking to the directors, the employee said that during his last operation, he had a chance to talk to some of the board of directors, but none of them knew the man. The assistant put his hand on the table and suggested that these people simply did not know him, and the assistant explained that they were Eun-young and Kyosik, who were the next most influential after the chairman, and they must have known about this person. After introducing the protagonist and the chairman, the assistant asked why they should talk about such information, while the interlocutor explained that they did not even intersect in any way and he should think about it himself, because there are no records about this person until he became a janitor. Raising a finger, the colleague began to talk about a certain assumption. They suddenly looked at the man. The employee, taking the folder, explained that he just accidentally left documents here and this happens to many people. The door immediately slammed shut after his apology. They shouted wide-eyed how long this man had been standing there. The ceiling of the office appeared and a question was heard whether a colleague had heard their conversation. The man, taking off his coat, was saying something. Smiling, the leader asked if the protagonist was really not related to the chairman, but the colleague answered in the affirmative. Gritting his teeth forcefully, the worker asked what he would do with this rat. The director closed his eyes and asked if it was true that Jinna had nothing to do with the chairman. Raising his head, the man asked if he was sure of this. Suyin, putting the papers on the table, replied that it was a copy of his personal file, certificates of family ties, school graduation certificates, and everything else. The subordinate, smiling, said that just in case he checked everything and found nothing, and most likely this person really had nothing to do with the chairman. The colleague looked at the document when the ward said that this person was still a talented cleaner, but it was hardly true that he was acting under the patronage of the chairman. After introducing him, Soo-young explained that despite the incident with the International Association, the chairman still had not appeared. The director, exhaling, said that it still made sense. Having imagined situations in the past, the employee could not understand why the janitor arranged all this and just played with them. Minju gritted his teeth in anger. Pointing his finger at the document, the man asked if the subordinate remembered what was said at the General Assembly a month ago. The subordinate's eyes opened wide after the interlocutor's words that the Korean branch was to be bought out by an international association. Introducing the building of the association, the Mendi asked if they really had to transfer the rights to the international association. The latter, crossing his arms over his chest, answered in the affirmative and explained that the Korean branch was one of the largest, and it took him a long time to establish contacts with the leaders of other countries, while the colleague shouted that it was just a stunner and also asked if it could really happen. Introducing some people, the director explained that those who were not far from retirement would simply take their shares and leave their posts, but the leaders and ordinary hunters would remain under the auspices of the International Association. The man, putting his hand on his face, explained that the problem was with the chairman and if he handed over control to Dusik, he would have the last word, but he would never sign these papers. After introducing Jason to the man, the director said that he had done all of this without his knowledge and that they would have simply pressured him afterwards. After introducing the protagonist, Minju explained that this bastard ruined everything when he quarreled with the American branch, and that's when things didn't go according to plan. Frowning, the man said that this made one of the heads very angry. If they didn't calm down the hero, then they would have to be left empty-handed. Suyun, looking ahead, said that he had no idea what to do next and asked if they had the ability to do such a thing without the chairman. The interlocutor, turning away, answered in the affirmative and explained that this is possible as long as power is in the hands of Dusik, while a colleague asked whether the chairman of the association would be removed from office after his return. The director, looking back, explained that they did not need someone from whom nothing had been heard for 3 years, and even the top management did not know where this old man was now. Taking the phone, Minju noted that since it turned out that the protagonist was not related to the chairman, it was time to teach him a lesson. The name of the manager appeared on the screen. The man held his phone to his ear and asked if he could shift the schedule for next month's audit, and asked why he should do so. The director, grinning, explained that he had come up with a way to eliminate the protagonist, and in gratitude he would be sent all the details in the form of a report. The interlocutor began to smile. The employee clenched his hand into a fist when the manager said that the entire board of directors was relying on him. Holding a glass in his hand, the man said that he would do everything in his power and asked the ward not to let him down, because if he manages to cope, then he will have a guaranteed place on the board of directors. One of the fighters, wide-eyed, said that it was a little rude, while the second asked if these people were trying to turn the whole office upside down. Minju looked at the people in the office when someone asked about what the inspection was doing here. The woman, holding the folder, asked if the information in the swordswoman's reports was reliable. The employee came closer and asked if she was sure, while the other person answered in the affirmative, and then the inspector asked if it was true that Minju had been trained all this time. She, standing in front of this person, replied that she was just getting advice and nothing more, and all this happened even before she was appointed to the position of manager, and she also asked if all her actions were not done under the influence of other people. People continued to sort through the documents when the inspector said that there were too many coincidences in any case, and this situation was too suspicious. The woman, bowing her head, asked if the head knew what she was facing for lying and immediately asked if she was the leader during the last operation. Minju replied affirmatively with a frown and immediately followed by another question about how it was possible that she had been entrusted with such a difficult raid. Minju, standing next to her subordinates, answered. The other leaders simply refused him and announced a boycott, while the employee asked again. The swordswoman turned away and explained that she wasn't sure about it, because these people simply decided not to participate and remembered that they ignored because of the teacher who managed the raid schedule. But if they were to talk about it now, it would only increase suspicions. The woman, adjusting her glasses, said that she had already heard this from the other executives and noted that they were talking about the boycott being aimed at the protagonist, who was arbitrarily adjusting the schedule. A drop of sweat appeared on Mingju's face after asking if she was close to this person. The inspector, grinning, noted that judging by the silence, everything was exactly like that and asked whether she could draw an appropriate conclusion. Her eyes widened after her interlocutor said that an accident had occurred during the raid, which was the result of Jin's instructions. Her hand trembled when she said that everything was wrong. The woman, leaving, said that they were done for today and they would contact her shortly. The ward, frowning, said something about this man, while the head thought that they seemed to put a knife to her throat. The man sitting at the table asked why this man had recently handed over a lot of A+ rank equipment and weapons to the second task force. Ione, raising her hand, replied that they were just having a competition and the support department decided to help the hunters, who were full of enthusiasm. The man, placing his hand on the table, noted that if this was true, then she had interfered with the competition of the squads and asked why this was done if she needed to remain neutral. The inspector, taking the documents in his hands, said that at that moment the second task force was in second place, despite the numerical superiority, and if the interlocutor had not helped them with the equipment, then their result could have been different. Her eyes were wide after being asked if she had interfered with the work of the squads. The man, turning his head, noted that the cleaning schedule was not drawn up by the manager, and asked who did it. A drop of sweat appeared on the man's face. The man, with both hands folded on the table, asked what the leader of Changhyun was thinking when he assigned such responsibility to ordinary cleaners, while a colleague noted that most of the recent raids were carried out by the second task force, which is extremely strange, and also one of them asked if he had anything to say on this matter. The employee, bowing his head, answered in the negative. The inspector, frowning, said that given the circumstances, his work was done against the rules. The frightened faces of the three men appeared after being asked if it had anything to do with Jinu the janitor. The young man took the phone in his hand. There was a message from an assistant saying that they had been checked and he should be more careful. Sweat appeared on his face. The man, standing in front of him, asked if the hero was a member of the third cleanup group, to which he received an affirmative answer. The man, frowning, introduced himself and asked him to follow him. A certain building appeared. The protagonist sat in front of him and realized that almost nothing had happened in 2 hours and they had made such a commotion because of one janitor, and they were apparently well prepared. Frowning, the guy realized that they had already checked everyone except him and this was an extremely sneaky trick. The man was holding a document when the fighter remembered that his phone had also been seized so that he would not be able to contact the rest of his comrades. Looking at the mobile device, the hero realized that they decided to put pressure on the psyche so that he had doubts about the others. And given that this inspector has been silently reading documents for 2 hours, it is quite natural that this situation will make him nervous. A man appeared on the chair as the young man tried to understand what would happen to the other teams and what the consequences would be. The man's eyes were wide in fear as he thought that Jun Hyuk thought that the more he had to sit here, the stronger his feelings became, and if he harassed a man like that for a long time, he would break down, and at that moment, when he could no longer think clearly, the broken man would say what they wanted to hear. The man, raising his fist, said that he was guilty and immediately confessed. Immediately afterward, someone with red eyes appeared. The young man, smiling, noted that he was a little confused and remembered that in this way he himself dealt with people in a past life, and they would not break him. The man stared at him silently. The janitor, crossing his arms over his chest, said that the inspection was scheduled for the next quarter, but they came a few months earlier, and there can be only one explanation for this. Raising his hand, the fighter asked how Zalsik was doing there, and added that he had heard that his wife had a birthday next month and asked if they had decided what they could give her. The man was still silently watching, listening to his words that she must love champagne. The inspector, putting his hands on the table, noted that the guest should be careful with his words, while the fighter replied that now he would not say a word. Opening his eyes wider, the protagonist knew that the longer he was able to remain silent, the more his interlocutor would think. Jun Hyuk, looking ahead, tried to understand who this person was and whether he really knew everything. His legs trembled at the thought that this man had mentioned one of the directors. The girl, raising her hand, asked why he did not get in touch, because she was scared, and also asked if they had checked him. The hero, remembering how he left the office, asked her to ask one question at a time and explained that nothing of the kind had happened there, and she should calm down. The protagonist, putting his hand in his pocket, asked how things were going with the rest of the squads. She replied that everything was not very good and even terrible there, and added that they had only one good news, which was that the interlocutor was not fired. Turning away, the janitor said that based on what he had heard, this was not good news, because the inspectors were like a thorn in the side, and the girl asked why they were doing this. The protagonist, introducing the management and his girlfriend, said that he did not want to see his colleagues suffer and he needed to make these people. The assistant, frowning, asked how they should do it. The hero put his hands in his pockets and said that he should leave the association, and she shouted a question about whether he was bullying her, but the fighter couldn't understand why the other party was so angry, because she wanted to hear the decision herself, and immediately added that if he or Minju had to leave, then they would be able to join any guild. She, remembering the situation with the cleaning team, explained that this squad would have to stay here, and she did not know what would happen to them after that. The young man, looking at her, realized that he was also worried about these things. Taking the phone in his hand, the guy said that he understood her. The director put the phone to his ear and asked why the manager did not answer his calls, and immediately began to talk about rumors, due to the fact that the interlocutor was in no way related to the chairman. Sitting in a chair, the man listened to the man's question about whether he would use a weapon if it fell into his hands. Dusik, holding the phone to his ear, answered in the affirmative. Putting away the phone, the guy asked if the girl was free now and immediately suggested that she go somewhere while there was time. Ayon, looking after him, said that there would be time while the check was going on, but the young man asked her to get ready. Gritting his teeth, the janitor realized that he was too angry with this treatment and that they would all have to pay for it. The girl, sitting behind the wheel, said that she was too uncomfortable. The hero, looking at her, asked why she needed to dress up like that. She also noted that he himself asked her to get ready, but she did not know where they were going and immediately asked why she had to constantly take him back and forth. The car was driving along a certain road when the guy said that it was all because he did not have a driver's license. There was some food in the bag and her question about what it was. The protagonist, standing next to her, replied that it was ramen. Then the companion asked why they needed it, because they were really going on a hike. The same replied that he could not go there empty-handed. Ayon, standing behind, asked who he might have a meeting with if he had to bring ramen, and he asked her to just follow him and be careful. Night hung over the forest. There was a building in front of him. The hero, knocking on the door, asked if there was anyone inside. Holding his hand at the door, the protagonist apologized. The old man, holding the blade to his neck, asked who he was and how he had managed to find him. The young man, looking to the side, replied that he worked in the cleanup department of the Seoul branch of the association and he had something to tell, so he had to take such a risk. It was Imbum when the girl suddenly screamed in surprise. The squad appeared in front of the corpses of the monsters, and it was said that 50 years ago, when the dungeons first appeared, there were no guilds, no association with branches, and everything started 5 people who literally became legends in the world of hunters. One of their squad appeared after telling that at the cost of great efforts and a sea of blood, an association was created, and now this person is the manager of the Korean branch. The old man, holding his hands behind his back, said that he had no idea how he had managed to find him and that he should keep his mouth shut if he wanted to stay alive, But the young man realized that this man, although he was old, was still the same. The girl's eyes opened wide after the words of her companion that he had a chance to buy ramen for him. The chairman began to leave. The protagonist, looking ahead, said that this ramen is sharp. Turning around, the interlocutor asked how long it would take, and the guest replied that he needed only 30 minutes. Ramen appeared on a plate, and the old man asked who his guest was. The girl, sitting next to him, asked how he managed to find out about this place. If he was not close to this person at all, the fighter asked if it was important, and Ayon immediately answered in the affirmative, because no one from the board of directors knew this. The guy, looking at the plate, wished the old man bon appetit, and he offered them to eat. Closing his eyes, Imbium began to tell me that 50 years ago, when he went on raids with his colleagues, he ate only this ramen for a month, and after he moved here, he had to go out to the city for shopping, but it was extremely difficult to do this with sore legs. Holding the sticks in his hands, the chairman asked who his guest was and how he managed to find him, because not a single person knows about it. The hero, sitting near the table, said that he was the leader of the third cleanup group and also gave his name and added that he could tell how he knew about this place. But the interlocutor was unlikely to believe in his story. The old man, wide-eyed, asked if an ordinary janitor could find him and asked about the girl's identity. She, bowing her head, introduced herself and gave her name. Then the chairman asked whether she was Dusek's daughter, to which he received an affirmative answer. Imbium, sitting near the table, said that now the guest can tell him why they came here, and the hero began to talk about the fact that the board of directors is currently engaged in merging the Seoul branch with the International Association. Tilting his head slightly, the fighter explained that he wanted to stop it. The old man, raising his hand to his face, asked what his personality had to do with this, because he was no longer interested in the affairs of the association, while the protagonist noted that he was still the founder. The old man, bowing his head, explained that half a century had passed and there were no operational detachments then, and now the association lives its own life. A plate appeared and his words were heard that it was easier before and the hunter could either leave the dungeon alive, or he was carried out, and he had to work very hard to create a structure for the destruction of demons, and now they are fighting not for humanity, but for status and money. Waving his hand, Imbium said that all this was no longer of interest to him, and if that was all, then they should leave, and the guy asked if he agreed to resign from the post of chairman in this case. The old man suddenly froze. Sitting at the table, the head asked. At the same time the young man asked why he had not yet resigned from his post, if he did not care about the association. The girl began to pull his hair, while the hero was talking about the fact that he had the opportunity to transfer this position to another person and sit quietly in this wilderness, because he still did not want to work there, and it would be logical to do so. The chairman, frowning, said that this man was talking absolute nonsense, and asked how he managed to become the leader of the squad in the first place. The young man, looking ahead, noted that nonsense is what is happening right now in the association. Introducing the branch building, the protagonist asked if the safety of citizens was the primary goal of the association, but even so, those who supposedly work for the benefit of citizens throw dust in their eyes. After presenting the leadership, the fighter explained that they get what they want, and it doesn't matter what methods and ways they do it. Bowing his head, the hero asked if his words were true. Standing up, the guy asked him to stop saying such soulless things about the association, and if he really didn't care about it, then he should just give up his position. Frowning, the hero noted that if not, then he should just tell them, and in this case they would just leave, and immediately asked if he didn't care. Imagining the old man next to the corpses of monsters, the young man explained that he was not leaving his position because he still had hope of returning everything that had happened before. The chairman, looking down, began to say that he was already too old and the board of directors was just waiting for an opportunity to remove him, and now he simply had no one to trust. The young man immediately introduced Dusek and cited him as an example, because it is he who is most likely trusted by the interlocutor, because otherwise everything could have already been abandoned. Imbium, sitting in front of them, replied that this person was still not ready. Then the hero noted that in this case, uniting with this person was the only way to curtail the work of the association in the right direction. The old man, looking up, replied that he really believed him and wondered why he would trust the guest, because he could just want Dusek's place. The young man, looking down, replied that he had already received such an offer, but had refused, and even more so in the near future he would have to leave the association. The interlocutor, looking at him, asked about the reason for such a decision, because the board of directors was really putting pressure on him. The guest answered in the affirmative and added that the reason was not only in this, and it was unlikely that the chairman needed to know this. Turning around, the fighter said that since they were finished then it was time for him to go, while Imbium asked if the guest had received answers to all the questions, and the protagonist replied that the interlocutor was not the one who hesitated with this and everything was already clear to him. The old man opened his mouth in surprise as he assumed that this man knew him. The girl, walking next to him, asked if he was really going to leave the association, to which she received an affirmative answer and then asked about the reason for such a decision, because it was really because of what happened, to which the fighter replied that he did not care about this situation. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explained that even if he stayed, it would not do anything, because he did not have much time, and Ion asked about what the others would do after he left. Frowning, the guy asked why she was asking him about this. Because these are their lives after all and they can figure it out on their own. Looking after him, she said that she was at a loss for words. Her face appeared. Turning her head, the girl explained that if he left, she would be very lonely. A news agenda appeared. A photograph appeared to Jean. Holding the newspaper in his hands, the old man said that he had heard that he was insane, but not to the same extent, adding that the janitor had smashed the American branch. Without showing his face, the man stated that he was very strong, as he had never met a person like him before, stating that he thought that there was no such thing to be found not only in Korea, but also in the world. The man's gaze was directed downwards, thinking that if I had met him earlier, I would have kept him close to me. Suddenly, a photo of a guy appeared. People stood together, and it became clear that the association was created to protect people from monsters, but humans themselves are a threat to their species. Looking at the picture, the old man said that he was tired of looking at the organization, so he ran away and hid for 3 years, adding that, as the guy said, he did not dare to leave the post of chairman of the association. Sitting on the floor, the man said that he had already rested enough. A meeting appeared, making it clear that a joint operation with the Jeonnam branch was planned for next week. Drops of sweat appeared on the employee's face, asking who wanted to participate. Smiling, the girl said that the 4th squad had a tight schedule. In turn, it became clear that the 5th would not be able to either. Looking to the side, the man said that the 7th squad also had some things to do, and in turn, the council member said that everyone seemed to be busy, adding that he should ask the leader to resolve the matter. Turning her head, the lady said that the 2nd squad is always ready to work, asking that the main character does not get in touch, suggesting that the protagonist and the others have a lot of problems, asking who even thought of entrusting the schedule to the janitor. People began to laugh. The worker lowered his head. The allies looked down. Holding a fork in his hands, the man said that Jinwoo was alive, adding that he knew so, asking if there was any news about him. Looking ahead, the man said that he lay low due to the situation, continuing that it was unlikely that anyone would support him again, because if he returned, he would be ignored. Keeping his hands on the table, the boss said that now it remained only to resume the process of merging the branches, stating that it was all thanks to the interlocutor. In turn, the employee said that all this happened thanks to the man. Starting to cut meat, it became known that the last problem was Dusik, because it was not known whether he would sign the unification agreement. Smiling, Zasik said that even if he didn't, he had a plan, adding that he had not shown up at the meeting, so the question of Mr. Kolsik had to be considered. Knitting his eyebrows, the interlocutor asked what would be the reason for his removal from office. In turn, the person said that his term of office would expire soon. A picture appeared of the chairman handing over the crown to a subordinate, making it clear that when the chairman was absent for any reason, all powers passed to the board of directors until he returned, but at that point he had been absent for 36 months. The man put the phone to his ear, and it became clear that the board of directors could think that the CEO was not coping with his duties and remove him from office by voting. A multitude of hands reached out to the man. The interlocutor made a menacing face, saying that they could do the same with the chairman. Smiling, the man said that together with Dusik they could dismiss the chairman. Raising his fork, the man asked if he was sure that others would vote for it, adding that he was sure that there were people who did not want others in this position. Holding the fork in his hand, the man said that he should not worry, because he had already taken care of this, continuing to make sure that he just continued to do his job. Making a happy face, Minchul asked about the fact that he already had candidates for the position of CEO. In turn, the man stated that he had not yet thought about it, asking about offers. Pointing with his hand, the interlocutor asked about Suyong, adding that he had done a lot, stating that he had a very good track record in working with the first task force. Closing his eyes, Salsik said that he had convinced him, and the man thanked him. A dish appeared, making it clear that he had finally dealt with this rat, because Jinwoo would soon be leaving the association for good, but even if he stayed here, he no longer had his support group. There was a piece of meat on the fork. Kolsik appeared against the background of the employee, making it clear that now he will take the place of the leader of the association. The man kept his hands in his pockets, listening to criticism from other people. The boy, looking ahead, turned to Jean. The young man, taking his friend away, said that they had a task now, so they had to go. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows, thinking about how he knew he would be boycotted, but even the squads that were friendly before are trying their best to avoid him. The girl, folding her hands, said that the teacher had come. After examining the table, the protagonist stated that it seemed that the inspectors had come again. In turn, the lady answered positively. Looking down, the guy asked if she was angry, while the lady replied that she was a little angry. In the end, the man asked the question that it was all because of him. Putting a finger to her face, Miss said why she would be angry with someone when there were so many bad people around, adding that the person was not to blame. Lowering his head, Gina said that the others did not think so. In turn, the girl said that this was why she was angry. Looking down, the lady said that while he was helping the whole staff, actually directing the raids, everyone did nothing but pray to him. But as soon as he came here to check, everything was lost. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character thought about why she was saying all this, adding when he managed to become the main one. Making an angry face, the protagonist said that this is the natural behavior of people, continuing that, although he has many problems, she has enough of her own. Holding out the object, the guy said that if she had time to dig into her own thoughts, it was better to let her sleep or read. In turn, the lady asked what it was. In the end, the man replied that it was brief information about the dungeons of the yellow and higher levels that would appear by next year, and a plan of strategies for completing them. The girl's face was happy. The lady opened her eyes wide when she heard that she would have done well without him, so let her regard it as a parting gift. Looking ahead, the lady asked if the person was leaving, while the teacher said that everything would soon change here. Turning around, Jean said that things were going to get worse, so instead of hoping for someone to come and help, Miss needed to focus on her work. The employee opening the door asked if he knew how to use the phone, asking why he did not answer. Trying to catch her breath, the girl said about the board of directors that they wanted to dismiss the chairman. Shock froze on the faces of the characters. The lady began to tremble. The man, standing in front of the people, spoke about how since the topic of this meeting is the removal of the chairman, a proposal was also put forward to change the general director, adding that Imbium has not been in office for almost 3 years, continuing that it was also confirmed that it was impossible to contact him all this time. Without showing his face, the person stated that, in this way, the board of directors considered that the chairman did not want to perform his duties. Knitting his eyebrows, the employee said that now it was time to announce the results of the vote. Making a face full of malice, the chief thought that everything was seized here. Zosik raised his hand in the air, and it was clear that he was continuing to advance his theme. The villain smiled, making it clear that if the chairman of the association was removed, he would no longer be able to remain on the board, and there was a high probability that Zosik would become the next chairman, changing the main directors. Standing in front of the man thanked Dusik for his work. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the opponent said that he should not be upset, because even if he left the board of directors, he could still remain in the association, asking about the position of the head of the cleaning squad, because very soon one would be free. A vein came out on the chief's face. Standing at the podium, the man said that he would now announce the results. Closing his eyes, Dusik said that he had a question, asking what if it turned out that the current chairman did not want to leave the post. Shock appeared on the man's face, answering that, in this case, according to the regulations, his removal was impossible, but it was too late, because all the votes had been counted. The girl, looking ahead, asked whether this could be allowed, given that he did not even get in touch. The opponent, in turn, asked if he was trying to cling to the slightest possibility. A leg appeared. Holding his hands behind his back, the old man said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The people, whose faces were stunned, froze in a daze. Looking ahead, the man said that one janitor told him that they were doing interesting things here. Suddenly people began to shake. Knitting his eyebrows, the team member stated that they didn't want to mess with Jean anymore, adding that everything that was happening with the second task force right now was because of the constant communication with the protagonist, so it would be better for them to distance themselves. Separating the corpse, the girl asked that so far everything was fine, they doted on it, and now they decided to leave quickly. Turning around, the lady said that they were free to do whatever they wanted, but that they should not forget the consequences, adding that they should not drag her in. The young man, looking ahead, asked what she wanted to say, that they were selfish, saying that they had no choice, because it was about work, and it was necessary to hold on to it, especially at this time, while the lady said that he was just hiding in the bushes and turning away from the leader. A blow occurred. A sword appeared in the ground, and the miss said that, unlike them, she had pride, adding that they should not worry, since it would not affect them. A memory of the main character appeared, while the miss thought that she had a debt that needed to be repaid, adding that such was her character. Frozen in shock, people asked why the chairman appeared here. Looking ahead from under his brow, the old man said that they were all the same. Glancing at his subordinate, the man said that they had not seen each other for a long time, asking that he had lost weight. In turn, Dusik thanked for the compliment. With a face full of anger, the man thought that they had found out that Jinnu was not related to the chairman, and asked how to explain the situation. Looking at the villains, the chief said that they had done a lot of things in his absence, adding that they thought they were masters and appointed stupid people to important positions. The guy, standing up, said that he shouldn't react so emotionally, because they were just acting according to the rules. Making an angry face, the old man stated that all the rules were nonsense, going on to say that if they followed the association statutes, they should have sent him a notice of suspension. However, his mailbox was empty. Shrugging his shoulders, the villain said that no one knew where he had been for the last 3 years, asking where they should have sent the notice. In turn, the man asked about what no one knew. Shock appeared on their faces, hearing that a simple cleaner could find the chairman. Gritting his teeth, the man thought that Jean had done it all, adding that he had checked everything carefully several times, but had found no connection between the two. A dossier on the main character appeared. Standing up, the man asked that, it turns out, the issue of the resignation of the chairman was raised without prior notice. In turn, the interlocutor said that this seemed to be true. Stretching out his hand, the opponent asked what he had done here, because they already had the results of the vote ready, ordering them to announce them immediately. The man froze, not saying a word. The man looked to the side, and it became clear that no one expected the chairman to appear. People looked dejected. The assistants, holding their heads, said that there seemed to be some mistake in the counting of votes. In turn, the man said that he thought that the chairman had received a notification, adding that if he knew that this was not the case, he would not agree to vote. Keeping his hand on his head, the colleague offered to pretend that all this did not happen, because such a vote against the rules. In turn, the guy said that they were glad that everything was fine with the old man. Many hands appeared, indicating that a discussion of what had happened had begun. Pointing ahead, the villain said that if the chairman had even a drop of conscience, he would retreat, adding that he had been hiding somewhere for 3 years, and now he just showed up. Glancing to the side, the man asked what he should do. A face appeared. Dropping his hands, the man said that this was the end of the issue. The old man, looking ahead, said that since he was already here, he would make an official statement. The cane struck the floor. Making a surprised face, people listened to what he thought they needed to learn one thing, adding that now there would not be a single rat here who only cared about profit. You could see the indignation on their faces as the staff listened to the fact that the man was planning to set up a planning headquarters and carry out a major internal reorganization from now on. Holding his hands behind his back, the chairman asked if Dusek would cope with this work. In turn, the person asked whether it was necessary to entrust it to him. In the end, the old man said that he had recently almost been retired, so he wanted him to do it for the good of the organization. Holding the phone to his ear, the man asked if he gave them a weapon, would they be able to use it? A smile appeared. Hitting the table, the employee said that the chairman was that weapon. Having made a serious face, the subordinate announced that he would reorganize. The girl, making a stunned face, asked what he meant, while the employee said that they could not use the cafeteria. Holding his hands in front, the man said that an order had been received, that it was to keep the cleaners out of the dining room. In turn, the lady asked about the order. In the end, the young man said that she would not understand anyway. The lady, holding the main character, said that they should go to eat somewhere else. A member of the team, in turn, said that the food here was not tasty anyway. Raising his hand, the chief said that they all worked here. Smiling, the man told them to pass, because at this time there was nowhere else to eat. People knitted their eyebrows. Food appeared. The man, sitting at the table, stated that they had heard everything themselves, adding that someone did not want them to use the corporate canteen. In turn, the protagonist asked why this was so. Closing his nose, the interlocutor said that other departments had written a complaint that the cleaners constantly stinked, continuing that this was not far from the truth, because they constantly worked with rotting waste. Looking ahead, the main character asked that hunters, in his opinion, do not touch corpses. In turn, the chief said that, by the way, now they will be responsible for the second task force. Making a strange face, the man said that he was accused of abuse of power, suggesting that Minju would also be replaced. Putting his hands on the table, the guy stated that, as far as he knew, the whole plan of that operation was made by the girl alone, because everyone went somewhere, asking what the problem was if she turned to him. In the end, the interlocutor asked why he was asking him about this, adding that he was only talking. What did the inspection decide? Smiling, the man said that he believed that he should worry about others, because he had heard that the staff of cleaners would soon be reduced, continuing that they had such prospects. In turn, the cleaner asked what he was hinting at. A sliced vegetable appeared, making it clear that everything had gone according to plan for Jean. Throwing food at his opponent, the man said that his time was over. Knitting their eyebrows, the team members asked what he allowed himself. Turning over the food, the man asked who this garbage dump was raising its voice at, adding that he thought that the boss would dance in front of the protagonist who came to the association a couple of months ago, continuing that if they said another word, they would live in poverty for the rest of their lives, ordering them to take care of their direct duties. There was food on the table. Pointing down, the villain told them to lick everything here. The old man appeared next to the man. The guy's face was stunned as he said that the chairman was just in time, and the old man said that he had decided to run in after the meeting. Without showing emotion, the janitor said that the way to Seoul was not close, adding that he should have rested. In turn, the man said that he wanted to see him, and it seemed that he did the right thing by dropping here. There was a blow. Turning around, the man said that Seon should watch his tongue if he wanted to work in the association. Looking ahead, Jinna listened to the fact that maybe the old man was gone for a long time, but the main character does not look like a guy who allowed himself to be mocked, while the protagonist said that he was exaggerating. The opponent was lying on the ground, passed out, and it was clear that it would not be difficult for the chairman to kick a couple of people out of the organization. Lowering his head, the man said that it was time for him to go, adding that he hoped that someday they would be able to eat together. In the end, the interlocutor wished an easy trip. Holding on to his cane, the old man ordered to wipe his drool when he came to his senses and send him away. Without showing his eyes, the man said that his behavior was too strange, because he was too friendly. The subordinate closed his eyes and apologized. Jinna looked ahead. Gesticulating, the man said that he had no choice, because Kolsik pressured him, adding that he believed that he was telling the truth, while the protagonist said that he knew. Showing a face full of hope, the interlocutor asked what he believed him, continuing that the man would like him to talk to the chairman. Scratching his chin, the guy asked if it was in his power, declaring that he was a simple janitor. Horror froze on the villain's face. Grinning, the man asked what kind of nonsense it was. Getting on his knees, the employee said that he was asking only for the last time to turn a blind eye to his stupid trick, saying that in return he would tell about all the crimes that Sasuke had committed. Sitting down on one knee, Jinnu turned to Minju. Shifting his face, the main character asked what would happen if he already knew about everything. Opening one eye, the protagonist stated that he understands the aspiration, but he is just an ordinary janitor, so he just wants to move on. In turn, the interlocutor shouted that how can you say that he is just an interlocutor, adding that he has never met someone who would be more expert than a guy in the fight against both dirt and monsters. Horror appeared on the man's face as he heard that he had been thinking of him as an empty space all along, and now he was suddenly calling him an expert. As he was leaving, the man said that he had a lot to do, so he had to go, and the worker asked what he should do. Smiling sarcastically, the janitor replied that he had no idea. Two silhouettes appeared. A lot of papers flew into the man's face. Without showing his face, the guy stated that he was told that these were the contracts of the chairman, although it was strange that it was so easy to find out his personal information. In turn, the boss asked how he knew where to look for the chairman. With a face full of anger, the man asked how he had done it if the board didn't even know, adding that now thanks to him, even that untouchable who didn't care about the association at all had returned. The employee knitted his eyebrows and thought that he was not in a position to ask the old man for anything, but then in the restaurant it seemed as if they had known each other for years. A downward gaze appeared. Throwing up his hands, the man asked him not to worry. In turn, the interlocutor replied that how could he not worry if now they would all be hit for past affairs. Taking the phone in his hands, the boss listened to what he was doing. A vein appeared on Sasuke's face, shouting that he had also said that Jean would take care of everything, asking how he would explain what had happened. Without showing his face, the boss said that he trusted Soo-young's words and turned to him. In turn, the interlocutor said that he didn't care who he trusted, because the entire board of directors was furious, asking how he would sort out the situation. Messages of a different nature appeared. The man clenched his teeth. Looking at the phone, the man shouted about why he was making him look extreme, continuing that if he was the only one who could influence the chairman, the employee in turn asked who he was raising his voice at. With a furious face, the boss said that he was not raising his voice, saying that Kulsik was trying to shift all the blame onto him. Looking ahead, the man asked what he thought. He did not know how he made money on raids and dungeons, adding that the interlocutor did not even dare to open his mouth, stating that if he continued in the same vein, he would take his scalp with his own hands. The man was holding a phone in his hands. Hiding his face behind his hands, the man said that the director had lost everything and promised that he would personally take the scalp from him. In turn, the employee asked why he was again to blame for everything. Sitting in a chair, Minju said that if it had not been for his stupidity, all this would not have happened, ordering him to leave. Turning around, the director told him to go away. There was a knock on the door. Looking ahead, the employee thought about who he had paid for the information, adding that when a problem arises, they immediately blame someone else, continuing that he had known it for a long time. But now he would not leave it like this. The chief took the man by the head. Knitting his eyebrows, the subordinate realized that before doing anything, he needed to think everything through. People were watching a news show. The man looked ahead and said that the prosecutor's office had launched an investigation into the association for working with parallel dimensions, adding that 14 directors were known to be involved, saying that Imbium, the chairman of the association, had taken the opportunity to announce the need for reforms within the organization. The janitors looked away. Kulsik closed one eye, and it became known that the director was spending huge amounts of money on lobbying and illegal purchases. This news caused a great resonance in society. Minju raised his eyebrows to reveal that the director of the Korean branch was involved in the illegal purchase and sale of dungeons, and that the whistleblower was currently uncovering other crimes committed at the association. The person pointed to the document. Folding his hands, Jean said that this was some kind of mess, and the girl thought about why everyone was here again. Dusik, looking ahead, said that they would take full responsibility and create a new, healthy association. The lady looked down, and it became clear that before the regression of the main character, Dusik was the main corrupt official, but now everything is different, because all the crimes have been exposed, which means that the man cannot be falsely accused and fired. The protagonist wore a cape, making it clear that the headmaster, whom he had eliminated with his own hands in a past life, was now succeeding in forming an association. Suddenly there were memories of past and present life. The guy looked down. The director appeared at the door, who said that while someone was working hard, some idlers were sitting and smoking, and the man said that this was not a manifestation of disrespect for him. Smiling, the man told him not to do this to him, adding that since the working day was over, how about having dinner with the chairman of the association? Gina thought that he didn't understand why he was said to look like a high school student. Without showing his face, the director said that dinner with the boss was an incredible opportunity. In the end, the main character asked why such a proposal suddenly appeared, until the interlocutor replied that he did not know, adding that the old man himself invited him. Without showing emotion, the guy said that he did not mind, because he was going to meet him anyway. The chairman, looking ahead, said that he already knew what he was going to order, so he told the protagonist to choose for himself, and the guy wanted the carbonate. Smiling, the old man asked if the interlocutor had been here before, because he had pointed to the dish so quickly. In the end, the man said something she didn't even know. Jinwoo sat at the table, making it clear that in his previous life he had been next to the chairman 300 days a year, and they had eaten together, although now he realized that even the smell of carbonate infuriated him now. The main character looked ahead, asked why he called him, in turn received the answer that he just wanted to talk. Scratching his beard, the old man said that he already knew about the whole situation with the directors, so he thought that he didn't want to deal with them, especially during the restructuring of the association, otherwise they would simply destroy themselves. The director and the head appeared. Making an angry face, the chairman said that the merger with an international organization was cancelled. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy asked if the international association had said anything about this. In turn, the interlocutor said that they did not answer anything, adding that maybe they did not consider this situation worthy of attention. Looking to the side, the man said that he must now be overwhelmed with work. In the end, the man stated that he had not seen his wife for several days. Smiling, the director said that a week ago he had lived by candlelight to the song of a hungry stomach, adding that he owed him a lot, so he expressed gratitude. In turn, he told Jean to return it with interest. Without showing emotion, the old man announced that he was back in the association and insisted on reforming it, asking what he should do next. Looking ahead, the main character asked why he was asking him this. In the end, the chairman asked who to ask him if everything rests on the guy. Closing his eyes, the man said that nothing should be done for the time being, because if the reforms were carried out too quickly, it could cause discontent, because the hunters were the most important part of the association, so it was better not to disturb them. Raising his hand, the man asked that it was necessary to show that they were trying to change something without inciting internal conflicts. In turn, the interlocutor replied that this was true. Looking ahead, the old man said that, in this case, it was worth continuing the dialogue in a less crowded place. Glancing ahead, Jean asked what he was talking about, and finally the man replied that he would tell him what he wanted. Exhaling, the main character said that he did not need anything, adding that he should just raise the salaries of the cleaners. While the old man asked if this was all, in the end, the director stated that he said that this guy was very unusual. Holding his head, the chairman said that he was indeed a very interesting young man, adding that if he had known that the answer would be like this, he would have returned to the association earlier. Looking ahead, the old man asked if he would like to try himself as a manager, saying that he was ideal for this role. Without showing his face, the protagonist said that he asked for forgiveness, but was forced to refuse, adding that he understood that it was impolite to do so here, but there might not be another chance. Holding out the document, the man announced that he was resigning. Making a serious face, the man said that from today he no longer wants to work here. The chairman looked at the letter of resignation. Looking at the interlocutor, the director asked if he was serious, asking what did not suit him, adding that he would personally figure it out if he said. In turn, the guy said that there was nothing like that. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that he was leaving for personal reasons. The high-rise appeared in a strange light, and it became clear that the issue of merging the associations was closed. Besides, the international association would have a hard time now, so if Jinwoo stayed in the Korean branch, he would not be able to get to the international one. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character made it clear that now he needed to seriously prepare for getting into the international association. Putting the letter in his pocket, the old man said that of course he was sorry, but since he decided so, there was nothing to be done. Without showing his face, the chairman said that he then asked to work hard for the remaining month. In turn, the person replied that he would do it. The protagonist made a stupid face. Folding his hands, the man asked what he thought he would leave immediately after sending the application, adding that this was a violation of the labor code. The director, looking straight ahead, said that he also had a request. In turn, the young man asked what kind of request it was. Knitting his eyebrows, the man asked if he would have time in the evening, continuing that he had a very important business to do. The buildings of the Paris branch of the association appeared. Mark, glancing ahead, questioned whether the merger of the International Association and the Korean Association had failed. Kane exhaled and said that they had lost so much because of one man. Looking away, the boss asked about Jason's plans to make excuses, asking that he had nothing to add. A hole appeared in the manager's head. Knitting his eyebrows, the man asked about why they had missed a time stone during a joint operation with the Korean Association. Without showing emotion, Chloe said that one of their employees was suspicious of them, adding that she had to deviate from the plan because they could easily be discovered. Tilting his head, the interlocutor asked about the fact that he opened them or tried to put spokes in the wheels. In turn, the girl replied that they did not know for sure. In the end, the man asked who was so attentive there. Showing the image of the main character, the lady stated that it was a janitor from the headquarters in Seoul. Smiling, the guy said that this was the stupidest thing he had ever heard, asking a question about the janitor ruining the mission, while the ally asked why the merger failed, continuing that the Koreans offered it to them. Chloe, without showing her eyes, replied that the chairman of the association, who was considered missing, suddenly returned. In turn, the man asked how he was able to return at that exact moment. In the end, the lady said that, according to the report, it was he who found and facilitated the return of the chairman. Making a face full of anger, the chief asked who the protagonist was, adding that they had fulfilled all the conditions and were preparing to merge for the sake of that stone, but now they would not see it. Looking ahead, the lady stated that since the Korean Association had undergone reforms after this incident, it seemed that this janitor had been appointed to the post of chief of the operational staff. Looking at the lady, the man asked how a janitor could get such a position, asking if she was mistaken. In turn, the miss said that they did not know the real reason, because his education, career and origin were common, but there was one oddity, adding that this guy had incredible combat power. Images of Jean striking have emerged, making it clear that the skills he uses are superior to those of most hunters. With a serious expression, the man asked what kind of janitor he was who knew how to use skills that were also superior to hunters, asking if he was in the hunter rank system, while the girl answered in the negative, asking where he could be from. Hitting the table, the man said why the hell a cleaner with such abilities is absent in the system. In turn, the interlocutor said that this means that he is non-standard. The chief looked away. The director looked at the same point. Making a terrible face, the lady said that he had also stolen the time stone from under their noses, asking how they were going to deal with it. The lady, standing at the podium, replied that he would come up with something, because it was impossible to solve it in a more or less legal way, because the moment of negotiations had long passed. Looking ahead, Miss announced that they were going to use the space stone. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl said that if they knew about the existence of the time stone, they would have taken measures long ago, adding that it was possible to get information about the Korean Association after their reforms. The lady, looking ahead, did not have time to answer. Snapping her fingers, the lady called out to a hunter named Miho, ordering him to return the time stone, taking Chloe with him. Skulls were flying next to the man. Smiling, the hunter said that the order had been accepted. A hand appeared, asking if he could put the thing away. With a snap of his finger, the subordinate replied positively, adding that he just wanted to update it. Chloe's face showed disgust. Suddenly, the guy's head began to glow blue. The skull floated in the air. Folding her hands, the girl said that she would report to the Secretary General, declaring that they would finish for today. People's eyes appeared. The lady, smiling maniacally, told everyone to keep in mind that this janitor was their enemy. Jinna looked up. Sitting at the table, the main character thought about why they would arrange such a party. Without showing his face, the protagonist said that they were having fun to the fullest. Pouring alcohol into a glass, the guy thought that he did not have much time left. The liquid poured in a continuous stream, making it clear that this was karma received after someone's sudden death. The bloody man was drowning. Suddenly, a window of the system appeared, which made it clear that there was a hidden skill called karma, the condition for opening which was to become the general secretary of an international association within 5 years. A man appeared, looking at the notification of the system. The officer held out his hand, making it clear that the most obvious suspect was the boss, but he was not that kind of person. Horror froze on the faces of the directors, and it became clear that during his work as a cleaner, he tried to find more suspects, but there are simply no others due to the lack of motives and skills in people. The conclusion was that someone very influential was involved in this. The system's message seemed to be that the remaining time was 4 years, 9 months, 29 days, 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 5 seconds. The system's red and blue window made it clear that if the achievement failed, the hunter Jinnu would die. The man fell down, thinking that luckily he had been able to unlock a lot of skills, and had even knocked out a raise in the janitor's salary, so all that remained was to find a way to get into the International Association. The main character looked ahead. Ayon, smiling, said that he was caught, asking why the hero of the occasion was drinking alone, while the protagonist asked why he was the hero of the occasion. In the end, the girl assumed that her father just wanted to have fun, adding that everyone had gathered here to celebrate that he was finally safe. A blush appeared on people's faces. The girl was unconscious, and it became clear that the person did not really like such gatherings. People were standing together, and it was obvious that this was what real life looked like. The chairman ate noodles. Looking ahead, the guy said that everyone seemed to be having fun. People stood in front, looking at the protagonist with contempt, hatred, and anger until his regression, now gathered here for him. The chief, standing with his friends, asked why he was sitting alone, adding that he should go to them. The man smiled. Exhaling, the protagonist said that they had persuaded him, and it became clear that life was getting better. 2 weeks after the operation of the association gate, Jinnu quickly filled out the paperwork. The young man was sorting through papers and grumbling that he looked like a paper rat since he became the head of the operational headquarters. After the Operation Association Gate, a lot has changed. Minju and Sooyoung, the main culprits of the incident, have been fired from the company. Minju became the leader of the newly assembled First Task Force. The girl who had been a B-rank hunter only half a year ago had become the leader of the most elite squad in the association. A total of 10 dungeon cleaning squads were created, and the protagonist did not understand why Soyeon and Sanghyuk refused their leadership positions, while Yubin dyed her hair at the same time. The support squad was amazed by the gate incident, so all power went to Ayon. The hunter sighed tiredly, and thought that the more he talked about it, the more absurd it seemed. He had been put in charge of the staff when he wanted to leave here in a month. Just in case, the former janitor asked if he would really be able to leave the association in 30 days. but Old Man Imba made it clear that if something went wrong, he would not accept his resignation. The guy frowned and reminded himself that this month should pass completely calmly, and without incident so that he could leave. Jinwoo glanced at the status window and muttered that his position had its advantages. He unlocked most of the skills. The young man squinted at the blocked window, remembering that something was still left, and it was one of the most powerful skills in his previous life. But the conditions for unlocking the Demon Lord were too complicated, which meant that he would have to give up this skill. The protagonist rubbed his chin, thinking that he had seriously considered registering for the rank level. After all, his original goal was to unlock skills and become a hunter again. The former janitor wearily dispelled his fantasies, reminding himself that he still hadn't returned to his previous status, but he had risen well. The guy turned when there was a knock on the door and allowed him to enter. Suji came inside and said that she had brought a plan for raids for the task forces next month, and the commander had to pay for this by the end of the day. Jinwoo stared at the stack of papers that the girl called payment papers. When the young man began to sign them quickly, the assistant shouted that they must first be read. The protagonist glanced at the top one and asked if there was anything else, and heard that there was an offer from the support department to do more research. They wanted to study the time stone, but they didn't have the equipment. The hunter nodded, and when Suji added that the department would need over 50 billion won according to preliminary calculations, he specified how much was left in the budget of the operational headquarters. The girl was shocked when her boss ordered money to be allocated to her answer that there were about 82 billion left, and exclaimed that then they would have almost nothing left. The former janitor looked up at his assistant and said that he didn't care, adding to all that he said that they should increase the budget for the next quarter for the cleanup department and provide it with the latest equipment, because their inventory was in terrible condition. With gloomy triumph, the guy demanded that the equipment of the control department be completely replaced, otherwise the connection is constantly interrupted, and errors sometimes appeared on the dungeon map, thinking to himself that he would fall down in a month anyway, and this would be revenge for forcing him to clean the dungeons. At this moment, Chan Hyun burst into the office, just as Jinwoo was telling the secretary that he would report his decisions to the chairman himself, and she could continue to do her business. The head of the department looked tense, and when the young man asked what had happened to him, he reported a problem. He cleared his throat before starting. After that, the man slammed his hands sharply on the boss's table, and shouted that as a result of the reorganization, too many hunters left the association. With the current number of personnel, they would face problems during raids. Chan Hyun spat in the protagonist's face as he continued to exclaim that they had analyzed everything and they needed at least 32 people to stabilize the situation as there was a critical shortage of personnel. The head of the department grabbed the former janitor by the shoulders and shouted that there were some strange waves near the port of Incheon. It was impossible to cope with the underground at such a pace. The guy got to his feet, wiping saliva from his face, and said that since it was so urgent, he would look for people or go to freelance hunters, and in response he heard gratitude. Ayon's face stretched in surprise when she learned that the new boss had approved their proposal. Suji looked at her colleague in confusion, and when asked if he had read the documents about the fabulous budget before signing, she replied that she herself was confused. But then the head of the department laughed, admitting that Jinwoo was different from the others, because the research of the support department was always rejected because it was considered a useless expense, and the interlocutor said that the head of Kim said that he wanted to provide extensive support to the cleaning and management departments, and also wanted to increase the budget for the next quarter. The assistant looked at Ayang in surprise and asked why she was laughing, and in response she heard that she was just remembering herself. The girl raised her palm to the level of her face and said that it often seemed to her that this guy was acting unreasonably. It was difficult to understand him, but this did not mean that he gave the order without thinking. Suja's face expressed doubt, and she clarified whether her boss was a genius. The head of the department put her palm on the glass and confirmed that it was so. Her face expressed admiration as she admitted that the protagonist was on another level, always one step ahead and acting in his own way, unpredictable and intelligent. Sometimes she even wondered if he was born good, or just a quick learner. The girl remembered the past and added that when Jinwoo was an ordinary janitor, he took care of his colleagues, because he understood that they could easily die in the dungeon. Ayon stared at her reflection as she continued to say that the new boss would never tolerate injustice, calling him an incredible man. The assistant looked at the back of the interlocutor and asked if Kim liked her boss. She did not answer immediately. After that, she turned around and stated that she really liked the protagonist as a person. The head of the department shifted her gaze to the object of research and said that she was pleased to hear that they would be given money, because she wanted to get to work as soon as possible. A time stone hanging in the middle of the room haunted her. At the same time, on a crowded street, Jinwoo frowned at the steering wheel, thinking about the trouble. The underwater dungeon was literally a prison created underwater. There were very few hunters with the skill of breathing underwater, so the raids there were difficult. In addition, in such a place it is difficult to clean up and generally understand. It was necessary to carefully think over a plan to clear the location from monsters. The young man twitched when he remembered that this dungeon had only recently been discovered. Approaching the Ares Hunters Guild, the protagonist thought that this was very strange. The head of the Seoul Operations Headquarters of the Parallel Measurement Association took a seat at the table and introduced himself. The others cheered him. The energetic guy introduced himself as the deputy leader of the Seokyeon Guild, and admitted that he had long wanted to meet the hero, because it was an honor for him. Guild leader Chanyeol looked up at the guest, and said that he had heard a lot about Jinwoo. 3 months ago he had become a janitor, and now he was the head of the operational headquarters. While the deputy was drinking from a mug, the man wondered how he managed to do it, and the protagonist admitted that there was nothing special here. The young man frowned, and when his interlocutor asked him not to be modest, because his position spoke for itself, and it was clear that he wanted to recruit hunters to him, Aries thought that he was smart. The former janitor folded his hands on his knees, and admitted that they had recently been reorganized, and now there were not enough people, to which he heard that there was no need to rush because of the dismissal of several employees. The guy calmly looked at the guild master, and objected that this was only for now. They had been informed that an underwater dungeon would soon open in the port of Incheon, and it was worth arranging in advance. Chanyeol straightened up and asked why the guest had chosen their guild, and in response he heard that it was because they were the best. The guild master frowned, and expressed the opinion that they were out of sight of the association, and they had a conflict with their former deputy squad. Jinwoo remained calm when he stated that he tried not to confuse personal and work relationships, which those present found commendable. The young man held out the contract and explained that after reading it, they would understand that the deal was profitable. He met the man's eyes and began to talk about free employees, but he was interrupted. The guild master was holding the papers in his hands as he cut them off that they weren't interested. The man terminated the contract and announced that they were not going to work with the association, which meant that its representatives should leave. The hunter narrowed his eyes and asked to repeat. The leader looked directly at the guest and repeated that they refused to give them hunters. Chanyeol showed the broken contract and added that they were not going to work with the association. The guy's gaze became tense, and he recognized it as strange, because such offers were not received every day. The master put his hands on his knees and explained that it was not about money, and the interlocutor clarified what it was then. The man, propping his face on his hand, assumed that Jinwoo had already taken care and found a spare guild to recruit hunters. He looked at the young man incredulously when he objected that everything had not gone according to plan. The protagonist raised an eyebrow when the owner of the office said that in this case it would be even more difficult to accept this offer. The leader put his hands on the armrests of the chair, and explained that the relationship between the guild and the association was not the best. They were far from having the best opinion of their organization. The former janitor folded his arms over his chest as Chanyeol continued that things had gotten a lot worse lately, and if he thought about how the association had dealt with them, he would understand. The hunter thought it was true, private guilds were not part of the association, but it couldn't be said that they were completely independent. If after the distribution of dungeons within the association, only after that the system transfers the remaining raid rights to the guilds. The association took all the items after the raid, but the guild received income for the raid without commissions, and at first glance, it seemed like a reasonable deal. If they hadn't been given that, the guild would have had to make ends meet. After all, they would have to submit to the association in order not to be left without work, and the company used this to exploit the guilds. Then the boss-subordinate relationship began. Jinwoo gritted his teeth as he mentally expressed his suspicion that the scoundrel Minchul had led to such a situation. Chanyeol grimly continued that if they signed an agreement with the association, they would become enemies of society. Despite the fact that Aries was the leading guild, they did not seek to be at odds with other guilds. The young man met the leader's gaze again, and expressed the opinion that this was a business, and he did not think that the hunter would refuse the reward. But the hunter objected that the word reward was inappropriate here. The protagonist got up from his seat and said that since this was his decision, then it was time for him. The former janitor turned around when the leader suddenly announced, in case he decided to look into other firms, that the atmosphere in the guilds of Seoul was not very good now, which meant that it was better not to count on hospitality. The head of the operational headquarters glanced at the man and thanked him for his advice. Chanyeol watched him silently. In the next moment, Miho's palms rested on the guild master's shoulders and he asked if it was the same Jinwoo. The guy smiled and asked if the leader of Aries was going to join the association without his knowledge, because it was upsetting. Seokyeon looked at the hunter indignantly and asked why on earth. The villain pointed the skull mechanic in the direction of the mechanic, and reminded him that the period of existence of the association was short, and if you judge, the fact that the janitor became the leader was ridiculous in itself. The man gritted his teeth, surrounded by skulls, while his boss asked the guest what would be wrong if the guild was going to work with the association, and in response he heard that if they followed his plan, then everyone would be fine. Miho bent over the master's ear, and added that he couldn't give him much time to think, because his idea was already coming true. Chanyeol glanced suspiciously at the young man, and inquired about his plans. The villain's eyes widened madly as the leader suggested that he wanted to turn everyone against each other, and arrange a grand war. Number 1 straightened up when the man admitted that he couldn't understand what was driving his interlocutor. After all, he wasn't even a member of the guild. What benefit could he get by making a fuss with the association? To which he replied that he simply hated waiting, and now he had been doing it for too long. The skulls opened their jaws as their creator announced that the association would soon fall apart, and expressed regret that his suggestion had been ignored. The guy put his finger to his lips and asked not to tell anyone about their meeting. After that, he just headed for the exit. Seok-hyun looked after the villain angrily and asked what the boss was going to do, and he admitted that in the future they would have to take sides. The leader scratched his chin, reasoning aloud that if they sided with Miho, then not only their guild but also the others would be able to make good money. Only he wasn't sure what he was really up to. Of course, it was beneficial to be under the auspices of the association. However, they also needed to consider the relationship with the other guilds. The mechanic frowned, and when the master said that he could only say for sure that Jinwoo did not look like Minju, he asked if he could negotiate with him, and heard that it was unlikely that the newcomer was a bad person. Chanyeol squinted to the side and recalled that he had insulted the association and refused the offer of the chief of the operational staff, but he did not raise an eyebrow, and the former boss in such a situation would not be shy in expressions. The deputy calmly waited while the foreman continued that he thought Jinwoo was narrow-minded, because he started as a janitor, but after talking to him, his opinion changed. His calmness and voice made him think that he didn't care. The man assumed that there were two types of people who exuded such an atmosphere, such as those who were dying, and Seok-hyun dismissed this option since the guy had become the head of the operational headquarters less than a week ago. Chanyeol nodded, and added that the second type paints such a large picture of events that he does not notice such things. At that moment, a girl burst into the door, and without letting the mechanic finish, she barked that they had more problems now and the master should have answered the phone. Jiwoo looked alarmed as she emotionally clarified that the guilds of Seoul were currently conducting large-scale dungeon raids. The men were shocked, and the leader realized that Miho had begun to act. The main character at this time was standing in a traffic jam. He gritted his teeth, because everything had happened. As the head of Ares had said, he had left their office and visited a few more. But the young man was not allowed to go further than the check-in desk, citing the lack of superiors, and some even refused to talk. The traffic light turned green while the hunter cursed at everyone, because before he would have just hung up and told everyone to go to hell. But he could not do something like this, being one step away from leaving this office, and then a small conflict was brewing. The former janitor was even angrier, trying to understand why he was to blame for the intrigues of his former superiors, because he did not intend to abuse his power. Suddenly, the phone on the dashboard rang. The guy angrily accepted the call, and heard Shan-hyun's voice, tried to start talking about recruiting hunters, but he was interrupted by a panic scream. Jinwoo's face expressed tension as he heard that something more urgent had appeared. The head of the department shouted into the phone that right now there were interceptions of dungeons all over the city, 18 cases, and this was in just the last 2 hours, and they continued. The interlocutor added that according to reports, the hunters' guilds were behind this, and it was not 1 or 2. Jang-hyun pressed the phone to his ear as he continued to say that judging by the scale of the interception, almost all of Seoul's guilds were involved in this. The protagonist's gaze expressed horror when he heard that everything pointed to the beginning of a war for spheres of influence. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out to the side of the road, and a column of smoke rose into the air. The hunter stared at this, frightened, trying to understand what the association had done wrong for the guilds to declare war on them. Although, looking at the fire in the distance, the former janitor wondered why now. A military boot stepped onto the pavement. Guild leader Big Dipper put his phone to his ear and informed Miho that he had finished intercepting in Sangam district, and was asked if there was any reaction from the association. The man frowned and replied that so far there was silence. The scoundrel stretched out his hand to the glass, said that it was strange, because they were not the kind of person who would hesitate, and suggested that he had overestimated the newly made leader. He had never thought that he would be so soft. Jung-hyun turned to the portal, and asked if the instigator was sure that it was worth it. The association would demand damages, and they couldn't afford it, even if they were weak now. Number 1 smiled contentedly, and reminded them that this was why he had never escaped their clutches, and recalled that the interlocutor himself had given up his pride and groveled to avoid being put behind bars. The master was confused and tried to object, but Miho clarified if he was sure that the association only approached them because of the lack of hunters. The scoundrel raised his glass to his lips, and said that first of all, their new head of the operational headquarters was a former janitor who knew nothing. Too little time had passed since his appointment. That is, now was the moment when the association was weakest. Jung-hyun pursed his lips as he listened to the fact that if all the guilds rebelled, the inexperienced leader would try to negotiate somehow. The guy's gaze became insane as he continued that they would be able to bargain and knock out dungeons for themselves. They had to take care of their own ability to earn. No one else could do it, and if they missed this opportunity, they would have to pay the association for the rest of their lives. The leader looked at the enemy's building, and when asked if he was going to live and pay reparations, he answered in the negative, and he was ordered to continue striking at the villains from the association. The others smirked when they heard that their master was willing to obey. The commander put down the phone, and ordered his guys to move on to the next point and move at a pace, as they were a little delayed. But then the men were attracted by a woman's voice, which suggested from their shape that they were from the Big Dipper. His hair swayed, and his blade flashed in the sun. Minju put her hand on the hilt of her sword and announced that the first task force of the association had arrived. The girl pulled the weapon from the scabbard and demanded to end this circus, or she would have to use force. Jinna heard from his subordinates that the war had begun. A hostile guild gathered near the portal with tension. Chanhyun reported that this was nothing more than a challenge to the association. It was necessary to deal with the confusion after the reorganization and make a move. In such a situation, they could not show weakness. The young man's face expressed anger, and while he was asked to consider the issue of armed conflict, he could not believe what was happening. The protagonist squeezed the steering wheel, and when the head of the department offered to report to the chairman, he stopped him, assuming that the chairman must be well in business. The interlocutor got angry and shouted that they could not remain silent about this. If this continued, the damage would exceed tens of billions, and the lawyers were already preparing to collect evidence. The former janitor gritted his teeth, and thought that after their intervention, the case would become public. Moreover, if everything reached the chairman, then he would not see dismissal. The mouths of his subordinates opened in surprise when the head of the operational headquarters said that he would solve the problem himself. Let them pass it on to the lawyers, so that they would not rush and not disturb the chairman. Chanhyun scratched his head and agreed, but warned them that they couldn't lose any more dungeons. With a nervous smile, the guy said that he knew and promised to contact later. I quickly flipped through the list of contacts. Yubin picked up the phone with a disgruntled face, and when asked by her superiors where they were, she said that they had just finished working in the dungeon, and heard that interceptions were taking place. Jean sullenly demanded to stay a little longer, to which the girl was indignant that they were about to go home. But the young man only passed out, ignoring his girlfriend's scolding. He understood all the dislike of association, and he could understand why he was ignored, because the protagonist used to be a simple janitor. The hunter turned the rudder, thinking that this could not be a reason for a large-scale interception, since there was no benefit to the guilds from interfering in the affairs of the association. The guy stepped on the gas, not understanding what kind of nonsense was happening. At this time in the Sanam district, Junhyun clenched his fists as he clarified whether the hunters of the association wanted to use force against the civil guild. Minju raised her sword and replied that she had to because what the trespassers were doing now was illegal. The girl frowned as she thought that the teacher hadn't given any instructions, but she couldn't stand idly by. All that remained was to stop them personally. The captain lowered her blade and asked if these impudent men could pay compensation, but she was told that they were not going to, which she called impudence. The guild leader frowned, and remarked that if a member of the association said such a thing, it meant that they had forgotten how they had been treated. The swordswoman looked directly at the trespasser, saying that this did not give them the right to intercept the dungeons in any case. All their dissatisfaction should have been expressed in an official letter. The man was furious, and shouted that they did it, but did not respond to any request. But after the interceptions they rushed in an instant. He should have done it a long time ago. The girl raised her blade. With a squint, Minju admitted that she understood and still asked to come with her, but the master activated the beast transformation and refused. His guys also grabbed their weapons. The captain clenched her sword, activating the diamond skill, and warned them one last time that they had better listen to her. But the werewolf moved towards the swordswoman, refusing. He stamped his paw, offering to take a look, and he attacked the huntress with his paw to measure his strength. But Minju's face remained calm. She prepared for battle. At this time, the protagonist returned to the Ares Guild to find out if the best guild in the country knew what was happening. Channel looked intensely at the head of the operational headquarters, and confirmed that they did not know anything. Jean folded his hands in his lap as the guild leader admitted that they had some suspicions, but they didn't think there would be mass interceptions. The man's face did not change when the protagonist clarified whether Ares and Aphrodite really knew nothing about this incident, and admitted that apparently they were the only ones who did not know. The young man rubbed his chin, and found it strange, because the interceptors would need their help. Why hadn't they been involved in this? Or maybe they had problems with other guilds. The master frowned and retorted that they had a great relationship with their colleagues. If it was a planned attack, they would know about it. The guy narrowed his eyes, coming to the conclusion that a leader was needed to coordinate so many people. Channel gloomily asked if they were really doubted, but to his surprise, the protagonist said that he trusts them 100%. While the rest of those present also raised their eyebrows in surprise when they heard from the chief of the operational headquarters that he did not think that someone who valued commerce so much would do so, especially since it made no sense for the leaders to risk their reputation so much. The gloomy leader remembered Miho's arrogant face when the protagonist correctly assumed that a non-guild person was behind it. The man clenched his fists and clarified what the former janitor plans to do, to attract lawyers, and he confirmed that there were such conversations within the association, but his interlocutors are unlikely to agree with this idea. Jinna tensed, deciding that he would have to deal with this problem on his own if he wanted to leave in peace. 3 pairs of shocked eyes stared at the young man as he announced that he wanted to resolve this matter through dialogue. The dungeon still had to be cleared by someone. Was it such a problem that someone else had taken over? And the shock on her faces became stronger when the protagonist continued that the clash between the association and the guilds causes concern among the citizens. So as not to increase it, it is better to resolve everything peacefully. The master was struck by the character of the interlocutor. The man knew that the scoundrel was unlikely to agree to a deal, but he himself could not even think that there would be someone like this in this rotten association. At that moment, the secretary peeked into the office and reported that the Big Dipper Guild and the task force from the association had clashed in the Sanam area. The protagonist immediately raised his eyebrows in fright and decided that he had to stop them immediately. He flew out of the office like a bullet, apologizing for his imminent departure. The leader of Ares lowered his head, wondering aloud why the chief of staff was still going to the facilities himself. He looked up at his deputy and announced that he had chosen which side he was on. After all, Jinwoo was the guy who could give everyone what they were looking for. Junhyun and Minju continued the battle, but the main character arrived in time. With the help of destruction, he pushed the opponents away from each other. Everyone who continued the fight was distracted by his loud demand to stop the fight and behave like adults. The chief of the operational staff towered over the destroyed asphalt while he called his name and demanded that all negotiations be conducted with him. While the intruders were trying to come to their senses, the hunter noticed that his student was not wasting time. The girl averted her embarrassed gaze when her boss praised her for her excellent work and asked her to hand over the affairs to him. The former janitor turned when they turned to him. Junhyun looked at the guy angrily, demanding to know what had brought the chief of staff here, or he was going to shut their mouths. The man was getting more and more excited, shouting that he should start, because they were not going to sit idly by, and called the scoundrels from the association selfish. But Jean leaned forward and clarified if they didn't just want to talk, otherwise why behave like that? After all, he wouldn't just stand there either, to which the leader decided that he decided to show his true colors. Then he suddenly fell on the pavement, and gave out that if he decided to kill them for refusing to talk, then let him try. The young man gritted his teeth angrily, really feeling the desire to pile on this elderly idiot. At this time, the swordswoman received a signal on the radio, and heard that there was a problem in the Jamsil area. There were problems due to interception. The code was orange. The guild master froze in shock as the messenger reported that they continued to ask for help from there, since the hunters there could not cope with the main monster. Junhyun was horrified, not believing his ears. After all, his wife's guild was located in this dungeon. The main character snatched the radio from the girl's hands when she tried to find out the details. With a stern look, Jean gave the order to immediately assemble all the task forces and prepare for the rescue operation. At this time, the Kamsil district was ablaze in flames. The schoolgirl looked around in horror. A monster's paw was approaching right at her, and she screamed. But in the next moment, a powerful blow from the blade sliced through the limb. When Yubin lowered her sword, the head of the staff just came up and asked what was going on. Changyong pointed to the stump of a monster sticking out of the portal, and explained that it was an orange-level dungeon. Since it was very dangerous, they had planned a raid carefully, but the guild broke in. The young man was furious, and when the officer added that they had entered there an hour ago, and had not heard from them since, he thought that this was what happened if you burst in unprepared. At this moment, Junhyun was tearing himself out of the hands of his boyfriends, demanding to let him go. With fury, the man shouted for the head of the headquarters to remove his hands, or what he would do if he entered there, because in an orange-level dungeon without preparation, they could be devoured in an instant. But the hunter simply punched the master in the face. While the leader looked at the former janitor in surprise, he reminded him that if someone entered there now, there would be even more victims. To which Chanhyun angrily asked if the villain was suggesting that he just stand and watch, or if he wanted to take all the laurels for himself. The guy looked angrily at the man, and said that he was so, clarifying whether this stubborn man had any more questions. Jinwoo turned to the portal, and when the guild master began to swear at him, he said that they weren't going to just stand by and watch. The young man pulled off his jacket and announced that he would go there himself, so the offender should have stopped whining. Changyong, who was under the chief's jacket, turned to him. The subordinate moved the cloth from his eyes, and noticed that the boss did not have to do this, because even a trained task force could not cope. The hunter looked gloomily at the manager as he continued to say that even with a large budget, this operation would not bring income if successful, and he mentally agreed with him. But in the protagonist's mind, calm dismissal occupied a central position. The guy moved towards the portal and ordered the first squad to go with him, and told the rest to cordon off the area next to the dungeon, since no one was supposed to interfere. Jinwoo added without looking back that there was no time for chatter, let them follow him and be vigilant. At this time, the situation was monitored from the other end of the planet. Chloe frowned, and noticed that the guild had mistakenly entered the orange-level dungeon. It felt like someone had deliberately leaked the wrong information to them. Miho's eyes widened in panic when he heard the suggestion that this was his plan. Number 1 wondered what could be a better excuse for stirring up conflict than mass murder, as arguing with guilds was a great way to weaken the power of the association. The girl rubbed the bridge of her nose, and advised the villain not to start this, because at this rate he risked getting caught. The young man's eyes widened when the head of support announced that the Korean Association had launched a rescue operation, and Jinwoo personally commanded it. But Miho immediately folded his arms over his chest, and assumed that the new master was just worried about his image. But how could a former janitor lead a raid into an orange-level dungeon? Chloe silently remembered what she had managed to see while Number 1 was crucifying, that such a dungeon was not a place where a rookie could handle. He considered the association to be a group that pursued its own interests, and it was unlikely that they would just go to save the guild that was taking over the dungeon. The American looked at the stone hanging behind the glass and told the guy that he underestimated Gina. He was not an ordinary person, and she would have to use the stone, so she advised him to follow their plan from now on. Miho even flinched when he was reminded that it wasn't invented to entertain him. The young man sat in silence for a while. The glass in his hands turned to dust as he muttered that it was some kind of nonsense. The corners of the scoundrel's lips twitched in a smile, and he muttered that Jean was a very interesting guy. At this moment, the young man clenched his fist, activating the annihilation skill. Then he struck a crushing blow to the monster's jaw. The protagonist looked carefully ahead, and when asked where he was now, he replied that presumably at the entrance to the boss's room. The chief of staff looked directly at the arch as he listened to the fact that they had only managed to find out the name of the main monster. It was a black tiger, from which he concluded that this monster was flying, and they promised to contact him when there was more information. Minju prepared her sword as the teacher commanded her to prepare for the assault. The group headed straight to the boss's lair. Passing by the scene of the battle, the former janitor noticed that it was very dark here, and gave the order to inspect everything here. The swordswoman showed her find, and reported that they had found a weapon that appeared to be used by members of the guild. And when asked if there was monster blood there, she replied that the blade was covered with some kind of slime. Not noticing the attack from behind, the girl suggested that it belonged to the local inhabitants. The guy in a panic shouted at the student to be careful. The captain slid to the side, and Jinu set the enemy's paw on fire with his fire. What the hunters saw frightened them. A huge spider sat on the wall, holding the missing guild members in the web, while the protagonist wondered where the dragon was seen in it. People looked emaciated, but at least alive. The young man frowned and told Minju that the most important thing was to save the people, and the cleanup should be done later when they had more information. The girl created a second sword with her skill. Then she made a lunge to cut off the web that held the prisoners. Dust kicked up from under the feet of the chief of staff. With the help of the speed boost skill, he began to catch falling people. The boss didn't like it and started roaring. The former janitor tried to attack the spider's paw. The swordswoman, having laid down the girl from the missing group, shouted to the teacher about the danger behind. The guy turned around abruptly at the moment when the second monster spat mucus at him. Jinu raised his eyebrows, and the question flashed through his mind if he was going to die from the spider's paws. A wave of slime threw the protagonist to the floor. The members of the squad cried out in fright. The young man rested his palm on the floor, cursing aloud that he had been dirty. He began to rise to his feet, activating Uriel's skill. His feet lifted off the ground. The chief of staff soared into the air, enveloped in a golden glow. The pupils of his eyes disappeared when the mysophobia skill was activated, and he did not mince words in declaring that the monsters were finished. Yubin gritted her teeth as she began an angry tirade. She glanced at Hyjin with displeasure when he advised her to watch her tongue, and then asked how long she was going to behave like this. The girl bit her tongue, and growled the name of the chief of staff, to which her friend noted her character. They remembered the moment when Jinu had moved into the dungeon, giving orders to isolate the area and the first task force to follow him. The cleaning lady immediately began to warm up, laughing to herself that there had been no such raids for a long time, because she only washed the floors. To her displeasure, the protagonist turned around and ordered her to stay there. The young man rested his hands on his hips and reminded his colleague that this was a rescue operation, and the cleaners were taken with them only during the usual cleanup, to which she asked him to shut up, because she did not see the difference, because in both cases, it was necessary to kill monsters. Yubin exhaled in displeasure, and said that it was unfair, they could not go home and go there too. She dreamed of firing her friend and complaining to the labor inspectorate, when she was suddenly interrupted, saying that this was a misunderstanding. Chanhyun cleared his throat and explained that it would only be possible to call it a special operation if it was successfully completed. An incredible amount of budget was spent on all this, and if something went wrong, all the bumps would go to the leader. The janitor's eyes widened in surprise as the man continued to say that despite this, the chief of staff had decided that human lives were more important and had led the raid, and in general, Mr. Jinu was the most suitable for the position of leader because of his nobility. The head of the department got even more excited, while he demanded to stop scolding him behind his back, and he himself would follow this man from that day on. While the guys were recovering from the shock, Chanhyun looked at the portal tensely. His eyes lit up as he begged the protagonist to come back alive. At the same moment, the chief of staff himself soared in a golden glow, cursing at the huge spiders that had stained him with slime. With the mysophobia skill, he threatened monsters with reprisals. The guy, without looking at his people, ordered them to take the hunters away while he dealt with these bugs. Minju frowned, and reminded her superiors that salvation was more important than cleanup now. But he threw an angry look at the student and barked that the plans had changed, asked not to force him to repeat it twice and get out at once. The swordswoman's eyes widened, but she admitted that it was in the spirit of her mentor. While Jinu was preparing to attack, the captain gave the order to help the victims. While they bought them time, they had to get out of here as quickly as possible. The girl led the group to the exit, explaining that the head of staff had changed his strategy so that they could get out without any problems. And while everyone else was shouting that they were always ready to follow him, he was only thinking about how to interrupt everything. The young man clenched his fist, commanding the activation of the destroyer skill. He aimed directly at the head of the nearest enemy, and he struck him with full force, throwing him back. The enemy collapsed to the floor, splitting the stone. The protagonist looked down, muttering that one was ready. He immediately turned to the second spider. But the monsters were not aiming at him at all. One of the bosses spat slime in the direction of the fleeing people. The former janitor stretched out his hand. He noticed that he had been ignored, and were clearly trying to attack from the other side, which indicated that these monsters had intelligence. But before he could activate the fire, his fingers were covered with a web of cobwebs. The guy glanced down and saw that hundreds of small spiders were doing this, which crawled out of the belly of the female he had killed. They held the thin threads with all their might. Jinnu winced, muttering that it him off. At that moment, the guys from the task force shouted to the commander that the commander was in danger. Minju turned back abruptly. The protagonist clenched his captured hand into a fist. After that, he forcefully pulled the small pests into the air. The cobwebs were in disarray. The young man used his light wings to chop small things into pieces. Then, he stretched his palms forward, activating the divine protection skill. A barrier appeared above the task force, which repelled the slime attack. The sword woman immediately ordered the guys to move to the exit. The former janitor hovered with a gloomy look, muttering that it was extremely stupid to call such a tiger. The monster, apparently realizing something, rushed away from the enraged man, but the chief of staff pointed his finger at him, suggesting that he run as far as he could. A purple light flashed at the tip of the guy's fingers as the great Magus hand gesture skill was activated. The purple ray turned the spider carcass into minced meat. Slime sprayed in all directions. Jinnu, who was stained excessively, became furious and cursed loudly. When the operational detachment came out of the dungeon, the victims were carried out from there. Shouts were heard around that the rescue operation was successful. As Junhyun shouted his wife's name and Yubin wondered where her comrade was, Changhyung praised the fighters. Minju, helping the master's wife to sit up, said that the master would be coming out soon. She turned around happily when they asked behind her what kind of show the crowd had come for. Jinnu gritted his teeth angrily, and asked for something to be brought to him to dry himself, as well as to immediately provide first aid to the injured and take them to the hospital. The young man wiped his face with a towel, and turned to an old friend. Her face stretched dumbfounded as she was ordered to stop sitting around and go do work. While the small one was violently tearing from the hands of her colleagues, the protagonist turned to Junhyun. He smiled nervously, hugging his wife, and said that the head of the staff was just afraid that they would be knocked on the head, so he saved them, and no one was going to forgive the association for its bad attitude towards guilds. Everyone present looked at the man with anger. But he, despite the tension, and the thought that he looked stupid, but they could not afford to pay compensation, continued to yell that the guy had the wrong address. There was nothing to be a hero about, and everyone knew what they were doing here. But the next moment he was interrupted by a strong blow to the back of the head. Chanil straightened up, and apologized on behalf of all the guilds. Jinnu approached him as the head of Ares continued that they had no right to judge a man who risked his life for mere hunters, and asked for forgiveness again. The man frowned, and admitted that it was impressive. In such a situation, the head of the headquarters put his life at risk, above the interests of the association, and even worried about the safety of the townspeople. The surprised protagonist remembered the dumbfounded looks with which he was escorted from the office. The Big Dipper Guild listened in confusion as the foreign master expressed confidence that with such a person at the head of the association, they would be able to live safely. The others smiled when Channel added that for him, his deputy, the leader of Aphrodite Geo, and for the rest of the guilds, the actions of the young man should serve as an example. The soldiers of the operational detachment rushed to the commander with tears, shouting that they were impressed by his decisive actions. They could not think that he would do this, and who expected that the janitor would turn out to be such a leader. The former janitor stood and listened to words of gratitude, praise, as he was called the hope of the world, and begged to stay with them forever. But in fact, the guy wondered what kind of circus they had arranged here. The man, bowing, thanked the young man for the fact that thanks to him, all these people returned safe and sound. Frowning, the man noted that he had no way of disagreeing that their intentions were obvious to him. The hero bowed his head as he listened to his words about the actions of the association. The soldier, opening his eyes wider, asked who he took him for. Recalling the latest incidents, the protagonist explained that he knows everything that is happening, but even this is not a reason to take away the dungeons. Their mouths opened in surprise after the words of the interlocutor that after such an amount of damage, they could not just ask to understand them, because they apparently did not understand who they were dealing with. The man, frowning, shouted that they had come this far because of him. The young man, putting his hands in his pockets, asked if he really needed to forgive them, because they just had a bad life. Frowning, the hero knew that the reason why they decided to intercept did not bother him at all, and it did not matter as long as he wanted to leave the association. Looking at these people, the manager understood that their future relationship was much more important in this situation, because there was no guarantee that something like this would not happen again if it was not made public. The girl was taken away by doctors when he was heard saying that if they officially declare the amount of compensation, they will have to declare bankruptcy. The hero, taking the documents, said that they would have to pay in kind if they had no money. Showing a piece of paper, the young man explained that they would have to join the association for a while in order to pay off this debt. The man, wide-eyed, asked if he offered them to work for free, while the fighter said that this was not the end. Bowing his head, the guy began to say that if they read the contract to the end, it would become clear to them that this document guarantees them a permanent job on the condition that they pay interest. Words from this paper appeared. The interlocutor, wide-eyed, asked again. Sweat appeared on his face after asking if he would guarantee them dungeons, to which he received an affirmative answer. All of their mouths were open in surprise when the young man said that he wanted to conclude a contract that would be beneficial to the association and the guilds, and that it was unwise to leave so many hunters unemployed. The head of the guild opened his eyes and asked if he was offering him a contract, even though the association had not listened to their requests before, and what the others might say. The young man, frowning, said that he did not care about the opinion of others, because now he had to lead the operational headquarters and no matter what his superiors said, it would not concern the new hunters in any way. The fighters behind rejoiced when the head realized that this man was completely different. Imagining the two of them against the background of the building, Channel recalled that after the discovery of large-scale interceptions, a rescue operation was carried out, and the leader offered to resolve the conflict so that all parties were satisfied. Coming closer, the leader asked for a personal conversation. The young man, turning around, ordered the swordswoman to clean up the area and also asked why Yubin had not yet started cleaning. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked if she was some kind of slave for them, while Minju asked him not to worry, and he could already leave. The evening sky appeared. Walking ahead, the interlocutor said that he knew who was behind all these interceptions, and the protagonist asked who this person was. The guy frowned when he heard Miho's name. The protagonist, imagining this man, remembered that in his previous life he happened to be the best hunter in the country, and this man was right behind him, and he can be called a person who decides everything by violence, but not a hunter. Imagining his smile, the young man also realized that this fighter had earned the nickname of the cleaner because he was a bastard who didn't shy away from dirty work. A lot of corpses and a notification to sacrifice 13 people also showed up, as the hero thought about how Miho was originally a mage class, but then managed to unlock forbidden skills. Skulls were flying behind this person as the leader remembered that his magus class had eventually turned into a warlock after performing this forbidden rite. The guy gritted his teeth forcefully, realizing that after that, nothing was known about this hunter, since he was not visible in the world ranking of hunters and perhaps in his previous life he was weaker than him. But this time it would not be easy to deal with him at all. The man, looking at him, explained that judging by what he had been told about it, it was this person who gave tips to the dungeons and most likely tried to increase the conflict between the association and the guilds. The protagonist, frowning, asked about where this bastard was now. The interlocutor, standing in front of him, said that this hunter constantly changes shelters, but he knows where he periodically appears. The reporter, frowning, said that they would now move on to the next news and began to talk about how Jean had personally entered the dungeon and saved the entire guild. The guy, looking at the girl, noted that the association was really good, but the girl agreed with him. A certain bar appeared and words were heard that it would be great if this person remained the leader. Someone suddenly slammed his fist against the wall. The hunter, with his eyes wide open, realized that he could not have thought that everything would turn out and he was still able to recruit guilds and now he needed to contact Chloe and plan the next step. The man, standing on the stairs, asked where he was going. The soldier, smiling, asked if they knew each other. The guest, going downstairs, said that he would not care about his existence, but he crossed the line. The man's face appeared after being asked if he really thought that a fighter who called himself a hunter had the right to take human lives. The young man, pointing his finger at him, warned him for the first and last time. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist explained that if he stood in his way again, death awaited him. The hunter, closing his eyes, asked why he needed to listen to the guests and explained that for him the head of the headquarters was only a dummy. Opening his eyes wide, Miho asked how he could have so much confidence, since in his heart he was only a janitor and apparently had no idea what opportunities he had. The young man approached him after saying that he knew this very well, because he was only good at talking. People appeared from above and shouted that there was a fight here. The guy turned around when he heard the words that the police should be called here. These people looked down with fear. The hero, going upstairs, asked this man to be more careful, because if he threw something like this again, then death awaited him. The car was driving along the road and a question was heard from the phone about when Dad would be home, but the man replied that it would be too late, because he had gone very far away on business. The girl smiled broadly when her father said that he would buy her caramel fruits, and then she asked if this was true, and asked him to be careful on the way home. The head, smiling, asked her to go to bed. Suddenly, a man appeared in the headlights. The man gritted his teeth forcefully. His car began to turn quickly to the side. She flew into a ditch. The soldier crawled on the ground. With his eyes wide open, the leader tried to understand what was happening, because this man was definitely on the road. Coming closer, Channel tried to call her. Instead of this girl's face, there was a skull. His mouth opened in surprise. A bright blue explosion lit up the entire forest. Miho, standing nearby, reminded him that he had told him to keep quiet and added that he had apparently sided with that leader, but did not think that he would dare to take such a desperate step. The leader, turning around, explained that this man offered an option that suited everyone. 2 skulls appeared behind him. One of them exploded after saying that his decision cost him his life. A bright yellow glow appeared at the hunter's hand after activating the divine light. He was immediately engulfed in blue flames. The head of the head soared into the air. Behind him, the 2 skulls reappeared. The building of the Korean Association appeared and the words were heard that they had counted the profits and losses after last week's interceptions. The employee, raising his hand, explained that since the interceptions were all over Seoul, the scale of the damage was significant, but at the moment, everything is already normal, because the motivation of the guilds that signed the contract is great and compared to last week, the amount of subordination has increased by 40%. Smiling, the man also added that in any case, the limit for task forces was 100 raids per month, the difficulty of conquest was slightly reduced, and the profit was increased by 5%, and at this rate they would soon be able to compensate for the damage. After presenting the joyful comments of the people, the person also said that the favor of the association is growing rapidly, and with this incident, the leader has strengthened his position. Burying his hands in his hips, the narrator explained that now the association includes all hunters, except for freelancers from Seoul, and thus the issue of personnel was resolved. At the same time, the hero asked if the support squad had any progress in researching the time stone. Ayeon, smiling, replied that she would later show everything to him personally. The guy, taking the documents in his hands, asked her to prepare a report for next time and tried to understand what difference it made if there were only 3 weeks left before his departure and all the planned goals had already been achieved. Remembering his meeting with Miho, the fighter also realized that nothing had been heard from him since that day, and he was most likely finished. The protagonist, looking ahead, knew that he now had only one thing left before he had to leave the association, and after doing so, his resignation would be assured. Behind him, the image of a monster appeared after saying that they now need to move on to the case of the appearance of a water dungeon in the port of Incheon. In the distance she could see the targets of the shooting range and asked why she wanted to make an appointment here. The head, putting his hands in his pockets, noted that this was not the most suitable place for a research report. The girl suddenly took out a gun. She fired. A bright explosion lit up the shooting range. The hero, with his eyes wide open, shouted a question about what she was doing, because it was still dangerous. She also noted that in the cinema everyone shoots with one hand and it looks very cool. Then the interlocutor asked who shoots like that. Ayeon, turning around, asked if he could teach her how to do it. Rising from the floor, she began to talk about how they were exploring the time stone with the help of weapons, and that incredible power was concentrated in it. Presenting this stone, the leader noted that it should know that in a loop dungeon, time continues its endless cycle until certain conditions are met, and explained that it seems to her that this power comes from the time stone. Standing in front of her, the girl said that she needed to do more research, but there was a possibility that this could be applied not only to space, but also to objects and perhaps even to the human body, and therefore they could not even reveal half the potential of this object. Holding the weapon in her hands, Ayeon explained that if used correctly, time travel would be possible for them. The young man, looking ahead, realized that according to her, if we assume that the titan he was shot with contained the power of the time stone, then this could explain everything. Remembering that situation, the guy knew that this was why he was brought back to the past. Imagining his falling body, the fighter thought that if his guesses were correct, at that time such technology could only exist in an international association, but then this corporation offered him the position of scout, and the reason why they used this weapon on him has not yet been revealed. The assistant bent down and shouted that there was some urgent news. She began to speak wide-eyed about the leader of the Ares Guild channel. The two of them looked at her. A photo of this man appeared. The girl's eyes were wide open. She, looking at her mother, asked when their father would return. The young man, looking at his colleague, asked what had happened, and he replied that there was news that this man had fallen to his death on the way home after the dungeon. Another worker appeared after he said that he had to prepare for work in the dungeon in the port of Incheon at that time, and Dongwee's assistant personally went to the scene and took action. An overturned car appeared after saying that the man had told him that the person who died in the accident had been talking to his daughter, as it was immediately after the raid, and it was assumed that an accident had occurred. A lot of memories of situations involving this man came from thinking that while the hunters didn't know when they would die, the leader of the first guild in the country, the second hunter in Korea, and the first among the supports, was unlikely to have died in an accident. People, standing in front of his photo, were saying something. The young man, bowing his head, realized that this was all very strange. Holding the flower in his hands, the hero remembered that he had hardly communicated with this person before the regression and after, but he was not one of those who could die in this way. Someone appeared behind him and called out. The man, frowning, asked if they could move away to pass something. The guy, walking behind, noted that this man behaved calmer than anyone else in the background. He also explained that he had to lose many during his work. Standing nearby, The interlocutor began to talk about the fact that he had checked the document, and the hero had requested support for the dungeon that should appear in the port of Incheon, and the protagonist apologized for reporting this in such a situation. But the hunter began to say that he had a certain condition. Gritting his teeth violently, the fighter asked him to catch and kill the murderer. Trembling, Seokyeon said that it was definitely the right person to do it, and they needed to find evidence and catch him as soon as possible. His eyes widened at the young man's words that he wanted to do it himself. The hero, going further, said that they should start a raid in the near future and need to prepare. Introducing that hunter, the protagonist knew that it was Miho who killed this person, but he had hoped that he would lay low. But these actions go beyond the edge, and it is not clear what this person hopes for by doing this. The man, standing in front of him, noted that there must be someone who was covering for this murderer, but the young man asked again. The leader, putting his hand to his face, explained that he wanted to weaken the association, even if he was considered the best, the first among the hunters in the country, and his opponent was the association, and he would not be able to carry out such large-scale interceptions alone. Remembering himself next to him, the man said that from the very first day they met, someone constantly gave him instructions. Standing in front of him, the hunter also explained that he had no doubt that he was being protected by someone very powerful, who was much stronger than their association. The hero, bowing his head, thought about who could be stronger and more powerful than their branch, and also realized that the underwater dungeon appeared earlier than in his past, and considering all the options, it seems most likely that the dimensional stone is to blame. This crystal appeared, which can forcibly create dungeons. Having introduced some people, the fighter knew that this was possible only if there was a person with access to the storage of magical items, and he had to have a team of professionals on his side. Imagining a hand over the building, the hero understood that only an international association fits these criteria. He also remembered his meeting with Chloe and realized that there was only one reason for this, since they had long wanted to take over the Korean branch, and in the past they had obtained the time stone through the branch in America, but not this time. Miho also remembered, as he thought that in order to achieve such a result, they needed to hire the best hunter in the country. The protagonist, frowning, knew that they all needed to prepare and said that they should start preparing for the raid immediately. The workers of the port of Incheon appeared. Something began to appear in the water. Suddenly, waves began to rise from that place. Bright lightning began to strike from this place. The ground under the feet of the people began to shake. Sweat appeared on the girl's face. She, looking at the stone, said that the creation of the dungeon was successful, and then someone noted that they hadn't used it for a very long time. Then Chloe added that everything was normal, and it should last a week and had a red level. The woman, sitting in front of the many windows, noted that now that they had used this dimension stone, there was no turning back, and immediately said that she was not very clear about how their actions related to it. The mentee, bowing her head, said that they first needed to wait for the Korean Association to start a raid. The woman, hiding her eyes, asked if they would steal the second crystal when it happened, while the interlocutor replied that it was unlikely to be possible to do so, and they should not take such a risk, since it was dangerous to shine in front of that branch. Chloe, after introducing the building, said that they should do everything legally, and use this dungeon as bait to merge. The woman, with her eyes wide open, noted that she was frightened by the mood of her subordinate. A photo of the protagonist appeared on one of the windows of the system after the ward's words that it was better for them to just watch this person, since now he often appears in public and does not hide. My colleague's gaze turned to the side after saying that this man was very unpredictable. Bringing her hand to her face, she ordered them to destroy Gina. A lot of people carried some kind of bags. The man, smiling, said that they had selected only talented people and only 10 people came out, while the girl noted that they had done the same. The swordswoman, frowning, said that the first task force was already assembled. Another soldier, with his eyes wide open, announced the readiness of the second detachment. The head, standing in front of them, said that the dungeon in the port of Incheon has a red level and this operation is quite risky and all participants should understand this. Frowning, the hero said that they should start instructing. Standing in front of the squads, the guy said that as they all know, they will go to a very dangerous dungeon and since it will be underwater, it will be extremely difficult to clear it on the first try and therefore they should not overdo it, and if there are any problems, they should immediately retreat. Imagining the people attacking, the young man also explained that Minju would be the leader of this raid and everyone should follow her hunter squad, while the second task force would be on the front line, and the guilds would be in the rear, and he wanted each of them to cope with their task and not lose face. Looking ahead, the leader also added that it would be best for them to divide the offense into several stages, because if there is even a small change during the raid, they will need to report it immediately. After introducing the monster, the fighter said that he had heard that the boss of the dungeon was a monster named an immortal python, and the mapping was still in progress, and therefore, as the operation continued, they would have to determine the location of this monster themselves. A map appeared from above after saying that this is a one-way dungeon that cannot be exited until it is cleared and if someone feels that there is not enough information, they should act according to the order of the leader. Still standing in front of them, the head said that the briefing was over and they had to wait for the arrival of the equipment. The man, looking at him, asked if he had the opportunity to clarify something, to which he replied in the affirmative. Bowing his head, the man asked if the head was a hunter. The guy looked away after this question. After imagining his face, Seok-hyun began to talk about how when he first heard that the young man was a janitor, he thought he was an ordinary person, but now he was overcome with doubts and wondered if he should say that the head had a truly bestial look. Burying his hands in his hips, the hunter noted that he personally commanded the rescue operation and who, except for the hunter, would dare to enter the orange-level dungeon, because not even every one of them would be ready to do so. The fighter, holding the document in his hand, noted that he was right. Then the interlocutor asked about his rating. The hero replied that he was not a registered hunter, after which the guild leader asked why he made such a decision. Raising his head, the manager replied that there was no need for this, and he had the opportunity to do it at any time. The hunter, closing his eyes, noted that he really did not care about his rating, because he had a chance to see with his own eyes what he was capable of. The girl, burying her hands in her hips, said that their leader would not be able to participate in this raid. Pointing with her hand, she noted that the equipment and underwater combat suits had already arrived. 2 hunters in these suits appeared after saying that this is special equipment for an underwater raid and this is a high-tech device that reduces resistance to water, which was designed specifically for such operations. Ione, closing her eyes, explained that there is a limit on the number of costumes and they are exactly according to the number of raid participants, and they do not have the same spare ones. Then the interlocutor asked what it was leading to. Pointing her finger at him, the ward said that he should not hope that he had the opportunity to take part in the operation, and if his subordinates were in danger, then he would most likely rush to save them. Frowning, the girl asked him to avoid such dangerous situations, because all this time it was not easy for him and no one would criticize him. Turning away, she began to shout for everyone to put on their suits, load their gear, and leave. The hunters began to load the boxes into the car. Minju said goodbye to her comrade with a smile. The guy, putting his hands in his pockets, asked why she was saying goodbye as if she was going to her death, and she asked if it was really necessary to do it in a special way. The hero, standing in front of her, said that he would look after them from here and simply not let them die. It appeared on her face after saying that if she really felt like she was going to die, then she should keep fighting. The assistant, waving her hand, asked them to go faster, because they had not had such an operation for a long time, and the head realized that no one had called her here. Her eyes widened at the words that the cleaners were not participating in this raid, because there was no guarantee that they would not be defeated. Taking it in his hand, the guy ordered the others to get ready and added that all instructions would be given from the command center. This car appeared. Minju, looking at him from the back of the truck, said that they would see each other soon. The fighter, picking up the ward, noted that he had one question for her. The cars were driving towards the port. This image also appeared in the system window. The assistant, standing nearby, said that the task force had already arrived at the dungeon and they would be inside within 40 minutes. The girl immediately brought the phone to her ear. Miho, holding a glass in his hand, listened to the question of whether he had read the operation plan that had been sent to him and immediately replied that he had already done so. Raising the glass to his mouth, the hunter said that he thought they would start a war against the Korean Association, as they said that they wanted to destroy it, but instead created an underwater dungeon. Opening his eyes wider, the killer said that this was too boring a method, because this was really what the task force was created for. There was a crazy grin on his face when the interlocutor said that he should shut up and follow the plan. Chloe, sitting in front of the crystal, explained that now he needed to coordinate in Korea and should take responsibility for what he had been entrusted with. Remembering the chapter and her words that they needed to deal with Jinwoo and do everything possible to avoid being discovered, she clarified that the CEO would also be disappointed if she heard such news from him. His eyes suddenly opened wider. A man appeared after telling him that a subsidiary of the International Association is the PB Corporation Coordination Squad, which is believed to be a secret organization for the coordination of superhumans, headed by Mark. His subordinates also appeared. Immediately after that, there were people who emanated bright energy and words that people with superpowers began to appear in parallel with ordinary dungeons. Bones appeared between them after revealing that they have control over abilities whose source is still unknown, and their mission is to secretly eliminate people with supernatural abilities that go beyond the norm. Many such people appeared after the words that such squads were opened all over the world by a subsidiary organization, and all this is necessary to maintain the balance of power between the owners of superpowers. This hunter appeared after saying that Miho used this order as an excuse to unlock skills by killing superhumans. The man, sitting on the chair, noted that they had never gotten along with the interlocutor, and added that her words now make sense. Grinning, the fighter talked about how he needed to destroy Gina. His eyes were wide open. The scientist, walking behind, said that those hunters were already there. Chloe turned around and ordered the measurement to stop as soon as they got inside. Splashes of water appeared. A bright pink flash lit up the sea. The girl, frowning, relayed the message that they had arrived at the place. At the same time, the words were heard that they needed to contact him after entering. All the hunters put masks on their faces after the order to dive. Vodna spilled out again. They all began to sink. The swordswoman's gaze was directed somewhere forward. There was a large portal in front of them. They swam closer to him. The guy, frowning, listened to the words that they went inside and immediately ordered to call him if something suddenly happened. There was an image from one of the cameras on the screen, when suddenly Minju began to talk about how the connection was starting to get worse. The protagonist, wide-eyed, shouted that they had communication problems and needed to check the equipment as soon as possible. The portal immediately closed when screams were heard that communication with the squad had been lost, and the GPS sensors in their suits had stopped working. The faces of the young man, Chloe, and the killer appeared after saying that the dungeon had disappeared. Someone stepped on the ground. The girl, bringing the radio to her face, said that they had arrived at the place. Frowning, the head relayed the message that they would start mapping from this area. A walkie-talkie appeared in her hands, from which only statics could be heard. Bowing her head, she called out to her interlocutor, and suggested that the quality of the poor communication was due to their being underwater. They turned suddenly. The portal in front of them began to glow brighter. Its center appeared. Suddenly it began to close. The girl, opening her mouth in surprise, could not understand what was happening, because they did not even defeat the boss so that the entrance disappeared like this, and this is simply impossible. A comrade in arms, looking out from behind, said that he could not contact the headquarters and added that the water in the dungeon was beginning to rise. The man, looking at her, said that this was their worst case. A monster appeared when someone said that even their enemies themselves came out to them. Gears began to appear at the hunter's hands after saying that they should take care of them first. A certain robot appeared after the words of the call. Putting him on the floor, the fighter ordered him to destroy his opponents. Grinning, the warrior repeated the order. This pet suddenly lit up. The girl's mouth was wide open due to a lack of understanding of what was happening. Raising his hand, the man told the fourth dog to go into battle, while Minju shouted for him to stop. A closing portal appeared and a shout was heard that the entrance to the dungeon had disappeared and was not visible on the cameras, and they had no way to catch the signal of the fighters. The young man, looking at the screen, asked if they had a connection and whether they had a connection with the squad, and the interlocutor replied that they were already trying to restore it. The hero, gritting his teeth with force, understood that if the connection was broken, then it meant that the dungeon had definitely closed, and he had not had a chance to see such a thing even in his previous life. Two glowing pillars appeared after thinking that if the hunters were locked in the dungeon, they would not be able to get out until the entrance opened, which could take weeks or months. Sweat appeared on his face after realizing that the next such dungeon would not be available until a year later. Remembering his squad, the guy could not understand how likely it was that a task force of 50 people would be able to hold out in an underwater dungeon for a whole year, and it was simply impossible, and now 50 human lives were his responsibility. Placing his hands on the table, the head knew that the sudden appearance and closure of the dungeon was not accidental. Gritting his teeth with force, the fighter understood that someone was controlling the process, and there was only one place where they could do this, and that was an international association. The young man, slamming his fist on the table, thought about how this looked like a declaration of war, and these bastards had done such a thing right under his nose. Looking to the side, the leader asked how long you can stay underwater in these underwater suits, while the assistant replied that formally it is 4 hours, but with an increase in load, the time is reduced and even 2 hours will be an extremely good indicator. As he was leaving, the head said that he would leave the management to them, while the man shouted a question about where the head was going. The hero, frowning, knew that if they could activate the Dimension Stone, then they would be able to save the entire squad, but in any case, he needed to contact the International Association first. The territory of the port appeared. The car was driving along the road and words were heard that the chairman needed to assemble the board of directors as soon as possible, and the interlocutor asked what had happened to them. The head held the phone to his ear, listening to the words of the ward that they may have to fight with an international association. Frowning, the old man said that he would take care of it. The guy, holding the steering wheel with both hands, tried to understand why they needed to arrange something like this. Because they were really doing it because of the refusal to merge the branches. Continuing to drive, the protagonist also suggested that this was retribution for exposing corruption in the American branch. Suddenly, a truck crashed into him. The leader's body began to press. The truck pushed the car to the container. Someone came out of it. It was Miho. Looking ahead, the hunter thought about his prey. Remembering their last meeting, the fighter tried to understand whether that arrogance saved him. Looking at the car, the killer realized that he hoped that they could fight. Looking at the body of a person, the enemy understood that he was quite talented, but even superpowers do not make a person immortal. Imagining people with acquired skills, the fighter thought that his body remained the same, because such people have certain skills, or arsenal, but they remain the same people. Also remembering the 2 enemies he had killed, Miho realized that even such a person could be taken by surprise, as they were all likely arrogant, and wouldn't even think of being attacked. Raising his hand, the fighter knew that a hunter who did not know defeat and attacks would not leave his skills activated in everyday life. Opening his eyes wider, the man realized that he had done his job. Immediately after, the killer snapped his fingers. A bright explosion lit up the port. Smiling, the enemy said that he wanted to take Jin's head with him. His eyes suddenly opened wider. A man's leg appeared after saying that he really did not like these trucks. The young man, getting out of the car, said that he was finished. His opponent wide-eyed and asked if he could withstand the truck's impact and thought that the man could have used the skill or even activated it beforehand. The hero, smiling, explained that he had already died once and the interlocutor should have prepared for this better. Frowning, the guy reminded him that he was going to kill him if they happened to meet again. The opponent, opening his eyes wide, asked if he really thought that he would want to hide in a corner and tremble with fear. The enemy, standing in front of him, asked who the head was, because he was a former janitor, who also had combat skills, and now also passive. The guy, looking ahead, replied that he was the one who would take his life. Immediately afterward, the hero clenched his hand into a fist. The opponent, on the contrary, relaxed his hand. They stood opposite each other. The opponent's hand began to glow turquoise after activating the corrosion skill. The hero put something in front of him. The opponent's hand punched through this object. The young man, his eyes wide, realized that Miho was eating away at everything he touched. 2 skulls appeared behind him after activating the weakening and saying that he should try to stop it. The protagonist opened his eyes wider after that. 2 bright beams struck next to him. The opponent's hand was already reaching out to him. Immediately after, the young man dodged and kicked him. The fighter immediately bowed. The opponent, putting his hand to his face, asked if he would now run away like a rat and added that his arrogance was simply amazing. Then the hero said that he had one question. The guy, looking at one of the heads, explained that this skull looked very familiar and asked who it was. A smirk appeared on the opponent's face. The young man's eyes widened. Immediately after, a photo of the deceased comrade appeared. Miho, smiling, called out the name of this person. There was an explosion. A skull appeared, a ray of light emanating from its mouth. Jinnu appeared. The main character quickly ran ahead. Suddenly, something fell under the protagonist's hand. Looking at the villain, the guy used hyperacceleration. Swinging the weapon, the man used the acquired skill called Sword Mastery. Suddenly, surprise appeared on the janitor's face. A wall appeared, making it clear that it was a skill called a water barrier. The man jumped back. Jinnu turned around and thought that he had been messing with it for too long. Without showing his face, the main character said that he is a little busy with work, so he should consider that today is a holiday, adding that today he will allow him to live. Smiling, Miho replied that they had a problem, adding that he was also working now. Without showing emotion, the protagonist asked about the fact that it seemed that someone had ordered him. Looking ahead, the opponent said that he should ask someone else about it, adding that he was interested not in talking, but in killing. In turn, the guy said that he did not care. A purple haze appeared. Raising his hand, the man said that, working as a cleaner, he was used to cleaning up garbage. Putting his hands in his pockets, the villain said that this was a big coincidence, because he was also a kind of cleaner. People looked at each other. Snake mouths appeared. The girl cut the snakes. A leg appeared that was buried in water. Turning around, the man said that the manager seemed to use her skills too often, while the lady replied that everything was fine. Leaning on her sword, the warrior thought that she needed to save her strength for the boss. The heads of monsters appeared. The hunters looked at their opponents. It was clear from the Mrs. face that she was tired, making it clear that awakening skills required a high level of concentration and a lot of physical effort, and it became obvious that the girl planned not to waste them until the boss fight. People were surrounded by villains, and it was obvious that the fight was not easy because of the narrow space, and the monsters were attacking with an endless descendant. It was clear from the faces of the allies that they were exhausted, and it was clear that the task force was completely exhausted, and the water in the dungeon continued to rise, and since it was an underwater dungeon, there was little oxygen here. His comrade in arms swung for a blow, making it clear that if this continued, they would all die in an hour. The girl aimed for a shot. Holding on to the handle, the leader said that she needed to try. Getting to her feet, the girl announced that she would go to the boss. A member of the team, looking ahead, said that it was reckless, adding that there was no communication because the exits were blocked. Making a serious face, the lady said that she knew this, so she told them to stay there, continuing that when the passage appeared, they should run. Knitting his eyebrows, the subordinate announced that they refused, referring to the fact that this was a red-level dungeon, saying that fighting the boss alone was pure suicide. Approaching the guy, the lady asked about what would happen if everyone died, asking that he hadn't thought about it, continuing that she didn't want to take such a risk. The man, turning around, asked that the leader wanted to have fun without them, adding that he would go with her. In turn, the hunter supported the initiative. Knitting her eyebrows, the boss said that he could die. In turn, the subordinate said that they understood this. In the end, the lady said that they could die here, and so at least they would try to defeat the boss and open the exit. Tilting her head, the lady thought that she was unlikely to be able to change their minds, announcing that then the others would have to fight without their leaders. People looked at the monsters, saying that they could cope. Summoning the monster, the man said that it was time to move out. A paw appeared. The girl, holding on to the man's back, asked about what they had heard about who the boss was here, adding that the boss was a serpent or a serpentine dragon, continuing to say that judging by his type, she assumed that he was stronger than most others of the same level. The blue silhouette jumped. A room appeared. His eyes were stunned. A huge monster appeared. The opponent closed one eye. The guy raised his hand, holding back his strength. Holding his hand in front of him, the villain said that he was not as simple as he thought. Jinny used his powers. Lowering his head, the main character thought about the fact that the enemy's skills can cause lethal damage at any distance, adding that he should do something and weaken him. Purple containers collapsed down. The man restrained the forces of his opponent. Suddenly, something appeared in the face of the villain, and it became clear that it was incredibly stupid. Using a skull, the guy asked if he was too gentle with him. A blue haze appeared. Suddenly the janitor disappeared. The hunter's face was stunned. The man held the container above his head. Looking around, the young man asked where he was. The main character appeared. Turning around, the protagonist said that the kid should be more careful, adding that in this way he could die. Knitting his eyebrows, the opponent realized that he had been in that container all this time, thinking about the fact that he was hiding using his skills, adding that it was quite brave. Jinnu stabbed the villain using a skill called Destroyer. A shockwave appeared. Without showing his face, the attacker asked who the hell he was. Coughing up blood, the man wondered what other janitor could do damage to him, the first hunter in this country. Making a face full of anger, the opponent declared that he should not be conceited. Suddenly, 2 containers appeared, which tried to crush the guy. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked if he really thought he didn't know about his weaknesses, since they had never met before. Smiling, the protagonist said that people like him have deadly skills, but his stamina leaves much to be desired, adding that he cannot fight for a long time, so he makes surprise attacks, doing it in order to provoke his opponent. Looking ahead, the man asked about what he originally belonged to the Magus class, while the opponent asked how he knew this. In turn, the janitor said that he should dodge his attacks, but magi are not good at this. Purple magical effects appeared. Without showing his face, the guy said that he was holding up well, adding that he could become the second in the country. In turn, the villain asked about what he was carrying, saying that he was number 1. In the end, Jean said that he was no longer 1. The attacker made an angry face. Swinging for a punch, the main character added that this is because now he is on the list. Smiling, the chief said that he was glad that now they could relax a little and even have lunch like this. Holding a glass in his hands, the man said that everything would be better if the protagonist was next to them. In turn, the girl said that he was busy raiding, so there was nothing to be done. The guy, looking away, said that the more he thinks, the more absurd the situation seems to him, how everything turned out in the end, adding that the guy worked as a cleaner for 6 months, and now he is in charge of the operational headquarters. In turn, the girl asked if he was jealous. In the end, the subordinate replied that he was jealous only because of the fact that they were only cleaners together. Tilting his head, the chief asked what had happened to his comrade in arms, because her expression had changed. In turn, the janitor told him not to pay attention to her, because Jinnu simply did not take her on a raid. The lady was dissatisfied. The leader, without showing her face, said that he would meet soon. Lifting the lady up, the main character said that he had a question for her. Looking down, the protagonist stated that he believed that an international association was involved in Channel's death, adding that while she was working for them, how often did people who stood in the way of the association die? The lady's face was displeased. There was a memory of the worker standing in front of the building. Miss, hanging in the air, stated that death was on the heels of the hunters, adding that everyone was inclined to think about conspiracy theories. Getting to her feet, the girl said that among the members of the association they say that those who are not registered as hunters and those who pose a threat are killed without mercy. The man knitted his eyebrows. The lady brought her finger to her face. Keeping his hands in his pockets, Jean said that this meant that he should be on his guard. Looking at the building, the protagonist stated that this was just an assumption, but it seemed that the international experts were targeting him, adding that he thought they would try to pull off something. Making a displeased face, the lady announced that the head had asked everyone to be careful, adding that from now on the International Association would monitor his entourage. Looking ahead, the boss asked if there was any way to help him, while the janitor replied that the only way to help him was to do nothing. The girl, looking up, said that she was worried about him. Smiling, the man said that she was unnecessarily worried, because the gentleman was not one of those who could be easily defeated. In turn, the guy said that it was worth worrying that he would finish off someone. Swinging, the main character said that he should not have detained the busy man, adding that otherwise there would be problems. There was a blow to the face. The protagonist swung his fist, saying that one might think that he was the villain. In turn, the opponent ordered him to stop. Hitting him again, the guy said that he could not order him, asking that he was the first to start at him, and now asked to stop, adding that he will bury him in the asphalt. Blue skulls appeared. The man was standing in front of the villain. Bleeding, the opponent asked how he could lose if he was the best. In turn, Jinnu asked if he still considered himself number 1 among the hunters. Shaking his hand, the janitor said that he still refused to accept that he had been dismissed, adding that he was in first place only because the man had not yet registered. Using his abilities, the guy thought that the car could not be restored, because he spent more time than expected, but this is no longer a big deal. Looking at what was happening, the man asked that, maybe, on the contrary, he should say that everything ended perfectly. Knees appeared. Holding out the phone, Jinnu ordered the villain to call his customer. Looking ahead from under his brow, the opponent asked what he was talking about. After hitting him, the main character told him not to pretend that he did not know what he was talking about. Without showing his face, the protagonist asked what he wanted to say was a coincidence, that he decided to attack the guy right now, adding that he should call lively, because the man wants to quickly hear the voice of the one who staged this whole circus. Smiling, the villain stated that he should understand that it was pointless, continuing that the janitor would not be able to stop them. Stepping on the attacker's face, the man said that he was talking too much. Throwing the phone on the ground, Jean told him to call. The phone played next to the girl. Picking up the phone, the lady asked if the deed was done. Smiling, the main character said that everything was done. A stunned look appeared on the lady's face, thinking that it was the voice of a guy. Putting on a serious face, Miss listened to the words that they were sure that they worked for an international association, adding that they should say what they wanted, because they had started all this for a reason. Holding the phone, the guy said that she could remain silent. Using blood absorption, the man said that they would see who would speak faster, the girl or the villain. A drop of sweat appeared on the lady's face. Looking down, the protagonist stated that if she was silent, he would continue, suggesting that someone was arbitrarily manipulating the dungeons using a dimensional stone, i.e., a dimensional stone, going on to say that someone was an international association, or someone related to it, asking if they were doing so because they disliked the Korean association. A red crystal appeared. Jinna looked ahead and said that he had been thinking about what they wanted, and only one thing came to mind, stating that they needed the time stone. Looking at the crystal, the girl said that the guy had a rich imagination, while the man said that he was not done yet, adding that items from the vault could not be transferred between branches, so they could take something from there by force or by capturing the desired branch, but in the first case, they would be revealed, so they chose the second. A hand appeared and grabbed the building. Holding the phone in front of his mouth, the man stated that this was what he had come to, adding that they had opened the dungeon and tried to destroy as many of their players as possible. Looking down, the lady asked what he was talking about. The lady's eyes widened. Blood flowed from the villain's leg while the main character talked about them opening an underwater dungeon, because so far he says this in a good way. In turn, the interlocutor stated that she did not understand what it was about. In turn, the man replied that she did not seem to fully understand the situation, asking that they were sure that this guy would not betray them. Pain could be seen on the man's face. One of the girl's eyes was visible, and it became clear that they had to open the dungeon so that the person would not do anything. Looking at his phone, Jinna said that they had 10 minutes, or he would find them himself. The lady slammed the table. Gritting her teeth, the lady thought about what she had managed to fall into the protagonist's trap, adding that if the villain said anything that had anything to do with the corporation, the CEO would rip their heads off. There was a hole in the man's head. Without showing her eyes, the Miss announced that the opening should begin, while the subordinate asked what she meant. Turning around, Miss asked if he had gone deaf, adding that the scientist had activated the dimensional stone. With a serious expression, the girl told them to tell the coordination squad right now that Jean was the main target, adding that they should jam so that no one could determine the location, ordering them to throw away all SIM cards and reset all data. Looking ahead, the lady said the name of the enemy. A pillar of red energy appeared. Looking up, the protagonist said that he had a problem, adding that Ayon should send B-rank hunters to the place whose photo he sent her. Without showing his face, the opponent asked that he at least understood who he was dealing with. Smiling, the enemy announced that now not only him, but also his entire entourage would be killed. In turn, the guy asked that he was protecting them even in such a situation, adding that he seemed to have hit the target. Taking the villain by the hair, the man asked that he himself had said that he had personally killed Channel, adding that he would finish what he had started. Suddenly, a blue skull appeared. Surprise appeared on the janitor's face. A beam of blue energy stretched to the heavens. The blast wave was very strong. The man was surrounded by blue flames. The girl and the team looked tense. People were talking nicely. The lady knitted her eyebrows. The system seemed to have a message that the passive skill called Soul Sacrifice had begun to be activated. There was surprise on Jin's face. Looking at the skull, the main character asked about the fact that it was a protective circle. The notification made it known that the support can provide allies with one-time immunity to damage even after death. The guy knitted his eyebrows. Looking at the hunter, the man declared that he was indebted to his ally. Looking back, the janitor realized that Miho had already run away, thinking that even though he had run away this time, they would meet again, and the main character would definitely take revenge on him. The protagonist stood in front of the yellow skull. A yellow window of the system appeared. The girl swung for a blow. The serpent was hit. The lady, who had tension on her face, thought that she lacked power. Looking at her opponent, it was clear that the lady was using too many awakening skills. Suddenly, the manager received a blow in the face. The tail of the serpent struck the mistress. There was a blow. The subordinate, looking ahead, called the manager. The lady was in a terrible state. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy thought that it was impossible to defeat the red-level boss with the three of them. Suddenly, their eyes turned to the side, making it clear that in such a situation there was no doubt, because they did not have enough strength, and they were not in the best place to fight. The snake opened its mouth full of fangs. The monster's head appeared, and it became clear that people had almost no information about the boss, and even if they were in better shape, they might still be able to cope, but now each of them is at the limit. Their faces were stunned, realizing that the situation was hopeless. Without showing her face, the girl said that they should give her only 5 seconds, adding that they should try to immobilize the monster for 5 seconds. Looking ahead, the lady said that she was using her remaining strength for a final attack, but her strength was at the limit, and if he moved even a little, she would miss. While her partner said that it was crazy, in the end, the man said that they should try, but this attack might be the last. Opening her eyes wide, the girl announced that everything would be fine, adding that this was the end. Standing in front of the steam golem, the guy said that both the teacher and the student were mad. The monster was fighting a golem. Looking ahead, the lady thought that she could hardly hold the sword, adding that she had to finish it all. The snake's eyes began to glow red. Suddenly a green sight appeared. The huntress used a unique skill to aim. The attack hit the monster directly in the head. Using magic, the man said that this was the perfect moment for Minju to attack. Blood poured from the monster's eye. The open mouth of the snake appeared. The golem crashed to the ground. Lying on the ground, the guy said that they had to win. Suddenly, a system message appeared about a unique skill. The leader was above the monster. The huge blade was aimed at the monster's head. Falling down, the girl thought that she had to cope. Suddenly, the sword fell from the lady's hands. The huntress fell into the mouth of a snake. Falling upside down, the girl asked for forgiveness from her teacher, adding that she continued to fight as he taught her. But it seems that the end has come. The man stood behind the student. Jinna looked at the lady. The lady looked ahead enthusiastically. The boss closed her eyes, making it clear that she would like to show him an even stronger side of her. Suddenly, a yellow blade appeared. The palm was straightened using a skill called superiority. The monster was cut into 2 pieces. Picking up the student, the main character said that he was here. A building that stood in the city appeared. The man, looking ahead, asked how long they offered to wait, while the colleagues said that Gio considered the meeting of the board of directors a joke. In the end, the ally said that they already had enough work to do, adding that everyone praised the guy, and now his behavior does not fit into any gates. People closed their eyes. Without showing his face, the main character asked for forgiveness, continuing that he had urgent business. In turn, the director asked about how it is possible to be late for a serious meeting, adding that he can apologize as much as he wants, asking why he is so wet, because it was not raining outside. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows, saying that he had to swim for a while. The chairman, holding his hands on his knees, asked about how his raid went. In turn, the subordinate replied that everything went fine, and they were already done, adding that 3 people had dealt with the boss, continuing that, with the exception of the leader, there were no injuries, but the wounds were not serious, so there was no reason to worry. Looking ahead, the man asked about how the 3 people could have killed the boss of the red-level dungeon. Putting on a serious face, the old man said that they should get down to business, asking what he meant when he talked about the problems with the International Association. Looking down, the guy said that during this operation, his subordinates were attacked by her. In turn, the interlocutor was shocked. In the end, the man said that, in his opinion, they tried to carry out a hostile takeover against the Korean Association. People were stunned on their faces. Lowering his head, the janitor said that there seemed to be another organization associated with an international association, adding that at this stage it was difficult for him to go into details. Dropping his hands, Jinna stated that their attack had failed anyway, but he was confident that they would try again. Rubbing his beard, the old man asked if it was really an international association, while the interlocutor said that, unfortunately, there was no evidence. In the end, the chairman said that he had only guesses. Looking ahead, the man said that this did not mean that they should be inactive, adding that they should prepare properly. And the man said that in their current situation, they did not have the conditions to keep the International Association under control. Holding the blue stone in their hands, it became obvious that as long as they had the time stone, the attacks would continue, as they had already been targeted by the international team, and knowing the whole truth, Jinwoo couldn't let others suffer. The main character gritted his teeth. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist stated that it was necessary to gather enough forces to respond to future attacks, adding that, therefore, their main goal now should be to recruit new personnel. Glancing away, the old man said that it was the right idea, because their association was the only independent one, adding what he was proposing to do. Touching the table, the guy announced that they would go out of the country, continuing that they needed to acquire another independent association and make it their branch. The man, making a menacing face, asked to wait, because for an independent association the presence of branches abroad is a clear provocation against international affairs, adding that at such a pace they will definitely make it their enemy. Standing up, the director stated that he was against it, while the staff member said that the International Association would not stand idly by when they began to acquire other independent associations. Gritting his teeth, the interlocutor asked that he was sure that it was she who attacked them, adding that this was only an assumption without evidence, saying that there was no need to even think about it, because they could not take such a step. The chairman, knitting his eyebrows, said that the directors were right, because the risk was too great to turn an international association into an enemy, based solely on Jinwoo's suspicions, and went on to say that, especially when it came to going beyond the country's borders, if they were not careful, they could face a backlash and be destroyed. Glancing at his subordinate, the old man said that he himself understood this very well, adding that he had reason to assume such a thing, while the guy replied positively. A smile appeared on the man's face. Without showing his face, the chairman said that, in this case, he needed to start acting, saying that it would be his responsibility. Dissatisfaction appeared on the faces of the directors, making it clear that he could not close the topic so easily. Knitting his eyebrows, the old man said that he didn't like those guys in the first place, so the Korean Association was created independent of them. But now they know that their people almost died because of them, asking that they should just let go of it. Looking away, the man said that he should do as he knew, whether it was an overseas branch or something else, adding that the guy should show them what would happen if he threatened them. The directors' faces were stunned. Smiling, the old man told them not to worry, because he knew that this would happen, and he prepared. Showing the phone, the chairman said that, in general, this is unacceptable, but for the sake of the main character, he made an exception, so he is with them for another 30 days. The protagonist bit his lip until it bled. A building appeared. The worker, keeping his hands in his pockets, said that he was still very surprised, because in the last raid he had always thought that its end had come. In turn, the ally said that if it were not for the leader, he could really have died. In the end, the hunter said that, unfortunately, judging by the rumors, the man is leaving his post. Without showing his face, the man said that here was the leader himself. In turn, the interlocutor wished good morning. Making a face full of anger, the main character wished good morning. Looking ahead, the hunter said that he was not in a good mood, while his companion asked about what they had done wrong. A foot appeared. A vein appeared on the protagonist's face, thinking that the old man had postponed his dismissal for a whole month, asking how long the chairman was going to keep him, adding that although he would be able to entrust this matter to someone else, continuing that everything was probably going as it should. Smiling, the man said that he had extended the contract, so he could take care of the current task. A shock appeared on the guy's face, thinking that he had to take revenge on the associations, because these people could be responsible for his death before the regression. Besides, it would be difficult for him to uncover the scoundrels who would still sit in the manager's seats, adding that this time their plan had failed, and they had failed to get the time stone, continuing that soon they would come for him again, and then, perhaps, he would be able to meet the one who gave him a bulletin. The forehead. A blue stone appeared. The girl's face was angry. There was a weapon in front of the man's face. The janitor's hand was near his head. Covering his eye with his hand, Jean thought that there was no guarantee that he would be the only target again, adding that if he stayed here, the others would be in danger, and the worst outcome would be someone's death. The main character was in the images of friends. The protagonist was sitting in a chair. Exhaling, the guy realized that he began to worry about people he didn't care about. The wheels of the chair appeared. Looking out the window, the man announced that he would deal with the assignment, leave the association, and work alone, adding that the chairman seemed to understand this as well, so he allowed him to leave immediately after completing the assignment. Without expressing emotions, the cleaner said that this business trip at the end of the year did not give up to him. In turn, a voice called the manager. The girl, holding the paper, said that she had brought documents on an independent association in Vietnam. In turn, the chief thanked her. Looking ahead, the lady asked when he was leaving, and the man replied that he was leaving this week. And finally, the lady said that in that case he would have to book a plane ticket tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, asking if he would fly alone. Keeping his hand on his chin, Jinu spoke of what he hadn't decided yet, adding that he would tell her later. Holding the documents, the girl stated that she had received a call from the trauma department and was told that the head had regained consciousness, asking that he was sure that he did not want to visit her. In turn, the main character replied that he was sure. In the end, the lady said that she almost died, until the protagonist replied that she was alive. The lady stared at the guy. Turning around, the man said that she should not look at him like that, because he was already with her. A sheet of paper that the janitor had left came into view. The manager smiled. The girl, looking back, listened to see if she was okay. The guy, making an angry face, said that they should enter the room, and not stamp on the door. In turn, the man said that their savior was fine. The worker, in turn, asked how she felt. Closing her eyes, the boss said that they were probably busy because of the underwater dungeon and still decided to visit her. In turn, the subordinate said that they had stopped by for a while, adding that in any case, tomorrow or the day after tomorrow they would finish, and she would go on vacation. Holding her hands behind her head, the lady said that she needed to rest more, because Jean had annoyed her these days, continuing that she was afraid that this man would call her even during her vacation. The girl, exhaling heavily, said that Minju also had a hard time these days. The guy in turn said that she should rest more, because she needed to recover from that massacre. Looking ahead, the man asked if she really had an A rank, because it is rumored that they are closer to the S rank, asking if she was sure that it was not a mistake. In turn, the girl stated that if she had not been exhausted, she would definitely have coped. In the end, the guy said that the main character appeared so suddenly and finished everything. However, she coped with almost everything. Looking ahead, the supervisor asked about the teacher. Glancing down, the hunter stated that it seemed that in the heat of battle, the entrance had opened. Then he heard from the support squad that they were fighting the boss, and immediately the master appeared, adding that he later asked him whose order it was, continuing that he said that it was the girl's order, saying that the janitor had uttered only one word, which was a young woman. The protagonist was holding the student in his arms. The man looked at the lady. A smile appeared on the guy's face. A flush appeared on the Mrs. face. The employee, looking down, asked why she blushed so much. In turn, the manager replied that it was not true. The assistant, holding a basket in her hands, asked how the mistress was feeling. In turn, the girl said that everything was fine. Her hand reached into her pocket, saying that it was a little embarrassing to report such a thing when she was in the hospital. Without showing her face, the lady said that the day after tomorrow the manager was going on a business trip abroad, adding that he asked to convey this, making it clear that the business trip was very important. The boss's face suddenly became serious. Holding the envelope in her hand, the lady said that this was why he was taking Minju and Yubin with him, reminding them that it was the day after tomorrow, continuing that she was asking them to pack their things in advance. The man knitted his eyebrows. The girl did not show emotions. The guy looked away. An envelope appeared. The huntress ate a banana. The envelope reached out to the worker. The girl's face turned red. The building had many floors. Silhouettes of people appeared, making it clear that it was just 2 days. People wore glasses. The lady knitted her eyebrows. Holding it out, Jean told her to make her face simpler. Going forward, it became clear that opening a branch in the current situation was the best decision. They should also prepare and find as many allies as possible to fight the international association, so they need to get abroad. However, this plan has one flaw. The main character wore yellow glasses. Ayon, pointing upwards, said that the expansion would be under the name of the Korean Association, adding that he wanted to say that they were not going to sign an alliance agreement, asking that he had decided to take over the management of the independent associations. Holding a glass in his hands, the protagonist answered positively. In turn, the girl said that in the best case, such a move would not only help keep the international association on a short leash, but also allow her to create her own. Smiling, the lady said that if they failed, everyone would be fired, adding that, in principle, she liked everything. In turn, the guy said that she should look for a new job, since you can no longer even dream of the 13th salary. With her hands on her head, the lady asked why she would do this, adding that if she was kicked out, he would take responsibility. Looking ahead, Miss said that it was just a joke, asking him to make a simpler face. Glancing ahead, Ayon asked where their first branch would be. Sitting sideways, Jinnu replied that he would be in Vietnam. Smiling, the girl said that this is not bad, because the association was created relatively recently, so they have not yet fully established the work, continuing that she thinks that Vietnam is a great option. Without showing his eyes, the main character said that there was one problem. Looking away, the protagonist said that their budget left much to be desired, adding that due to the latest raid and support for the exploration of the Time Stone, their treasury was almost empty. Hitting the table, the lady asked why he was telling her about it only now. In turn, the man said that what would happen, it could not be avoided. As he walked forward, the man thought that they needed to try first, because this was his last task anyway, and then he left the company, so no matter what happened, he would do everything in his power. Without showing his face, the man said that the budget is not his concern, because he has other tasks. The girl yawned. Looking away, Jean said that if she was so tired, she should have gotten some sleep. With his hands on his knees, the lady asked why he continued to look at these documents, because nothing new would appear there, while the protagonist asked about what she had just said, adding that even the smallest details must be taken into account, continuing that their budget is very limited, so he cannot miss anything, otherwise, you will have to return empty-handed. Making an uninterested face, the lady asked what he was looking for. Looking at the documents, the protagonist said that he did not know yet, adding that at least a small investment would help them, while the miss asked what the difficulty was, because it would not be enough for them to have an operational squad and help for a support squad, stating that they did not have many hunters. The manager was sitting by the window. Glancing away, the man said that the Vietnamese association did not have a support unit. Slapping her palm, the girl remembered this. Continuing to look at the documents, the janitor remarked that they did not have any conditions for creating such a detachment, adding that each country had its own priorities. In turn, the lady stated that she had no idea what it was like to work as their hunters in such conditions, saying that if they provided them with a support unit, the costs would be too high. Making a strange face, the lady asked why he was staring at her so intently, and the man replied that he had forgotten that she was the leader of the squad. The lady showed no emotion. Miss was glad. Huang, stretching out his hand, asked about the fact that they were from the Korean Association, introducing himself. After shaking hands, Jean Woo said that he was the head of the operational headquarters in Seoul, adding that he was fluent in Korean. In turn, the guy thanked him, telling them to go to their headquarters first. 2 cars appeared, making it clear that it would not take much time to get expensive. Holding the steering wheel, the man said that they were a little tired, saying that they could take a nap, while the main character said that everything was fine, adding that it would be a good idea to look around while they were driving. People looked away. The buildings were destroyed, making it clear that it was as if a war had begun that destroyed everything. Rebar was sticking out of the building. Stone slabs appeared, and it became clear that entire villages had been destroyed, and unlike the central cities, the periphery was not even attempted to be rebuilt. Smiling, the guy said that this was why he advised them to sleep, adding that this was clearly not what they wanted to show guests who arrived from abroad with a business proposal. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if he could ask what had happened. Without showing his face, the hunter replied that it began 50 years ago, when Kylo first appeared. In turn, the man asked what it was. In the end, the man replied that this used to be the name of dungeons in Vietnam, continuing that on the day when Comet Zinnia collided with the Earth, and another dimension opened up to them, stating that this was the day when chaos reigned in the world. Making it clear that at that time they knew nothing about such things as abilities or dimensions. A lot of monsters appeared. The guy's silhouette said that while other countries were quickly destroying the monsters that appeared in the dungeons, their first response was a little late. Without showing his eyes, the janitor asked that it meant that they did not have people with special skills. In turn, the interlocutor stated the opposite, because of course they were, but they could not find the dungeons in time, because more than half of the territory of Vietnam is covered by mountains. Looking ahead, the man said that the conditions in Korea are similar, so it was difficult for them to build a system too. Smiling, the guy said that their country was smaller, and the information industry was better developed. Without showing emotion, Jin thought that he was right, adding that the reason why they were able to build the infrastructure relatively quickly, despite similar conditions, was precisely because they had the ability to quickly locate the dungeons, plus they were able to get to the place quickly, which played a big role, continuing that these two criteria allow you to judge how well the dungeon destruction system works. Adding that the Korean Association was lucky to be able to deal with these 2 points early on. Cars drove along the road. Holding the steering wheel with his hands, the hunter said that nothing much has changed now, because they have not yet managed to deal with the damage caused half a century ago, and dungeons continue to appear, adding that if access to the road is completely limited, and the dungeon appeared in the mountains, you first have to wait until the road is restored, and at this time monsters get out of there and begin to wreak havoc. An illustration of the words appeared. Crossing his arms, Jean asked that in such a situation it would not be better to sell his branch to the International Association. In turn, the guy said what this offer was. In the end, the main character asked if they should not at least ask for support from the nearest associations. Without showing his face, the man stated that a red-level dungeon had appeared on the slope of Mount Puzellan about a year ago, adding that at that time, 36 hunters from the task force were trapped in the boss's room, continuing that they simply could not carry out the rescue operation on their own, saying that at that time he had requested support from an international association. The same is true for the nearest neighbors. But no one helped them, and they all died. People were in the dungeon. The hunter's hand appeared. The man was standing among dead colleagues. Smiling, the guy said that Korea also did not respond to the call for help. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he knew about this before the regression happened, because then the chairman offered him to organize a rescue operation, but he flatly refused, because there was no benefit in doing so. Looking at each other, the directors also rejected this idea. Without showing his eyes, the man said that he was still glad that there was someone who was ready to take control of their association. The guy was beaming with happiness. The janitor, on whom the friends were lying, thought that he had become a pillow, asking if he could also take a nap. The moon appeared, and it became clear that the people had arrived. The man opened one eye. Sitting on the ground, Jinwoo asked if they had really kidnapped them, and the girl asked if it was some kind of joke, because no one would dare to kidnap them. The soldier was holding a weapon in his hands. The girl, looking away, asked about what they should do. In turn, the friend said that she would now get out and break their arms. In the end, the main character asked why she was so cruel, because they should try to solve everything with words. Looking away, the manager said that then in the car they did not seem bad people to her, so they would go for a dialogue. In turn, the hunter said that they would kill them after. After showing his shoes, the guy said that they were not in danger, adding that he just wanted to discuss something. Without showing his face, the protagonist asked about what happened, asking that they were not going to take revenge on them because of what happened a year ago. In turn, the man answered in the negative, adding that they just need money. In the end, the janitor said that they had nothing, continuing to say that if he found something in his pockets, he would gladly share it. Without showing emotions, the opponent said that he may not have, but the association will. Looking ahead, the man asked if they were really going to hold them hostage and demand money, because this already amounted to an international crime. Taking the gun, the hunter said that there were no options here, because they needed to continue raiding, and this required a lot of money, adding that they were well aware of this. Opening his eyes, the main character said that they needed to clear the dungeons, suggesting that they were kidnapped for ransom. Furrowing his eyebrows, the man replied that all the guess was correct, adding that they themselves had seen on the way here that their personnel were poorly equipped, the detection system was lame, and that there was a critical lack of information. Lowering his head, the protagonist stated that he understood that their association was in a difficult situation, continuing that he was there for this, saying that if they officially joined them, they would be able to provide them with all the necessary assistance. Making a serious face, the man said that they just wanted to capture them, especially since their association had already been disbanded. Raising one eyebrow, the guy asked what he was talking about, because he had not seen this in the latest reports. In turn, the man said that he was doing all this for the sake of state subsidies, adding that in fact the association collapsed a year ago, after that accident in the dungeon. Jin knitted his eyebrows. Standing with his back, the hunter announced that their association, which was already going through difficult times, had come to an end, adding that they had no choice but to sell their branch to the International Association. Showing a face full of anger, the manager said that they were not allowed to do this, because subsidies would not be provided if their branch was sold to international specialists, making it clear that after that many employees quit, which ultimately led to this situation. Ducking, the man said that at present the Vietnamese Association exists only for the purpose of obtaining support from superiors, continuing that, in general, they are not doing very well, and they still need to clear the dungeons. Looking away, the guy thought about what he knew the deal would not be easy, but he never thought that he would see a ghost association that existed only on paper. People sitting together talked about the situation of this organization. Making a maniacal expression on his face, the young man thought that it was better to start from scratch than to arrange difficult negotiations with a bunch of conditions. Looking at his opponent, the man said that they would re-establish the Vietnamese branch. Making a cunning face, the guy said that they would do it, on the condition that it would be organized as a branch of the Korean one, asking how they would like such an offer. Putting a gun, the enemy said that he should not try to deceive them, and quickly called the bosses if he did not want to see the hole in his forehead. A building appeared, making it clear that it was the headquarters of the association in Seoul. The director, looking ahead, asked if he knew what had happened a year ago, adding that he could have chosen another association with which he had a good relationship. The old man, closing his eyes, asked what he thought he didn't understand, going on to say that if something went wrong, the irreparable would happen, saying that he didn't want to be unemployed a month after he returned. Bringing the phone to his ear, the chairman said that he saw this number for the first time. Shock appeared on the man's face. Getting up from his chair, the man asked what the people had done there. Hitting the table, the old man made it clear that something bad had happened. In turn, the director asked about what happened. In the end, the chairman said that it was voice phishing. The guy made a stupid face and talked about how they had Jean hostage. Holding his head, the man said that they say that they kidnapped the main character with girls and demand money. In turn, the boss warned about voice phishing, adding that you should not be fooled by this. The CEO glanced at Chloe and said that the supervisor at the Seoul branch was able to reveal them. Chloe herself looked down and apologized. Suddenly, a huge red beam flies into Chloe's shoulder, which pierces through him. The man with the mustache and mark suddenly became alert to this action. Sweat was dripping down Chloe's face, and fear was visible in her eyes. Suddenly, from this unbearable pain, she fell to her knees and grabbed her hand. Chloe got back on her feet, gathering her strength, as the CEO talked about how she had counted on her and entrusted her with the task. With a distraught look, the CEO said that she hates people who undermine her trust the most, and added that it's like she doesn't care about that trust at all. Chloe was very upset and apologized for her mistake. The CEO lifted her pale face up and grinned. Memories of the time stone that they had never been able to obtain began to flash through her mind, and even the absorption that the ordinary janitor had stopped did not help. She remembered Jin Woo, who had punched Miho, Korea's best official hunter, who had been defeated, resulting in the revelation of their organization. Miho stands at the window and looks out over the big city, thinking that the general secretary shouldn't know about it. Mark Stahl looked at the photos and asked the CEO how they would proceed. The CEO started to take a closer look at this photo and saw Gina in it, and then said that the janitor had revealed them, so they would need to deal with it first. Her eyes were red and her eyes were full of madness, and she asked Mark if anyone who had failed could go unpunished. Mark looked at her intently, and replied that he himself regretted that she entrusted this matter to her, because the status was not an indicator of professionalism. Smoke came out of her finger, and she asked Mark if she could entrust the matter to him. Turning his head to the side, Mark confidently said that she could trust him with this. The mustachioed man, along with Mark and the CEO, began to look at each other, and she said that they should wait, because if they acted now, they would attract even more attention to themselves. The mustachioed man furrowed an eyebrow and listened to the CEO, who said that Jin Woo had no reliable information about them. Sweat was dripping down Chloe's cheek, and she could hear the CEO talking in the same way, saying that they would return to the time stone later. Mark raised his head a little, because the CEO said that they should put plans for the vault on hold and start an independent association. Her face was very insidious, and as if covered with a shadow, she folded her hands and said that then they should finish for today. Left alone in the office, she looked ahead and said that all this horror was happening because of one dog lover. Her eyes were covered in shadow, and she chuckled a little at the situation. With a very menacing look and voice, she said that she would have to destroy all the cleaners. Someone started banging on the table, and the bearded man was a little scared of it. Meanwhile, Huang, holding the phone in his hand with a very ridiculous expression on his face, tried to say that they had Jinna there. Then he brought the phone to his face and tried to shout to the subscriber, but it was too late. The call was disconnected. One of the comrades, gritting his teeth, asked if it could be that they had caught the wrong person, and the worried leader replied that he had named his position himself. The entire crowd surrounded Juan and was in the dark, because they did not understand how to do this to their employees. Frightened, Juan began to bite his fingers, thinking that it all looked like they were not worried at all, because dozens of hunters were pointing their guns at them, and they were calmly talking to each other, and even the answer from the chairman made him even more worried. With a very displeased face, the head of the coordination squad seemed to have guessed something. Then, standing directly in front of Jean, he said that he would kill them all. A drop of sweat was dripping down his face as he looked down, and said that their leadership had simply ignored their pleas for help. But had they really sent them to carry out the merger of the association? In their eyes, the three of them looked like little whiny children, and they thought that their guess was correct, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense, since these guys were too young to understand what kind of situation they were in. But in fact, it was a mistaken point of view, because the guys looked absolutely normal, and Yubin was just yawning. Huang lowered his head in displeasure, and his comrade wondered what to do, because if the boss of the team Jean did not react in any way, then the kidnapping would be completely meaningless. Juan picked up the phone and ordered the others to take the hostages to the lair. The guys began to take away all their hostages, and Juan answered his master's call. We were shown how an unknown man was reading some interesting magazine. Then we were introduced to a bald man. His name was Viet, and he said that a yellow-level dungeon had appeared in the south, so they needed to start the task now, because it smelled like a lot of money. Upset, Huang looked down and said that the work in the map Irene Gorge had been abandoned for 2 months, so the monsters were about to break out, so it would be unwise to do a clearing of the yellow-level dungeon, especially for profit. Juan began to get very angry, because Viet decided to shout that their task was to make money, so they should go on a raid now, and if they did not have enough strength, then they should sacrifice their lives. Making a very nasty face, Viet looked ahead and said that he should stop chatting and get down to business, so if they died, he would deal with it somehow. Huang began to walk forward, looking at the beautiful forest under the cover of the moon, and called his master. A picture appeared in his mind of several painted soldiers, and he thought about the fact that they currently had only 2 operational units, and there were not many people in them. He imagined another picture of 3 cleaners, and continued to think about the fact that there was only 1 employee in the control squad, while there were as many as 3 cleaners in the squad. He continued to move forward, thinking that even a green-level dungeon was too much for them. He imagined a huge number of corpses around him and realized that going on a raid to the yellow dungeon was voluntarily going to the chopping block. Suddenly he shouted that the plans had changed, because they were ordered to go to that dangerous dungeon, from which the guys themselves were in complete shock. The 2 of them began to shout in displeasure that with their budget, they wouldn't even be able to afford protective equipment, and they would most likely be killed at the entrance. The leader of this team began to leave, lowering his gaze, while they shouted at his back that they had already abandoned more than 100 dungeons, and Viet only cared about himself, because they didn't even have people left. He turned around with a confident look and said that if they refused, Vietnam would be finished. He looked at the beautiful entrance to the dungeon and said that they should receive the ransom. The guys began to look at the tower, thinking that they should look for another association. Jinwoo looked at Yubin, who was talking about how they had no reason to endure such horror, and then he told her that they couldn't back down. As he continued to examine it, he began to say that all the surrounding countries were members of an international association, and among all of them, Vietnam was the only independent country. He presented a huge skyscraper with drawings of a ship and an airplane, while saying that international branches transfer a certain percentage of profits and artifacts to the main headquarters, but they cannot be sent by airmail, because malfunctions due to energy waves can occur. Yubin looked up in displeasure and said that she too started with an international association, to which Jinwoo replied that Southeast Asia had no choice but to use land routes to transport goods, so the only way available was through northern Vietnam. During their dialogue, a map began to appear, and Jinwoo talked about how the local association could not take advantage of this because they were much weaker than other associations due to the situation in the country. Yubin got up from her prone position, because he said that he intended to solve this problem, and for that, they needed to open a branch here. He imagined a huge map behind him with a bunch of threads and talked about how all the objects and jewelry from Southeast Asia would be collected in Vietnam, so that it would become the largest center of Asia. She glanced at him and asked him if he really thought the International Association would allow him to do so. His gaze was very confident, and he firmly said that this was his first target. Juan ran up to them and stood in front of them, telling him to call his bosses again. Grabbing the protagonist by the collar, he began to shout that if they failed to agree, then he will finish them all off, and if they don't want a bullet in the forehead, then they should get the money. It was obvious from Jin's face that he was very angry. Minju looked at all of this and was very dumbfounded by this behavior. She peered into the face of the main character and saw that he was overwhelmed with anger. Juan stretched out his hand and said that if they continued like this, they would be finished. Deciding to help her master, she began to shout that they would do whatever was necessary, just let them go. Suddenly, 2 comrades in red robes ran up and shouted that they were in trouble, because something terrible had happened in the green-level dungeon where they had just stopped the raid. Huge burning scorpions with red eyes began to crawl everywhere, and the guys were talking about how the monsters had escaped from this dungeon half an hour ago, and now they were heading towards the residential buildings. Juan opened his mouth in shock, for what he feared most had happened. Jinwoo stood up with a smirk on his face and asked if they needed help. Still smiling, he told them that he had heard that there were not enough hunters in their squad, so they would not be able to cope with the escaped monsters at this rate, because they would not even be able to evacuate civilians. Huang turned around very abruptly and nervously shouted that they had decided to do him a favor, because it sounded like he wanted to do his dirty work, but it didn't look like they couldn't come to an agreement. The trio began to leave, and their leader told Jean to stop showing off and sit straight, because he would deal with these monsters himself and return for ransom. They began to look at each other and ask for opinions. Yubin said that it was impossible to defeat the escaped monsters with so many people, and Minju added that it would not be easy because their equipment looked very old. The protagonists began to look ahead, saying that this is the whole difficulty, because if they are all killed, he will have to assemble a task force from scratch, so they will have to take care of everything. Smoke began to spread everywhere, and there was a deathly silence. Suddenly the ropes of the hostages were untied. Grabbing their weapons, they went forward and decided that they should not delay this and had to go. A terrible fire broke out everywhere, setting fire to both trees and buildings. A couple of people in fear tried to reach out to their child and cannot find him. The boy they were looking for was buried under the rubble of the house, and the dog was standing near him barking. Then Huang's squad stood in the middle of the fire while he told the second squad to save the people, because they did not have enough hands, so they would have to ask for help from the civilians, and he himself and the first squad would search for the escaped monster. They slowly walked forward, when suddenly they heard a strange sound. From such a loud sound, the guys were frightened and began to look around, not understanding what kind of monster could make this sound. The black-haired guy held the device in his hand and said that the D-detector did not react in any way, and the head of the squad himself felt something very strange inside him. Suddenly, a huge scorpion jumped out in front of them and began to let out a piercing roar. Juan began to shout to all his guys that they were attacked by a monster, and that everyone should take up positions, not crowd and disperse around him, and also have to hit with full force. After the command, everyone began to attack this huge scorpion at the same time. The black-haired guy, holding a sniper rifle in his hands, shouted that they were unlikely to cope with such a monster with their equipment. They would have a very hard time, to which he was ordered not to waste time talking. The scorpion began to twitch violently, throwing chunks of earth and dust out from under him, trying to go underground, but the squad continued to attack him, preventing him from leaving. Unfortunately, the scorpion still managed to hide from them, so they looked at the battlefield with sad faces. A member of the squad standing behind turned to Huang and said that they would not be able to cope at all, so they needed to move away and join up with the second squad, to which he received the answer that they could not, because a lot could happen in this time. A member of the squad frowned furiously and began to shout that they must live, because otherwise no one would deal with all these dungeons. The leader stared at the ground and thought that if they left when the lives of ordinary citizens were threatened, it would only prove their incompetence. Many different moments began to pop up in his memory. There was still dust around them, and the wind was blowing it away, and he confidently said that they would fight to the last, because if they retreated, this country would not even have hope. Grabbing his sword firmer, he said that they would die, but would not retreat, as they had no choice. They all lowered their heads in annoyance. The squad stood with their backs to each other, and prepared for the fact that a scorpion would attack them. Suddenly, he jumped out of the ground again, shining with his yellow eyes as everyone shouted that they couldn't give up and they would definitely stop this monster. The scorpion began to attack, making a huge wall of dust so that it would not be visible. The ground beneath their feet begins to sink in, and they were frightened by it. Suddenly, a huge cliff appeared under Juan's foot. His entire crew fell down, and their arms could barely hold on from fatigue. The scorpion tried to devour them, and they screamed for help in desperation. Juan turned back and saw the guys behind him who were standing with him, so he ordered them to help them. The manager fell into complete despair, not understanding what to do. He could see the reflection of a scorpion in his eyes, and he begged for help. Suddenly he heard the tramp of his rescuers. Minju attacked the monster with her sword, while the protagonist managed to save 2 members of the squad. The protagonist's palm began to emit a bright light as he used the skill. Leader Huang was very shocked by such a rescue and didn't understand how they could do it. Yubin leapt into the air, holding the 2 squad members who had nearly died at the hands of the monster, declaring that they were now safe. Huang opened his mouth wide and screamed in horror. Yubin pierced through the scorpion's head with her huge sword, using her omnipotent skill. The entire squad lay on the ground, exhausted, while they were asked why they did not retreat and decided to become heroes posthumously. As the explosion was going on behind him, he was talking about how they should have known they couldn't do it without help. The leader maliciously tilted his head and shouted that if they didn't take the risk, there would be no one to destroy the monsters at all, so they had no option. The protagonist looked at him with a confident look and said that they were just hoping for luck by deciding to fight the monster, and then wondered if it was courage or naivety. Putting his hands in his pockets and standing in front of the startled leader, he asked if human lives shouldn't come first, so who they thought would deal with clearing dungeons if they all died, to which he received a sad reply that his squad didn't even have superpowers. The team of heroes looked at them with a sad look as Jean talked about how this wasn't a reason to take such a risk, so they needed to stop saying that. Anger could be seen in his eyes as he thought of Viet and talked about how their boss was the biggest scoundrel who couldn't handle even the weakest monster. There was hope in their eyes and a little shock from what they heard. Jean kept saying that otherwise they wouldn't be doing this, and their task force disbanded due to obeying some orders. They all despaired and bowed their heads when they heard this sad truth. The main character looked at him heroically and thought that now he understands why he did not accept help initially. Juan was still looking at the floor with sadness. Suddenly, the supervisor clenched his fist tightly, and Jinu continued to think about how he didn't accept help, not because he didn't believe it, but because they were desperate about the way things were in their association. They had lost themselves. Another vicious scorpion crawled out of the ground, emitting a loud roar. They both saw this scorpion come out, and while one was shouting for everyone to run away, the other was saying that they needed to fight him. The protagonist closed his eyes and confidently told the council that if they attacked the ground, he would crawl out completely, which greatly surprised the leader. Turning his gaze to him, he said very confidently that they should hit the ground and not make him repeat twice, because they should listen to him. Juan began to furiously shout to his entire squad to attack. After this command, they started shooting at the ground, which made the scorpion very angry, and it crawled out of the ground completely, emitting a furious roar. Jean continued to look forward with a very confident look, saying that such monsters have very high basic defense due to their hard shell, so simple blows are dummy for them. Squinting his eyes a little, he said that if he continued to attack on the ground, he would crawl out and show his vulnerabilities. Juan held his sword with his arms spread and listened to the commands of the protagonist, who said that if you think carefully about the strategy, then this monster can be easily defeated even with poor equipment and a small composition. The rest of the guys looked at this huge scorpion and waited for its movements to become sluggish, because then they would need to aim at its head. The leader jumped at him to attack with a battle scream, but was hit in the face by the scorpion. Tearing the bloody bandage from his face, he lifted it up. Throwing away this very bandage, the scorpion continued to attack him. Juan himself was trembling with pain, but he was not ready to give up. With determination in his eyes and blood on his face, he shouted that he needed some more strength, and swung his sword. He made 100 blows to this scorpion's head and jumped back after activating his wild dance skill. His entire team kept their fingers crossed for him, cheered and shouted his name, and the team of heroes just silently watched it. Even from behind the mountain, his series of attacks was visible so much that it was almost blinding. The leader stood on the bloody corpse of his enemy, and finally dawn began to fall. Then, with pain on his face, he asked his guys if there were any losses. Several people shouted at once that there were no casualties at all. The whole squad was insanely happy that there were no losses, and they finally defeated this huge monster. The protagonist team stood aside and just looked at them, thinking that it was difficult for them to understand such joy, because it was a victory over almost the weakest monster, and they would also have a hard time, because they wanted to make real hunters out of them. The guys picked up their leader and went forward with him very happily. Jean came up to them and told them that they could celebrate afterwards and asked if they would be willing to listen to him. With a smile on his face and a confident look, he asked what they thought of his proposal. Juan looked at him with hope in his eyes. Jin smiled and asked if they would be willing to listen to his suggestion now. Juan looked at him silently. He then frowned and said that it was almost like starting a guild from scratch. However, the protagonist stated that he was ready for it. Plus, they had better wonder if they were sure of it. The main character frowned and said that Juan might have to turn away from his boss, who does not allow him to develop. Or maybe everything is much worse and he will start a war with him. The protagonist lowered his head and asked if Huang was ready for this. The young man lowered his head and began to think. The leader of the squad looked at the slain monster, and Jean continued to say that if he had any doubts, it was better to retreat, because there would be no turning back. Juan frowned and turned around. The whole squad looked at each other in silence. The protagonist and his comrades silently waited for a decision. The leader of the squad agreed, saying that he would trust them, and suddenly his eyes bulged in surprise when Jinna said that this would not work. The protagonist looked at him with displeasure and asked if this was how a person who needed help should talk, since this was not only a lucrative offer for him, and therefore, in his opinion, Juan should be more polite. The young man blushed and politely asked for help. The main character immediately turned away and said that then they need to meet with their boss, adding that they should deal with this situation as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the sun appeared on the horizon, and Huang stated that they had been fighting all night and would use a little rest, but Jean called them weaklings. The action moves a couple of days forward to the center of Hanoi. It was almost noon. The main character and the team were sitting at the table. Yubin opened her mouth furiously and indignantly asked why they were kept waiting so long. After all, they were important people. Jinu sat quietly and thought that Viet was the head of the command organization of the Ministry of Defense and a man with real power in the military. He imagined the silhouette of this man and mentally said that his influence in Vietnam was very great, and therefore, Viet would be able to make a good living even if he passed on the association to them. Suddenly, a bald man came into the room and exclaimed that he was very sorry that he had been a little late. On his collar was a badge in the form of the country's flag. The man said that he had a lot of work to do. Viet smiled and said that he hoped he hadn't caused any inconvenience. The protagonist crossed his arms and said that he had made them uncomfortable because they had been waiting for him for quite some time. Viet's eyes suddenly bulged in surprise. He gave a thumbs up and said that Jean looked younger than he thought. Viet sat down at the table and according to him, once he asked the Korean Association for help, but they, scoundrels, abandoned them. Juan was sitting next to Viet, who at that moment asked what had brought them here. The protagonist glanced at him and stated that their association was planning a merger and takeover with the Vietnamese one. Viet smiled nervously and exclaimed that Jin didn't seem to understand at all how difficult their situation was. The protagonist calmly replied that the Vietnamese association does not exist in fact, because it exists only on paper. Viet looked at Juan angrily, because only he could tell them that they were taking all the sponsorship fees for themselves. Viet crossed his arms and asked if Jin was going to use this to threaten him and take the association. The main character took a mug in his hand and said that it was possible, but all the general manager needed to do was sign the decision on mergers and acquisitions. He closed his eyes and said that in any case their association existed only formally, so it should not cause any difficulties, and therefore, if Viet signed, Jean promised to do all the work for them, and Viet would receive 10 times more money. The general manager opened his mouth in shock. He smiled and asked if it would be a lump sum. Viet presented many bills and was delighted when Jinu announced monthly payments. The protagonist looked at him and said that if Viet just signed the papers, they would pay him that amount every month, but in reality, it was much more than that, because Jinu was going to pay them 50% of the proceeds. The papers were lying on the table. The protagonist asked the general manager to take his time to read the materials about the project, including the development of the branches. He took the documents in his hands. The man continued to read them silently. Then he smiled madly and exclaimed that he hadn't even thought of such a thing. Viet nodded his head and said that he roughly understood the protagonist's plan, but now that he could do it himself now that they had revealed all the details to him. Odnak Jinu took a sip and declared that he would dare to say that there was no one in all of Vietnam who could pull such a thing off. Viet smiled and asked if that was why he was going to re-establish the association and even pay them money every month, but on the condition that the branch go to Seoul. The bald cunning man drooled and said that the conditions were not bad at all. The protagonist looked at him and said that he was just required to sign. But suddenly, the general manager blushed when the protagonist said that Viet would not get anything from what they earned from the raids. The diplomat looked at him questioningly and asked if the income from dungeon clearing should not be shared, and Jinu at this moment was mentally indignant that Viet still wanted more, even though he had already been offered a lot. The protagonist lowered his head and said that his claim was understandable. The only question was who made a greater contribution to the cleanup, because it is logical that the money will be received by the one who risks his head by climbing into the dungeon. The main character looked at him with mad eyes and said that because of this, Viet would not be able to touch the income. Viet jumped up and began to shout. However, the protagonist made a gloomy expression on his face and stated that he was not making this offer to please him. After all, this is a deal, everyone should get something for themselves. Jin frowned and added that if Viet wanted to maintain friendly relations, then he had better agree to these conditions, take what was given. Viet laughed disgustingly when the protagonist advised him not to be greedy, so as not to lose both money and allies. The diplomat smiled madly and said that Jin Woo was not in Korea. The guards were tense. Viet asked which of them would lose more if he refused the deal. The main character stood up and said that they were in the same position. Then silence reigned in the office. The diplomat lowered his head and said that Jinu had potential unlike others, and therefore he agreed to these conditions. Juan sat with his head bowed in shame. They were all sitting at the table. Jin promised that he did not plan to deceive him. Viet signed the documents. He then picked up the papers and said that he now wanted to hear a plan for what Jin wanted to start with. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that when he first came to Vietnam, he noticed that in many areas there was not even basic infrastructure. The biggest problem among them was information about the location of dungeons and the lack of an accessible way of transportation. Viet put his hands on the table and asked what would happen next. The protagonist looked at him and said that he would then create a squad of cleaners. Bright rays of the sun penetrated through the windows. Yubin wondered how the young man was going to restore the infrastructure. They stood by the window and told Jean that the only way to do it was to pave a road, which was expensive, but they had saved a little so they would use the money. Yubin's eyes bulged in surprise when Jinu announced that he would use the entire amount. The protagonist then turned to Huang and said that this would not be enough, so it would be necessary to look for a sponsor and this task would be under Huang's leadership. Besides, according to him, if Huang followed his example and insisted on his own, he would be able to attract quite a lot of investors. Huang was silent, and therefore the main character asked if he was not sure about this. The leader of the detachment lowered his head and said that he would do everything possible. Jin smiled, because that was fine with him. Then, he turned back to the window and instructed Minju to contact the local task force and start the cleanup, while he instructed Yubin to find the right people and open a cleaning department, because at least 10 squads were needed. Jin placed the mug on the table and reminded him that, as he had said earlier, Mr. Huang would take over the investors, and Jinu would take care of the road construction. And so they all set out to implement the plan. Meanwhile, Viet returned to his residence, where he was bowed to and asked if they could trust the Koreans. Viet smiled and said that it was worth just waiting, despite the fact that they had not previously responded to their request for help. The diplomat became gloomy and said that if everything burned out, he would get the money, otherwise he would force them to take responsibility and pay compensation. A man was trying to get to the diplomat, begging him for something. An ordinary man was detained, but he continued to shout that this land was all he had and without it, his family would die of hunger. However, Viet waved his hand and ordered the worker to be thrown into prison. The man screamed at the top of his lungs as he was being dragged to the prison. Viet frowned and called him a nonentity, stating that if he decided that he would get something, then it would be so. After a while, we see some kind of cement block in the sky. The protagonist talks about how it's been a week since they started doing business in Vietnam. Jinu stood surrounded by workers, thinking that it was difficult to rebuild the road infrastructure across the country due to the high cost and time. However, they first targeted areas with a high percentage of dungeons. The main character raised his head and said that after the maximum improvement of the existing roads, heliports were installed at important points. Then they created an app and set up a network, thanks to which you can now receive notifications about a new dungeon directly on your smartphone. Minju, meanwhile, killed monsters by raiding and training local hunters. Yubin was the senior in the cleaning squad and most of the profits came from the sale of items and artifacts. Huang was able to negotiate with investors because as the budget increased, the project was able to grow faster. Jinu stands in the support department, which he created thanks to a surplus in the budget. Wan and his team received better equipment and an increased staff of operatives, which made it possible to conduct operations more efficiently than before. All 4 department heads had a positive impact on the process. As the scale and establishment of the system grew, the local association became more self-sufficient. As Jin Woo and his female employees stand in front of the new headquarters, Minju reports that starting this week, they can work all over the country, and she says every department is doing just fine without their help. Yubin stretched and exclaimed that she was relieved, because she slept for 3 hours a night most of the time and was very tired. Minju smiled and said that she was glad that everything had turned out so well and was grateful to the protagonist for it. She remembered Wan, who oversees the construction of a new logistics center, while negotiating with the nearest associations. The main character looked ahead and said that before that, they used all the free options, but now they are able to pay for services so that no one thinks that they have them under control. He looked at the new branch building in Vietnam, and said in his mind that they finally had a weapon that could be used against the International Association. He imagined a mad boss in front of him and mentally said that he needed to keep her under control and at the same time deprive her of the opportunity to touch them, because all the goals of the Vietnamese project had been achieved. He raised his head and stated that it was time to go back, and Minju revealed that Ayeong had just returned to Korea. Ayeon, meanwhile, was sitting on the plane, but it was clear from her expression that she was offended by something. The day before, she informed the protagonist that she was going to leave soon, but before that she would like to look into a Vietnamese restaurant, but the protagonist simply wished her a good trip, not understanding the hint. Ayeon was breathing heavily, and Minju told the protagonist that the girl was very offended. Jinu frowned and called her a child, saying that it was time for them to leave anyway. A bright light illuminated the airport building, and before departure, Jinu asked his assistant to contact Mr. Viet to provide the contract of sale and the account to which they would send the funds. 3 members of the team were walking towards the building. The main character thought that they managed to get what they deserved and return their due, and as soon as they were done with this, they could return to Korea. One of Huang's subordinates came to his office and presented him with a plan of operations for the 5 squads for that week, and asked him to make his own changes if necessary. Huang glanced at the document, and said that Task Force 4 had been on a mission yesterday, so it would be better to put them in for the end of the week, and asked what about the cleaners. Huang raised his head and said that just in case, it was better to ask the support squad to constantly report on the status of operations, even if everything went according to plan. Wan threw his hands behind his head and fell silent. He looked up and said he couldn't believe it. They were standing in this office, and the head of the coordination squad wondered if they had really re-established the association in just 1 month. He stared at the ceiling and reasoned out loud that when they first received an offer from the protagonist, he thought it would be a waste of time and money, but Jinu started with the main problems. Huang looked at the minimalist chandelier on the ceiling and talked about how Jean had adjusted the plan of operations depending on the conditions and circumstances, saw a way to raise an association that had no hope. The subordinate silently looked at the supervisor, as he told him that he could not believe that the efficiency of the work would be increased by the creation of a cleaning squad. Huang remembered the long-ago interaction with the protagonist, and stated that they did not just give them weapons, but taught them how to use them, and therefore, as a person who watched the whole process from the outside, Huang experienced a feeling of awe. The young man lowered his head and said that it seemed to him that the Koreans sent an ordinary employee to them, and in the end a savior came. Huang and his subordinate laughed as they remembered how they were going to sell the protagonist's team for ransom. Then, the employee suddenly asked if Jin Woo would stay to head the branch. The head of the squad crossed his arms and denied this. But then the employee asked who would become the head of the branch. Wan immediately blushed and smiled modestly. They immediately exclaimed joyfully, and Wan modestly said that he had just come to everything ready. Suddenly, someone came into the room. Viet entered the room and said that he saw that the young man was doing well. The supervisor frowned and asked him what they needed. The diplomat held up his finger and said angrily that now that the guys from the Korean branch were not here, it was time to talk. The members of the squad looked intensely at the threat. Viet sat down at the table, and the employee left the office. Viet silently placed an envelope on the table. The envelope was sealed. Viet said that he did not know what it was, but it was in the protagonist's office. Juan immediately slammed his hands on the table and shouted that greed had completely blinded the dictator. Viet smiled slyly and asked if he himself could have imagined that this venture would become profitable. The dictator's eyes bulged madly and said that it would not get any worse, and therefore it was better for him to agree. Juan lowered his head and wanted to refuse, but the dictator interrupted him. Viet smiled hideously and said that this was Vietnam, and no one here could go against his word, including Huang. The diplomat put his hands on the table and said that he was naive if he thought something had changed just because Juan was now in a different position. The young man was frightened by such pressure, because Viet said that no matter how high he climbed, as long as he lived in this country, he would never stop serving him. The guards silently watched from behind. The dictator said that no matter what heights Juan and the association reached, he would always walk hand in hand with him. The young man's eyes bulged with fear, because the dictator persistently advised him to do as he said. Viet smiled and promised that he would not take his place from him. After a while, the dictator was already driving in the car, and the guard wondered if it would be better to have Koreans as allies. Viet frowned and asked if the bodyguard doubted his decisions. Viet smiled maliciously and said that this parasite, who was building in the north, said that the expected annual profit would be $100 million, that is, about $8 million per month. The bodyguard raised an eyebrow and said that Jean promised them half of that profit, which is $4 million, which is a huge amount. Viet's eyes bulged and asked if he could be satisfied with half if he could have everything. Then the dictator crossed his arms, and the bodyguard said that Juan had already taken the side of the protagonist, so maybe he should have just thrown him out. Viet imagined Juan's appearance and began to tell him that he really liked Juan, because he was well educated and easily intimidated, and therefore it was easier to raise loyal dogs from people like him. The bodyguard asked if Juan had become a loyal dog to another master. Viet smiled slightly and stated that was why he had entrusted the job directly to him. He imagined beating a dog and said that there was no better way to bring back a frightened dog. Juan's back was covered in many scars. Viet said that he thought that Juan understood everything after seeing the documents, and besides, he would have a hard time if he did not do as Viet wanted. The dictator recalled how he handed the envelope and said that this document speaks of the betrayal of Vietnam. The man was sitting in the car, saying that it didn't matter if Huang was under Jinhua's influence, he would behave differently when his life was at stake, because he couldn't help but understand what would happen to him after the Koreans left. Juan sat at the table, and Viet talked about how he had no choice. Juan's eyes bulged in horror. Juan read the document, while Viet thought that the young man would either deal with the protagonist with his own hands, or he would have to die in his place. The dictator smiled and said that if the young man was in his right mind, he would never choose the latter. Juan was still sitting at the table. The main character entered the room and asked about how the construction was progressing. He stopped when he saw something. Juan tore the documents to pieces. The leader scattered the papers and exclaimed that he had lived his whole life as a loyal dog and followed orders. He never dared to disobey his master. Jean lowered his head when Juan said that he would disobey now to protect something more, because any master can be replaced. Juan frowned and stated that his life was at stake, but he was willing to take the risk to be loyal to the protagonist. The main character opened his mouth in shock and wondered what he was talking about. Juan picked up a document with a plan to restore the infrastructure and said that there was even the signature of the protagonist, which meant that he personally approved everything. The executive introduced the vicious team to Jean and said the document proved that he planned to take over the entire stake in the Vietnamese association. Only then would he be accused of espionage, and the merger and takeover deal cancelled. Jinna looked at him and asked who had made this document. The young man lowered his head and said that Mr. Viet had recently come in and told him to leave it in his office. Jinna sat down on a chair, and Juan said that the police would come here tomorrow, and if this document was found, then the main character would be arrested for treason. Because of this, all the work would stop. Jinna clutched his head and said in his mind that he had warned the dictator. But he knew, and besides, he knew that he could not be trusted. But he did not think that Viet would strike at such an inopportune moment, when everything was just beginning to improve. The protagonist turned around and asked why Viet entrusted this task to Juan, since he could simply blame everything on the protagonist. The manager lowered his eyes and said that he had not even thought of doing this. He turned gloomy, saying that according to Viet, if Juan was not on his side, he would be destroyed. The young man remembered how he was tortured and said that Viet knew that he would not risk ignoring his warning even at gunpoint, because Viet frightened him very much. Jinna looked at him questioningly and asked why Huang had come to see him then. A drop of sweat rolled down the leader's cheek and he said that he came because they needed a capable leader. Then he scratched his temple, saying that he knew he was too emotional sometimes. Jinna threw his head back and the thought flashed through his mind that they had almost reached their goal, but Viet suddenly began to try to dislodge them. Jinna grinned and said in his mind that although he had warned the dictator, he still got in. The main character imagined the appearance of a bald dictator and said that since everything turned out this way, negotiations with the bald man are useless. Because the Viet really has power in the country, if force is used against him, a war may even break out. The protagonist lowered his head and turned to Juan. The head of the branch bulged as Jean reminded him that Huang might have to side with his boss. The protagonist raised his head and said that first he needed to collect the torn documents, because Jinwoo wanted to look at their contents. A day later, in the branch office, the dictator's bodyguard holds a document in his hands and says that Jinwoo tried to hide evidence. The main character put his hands in his pockets and calmly stood surrounded by many law enforcement officers who arrested him and advised him to voluntarily go with them. Huang and his companion watched in silence. Both girls nodded their heads as the protagonist ordered them to follow his instructions. Huang also nodded his head, agreeing to follow the main character's instructions. Jean put out his hands and asked them to act faster, because he didn't have much time. The bodyguard was in a stupor from this. Then the action is transferred to the building of the Ministry of Security of Vietnam. The main character was handcuffed. He walked surrounded by guards and knew he was going to an interrogation room. They stopped and the bodyguard reported that they had brought Gina. Viet was already standing in the room and said that now they could go. The dictator turned around and showed the document, asking if it belonged to the protagonist. Jinwoo closed his eyes and said that this was the first time he had seen this document. Viet frowned and said that the protagonist seemed to have decided that if he destroyed the paper, he would escape punishment. Jinwoo smiled, lowering his head, and stated that they were mistaken. He put on a crazy face and said that he wasn't trying to ignore the incident because Viet would get what he wanted. He said, from now on, the Korean Association would relinquish control of the Vietnamese Association. A drop of sweat rolled down the dictator's cheek, because Jinwoo added that they would certainly not demand any compensation. The protagonist put his hands on the table and said that he was handing over the association to the dictator, because this was exactly what he wanted. Viet smiled and asked if Jinwoo should beg him for forgiveness. However, Jinwoo replied that he was right. According to him, in any case, in exchange for the transfer of the association, he would ask to let them go. They looked at each other angrily and the man said that the young man was pretending to be a saint, but he replied that Viet was exaggerating, and also added that he would give him what he wanted, without any obstacles. Viet smiled and said that he loved such obedient dogs. The room was quite dark. The main character signed the documents, and said that now Viet heads the Vietnamese Association. He opened his eyes and said that, as they had agreed, the dictator should now let them go. However, Viet immediately pointed his gun at the protagonist, and said that he had no chance. The main character was imperturbable, because, as he thought, the dictator cannot be trusted. The man smiled hideously and said goodbye to Jean. However, a bodyguard ran into the room and started shouting that they had a problem. Viet turned around and declared that he was busy, but the bodyguard exclaimed that it was very urgent. The bodyguard approached and exclaimed that they had been contacted by an international association. Viet opened his mouth, stunned. The man introduced all the directors of the associations and said that this is about the recent unilateral price increase by Vietnam, and that they will take tough measures at the national level, and even neighboring countries have joined it. Viet clenched his fist and wondered what was going on. The main character smiled terribly, sitting in the shade. The dictator slammed the table and asked him what he had done in general. Jean was smiling madly, looking straight into his eyes. The action is transferred to the past, and we see glued documents on the table. The main character looks out the window and says that they will hand over the association to the dictator and ask to be released. Everyone in the room was surprised, and Yubin was angry at the situation as they had no other choice. The protagonist turned away and said that he would not just leave the association. Jinwoo smiled slyly and said that he was immediately sending the three of them to the southeastern branches to announce a threefold amount for the services of the Vietnamese Association. His eyes bulged madly and added that they would also have to pay 5% of the artifact sales, and if other countries refused, it would be tantamount to declaring war. Everyone opened their mouths in shock, and Minju said that they had already discussed all the conditions. If they did so, it would cause a negative reaction from other countries. A drop of sweat rolled down Wan's cheek. He exclaimed in surprise and seemed to understand the plan. Jinwoo stood looking out the window as Wan screamed in shock. Jean stared at his reflection in the window, thinking that since Viet would not eat enough, he would have to feed him until he lost consciousness. And now Viet stands, pointing a gun at the protagonist, and shouts that he immediately deal with this problem. His eyes bulged with horror. The main character's chair was lying on the ground, and he said that he did not understand what the dictator was talking about. Jinwoo stood directly opposite the man, saying that he was the only one responsible for the association now. The main character raised a gun and told Viet to solve the problems of his association himself. The action is postponed and we see how Ishmael, the director of the Malaysian Association, shouts that Viet has gone mad, because he decided to unleash a war. A gray-haired man, Million, the director of the Cambodian Association, said that the cost of their services had recently increased, but Viet seemed to have sunk into the water. Prezet, the director of the Thai Association, closed his eyes and said that this greedy boar had dug his own grave. The action is transferred to France, the headquarters of the International Association. It is the organization that was the first to implement the system of hunter ranks, as well as registers and controls them worldwide. It is the leading international association of hunters with branches that are located in 52 countries. Someone knocked on the door and asked permission to enter the office. A red-haired girl walked into the office and informed the Secretary General about the situation in Vietnam. Secretary General Wesley, and meanwhile head of the International Hunters Association, said that they have a normal association and the prices of services have increased. According to him, it is obvious that the associations of neighboring countries in Southeast Asia will strongly oppose this. He narrowed his eyes and said that even despite the reaction of other countries, they have no reason to rejoice. He presented the map and wondered that he had not been much alarmed by the news that last year's application proposal had been withdrawn by the government, and that their profits had risen markedly in just 1 month. They were both standing in the office, and Wesley said that it was a non-entity, that Viet clearly did not think of such a thing himself. But the secretary girl said that according to the corporation's report, the Korean Association had a hand in this case. The girl frowned and said that there was information that about a month ago the head of the Seoul operational headquarters arrived in Vietnam, and there was reason to believe that all this was for the sake of a takeover. Wesley lowered his eyes and wondered if the Korean Association wanted to open an overseas branch. The man put his hand to his chin and said in his mind that there had been several reports from the U.S. Association about a guy named Jinwoo. It was obvious that he was very calculating and knew exactly what he was doing, and therefore Wesley was interested in him. Besides, Wesley thought that Jin would be sensible enough not to cross the line. The man tapped his finger on the table and said that Jinwoo couldn't have increased the cost of 3 times the agreed amount so suddenly. He presented the bald head to the dictator, saying that there is only one person crazy enough to do this. Wesley stood with his back to the girl, saying that Viet must have decided to frame them. He looked down and said that the murder of Viet could put an end to everything, but then sooner or later the Korean Association would absorb the Vietnamese one. Wesley put his hands in his pockets and said that they couldn't let things take their course, otherwise the other branches would be angry, and they would suffer great losses from it. The secretary nodded her head and asked what they would do, and the general secretary replied that there was not much choice. Even if they killed Gina now, it would not stop the takeover of the Vietnamese Association, and therefore this time they would have to retreat. The secretary looked away. Wesley smiled and said that it was worth issuing a warning to the Korean Association. Meanwhile, Mark was walking somewhere surrounded by guards, and Wesley ordered his secretary to call him. Viet saw the angry faces of the directors of foreign branches and shouted that if no agreement was reached on raising the prices of the association's services, the foreign branches would take tough measures at the national level. Viet pointed a gun at the protagonist and shouted for him to deal with it immediately. However, the main character stood up and said that now Viet is the only one who is in charge of the company. The protagonist raised his gun and told Viet to solve the problems of his association himself. Viet struck him in the chest, but did no damage. The dictator fell backwards and exclaimed that Jinwoo must have decided to die. The bodyguard was about to attack the main character, while he was talking about how if Viet was greedy, he would lose not only money, but also friends. The protagonist calmly turned around. Viet's eyes bulged in fear. Jinwoo knocked the bodyguard to the ground and said that perhaps the dictator would lose his place as head. A man appeared behind them and started shouting that they were in big trouble. The soldier's eyes bulged and said that they had been contacted by representatives of foreign branches. Viet grinned in horror as the soldier said that representatives of foreign affiliates had said that they could close the borders and resort to military force if they did not reduce the cost of services, and therefore it was heading for a real war. Viet opened his mouth and began to shout that it was not he who started all this, but Jinwoo, and the soldier replied that they had tried to explain, but they would not listen. The main character looked at him and said that this was quite expected, given the dictator's past antics, since for him the association is only a financial cushion. He was not interested in anything except money. Jinwoo approached him and stated that he had already made a lot of enemies, so if he died one day, no one would know about it. The protagonist smiled maliciously and said that he was just offering him an option, because death was a common phenomenon in their world, but Viet could simply disappear. They both turned around when they heard someone shouting in displeasure. Juan put his sword to the throat of the bodyguard, and behind him stood a man who was clearly unhappy with what Viet had done. The secretary of the Vietnamese party, Phan, opened his mouth furiously and began to shout that Viet had been pretending that he was not there all along, and now he had decided to sell the country. Viet raised his head, trembling with fear, and said that he would settle everything and go to the representatives of the association to negotiate. However, Phan hit him and asked if he really thought that would fix something. Then the party secretary turned around and asked the protagonist if he had promoted this project. Phan nodded his head and said that they could not cope with everything, and therefore, since it was his doing, he had to decide it himself. The main character looked at the document and said that he would like it himself, but there is one problem. Phan immediately tore up the document and asked Jinwoo to deal with everything and take back this association and not approach them again. Phan and his men headed for the exit, and he asked the protagonist to deal with everything himself. The man stood with his back and said that they knew nothing more about his affairs. A drop of sweat ran down Jin's cheek, and he thought that now he understood how things were done. After all, he was the most important person in the country. He looked at the documents lying on the floor and said that this time he would take responsibility, and the association was actually recognized as an independent organization. Viet grinned and began to shout. He pointed a gun at them and asked Juan how he could have framed him like that. Viet opened his mouth furiously and shouted for Juan to go to the secretary right away and tell him that the protagonist was to blame. Juan took out his sword. The dictator's eyes bulged out in fear, because the young man was covered with a shadow, and said that the dictator was noisy. He swung his sword, about to attack the man. Juan struck, and Viet wept and begged for mercy. However, the attack was aimed at the country's flag. The flag fell to the ground and split in two, and Juan said that Viet was not worthy to wear this flag on his chest. The man fell to his knees. The young man turned around and said that he was not a chained dog to him. Viet walked past the angry crowd, because he was dismissed in disgrace, and also accused of corruption. People were furious. According to Jinwoo, Viet was engaged in the theft of all subsidies through a shell company for a whole year, so immediately after the dismissal, the former dictator was taken to the courtroom. The angry crowd stripped the old man of the last hairs on his head. Jinwoo arranged a meeting with representatives of foreign associations, raising the issue of revising tariffs. The main character smiled, thinking that Viet received the maximum punishment, so the big guys calmed down by the time of the meeting. As an apology, it was proposed to extend the contracts with even more favorable conditions, and therefore they had no reason to refuse. The action takes place in some office. The main character said that at this point the briefing regarding the restoration of the previous tariffs is over. He looked confidently ahead, saying that they would be satisfied with the new conditions favorable to the associations. However, Jin's eyes bulged in surprise when someone refused. Prezet folded his hands and declared that if Jinwoo did not agree to a 1-year abolition of service fees and a 10-year freeze in tariffs, all branches of Southeast Asia would refuse to cooperate. The main character lowered his head and asked if they really wanted to say that they were refusing to work with an international association. Besides, the main office would not allow this to happen. Prezet and the other directors gave him a creepy look, and the man said that everyone in the main office was furious, so he said the protagonist had better be careful. Jinwoo walked out the door and wondered if they had decided to intervene in something like this, since a 10-year freeze would greatly slow down the development of the association, but he couldn't figure out what they didn't like so much. He remembered the bald old man and said in his mind that all that remained was to ask the chairman of the association for help. The young man took the phone in his hands, because he received a new message. The protagonist saw the intro of the video, which depicts Juan and his squad. They were tied up to chairs. Juan lowered his head and turned to the protagonist. The kidnapper grabbed the young man by the hair and showed a piece of paper on which a ransom demand was written. Jin's eyes bulged in shock. Meanwhile, Mark and his subordinates stood over the bound hostages. Mark frowned and said that he needed to kill them or feed them to the dogs. Ishmael, holding his hands in his pockets, asked the director if this decision was correct, although they followed the instructions of the main office, and said that there were several branches in Southeast Asia, and the main office could not continue to restrict supplies to them, cooperation with which they cannot risk, and the conditions that were put forward during the briefing could be very beneficial for them. Prezet, parting his lips, said that he had been contacted by the balance department of the RV Corporation, and that Jean, the head of the Vietnamese Association and head of the operational headquarters, was being liquidated today. The men, opening their jaws, were very surprised. Raising his hand, the director of the Malaysian Association exclaimed that in this case they could take possession of the branch for free, after which Milio clarified that if the idea failed, shouldn't they think about the future? With his mouth open, the gentleman replied that if they couldn't eliminate the guy, their Southeast Asian affiliates wouldn't survive, and if they didn't get Vietnamese, and with such tariffs, they could be drowning in debt forever. 2 hostages were visible. The man lowered his gaze, and then it was heard that so they could only pray that everything would go well. The bandit, putting a weapon to the teenager's back, ordered him to move. Suddenly, the young man, falling to the ground, asked if they were hunters from the Thai Association, and if they thought they could get away with anything, and then the armed man remarked that if he wanted to live, he had to be silent. At the same time, the hunters were sitting behind the bushes. Minju parted her lips and said that she thought it was Viet who decided to take revenge, but it was very strange that the Thai Association secretly opened the dungeon, and Yubin said that it might be a cartel, and added that it was strange, because the International Association should have done away with them 5 years ago. Stretching her shoulder, the girl exclaimed that after all, since they had figured out the location, it was time to go there and save their people, and then the raider asked her to wait, explaining that the teacher had not yet given any instructions, and also suggested that they wait for him to get in touch. Opening her jaw in disbelief, the leader of the cleaning team said that Huang and the operations department were now in prison, and therefore they needed to rescue them quickly. Through the sweat on her face, the swordswoman reported that they still didn't have enough information about the enemy, and they could put them in greater danger if they hurried. Clenching her fist, the cleaning lady said that if they waited, the guys would be killed, after which Minju said that they still didn't know the details of the situation and wondered if intelligence was important. The girl bared her teeth in displeasure, and at the same moment there was a tense situation between them. A moment later, the hunter took the phone in her hand and noticed that he got in touch in time. Jean put the gadget to his ear, said that he had heard about the situation, and then asked where they were now, to which he was told that they were about 3 kilometers from the western border of Lao Bao. A view of the park opened up, and at the same time, the swordswoman reported that they saw 2 squads of armed hunters with superpowers, and they led hostages out of the dungeon, including Huang, ordinary hunters and a squad of cleaners. A hostage strapped to a chair appeared, and the raider remarked that it appeared to be Thai Association operatives, and they assumed it was a cartel. Remembering how the bandit put a gun to the guy's back, Minju added that she and Yubin were just deciding whether to go rescue the hostages now. The hunters grinned contentedly when she heard that it was too early, because they had an hour to negotiate with these people. On the phone screen I could see a call from the teacher. The protagonist said that he thinks that the 2 of them can do it together, which made the swordswoman raise her eyebrows in surprise. The protagonist, grabbing one of the villains by the neck, said that he was now at the Thea checkpoint, where these creatures invited him, but he came earlier and met the mercenaries, and perhaps they do not need money, so let them be careful. The guy, turning his gaze to the side, said that he would need time to get to them, and therefore entrusted the rescue of the hostages to them. The lady's legs appeared. Minju suggested that her partner start, after which she, holding her hands at her sides, noticed that they would finally be able to stretch their legs. Touching her chin, the hunter explained that she needed to enter the building, and then asked how many guards there were. Suddenly, the raiders noticed how the bandit was leading the hostage. Stretching out her thumb, the girl exclaimed that there was a super idea. The expressions on the faces of the robbers were menacing. The cleaning lady, holding a machine gun in her hand, said that she had brought an escaped hostage and asked to let her pass. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy said that there was a suspicious person at the entrance. A second later, the swordswoman struck a powerful blow at the bandits. Lifting his hood, the orderly asked if these guys could recognize them. Turning around, Minju suggested that they split up and find out where they were holding the hostages, and added that it was better to act alone. A view of a dark corridor opened up. Mark was standing near the hostage, and at the same time he was informed that they had uninvited guests. The leader of the PB Corporation Coordination Squad looked up and said that these Thai idiots had brought in help. Parting his lips, the gentleman said that he was leaving, and added that he would let the commander of the detachment take care of it. Suddenly a lizard man appeared. The monster's eyes were glowing red, and he noticed that it was boring, but it was much better this way, and at the same time the young man said that it turned out quite well. The hostage, clenching his jaw, hoped that the guys would be careful, because they were not ordinary hunters. The huntress could be seen scattering her enemies. The swordswoman laid down her arms, and the lizard man thought it was strange, since operatives are not trained in such techniques. Once behind the girl, the monster muttered that she looked more like a hired killer. Sweat ran down the lady's cheek. The monster threw Minju into the wall. The sharp claws of the undead appeared. A lot of debris appeared, and the lizard man turned to the commander of the first operational detachment. Opening his mouth, the monster said that he was bored just waiting, and so he would finish her off quickly. Looking down, the huntress noticed that Yubin was talking about the same way. Grabbing her weapon, the swordswoman muttered that they were different from the hunters she had encountered, and if she couldn't defeat him, then the rescue operation would fail. Frowning seriously, the raider said that he had to destroy him with one blow. Suddenly, the girl's pupils lit up brightly. The lady was behind the enemy. Turning his gaze to the side, the monster laughed and clarified that this was the speed that an A-rank hunter should have, and then exclaimed that it was ridiculous. A moment later, Minju slashed at the enemy. The undead opened its mouth in pain and said that it could die. The huntress's expression was serious. Then the swordswoman sat down on her knee. Looking down, the raider thought that she had too much stress on her shoulder. Suddenly, the lizard man slapped her on the back. A lot of debris was visible. Opening its mouth, the monster remarked that it was not bad that the hunter had used the awakening skill, and also added that it was very interesting to play with. The monster exclaimed that now he would make the fight more interesting, and at the same time, undead heads appeared behind him. Through the sweat on her face, the girl thought that it couldn't be, and wondered if forbidden skills really existed, and also said that she had heard that using them took away some of her humanity every time, and the International Association had confiscated any sources that taught such abilities. Lowering her gaze, the lady said that the teacher had encountered a hunter using a forbidden technique, after which she wondered if they were somehow connected with an international association. Creepy eyes appeared, and Minju realized that their opponents were not ordinary hunters, but more like monsters. The huntress wondered what she should do to become stronger now, and then muttered that she should stay calm and remember her teacher's instructions, when suddenly Jean, standing behind her, explained that she was straining her shoulders too much, and that she should rely less on them and use her arms. Turning her head, the swordswoman asked when he had time, to which she received the answer that she had just arrived. Closing his eyes, the protagonist noticed that she had undoubtedly become stronger, but in order to move on, you need to be able to use her whole body, and added that she is excellent with the sword, but she has problems with balance. Taking the sword in his hand, the protagonist said that there was no time to practice now, and therefore let him look carefully, because he would show only once, and then the raider exclaimed that this was a master class. Opening his mouth, the lizard man said that the guy was an idiot for falling into his trap, and also added that he would tear him to pieces. After a moment, the young man calmly swung his blade. The monster's head fell to the surface, and at the same time, he asked if the teenager had decided to deceive him. Sticking out his tongue, the monster shouted that he was about to die right in front of his subordinate, and then used the bitter taste of fierce skill. Suddenly, the leader of the operational headquarters crushed his head. Looking ahead, Jin Woo said that people like him would end as soon as he cut off their heads, and let them get ready to train her when they returned to Korea. And then Minju exclaimed that they hadn't had any training in a long time. The bandits, opening fire, shouted that they needed to be captured. Holding the phone in his hand, the protagonist asked Minju if she had found Huang and the others, to which he was told that the building was too big, and therefore she hadn't found it yet, but they would soon be on the top floor. Hiding behind the wall, the protagonist said that he would free the janitor and help them, but there could be people like a lizard man, and therefore let them be careful. The robber, looking ahead, ordered the boy to get out. Mark, raising the radio, asked not to leave anyone alive, either the target, nor the hostages, but to get rid of them. The soldier obeyed the order, when suddenly a young man appeared behind him. The bandit turned his gaze to the side in bewilderment. It was seen how the teenager scattered his enemies. The janitors opened their jaws in surprise. Waving his hand, the former raider said that they needed to hurry up and get out through the back entrance, and he would go to rescue the other hostages. Opening his mouth wide, the orderly explained that they were on the other side of the building, and therefore he had to go in that direction. Covering his face with his palm, the leader of the operational headquarters said that they deliberately separated them far from each other, and added that in any case they should save themselves faster. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The shooters, standing in combat positions, exclaimed that the target had been detected. Stretching out his arm, Jinwoo activated a skill that protects his allies. Lowering his eyebrows, the main character said that they were farther than he thought. At the same time, Yubin, opening her jaw, said that they had finally found her. Keeping her hands at her sides, the girl noticed that she was very tired, and also clarified why it was necessary to hide the hostages so far away. Clenching his jaw, Hwan wondered if it was Yubin's voice, and then thought that this was not the place for the fragile leader of the cleaning team, and the director had overestimated her for sending her here. With his mouth wide open, the leader of the branch coordination squad shouted that he had to run because it was too dangerous here. Suddenly the cleaning lady took off his bandage. Turning his head, the orderly asked why he had opened his mouth, and then said that it was time to stop standing still, and he needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Through the sweat on his face, the guy asked if she wasn't the leader of the cleaning squad, and then Yubin asked to give her a break, and also added that the questions would wait. Suddenly, a trace of a blow appeared. Holding the bow in his hand, the archer said that he would kill her if he took it out, and therefore let him be silent. Frowning menacingly, the girl muttered that it was clear from one arrow that this type was of a different level, and at the same time she shouted that he was hers, and let the others run. Parting his lips, the young man said that they would see who else would deal with whom. Suddenly, the teenager attacked the janitor, using the forbidden skill centaur. The floor under the orderly's feet began to crack, and she noticed that he had incredible strength. Huang jerked abruptly from his seat and informed the leader of the cleaning team that he would cover her. Suddenly, the enemy pierced the head of the branch coordination squad with an arrow. Opening her mouth wide, Yubin was puzzled. The guys opened their jaws sharply. A moment later, the guy fell to the surface. There was a burst of energy. Through the sweat on her face, the girl thought that his strength and agility no longer resembled that of a human, and then wondered if forbidden techniques were so powerful. Grinning, the robber called her annoying. Swinging his hooves, the bandit said that she was going to die. Suddenly, Minju picked up the cleaning lady. Holding a sword in her hand, the huntress explained that these creatures were not at all like the hunters they had encountered, after which the orderly noted that they did not look like an ordinary cartel, and also wondered if this was the international association that the boss was talking about. Looking ahead, the leader of the cleaning team said that he had never heard of such monsters, and added that they needed to work together, because the longer it all dragged on, the worse they felt, and then the swordswoman asked them to wait a minute. Opening her mouth wide, Yubin exclaimed that she knew that her skill was valid for a limited time. You could see how the guys were trying to help Juan, and then the girl said that he was on the verge of death, and if they didn't finish, then they would be finished. Through the sweat on her face, the cleaning lady said that there were two of them, and the enemy was one, and therefore they were attacking from two sides. The girl lowered the corners of her lips in displeasure. Standing in front of the enemy, the orderly asked how long he had to wait, to which she received the answer that it was very little. Tilting her head, the lady explained that she needed to calm down and analyze her opponent. In the past, Minju had sat on the floor and asked the teacher to tell her. The huntress clarified how to inflict even more pain on the one who did this to her team, and at the same time, Jean, approaching her, asked her to listen carefully, and said that she was the leader of the squad, and therefore she could not be led by emotions, otherwise she would endanger her own. Turning his gaze to the side, the main character said that he needed to calm down and soberly assess the enemy. Then the swordswoman closed her eyes. Looking ahead, the girl said that she would tie his legs, and she would hit him. Rushing from her seat, the lady exclaimed that she needed to prepare the most powerful skill, after which the leader of the cleaning team replied that he was left alone. The bandit swung his weapon, and the system wrote about activating the wooden spear skill. Suddenly, An explosion rang out under the robber's feet. Minju slid across the surface. Grinning, the guy said that she didn't have long to live, and added that she was in a hurry. In a second, the hunter rushed towards the enemy. Dodging the blows, the young man noticed that this was too predictable an attack, and then wondered if this was all that one of Korea's top hunters was capable of. The bandit's hooves appeared. The rogue was surrounded by magical swords, and at the same time he wondered if she was attacking, but driving him into a trap. Jumping sharply, the guy exclaimed that it was time to stop. Aiming his spear at the swordswoman, the young man shouted that they would be finished. The sharp end of the weapon quickly approached the raider's face. Suddenly, Jinnu created a protective barrier and reported that the four-legged creature was the most vulnerable when jumping, and praised the girl for her good move. The lady said that she needed to act now, after which Yubin was enveloped in a red aura. Furiously opening her jaw, the girl asked not to call her a baby. Opening his mouth wide, the main character shouted that he had to wait. The cleaning lady stuck her sword into the opponent's body using the berserker skill. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist said that he thought that there was a colossal power hidden in her, and then the lady noticed that it was unbelievable. Debris appeared, and at the same time the orderly reported that she was tired and could not get up, and the guy explained that Wan was in critical condition, and therefore she had to get out. The young man could be seen carrying the head of the branch coordination squad in his arms. The teenager, smiling slightly, told the boss that he thought his time was up, after which he asked him to just hold out a little longer, and added that he could carry him to the hospital. Raising his eyebrows, Wan said that everything was floating before his eyes. The cleaners wiped away tears, and the guy said that the sky he saw for the last time was quite clear, and added that he had not enjoyed the scenery for a long time. Squinting, the young man turned to the former raider. Human silhouettes appeared from afar, and then the teenager noticed that thanks to him, he got rid of all possible shackles and fought for his country, and was also happy and had nothing to regret. Closing his eyes contentedly, the head of the branch coordination squad thanked them for accepting them as they are, and added that he was very good. The guys could be seen standing next to Wan. A few weeks later, dark silhouettes appeared. Jinwa's expression was menacing. Scratching his head, the guy greeted him, and then the main character said that he had completely lost his fear, because he said that he would not die. Smiling, the head of the Vietnam branch coordination squad said that he was indeed leaving this time, and asked to visit them sometimes, and then the protagonist asked where he would get the time to do so. Raising the corners of his lips, the young man replied that then he could come for work and check if they were working well, and the former raider said that it was even more pointless than just coming to visit. The teenager grinned contentedly. The expression on the face of the leader of the operational headquarters was joyful. Shaking Huang's hand, Jean noticed that he had done a great job anyway, and at the same time he explained that he was the one who had to tell him, and the guys said goodbye. Suddenly, Prezet, clenching his fists, said that they had been contacted by the Korean Association, and then he was asked what they had said. The old man was seen holding out his hand, and the director of the Thai Association said that they would not get away with anything, and also asked for reimbursement of the funds spent on the supply of equipment and personnel provided to the departments in Southeast Asia. Through the sweat on his face, the man said that they also said that they would not receive any support from them in the future. People in suits appeared, and the gentleman said that now all responsibility for what happened lies with the associations of their region, including the Thai one, and several members of their association have already appeared in court. It was heard that since they were not capable of anything, then let them be responsible for the failure of the mission, and they would not get involved in international conflicts, and therefore let them decide this issue on their own. And then Prezet, opening his jaw in displeasure, asked how. Holding the phone to his ear, Mark replied that they did not have to worry, because they would protect them, because their association was the only one in the region that maintained direct contact with the RV Corporation. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted how he should deal with all this alone now, because at his request he had drawn so many associations into this. Slamming his hands on the table, the gentleman exclaimed that they had finally signed this ridiculous contract with the Vietnamese branch. Putting his finger to the cancel button, the head of the coordination squad from the PB Corporation noticed that there was a lot of noise from this bastard. A human silhouette could be seen behind the door. Mark, behind the Secretary General, said that he had returned, and at the same time he explained that he had already been read a report on the results of the operation. Standing at the window, Wesley said that the elite squad had only been defeated by 3 people, and they had uncovered all the hunters involved in the operation, and negotiations regarding this branch had failed. Turning his head, the head of the International Hunters Association, addressing Mark, said that he had entrusted him with this operation, but he did not cope. The man, looking straight ahead, said that he had no excuses. Grinning, the guy noticed that it was okay, because the main thing was that they received his message. Imagining how terrible hands grabbed the main character by the legs, the young man explained that this janitor should now understand how things are, and if he tries to resist them, then he will put everyone around him in danger, and no matter how strong the guy is, he will no longer be able to be self-willed. Approaching the head of the PB Corporation Coordination Squad, Wesley informed him that it was time to lead by example, and then ordered an immediate plan to unify the rights of the operations departments. Lifting the corners of his lips, the Secretary General said that it is necessary to get rid of everything superfluous and build up what can be worked with. The yellow pupils of the head of the International Hunters Association appeared, and he said that there should be nothing left that he did not like. Suddenly, a magical hand grabbed the man's head. A blue suitcase was visible. Jinwoo, with his hands in his pockets, said that in about a month, the project in Vietnam was completed. A moment later, the protagonist opened his jaw in pain. Minju touched him and asked if he was okay, and Yubin asked what was wrong, and then the guy replied that it was okay, but just had a sharp headache. The young man narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. Suddenly, a red notification from the system appeared in front of the guys, which said that the hostility of the International Association had exceeded the permissible level, and based on this, the status of progress towards the goal would be changed, and the current probability of achieving the goal according to the current plan was 1%. Lifting the corners of his lips, the former raider wondered how it could be 1%. Suddenly, a fierce tiger appeared. Imbam stroked his pet and asked him if he was bored. The legs of the leader of the operational headquarters were visible, and he said that he had returned, and also added that he had not seen Pucko for a long time, and then the chairman asked what he had been doing on this business trip. The beast's eyes widened in surprise, and the old man asked if he had seen Pucko before, and at the same time Jean muttered that he had not yet met him in this life. Sitting on the bench, the gentleman remarked that it meant that associations around the world had united to take over the dungeons, and asked if he thought that the branches of neighboring countries were also somehow involved in this, to which the main character replied that this was only his assumption, and there was no evidence, but it seemed to him that they acted on the orders of the main office of the International Association. The back of the protagonist's head appeared, and he asked if the main office had done anything to them, after which Imbium reported that nothing special had happened, but they had received one call from phone scammers, and added that he thought he was worried about something. Tilting his head, the guy said that their opponents were getting stronger, and surely they were trying to warn that further actions could put them at risk. Frowning seriously, the old man clarified whether his actions were his, and then the young man said that it would be nice if it was addressed only to him. The chairman of the association said that it meant that everyone associated with him was in danger, and then the former raider, crossing his palms, answered positively. Introducing the lizard man, the leader of the operational headquarters noted that judging by the incident with the kidnapping of people, the members of the International Association are very powerful. In the past, the bandit had opened fire, and Jean explained that it would have been possible to pretend that he hadn't expected it, but they were the ones who had killed him, an SSS rank hunter, in a previous life. It was seen how the robber shot the main character in the head, and he said that he would not be able to resist them if he became a target. Stroking the tiger, the gentleman said that he had dealt with one problem, as another immediately appeared. Suddenly, the protagonist asked for forgiveness, causing Imbium to open his jaw in disbelief and wonder if he had apologized. Standing up abruptly, the guy said that he believed that if they absorbed the Vietnamese branch, he would be able to slow them down at least a little, but he did not think that everything would turn out like this. Lowering his eyebrows, the old man asked him not to forget what he had proposed, but the final decision was his, and at the same time he asked who was to blame, and the young man muttered that he was not to blame. Parting his lips, the gentleman asked what he would do now, and whether he thought of answering them even more harshly, and whether they would not be in danger if they acted in this way. Turning his head, the former raider said that they would be if they acted on behalf of the association, and therefore it was necessary to act in the shadows. Looking sideways, the leader of the operational headquarters explained that in order to get rid of the attention of the International Association and foreign branches, they would create a subsidiary that would operate underground. Looking at Gina, the chairman of the association asked if they would take an example from their enemy. Grinning menacingly, the protagonist replied that he planned to devour them. Im's pupils turned sharply white, and he thought he would call him a fantasist. Frowning seriously, the old man wondered if he thought it would never be discovered even if the company worked covertly, after which the protagonist said that they would register it as a company with a completely different specialization, and he had some ideas. Lowering his head, the gentleman said that he was talking about a fictitious business. Standing next to the chairman, the guy said that the final decision was up to him, and if they began to implement this project, then there would be no way back. Introducing his partners and the enemy, the young man said that in the future he plans to confront international relations, and it should be noted that it is quite possible to start an armed conflict at the level of a full-fledged war. Dark silhouettes were visible, and then Imbium clarified if he was trying to intimidate, to which the former raider replied that he was just voicing the facts. Pucky yawned widely, and then the old man remarked that whatever it was, since he decided to discuss it in private, he didn't want others to know about it, and the leader of the operational headquarters explained that he wanted him to keep it a secret from General Director Dusik. Closing his eyes, the gentleman offered to try and said that he would leave anyway, and also added that he thought to persuade him to stay with them. Smiling, the chairman of the association said that if he knew, he would have made him sign a lifetime contract. Jinnu clenched his jaw in disbelief and muttered that he should go and take his pills. Leaning forward, the main character thanked him for everything and added that they were still on the same page, and therefore he could consider it only a temporary separation, and at the same time, Imbium said that he should thank him, because the association is very lucky that it has such a person. Parting his lips, the old man said that he had a personal question, and then asked what he was going to do. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. In the past, the guy was sitting at the table, and the gentleman noticed that he refused the post of the next chairman of the association, and accepted the post of head of the operational headquarters only because he forced him. Frowning seriously, the chairman said that he did not think he was interested in fame, but that he did not seem to care about money either, and then added that he had started working as a janitor, but had come to this position, but nevertheless he had never sought to grasp more. A view of tall buildings opened up, and then the young man replied that he did not know what exactly he wanted to do, but he had a goal. Clenching his fingers, the former raider explained that he wanted to climb high, and as high as possible. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the leader of the operational headquarters said that the issue of dismissal was almost resolved, but the probability was still 1%. It seemed as if Jean was standing on a creepy palm, and at the same time, he said that he had originally planned to unlock all skills, become a hunter again, and join an international association, but now that she was targeting him, he couldn't even become a hunter. Looking at the notification of the system, the main character thought that he was unlikely to be able to become an important person with such a percentage of probability. Waving his hand, the protagonist muttered that in order to achieve this, he would have to change his plan, and so far he could only do one thing. Biting his lips, the guy explained that he could create a new international association and head it, but he did not know whether this stupid karma would allow him to do so, but there was no choice, and therefore he would have to try to achieve the goal in a different way. The back of Jin's head was visible, and the young man said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The boss turned around and was pleased with the former raider, who noticed that he was shining more than ever. A mug with a hot drink appeared, after which the man said that in the end he still decided to leave. Sitting across from the leader of the operational headquarters, the master asked what he was going to do next, and added that he had heard that things were not going well in Gyeonggi province, to which Jin Woo replied that he had learned a lot from him, and therefore he would open his own cleaning company. Closing his eyes, the main character said that during a business trip to Vietnam, he learned that many foreign associations were in dire need of additional cleaning teams, and at the same time, the manager of the cleanup department said that they had the same problem, and in Seoul everything might not be so bad, but in the provinces, the shortage of personnel was very noticeable. Looking down, the protagonist noticed that this was the point, because there would always be a demand for such services, and asked that wouldn't everyone be better off if additional rows were sent to such regions, and at the same time, Jund exclaimed that logic could not be denied. With a grin, the boss said that he had always taken cleaning too seriously, and added that he remembered his first day at work. The man explained that he thought he would quit in a couple of days, but he always tried harder than anyone else, which made the guy's pupils turn sharply white, and he muttered that there was a reason for this. In the past, masked cleaners showed up, and the gentleman said that they even almost died several times. The manager of the cleanup department remembered how the young man menacingly opened his jaw, and said that there were many good moments. It was seen how Jint flew on a quadcopter. Smiling contentedly, the chief said that thanks to him, he was able to become the head of the department, as well as a good father because of the time, and added that he was very lucky to have Jinwoo in their squad, after which he thanked him. Placing his hand on the shoulder of the former raider, the man exclaimed that he was their mascot. The leader of the operational headquarters narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. In the past, blood stains appeared on the gentleman's face, and the main character said that he also worked hard. The manager of the cleanup department, keeping his hands in his pockets, explained that if he suddenly needed his help, he could always contact. The protagonist remembered the exhausted look of Jint. After a moment, the guy stopped in place. Turning around, the young man apologized for the incident. Raising his eyebrows in bewilderment, the chief clarified what kind of incident it was. Smiling slightly, the former raider replied that he was alone. After a while, the guys, holding the flowers in their hands, said that he had done a wonderful job and thanked him for everything, and also added that he had worked hard. Minju said that she knew he was going to leave, but only really realized it now, and then Yubin, closing her eyes, said that she had given him $2 because they bring good luck, as they say in the United States. The leader of the operational headquarters asked Taeyeon where her gift was, to which she, opening her mouth wide, replied that it would do, and clarified how she knew what he liked, and whether it was necessary to give something to an adult man. Looking ahead, Chanhyun noticed that he had only happy days ahead of him, and wondered if the association could cope without such a leader, and then added that he had said that he was going to open his own cleaning company, and asked why he didn't announce the recruitment of a cleaning team. Parting his lips, Jean explained that he needed to lay the foundation first, and then it would come to that, and he would have to start from scratch, and at the same time asked who would want to start in such conditions. The head of the department for controlling the work of the detachments, turning his gaze to the girl, said that if a person was needed for a managerial position, he knew one. Grabbing the guy by the neck, the lady asked him to be quiet. A moment later, the main character noticed the members of the cleaning squad. The guys, smiling happily, wished him success, and added that thanks to him, it was very cool to work these few months, and also let him come to visit at least sometimes, and then Sang-hyuk said that for his sake they put everything aside and came to say goodbye, and Soyeon thanked him for his work and said that these are his favorite strawberry-flavored sweets. The protagonists remarked that they could have removed one dungeon in that time, and the orderly crossed his arms that he didn't appreciate such moments, and wondered if they would pretend they didn't know each other if they met on the street. Holding the flowers in his hand, the young man said that he had already done so. A view of a tall building opened up, and at the same time, the former raider said that in this life he was parting with the association in which he had spent so much time, trying to achieve what he had in his previous life. Closing his eyes, the leader of the operational headquarters said that he was going, and added that they would see each other again. Jinna could be seen walking down the street. The man, lowering his gaze, said that he was sorry, and Imam noted that he was also sorry, but they did not have time to be sad for the departed employee. Dusik, looking at the old man, asked if this bothered him, and where they could look for another head of the operational headquarters, as well as whether he had anyone in mind who could replace him, to which he replied in the negative and added that he was worried about it. The head of the support department clarified about Minju, after which the gentleman countered with the question of whether he could ask himself, explaining that she had turned him down like everyone else. Smiling, the man remarked that it couldn't be, and then wondered if they shouldn't have wanted to go the same way as Jean, and the chairman of the association explained that it was unbelievable that such a young janitor could change the association so much. Sitting on the chair, Imbium said that now there will be stagnation, but hopes that he will achieve his goal. Dusik, parting his lips, said that he had sent him a gift, and therefore everything would be fine with him. The old man asked what kind of gift it was, and then the head of the support department, closing his eyes, replied that it was a secret, and heard that the two of them were secretly discussing something. The man hoped that he would like the gift, and at the same time, the gentleman, opening his mouth, was dissatisfied. A lot of structures appeared, and it was heard that the main character, the head of the operational headquarters, left his post, and internet users were shocked by such a sudden departure of the leader, and commentators could not understand who would now defend their country, and would like him to remain in this position forever. There were many articles about the protagonist and his resignation, and the chairman wrote that he respected his decision, but even the board of directors did not know about the dismissal. The gentleman, holding the newspaper in his hands, said that they did not know that he had put on a whole show. The current guild leader, Aries, expressed his position that his decision was confusing, but still supported the protagonist, after which the girl approached Seokyeon and revealed that guilds across the country were trying to lure Gina to them. It was written that the youngest employee had received the most achievements in the shortest time, and Sanchan, holding the phone to his ear, shouted what he should have told him if he had any problems. Mark opened his jaw and laughed loudly. The young man, grinning menacingly, said that he had resigned, which meant that their warning had reached him, and it immediately became easier when he stopped bothering him. Suddenly, the head of the coordination squad from the PB Corporation grabbed the guy by the face. The man hit him against the wall. The teenager clenched his jaw in fear, and then the gentleman asked why some Asian janitor was bothering the RV Corporation at all. Mark's eyes lit up red, and he said that they couldn't even kill him, and now they feel relieved that he just resigned from the association. With a wave of his hand, the head of the PB Corporation coordination squad asked if they had found Miho, to which he was told that they were on the trail, but that was it for now. Turning around, the man ordered to get to work and added that otherwise he would paint the walls of his office with their blood. The master, leaving a magical trail behind him, said that the main office was gradually promoting a merger with the head of the Raider Control Squad, and this time let them do everything perfectly, and so that they could get that stone. Suddenly it seemed as if the black bag hit the floor. Jinna shook the dust off his hands and asked why no matter how much he cleaned, it was always a mess. Turning his gaze to the side, the main character wondered who it was who came to him. After a moment, the protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. Ayon, lowering her eyebrows, asked what he was staring at, and if she could even come to visit. Keeping his palms in his pockets, the guy clarified why she came, to which the girl replied that apparently he was working opening a company, and asked if he could spare even a minute. Looking towards the room, the lady asked how a bachelor apartment could be so clean, after which the young man asked her not to be distracted and asked a counter question about what had happened in the association, and why she was not at work. Smiling, the deputy head of the support department said that she had been fired, and simply said that she wanted to leave, and she was immediately thrown out of the door, and he promised to take care of her if he became unemployed, and then the former raider thought about it when he said that. Jin's pupils turned sharply white, and he wondered that even if she wanted to quit so badly, how could she just kick out the deputy head of the support department, and what happened between father and daughter. Touching her forehead, the main character asked her to go back and said that he could not help her in any way, and also let her not go inside, otherwise he would call the police, and then Ayon clarified whether he was offended that she did not give him anything, and said that she should not be offended, because now she would fix everything. Pulling out the documents, the girl said that this was all the information about the current cleaning squads in the country, including the number of employees, their budget, workload and working hours, and on the second page there were data on independent associations abroad, and with exactly the same content. Squinting, the protagonist wondered if it was legal at all, and at the same time, the lady said that she thought he liked the gift. It seemed like the former deputy head of the support department chewing cookies. The guy frowned angrily. Crumbs could be seen falling down. Clenching his jaw, the young man muttered that he had just cleaned the apartment. Making notes on the map, Ion said that if he was going to cooperate with overseas associations, he should improve his reputation in Korea, and the largest offices like Suwon, Daejeon, and Busan had about 10 cleaning squads, but since he became the leader, their number had increased significantly. A view of the sheets of paper opened up, and the girl said that he was not going to compete with them anyway, and added that here was a list of offices where there were less than 5 squads. Shaking her head, the lady remarked that as he could see, many of them were doing badly with finances. Holding out his hand, the former deputy head of the support department explained that due to the lack of hunters, they rely on the help of private associations. Ion, introducing the crying executive, said that due to a shortage of cleaners, firms can only carry out a limited number of raids per day, but these branches do not have the funds to expand their staff. It was as if Jean had stuck a white flag in the roof of the building, after which the girl said that this was a great opportunity to occupy this niche. Sitting on the floor, the lady said that there would be a lot of things to do, namely hiring employees, negotiating with associations and concluding contracts, and they also needed to establish contacts with equipment suppliers, and then added that the manager said that he had someone in mind, and that she could take care of some paperwork. Lowering the corners of his lips, the main character could not understand why she was so joyful and energetic. Holding his chin, the protagonist muttered that he couldn't believe that it was the same Ion who had looked more like a robot in his previous life, and if he knew she was, he would treat her as a friend instead of a subordinate, and it would have been much more useful to him. The former deputy head of the support department asked if he was listening to her, and then the guy asked what she said. The girl asked if he had already thought about the name of the company, and at the same time, the young man, scratching his head, replied that he had an option, and she asked which one. Raider in the past, looking down, said that this is the Korean Association for Work and Management with the Astral World, or simply Karma. The lady narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Suddenly blushing, Jinwoo asked how the work with the time stone was progressing, and also did not understand what kind of reaction it was, because it sounds cool to think. Turning his gaze sideways, the former deputy head of the support department noticed that the laboratory was not yet ready, and not all the equipment had arrived, after which the main character asked if it meant that she quit without achieving anything in the study. Taking the gun in her hand, Ion exclaimed that she had brought it, namely a prototype weapon with fragments of the time stone, and then the protagonist clarified if she had gone mad, and how she was able to take it in the first place, and also asked her to return it immediately. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl said that he did not know, and wondered what might be able to save his life in the future with this weapon. Touching his forehead, the guy asked if she even knew how to shoot a gun. The young man looked sharply to the side. Introducing the dark silhouette, the raider had muttered in the past that he wasn't sure the International Association would leave him alone even after being fired, and began talking about what would happen if they decided to get to Ion. With his hands at his sides, Jean said that he would teach her. The protagonist could be seen helping the lady aim, and he explained that you need to straighten your arms, but not all the way so that the gun doesn't swing too much. The face of the former deputy head of the support department was red, and at the same time, the protagonist said that then she needed to focus and not breathe. The guy noticed that when she was ready to shoot, she had to exhale, but not inhale immediately, which made Ion's jaw clench in confusion. Suddenly, the girl hit the young man on the head. The contents of the mug spilled onto the carpet. Sitting beside Jinwoo, the lady exclaimed that he had blood. Shyly opening his jaw, the former deputy head of the support department asked why he began to breathe in her ear. Suddenly, the main character took Ion in his arms. Abruptly closing her eyes, the girl asked him to stop and added that she was not ready. The protagonist's pupils lit up blue, and he said that it was necessary to restore order. After a second, the guy threw the lady towards the bed. It was visible how the young man ran in different directions, and the former deputy head of the support department clarified why he suddenly took up cleaning, and at the same time the system reported the skill of mysophobia. Jinwoo stepped on the asphalt with his shoe. Standing beside the car, Ion wondered if it was true that it wasn't as bad as he thought. Looking at the multi-story building, the main character said in his mind that a week after starting work on this case, they registered a business and found not the newest office building. With a sly grin, the CEO thought about the fact that it was left to hire cleaners and visit the local offices of the association to sign a contract with them, while the girl noted that everything was just beginning. Glare of light was reflected in the windows of the building, and the guy admitted that then he thought that now everything would go well, until they faced reality. Lowering his eyebrows in bewilderment, the protagonist exhaled heavily. Sitting at the table, the assistant asked him to stop sighing, because the resume would not appear by itself, to which he said that he was alive until the moment he believed in a miracle, and the interlocutor said that in the beginning it was difficult for everyone, and if it were not so, then every person in the world would become successful. The lady pressed her finger on the keyboard button, and the boss reflected on the fact that the vacancy for cleaners had been hanging on the network for a week, but so far they had not been sent a single resume, although he understood that to some extent it was logical, because who would go to clean the dungeons in a company of some unknown people? Shifting his gaze to the side, the young man imagined the image of a journalist, and the deputy said that they would have already lined up with those who wanted to do so if he had listened to her and called San-chan, because for this purpose a text was even written that the former head of the operational headquarters was opening his own company that provides cleaning services, to which he replied that this would not work. The manager suggested asking the chairman of the association for help, because he could throw them a couple of people, when suddenly Jinna put his finger to his cheek and remembered how the old man was indignant that he decided to take the last shirt away from him when he spent the entire budget, which turned out to be not enough, and then said that he would definitely be angry after this. Closing her eyes, Aang asked if he should start calling people personally, and wouldn't Soyeon, Sanghyuk, Yubin, and Minju come running here after his call, to which he replied that they were all veterans of the teams, so if they poached them, they would get into trouble, and they didn't want that. Tightly clenching her hand into a fist, the girl exclaimed that she came to help, and he brushed aside any idea, after which she muttered that he was very stuffy, while the main character thought about whether to scold her and then kick her out. It seemed like a claw reaching for the silhouettes of people, and the CEO realized that he did not know what to do in such a situation, because he had created this company to avoid the attention of an international association, so he could not advertise that it belonged to him, and he did not understand whether he would again become a target of international relations if his former colleagues moved here at once. Suddenly, the assistant placed her hand on a tall stack of papers. The ad indicated the name of the company, phone number and address, when suddenly the guy asked what it was, and the interlocutor replied that they would hand out these leaflets together. Closing her eyes, the lady noticed that she saw that he had no entrepreneurial streak, to which he said in his thoughts that he would not deny that it hurt him. The deputy asked why he was sitting and exclaimed that he needed to go faster, when suddenly he began to get up from the sofa and wondered if it could be that he should not have quit. A view of the building of the Korean Association for Working with Parallel Measurements opened. There was a white sign on the desk. The man took hold of the object with his fingers, on which it was written that this was a vacant position. At the same second, the man in the black suit threw the plate into the trash. Hosen put a new sign on the work surface, and it turned out to be the head of the operational headquarters, and the former director of the association in Suncheon. Silhouettes of people who were engaged in management activities appeared, and the man said that for several years he was the director of the branch in Suncheon, and thanks to his work, the main office in Seoul did not refuse elite beef, river eel and other delicacies, and Minju, who then held the position of head of the operational headquarters, had a very great influence. The man's pupils narrowed noticeably, and it turned out that this position was soon taken by an unknown person who had previously been a janitor, and after that, Hozong was so sick that he even thought that he would die. It seemed as if the manager was banging his fists on the table and thinking that heaven had taken pity on him, because a month later this janitor resigned from his post, and he had a new chance. In the past, the man held the phone to his ear when Imbium told him that he was recommended by a friend in whom he had great trust, and asked if he could be relied on, after which he said that he pretended that he was not very happy, but in his heart he was jubilant because he was able to take the position he had been striving for so long. Sorting the documents from one hand to the other, the manager said that his time had come. With his pupils bulging in alarm, the gentleman was indignant at what the orderly had done, and then shouted that he would spend the entire budget for this quarter, the next, and even the next year. Yongsu furrowed his brows and revealed that the former executive wanted to support every team, and it took all the money. Dropping his jaw, Hosen didn't know what the next year's budget was all about, or if the management was aware of it, but he got a positive response and asked if they knew but let him squander it. Putting his fingers to his hair, the manager thought that although the profit had been guaranteed through agreements with private guilds and the Vietnamese Association, such contracts would not pay off in a few months, so in the end they would have to somehow put up with the budget deficit for these few months. It seemed that during the time that Jin Woo knew nothing about management, all the statistics collapsed, and the new head of the operational headquarters realized that if this financial hole was not filled, the association would come to an end, but still did not understand why such a job was entrusted to some janitor. Grabbing his hair with both hands, Hosen muttered that this idiot had caused chaos and knocked him down. Lowering his jaw in fright, the man imagined the cunning face of the main character, and wondered what if he had arranged everything on purpose. The secretary narrowed his eyes and explained that this was unlikely to be so, because the cleaner was not such a person, to which the boss said that he did not believe it, after which he asked the guy to go to the general department and ask for a copy of the budget documents. Putting his fist to his mouth, the manager read the news that this is the one who stands his ground and protects the interests of employees, as well as the youngest employee who has received the most achievements in the shortest time, and decided that the louder the product advertisement, the more likely it is to turn out to be a dummy. In the chat, there were messages with congratulations and information about expenses, while the head of the operational headquarters thought that no matter how much the public praised him, in reality everything was not so. With bulging pupils, the manager was indignant at what this janitor had done. Hozong's silhouette was surrounded by store receipts and green numbers, and then he realized that everything had gone to cleaning equipment, bonuses, and thought that he would definitely turn on cleaning. Putting his lips forward, The manager mused that even if he was from the cleaning department, how could he spend the entire budget just on equipment? But it turned out that Jinwoo had spent all the money to unlock the skills. There was a table with information, and Hosen said in his mind that not only had he invested a lot of money in his scrubbers, but he had also spent 50 billion to expand the research center of the support department, and another 200 billion on special uniforms for underwater dungeons. But the cherry on the cake was investing the rest of the budget in the Vietnamese association. Leaning his palms on the table, the man thought that he was glad that he had not just stolen the money, but invested, although he spent it as if he had forgotten the word. But anyway, in such a situation, you can only start with the salary of the task force for this month. It seemed as if the hunters were looking up, and the head explained that this was because the priority of the association was fighters, because they needed to be provided with the best support and equipment, but he did not understand since when their salaries were delayed because of cleaners, and if nothing was done, then the current leader would have to be responsible for it. Clenching his hands tightly into fists, the manager decided that if something went wrong, it would be the one who held this position for a record short time, but this could not be allowed. A drop of sweat ran down the secretary's cheek when his boss said that there was no choice. Rising from his chair, the manager said that it was necessary to reduce the staff of cleaners, after which he asked to prepare for restructuring, and then he thought about the fact that lizards throw off their tails in emergency situations, because they have no other choice. Imbam sat at a large table and asked if it was true that he had decided to reduce the number of cleaners, to which he replied that it was true. The old man furrowed his brows angrily and remarked that the first offer he had made 4 days after taking up the position was restructuring, and then asked if he knew who had held the position before him. Pressing his hands to his body, Hozong replied that he knew it. The chairman of the association lowered his chin and said that in this case it was strange to hear such proposals from him, and then asked for an explanation of his decision. Raising his hand, the man noted that as you can see, the Seoul office has spent almost the entire budget, after which he added that his predecessor spent all the money on this and subsequent quarters, and most likely this month they will not be able to pay the salary of the operations department. A bright arrow appeared moving down, and the manager explained that the revenues barely covered the losses incurred by the association, and they did not know exactly when Vietnam would start to make a profit. But at this rate, they would be bankrupt in 6 months. Turning his head to the side, the man wondered why in this case not temporarily cut the wages of hunters, and then added that if they drastically reduced such a number of workers even for 6 months, then the reputation of the association would suffer greatly. Dropping his hands, the manager asked what would happen next, even if they managed to hold out for a month after the salary cut, because without tangible results, they would have to cut the salary of the board of directors, to which the interlocutor replied that this was too much. Raising his fist, the manager said that he hoped that they would get together and get through this difficult time together, after which he added that he hoped that they understood that in reality it was almost impossible, and the best solution would be to reduce the number of cleaners, who are not so important in the association. With his mouth wide open in anger, Dusik shouted that there was nothing of the sort and asked if he agreed that they were able to improve their performance thanks to the cleaning department. The manager stood with his palms resting on the table, and the new manager asked if there was a lot of money invested in it, because in any case, the main place in the association was always occupied by the operational department, but he was offered to start thinking rationally. Closing his eyes, Imbiam said that everything was said correctly, when suddenly his subordinate tried to interrupt him, but he asked him to be quiet, because now is not the time for emotions. Sitting in the chair, the old man said that if something went wrong, Hosen would have to answer alone, and then asked if he agreed with this. Lowering his chin, the man replied in the affirmative. Placing his palms on the table, the head of the association decided to continue the meeting. Bulging his pupils in bewilderment, Junt was indignant at the restructuring. Spreading his hands to the sides, the manager wondered if this was too radical a decision, because he had only recently been in this position and was already taking such tough measures. Shifting his gaze to the side, the head of the operational headquarters asked if he lived well in the cleaning team, after which he added that his idea was approved by the management, so if you want to argue, you can go to them. Pushing his partner with his shoulder, the manager asked to ask those of the employees who were ready to leave and make a list, and then added that, as he said, the staff would be reduced by half. Imagining the faces of the orderlies, the manager of the cleaning department thought that no one would want to quit, so he would have to fill out the list himself, and then try to persuade people, but he did not understand how he would be able to dismiss any of them with his own hands. Outside the high window I could see the yellow sky at sunset. Holding the phone in his hand, Jin thought about the chairman. The news channel attached a photo of the association's building to the screen, and the presenter reported that there had been a restructuring of the cleaning department of the Korean Association. Citizens raised their heads in the air, while the reporter said that the decision was inevitable due to the deplorable financial situation of the company, and the chairman of the association, Imbiam, will actively help the laid-off workers find a new job. Ayon ran from side to side, doing different things at the same time. At the same time, Jinwoo was drinking tea in an armchair. Grabbing the boss by the jacket, the girl loudly asked if he really thought that they had time to rest, because soon those whom he had been waiting for so long would come here for an interview, and then she exclaimed that in the modern world the reputation of the company is very important, to which he replied that he had seen these faces 100 times. Frowning, the assistant clarified who he was talking about, which the general director invited her to look at for herself. Behind the heroes appeared the leg of a man who shouted that he wanted to call the general director. With her eyes rounded in delight, Soyeon said that they had come to the interview, and Sang Hyuk didn't understand what kind of office it was, because he thought it would be better here, given how boldly he left the association, while Yu Bing told him to give her $2 back. A joyful grin could be seen on the protagonist's face. Raising his eyebrows, the guy said that he had sent a resume on the recommendation of the chairman of the association, to which he was told that he had been accepted. A drop of sweat ran down the young man's cheek, and he said that after he went on vacation, his team was changed, and then he was kicked out of it, and besides, the former head of the operational headquarters became the general director here, to which he noted that he had not seen him for a long time, and hired him. Running his finger over his face, the candidate began to say that after leaving prison, he was deprived of his hunter's license, to which the employer replied that everything was already in the past, so he would not pay attention to it. Lowering his jaw, the manager took on another person, hearing only a greeting from him. Putting her palm to her mouth, the lady said that of course they did not have enough employees, but she did not understand whether it was worth hiring everyone, to which he replied that he had worked with them in the association and trusted them. At the same time, new employees said that everyone who was hired could go to another room, and the next candidate could sit down. Furrowing her brows angrily, the girl clarified if this was his plan in advance. Shifting his gaze towards his interlocutor, the CEO said that they were very lucky that there was a restructuring in the association, and then he said in his mind that everything was right, because from the very beginning he planned to make a commotion in the association so that the personnel would leave, although it was more like a gamble than a plan. A few days earlier, a man had dipped a spoon into a plate of food. Sitting on a chair, Imbium said that he had done everything as they wanted, after which he added that the guys themselves would send him a resume, but would also send a separate list on their own, to which the guy thanked him for his help. Leaning his elbow on the table, the old man asked if it was difficult for him to find workers, since he had arranged such a multi-step plan, to which he replied that he knew that his departure from the association would affect the association. Lowering his jaw, the chairman asked if it was true that it was all due to the fact that he had squandered the entire budget, to which the protagonist noted that everything ended well in the end, because the association saved money, and he managed to get employees who did not lose their jobs. Raising his eyebrows in confusion, the head of the company thought that he was a psycho. Putting the spoon to his mouth, the head of the association asked him never to do anything like this again, because Dusik almost ate him alive, to which the former hunter apologized for this, and asked him to explain all the circumstances to him later. Frowning, the old man asked how he had known that Hozong would propose to reduce the cleaning staff, to which the interlocutor replied that he was the kind of person who, in a crisis situation, decided to throw away his tail without hesitation. It seemed as if the man put his hand in his pocket. The manager narrowed his eyes, and Jinna thought that this man was something of a teacher to him. After all, before the regression, he had taken over as head of the operational headquarters after Minchul, and when he was the head of the first task force himself, he had learned a lot from him. In the past, the main character stood behind the elder, and now he thought that he taught him how to throw his tail, intimidate people and all that, so he showed himself excellently in this position, and besides, he likes to fire entire squads at every opportunity. It was as if a huge human finger had crushed the janitor, and the CEO noticed that under him, the salaries of orderlies had decreased every year, and in the last year they had fallen by half, so he was sure that if he saw the state of the budget, he would immediately think about restructuring. In the past, Hozong's pupils bulged in surprise, and it turned out that he considered janitors to be the most useless workers, and that was why the decision was made to recommend him to the CEO as the next head of the operations headquarters. There was a sly grin on the protagonist's face, and he knew that this man would be able to put the budget in order, and the workers who had been laid off would get a job with him, and that was known. Sitting on a chair in a cafe, Imbum explained that if his ward treats employees badly after this, he will not leave it just like that, to which he agreed. Lowering his jaw, the old man asked his thoughts on what Hozong would do next, and then added that he had already realized that he would do everything to stay in this position, but he did not really want him to sit in this position for too long. Shifting his gaze to the side, the young man said that everything would be fine, because he was an ideal candidate for the role of a person who could be blamed and responsible. With his eyes rounded in confusion, the chairman thought that his interlocutor was a psycho. A view of the grate in the ceiling opened up, when suddenly Jinna noticed that it was time to go, and his mentor asked him not to call him, even if he really needed help. Lowering her eyelids, Ayon sighed heavily and said that after another interview, she would definitely go crazy. Shifting his gaze towards the girl, the main character announced that they were going to Suncheon and asked her to take all the documentation and contracts with her, to which she asked what they had forgotten there. Turning his back on the interlocutor, the general director explained that due to the transfer of Hozong to the Seoul office, they need to take advantage of the fact that the position of the branch director is empty and sign a contract with them, to which the lady clarified whether this is possible at all. Lowering her chin, the deputy asked if the boss was going to go there today, because she still had a lot of documents to prepare, to which he replied that there was a restaurant in Suncheon where crabs and soy sauce were perfectly cooked, and he would treat her. After a while, the heroes were sitting in the car. A view of a long highway opened up under the endless blue sky. Yongsu put his palms together and exclaimed that his boss was incredible, and then asked a question about how he managed to convince the general director of the association. Turning his gaze towards the chief, the secretary said that he would soon be able to surpass Gina in terms of influence, to which he asked not to rush, because they had a long way to go. Looking down, the head of the operational headquarters imagined the faces of the association employees and said that the girl from the first squad and the head of the work control department was still on Jin's side. Standing behind the chief, Yangsu wondered how these people could be on the side of a resigned person if they didn't make friends in the association, so if they weren't fools, they would side with him, to which the assistant pointed out that the assistant was right. Looking at the boss's back, the subordinate said that now that the cleaning staff had been cut in half, it would be difficult to do what the previous supervisor had done, and clarified what he would do about it, to which the boss replied that he would work the same way as Suncheon. Stepping on the floor with his shoe, Hosen asked if the job could go well if the staff was full of trash. Wrapping his fingers around the chair, the man said that the association should focus on the hunters. Leaning his palms on the table, the head of the operational headquarters said that the beginning had already been made, so they would continue in the same vein. A view of the endless blue sky opened up. The general director and his deputy were standing in front of the car. Looking at the two-story building, Ayon noticed that it was smaller than she thought, and the interlocutor admitted that he was not sure if this was the right place, because it could be that there was no branch of the association here. Running his fingers through his hair, the guy was surprised by the appearance of the former head of the operational headquarters and exclaimed that if he had known that he would personally visit them, he would have taken them to a good restaurant, and the man behind said that they had arrived earlier than expected. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist said that a month had passed since he left, after which he added that now he was just the director of a small company that specializes in cleaning, so they could do without formalities. Leaning his hands on the table, the young man did not understand how they could afford it, while the man in the suit served the lady coffee, and she thanked him. Holding the documents with his fingers, the protagonist said that they had done a little research, and then added that it turned out that in recent years, the number of employees in the Suncheon branch had been constantly decreasing. A diagram of the employees of the two departments was visible, and the young man said that they thought that the low efficiency of work with 8 groups of hunters was due to the lack of cleaners, and as far as he knew, at the moment there were only 3 squads of paramedics in the branch of 3 people each. Jinny noticed that the number of raids hunters can make per day is directly related to the workload of the cleaners, while the interlocutor took his chin and thoughtfully said that the efficiency of the hunters was indeed declining. Closing his eyes, the guy admitted that the guest was right, because there were many dungeons to clear, but there were not enough people for this, and they had a modest budget. Looking away, the fighter said that he did not know whether the services of the underground cleaning company would help them, but if they were allocated enough funds, he was sure that this issue could be resolved. Hyunwon tilted his head forward slightly, when suddenly a subordinate asked for his opinion. The employees of the Karma company bulged their pupils in bewilderment. Putting his palms to the table, the main character asked who he was, since the other was the head of the department. Smiling broadly, Hyunsu remarked that he was late with the introduction, after which he gave his name and revealed that he was the representative and leader of the Beach Guild under the supervision of the Suncheon branch. Raising his hands, the guy asked if it was true that Mr. CEO understood everything himself, and then exclaimed that the main office did not allocate enough budget to the branches, so all the work was actually done by mercenaries like them. Lowering his jaw, the head of the guild said that in such a situation, there would be an increase in the staff of cleaners and an increase in guild pay, when suddenly he was asked to leave the premises. Sitting in an armchair, the former hunter explained that he had come here to negotiate with the leader, so he did not have time to negotiate with him. A drop of sweat ran down the young man's cheek. Closing his eyes, Hyunsu said that he would find out later anyway, and then added that he had already left, but they would talk later. Looking at the door that slammed shut, Ayon thought that he was a burr. Scratching his head, Hyunwon admitted that he was embarrassed that they had seen this, but as his subordinate had said, most of the work was done by the hunters from the guilds, which was why they had such authority here. Smiling broadly, the man asked if it was true that they had come to discuss the contract for the provision of cleaning services, and whether they would sign it immediately, to which the employees of the Karma company were simultaneously surprised at how accommodating they were here. Closing his eyes, Jinwoo explained that he was no longer in a position to explain the rules of work to the manager, but he couldn't do that, and then added that he couldn't believe that they had allowed the branch to be indebted to the mercenaries. Approaching face to face with the interlocutor, the main character said that it does not matter whether it is the main office or branch, but the association should protect citizens, and then added that he needs to be strict and confident so that people in positions below can trust him. Nodding his head, Hyunwon said that the master was right, because he knew that he was too lenient, but their branch could not do without Beej's help. The members of the Karma organization closed their lips, and their interlocutor noted that, as already mentioned, The efficiency of their hunters depends on the workload of the cleaners, so they must separate from the beach guild. Turning her head to the side, Ayang asked if everything would be fine, and her boss said that from tomorrow, the Sanghyuk and Soyeon squads would be working here as they were veterans, so they would be able to quickly increase the productivity of the branch. The CEO's eyes were glinting with light, when suddenly someone called out to him. Putting his hand in his pocket, the head of the beach guild asked if he was leaving already, and then added that he thought he would invite them to a good restaurant after negotiating, and he had a good car. The former raider explained that unfortunately he did not have time, because they were already on their way back, to which the interlocutor raised an eyebrow and suggested that they in Seoul did not know about this. But here their guild had more influence than the branch, so their cleaners would encounter them more often than official hunters. Smiling broadly, Hyunsu inquired about whether he might have heard of the guild's support fund. Jinwoo closed his lips in disbelief when the interlocutor revealed that he lived off donations from people who were employed in the same field, and if he was interested, even a small amount would be enough, and then asked if it would be beneficial for him to maintain good relations with them, given that he was from a private company. Ayeon snuggled up to her boss when he said that they were a private company, so they didn't have to maintain a good relationship with them, to which he was told that they understood everything and couldn't force him to make a donation. Putting his finger to his face, the head of the beach guild admitted that he was embarrassed to talk about it, but he was well acquainted with the former director Ho Zong, who recently took over as the head of the operations headquarters in the Seoul office. The main character covered the neck of his partner with his hand, and the guy explained that if he asked, he could help him with anything, after which he exclaimed that if he changed his mind, he should definitely come up. There was a view of the yellow sky at sunset, and the leader was heard saying that it was very brave of him to talk to him like that. Standing in front of the janitors, the CEO thought about how he couldn't stop working because of these gangsters, so immediately after returning to the company, he told about the Beach Soyeon and Sanghyuk Guild, but judging by their faces, they didn't care. Hyunwon happily squeezed his eyes shut as his branch stats increased, and the guy noticed that as expected, thanks to the leadership of these two, the productivity of the Sungcheon branch had increased significantly. A magical portal appeared, and the protagonist reported that the first cleanup was successful. The girl rounded her eyes in fright, and her boss said that a problem arose a week later. Passing next to the commander, the ordinary soldier asked if they could do this, and whether it was true that this Jinwoo was the head of the operational headquarters. Smiling broadly, Hyunsu asked if they had thought about how much money he had since he was the head of the operational headquarters, and then added that they needed to help him get rid of it. Slightly narrowing his eyes, the leader of the Beach Guild noticed that Ho Zong had told him that this man had been expelled from the association, to which the ward said that he did not manage to hold out there for long. It seemed as if Dusik was reaching for the little main character, and the hunter said that no one could have known that the former janitor would escape from there so quickly, and then added that he must have squandered the entire budget, so he was fired. Suddenly, the door to the room began to open. Turning his head to the side, Hyunwon was surprised that Hyunsu had come again, to which Hyunso stated that they would charge 10% more for services this month. In bewilderment, lowering his jaw, the manager did not understand why, because they were already in a very difficult situation, and the interlocutor noticed that he said that he did not have money, but found it for a contract with these cleaners. Shifting his gaze towards the interlocutor, the guy explained that if he did not agree, he could deal with the dungeons on his own. Lowering his jaw, the soldier began to talk about this cleanup campaign, and then asked to send them to the dungeon that they would clear. A view of the magic portal opened, and it turned out that Soyeon and Sanghyuk went to clean the dungeons after the Beach Guild a week after the conclusion of the contract. The goblin, tied with ropes, opened his mouth wide and began to growl loudly, and Hyunsu didn't understand why the idiots were standing when they should be holding him tighter. Suddenly, the guy pushed off the ground, leaving a trail of gray smoke on it. Swinging his axe, the hunter shouted for the enemy to get it. The partner remarked that this was the last thing. The leader sitting on the floor said that they needed more hunters. Putting his hand on his side, the warrior admitted that he almost died. At the same moment, the young man clenched his teeth tightly. Throwing the wrapper of food behind his back, the raider exclaimed that he hoped that the cleaners would hurry up, because he wanted to leave quickly and rest. Disgruntled orderlies appeared in the room. Furrowing his brows angrily, Sanghyuk was indignant that this was outright impudence, and that he was tired of it, so he would say everything now, and Soyeon asked him not to be angry. Lowering his jaw, the guy imagined a mountain of garbage and cried out that they were cleaners, not his personal servants, after which he added that they brought all the garbage from the house such as plastic, cans and packaging and threw it here. Stroking her partner with her palm, the girl said that it was even worse in the association, and then added that Jean had entrusted this task to the two of them, so he couldn't let him down, otherwise the branch would break the contract with Karma. A memory appeared in which the orderly fainted on the floor in the dungeon, and now she was talking about how all this time the main character had done a lot for them. In the past, the cleaning staff had unpacked boxes of new uniforms, and the lady said they should repay him in kind. A drop of sweat ran down the young man's cheek. Squeezing her eyes shut, the cleaning lady said that if they showed themselves well, then normal guilds and branches would conclude contracts with them, and then exclaimed that he should not pay attention to these cretins and offered to start working, to which he objected that such words are not said with a smile on his face. Reaching for the paper wrapper, Sang-hyuk sighed heavily and agreed, then muttered that at least there was a buffet in the association. Suddenly, a black shoe stepped on the package. Smiling evilly, Hyun-soo clarified if it was true that they had been working together for a week, and then stated that it was time for them to contribute to the guild's support fund. Raising his head, the janitor asked what kind of fund it was, to which the interlocutor asked if their boss had told them this, and told them to ask him about it in this case. Pointing his finger at the magical exit from the dungeon, Guildmaster Pechki remarked that if he didn't donate today, he thought they wouldn't be able to exit through the portal. The girl abruptly moved forward and touched the villain with her shoulder. Grabbing her partner by the arm, the orderly announced that they were leaving, when suddenly the hunter asked if she had pushed him. Turning her head back, Soyeon said that they were not obliged to pay them, so they would write a statement against them to the branch. Suddenly, the fighter hit the lady in the face. The orderly's pupils bulged in alarm when the raider said that if she wanted to stay here until she died, she could send at least 100 complaints, after which he exclaimed that they would see which side they would take in the branch. Furrowing his brows, Hyun-soo wondered if they even knew who was behind him. Swinging his fist, Sang-hyuk called his opponent an unpleasant word. Wrapping both arms around her friend, the girl asked him not to do this. Lowering his fists, the guy replied that everything was fine. Sadly lowering her gaze, the cleaning lady said that she did not want him to suffer because of her, after which she added that she would figure everything out herself, and he should just wait for her outside. The young man's fingers began to move without permission. Closing his eyes, the orderly sighed heavily and asked what she could do for them alone. With a sly grin, the employee of the company Karma admitted that he did not even know whether she was naive or just stupid, but there was no point in talking to these scum. Outraged by his words, the head of the beach guild slapped him in the face. It seemed as if cars were passing along the road. The cleaners were sitting in the car. Shifting her gaze to the side, Soyeon asked for forgiveness, because she thought that all this was because of her, and his comrade explained that he got it for his words, so she had nothing to do with it. Holding the steering wheel tightly, Sang-hyuk remarked that if he went back to the office like this, Jean would notice, to which his friend exclaimed that she knew what to do, and she was told that he was already scared. I could see how the rays of the sun fell on the walls of a multi-story building. With her eyes rounded in bewilderment, Ayeon wondered why they were dressed up like that. Putting her fingers to the medical mask on her face, the cleaning lady said that it was very cold in the dungeon, so now the two of them had a cough, after which she clarified whether they could go to the hospital, and from there immediately home. Grasping the documents with both hands, the deputy clarified what they needed sunglasses for, to which the subordinate replied that it was because it looked cool in them. Sang-hyuk unbuttoned the suit, while his colleague asked if it really suited him very well, after which she exclaimed that she didn't even think he could look so cool, just like a rock star. Shutting her eyes, the orderly cried out that nothing unusual had happened during the work, so they would go, when suddenly they were asked to wait. Jean abruptly tossed his sunglasses off the worker's face. With her jaw lowered in alarm, the manager asked what had happened to him, and the main character asked if it was Beach. The CEO asked the cleaners to take off their masks, and they immediately pulled them off their faces, after which he added that he advised them to tell what had happened. Furrowing his brows angrily, the guy asked if they thought it was better to endure humiliation so that the company would not suffer, and why they thought that employees should take the blows literally. Putting his hands in his pockets, the chief said that he would deal with them, and these two should go to the hospital, to which the orderly began to worry about what he was going to do, and suddenly because of this, the contract with them would be terminated. The entrepreneur's pupils narrowed noticeably, and then he explained that he would conclude a new contract with others, because he needed to value himself and his own work, and he would take care of the company on his own. The protagonist called his assistant, and she closed her eyes and said that she was not given a moment of peace. A view of the association's branch building with Suncheon opened. The doors to the room appeared, from behind which I could hear the subordinate asking the boss if he had seen the faces of these idiots. The hunter sat in chairs and said that if they were beaten up a couple more times, they would understand exactly who the bosses were, and besides, they should not have crossed the road. Kicking the chair, Jinwoo asked if he had hit his employee. Leaning his knees on the floor, Hyun-soo was indignant at what the protagonist was doing. Standing in front of the fighters, the company's CEO, Karma, announced that from now on, the Beach Guild would not clear the dungeons, and Hyun-won would tell the rest, to which the guy asked what kind of nonsense it was, and whether the cleaners would now do their job. A weapon began to appear near the palm of the raider, and then he admitted that he tried to do good with him, because he was the director, but if so, then there would be no politeness. The protagonist spread his fingers wide. Hitting the young man with his body on the floor, the entrepreneur turned to the interlocutor. The hunter gritted his teeth tightly in anger while Jean talked about how he thought of burying them alive when he heard what he had done to his guys, but he was too lazy. The eyes of the protagonist shone brightly, and at the same time he announced that more worthy people would be engaged in clearing the dungeons, and these cockroaches would go to the forefathers. A mug filled with hot tea appeared. Placing his palms on the table, Hyun-won said that he understood the whole situation, but also asked his colleagues to understand that they did not have enough hunters in the state to clear all the dungeons, to which Ian stated that he had to make a choice between them and the Beach Guild. Smirking, the girl remarked that if he managed to keep their contract, they would help solve the problems with the shortage of employees, and would not even take the money, to which he asked what and why, and how they were going to do it at all. Jumping up from his chair, the man was surprised by the appearance of the lady, who said that this place was farther away than she thought. With her eyes rounded enthusiastically, Commander Minju from the Seoul branch said that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked if he was now vice president. A view of the ceiling in the room opened, and the hero asked how Hyunsu was doing, and he was asked what was going on, to which he replied that he had news that he would like to hear. Putting the phone to his ear, Hosen asked him not to hesitate and say what he needed, to which the interlocutor laughed and noted that everything quickly became clear to him. The man raised his eyebrows sharply as the hunter asked if he had heard of the karma company led by Jinnu. Lying on the floor, the guy said that they had a little quarrel with him. Gritting his teeth tightly, the raider said that he had said that he would not allow them to clear the dungeons, and did not understand if they really deserved such treatment, and then he thought that the main character was finished. The head of the operations headquarters was sitting at the table, and the subordinate was talking about how the Sunshine branch no longer assigned them to clean up dungeons, and he thought that Jinnu had talked to them. Spreading his hands to the sides, the guy assumed that the branch itself would sooner or later come to its senses and begin to beg for their help. But this was still a little annoying, after which he added that he, like the boss, wanted to kick him out of here, but clarified whether he would be able to do this. Closing his eyes, the man asked how he could help him, and whether he thought he could forbid the branch from working with a private cleaning company. The hunter's pupils narrowed sharply, and then he asked if it was difficult, and then asked him to simply tell the management that this company had not confirmed its competence, and they should change their mind and break the contract. On the screen of the phone, it seemed that Hozung was signed by his brother, and at the same time, he thoughtfully said that it was possible, after which he added that he was now busy setting up a training center for hunters at the Songnam branch, so Sunchin would call later. Crouching on his knees, Hyunsu exclaimed that he was waiting for a connection with him. Grinning maliciously, the raider thought that life was a war, so he would show this janitor how to fight. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and watched Minju. Turning his head to the side, the CEO clarified whether something went wrong during the negotiations, and why she had such an expression on her face, to which the assistant replied that she did not expect a different reaction from him. Ayon covered her mouth with her palms and revealed that the hunter had admitted that she had no friends in the association. The deputy continued to whisper in the boss's ear that the head of the task force was watching her acquaintances leave the organization. The protagonist's eyes instantly turned white when the girl said that the swordswoman was lying on the floor and thought about being left all alone. Lowering his eyelids, the entrepreneur apologized for calling her so suddenly, because she was probably busy, and his manager noticed that they did not think about it, to which she asked them not to worry, and then she cried out that she was just a little offended that after leaving, they had never called her before. The lady opened one eye to look at the guy, who thought that it was scary when a woman was left alone, because then she began to think. Grinning, the raider offered to stop joking, after which she added that she would tell what happened at the negotiations. It seemed as if the monstrous monsters opened their mouths in a rage, and Minju began to talk about how to begin with. She said that in Sunshine, the dungeons were on average the blue level, and the highest level of danger that was encountered was yellow, but it didn't cause any problems either. A view of the magical portals opened up, when suddenly the hunter explained that there are about 150 rifts per month, including those in the suburbs, and then added that this meant that there were about 30 dungeons to be cleared per week. The janitors were visible in a white circle, and the head of the task force noticed that, apart from the mercenaries, there were 4 task forces on the staff, each with fewer hunters than in the central office. The 2 teenagers had baby nipples in their mouths, and the swordswoman said that the main problem was that due to the nature of the industry, there were so many young hunters, so the raids had so far been ineffective. The big man threw a stick over his shoulder, and the young lady said that many newcomers were assigned here, and clarified whether many, in his opinion, would like to stay to work in the provinces. The guy put his palms on the ground, and the raider explained that this is why as soon as they gain experience, they transfer to larger branches like Seoul or go freelancers, so the locals have no choice but to work with completely inexperienced hunters. Lowering her jaw, Minju stated that for now, their team would be working in this branch for a week and dealing with emergency cases. The girl remarked that they would need the teacher's help after that, to which Jinnu lowered the corners of his lips in bewilderment, and realized that she was now openly asking him for it. Looking down, the huntress said that the situation here was worse than she thought, and then continued that even if they helped them for a few days, everything would eventually return to its previous state again. Putting his hands in his pockets, the main character told her not to worry about it, because he would deal with it on his own, after which he added that the problems with inexperienced workers, lack of personnel and low-level dungeons can be solved in one way. Turning his head back, the CEO stated that they would have to expand the board. Standing in the middle of the parking lot, the guy explained that it was necessary to open a new training center of the association's operational headquarters here, and then added that for beginners, training would take 3 months, and advanced training would take 1 month, and besides, there would be enough students, and the level of dungeons here was low, so it was an ideal place. With a smirk, Ayon remarked that this was a very good idea, and the profits from the training center and the cleanup operations were the same. The assistant asked if they would be allowed to do so, to which the boss, turning his gaze to her, replied that the project to open a training center had been under consideration by the top management for several years, and if the association suddenly did not decide to open it elsewhere, then everything would be fine. Pressing her hands to the topic, the swordswoman said that it would be difficult to implement this plan. A drop of sweat was dripping down the lady's cheek, and then she told me that she had recently heard that Supervisor Ho Zong was trying to implement this project in Songnam, and moreover, he wanted to be fully responsible for training the hunters. The protagonist closed his lips uncertainly after what he had heard. It seemed as if banknotes were flying around the man, and the young man thought that everything was right, because he was probably affected by the activities of lobbyists. Standing in front of the girls, Jin Woo said that he didn't have to worry about it, because he wanted to try to change his mind, and then asked the assistant to give him his business plan, and Minju to continue to help this branch in order to adjust their further actions. Smiling broadly, the swordswoman asked if she should ask Supervisor Chanhyun for help, to which the protagonist replied that it would be good and told her to contact the control department, as he had not seen them for a long time. His mouth wide open in rage, Ho Zung didn't understand what that meant. Leaning his palms on the table, the man exclaimed that he had chosen the perfect location, so the center should be opened in Songnam, to which Imbium replied that they would open it next to the Suncheon branch. With a thumbs up, the old man explained that their operations headquarters were understaffed, so they were too dependent on the guilds, and as far as he knew, the local leadership was in trouble because of this, and then added that the branches of the association also had their own pride. The manager bulged his pupils in alarm when he was asked if he was satisfied with something. Pursing his lips, the manager reflected that he needed to calm down, because he had succumbed to emotions too much. Narrowing his eyes, the head of the operational headquarters asked if he should decide on the establishment of a training center for hunters on his own, and began to talk about what he knew about the establishment of a training center in Songnam. Sitting on a chair, the general director of the association noted that he was right, because nothing prevents them from opening it this way. But there is another place where it is really needed, and then added that the contract with the construction company has not yet been signed. Suddenly, the elderly man closed his eyes. Frowning menacingly, the chairman clarified whether he should have received something in return for making this decision. Putting his lips forward, Ho Zong replied in the negative. Leaning his elbow on the chair, Imbium said that this meant that they would open a center in Suncheon, and the subordinate agreed with him. At the same second, the man slammed his fist into the wall. Standing in front of the window, the manager thought that this old man was a real snake, but the jokes were over, because he had already promised the head of the Songnam branch that the center would be opened there. The manager furrowed his brows angrily and said in his thoughts that the construction work had already begun, because he had signed a contract with the construction company in advance, for which he had even received a discount, and now it had fallen on him. A memory came of the head of the operations headquarters sitting across from the CO, and he thought that the old man had argued the decision too confidently. Hosen's black shoes were on the marble floor, and he realized that he had no choice but to agree, but if he had acted unwisely, he would have been caught red-handed. Shifting his gaze to the plate with the position, the man decided that at this rate he would not only have to return the money from the difference from the discount received, which he took for himself, but also pay a fine, although then he could be removed from his position. Suddenly, the manager took the phone in his hand. Smiling broadly, Hyunsu said that he just wanted to call him and ask him about what he had asked him for earlier. The interlocutor said that his problem would be aggravated by the fact that a training center would be built in Suncheon, to which the hunter, sitting on the couch, clarified why it was all of a sudden, and received the answer that he himself had just learned this, so he just needed to be silent and listen. Lowering his eyebrows, the head said that the chairman of the association suddenly came to him and said that the center should be built there, but after listening to him, it became clear that he was not the only one who made this decision. The guy's pupils noticeably narrowed from anxiety. A drop of sweat was dripping down his cheek, while the head of the operational headquarters said that someone had already warned the old man, because he had said so at a very strange moment. There were darts on the floor, and the man said that it was strange that there was only one step left before the official approval of the contract with the builders, when suddenly the general director came. There was an announcement on the wall about the recruitment of employees for Karma's company, and Ho Zong asked if the raider thought it was a coincidence, and who he might have interfered with, and then added that in any case, he needed to somehow prevent the opening of the center in Suncheon. Putting his palm on his leg, Hyunsu didn't know if he could do it, to which the interlocutor replied that he needed to think with his head, because the main problem was the lack of hunters in this branch, but at the same time, the dungeons themselves were of medium difficulty. Holding the phone to his ear, the head of the operational headquarters explained that if a training center appeared, then 100 hunters would appear, and then asked if the raider would get at least one dungeon in this case. Looking up, the young man replied that he thought it wouldn't happen. Lowering his eyebrows, the manager noticed that the Beach Guild leader was speaking as if he had no reason to stop them, and then told him to do whatever he wanted, go on strike or lie in front of the entrance to the branch, but not let them open the center. Lowering his jaw, the guy began to talk about what would happen even if he managed to do it, when Ho Zong said that if he managed to do it, he would fulfill any of his requests. His mouth wide open in rage, the man was indignant at whether he was suggesting that he do it himself, because they both wanted to live, so he needed to do what he was told. Hyunsu suddenly clenched his jaw and replied that he understood him. People held signs with their fingers saying that they were against the construction of the training center, because civilians could suffer, and then shouted that this institution would kill them all, so they could not risk the lives of civilians for the sake of training. The head of the Beach Guild put a loudspeaker to his lips, then asked everyone to listen and said that he was working with the branch to keep civilians safe. A crowd of townspeople gathered in front of the entrance to the association office, and their leader stated that no matter what, they risked their lives, remained loyal to the branch and continued to clear the dungeons, but they threw them away in an instant, and then added that the former head of the operational headquarters used the money and reputation to manipulate Hyunwon and extort funds from the guild, which is run by ordinary people, while an association that exists for the safety of civilians has decided to destroy them. The head of the branch watched the rally through the window when the people asked them to immediately cancel the decision to build a training center in Suncheon. The man raised his eyebrows sadly, and embittered people said that they were ready to risk the lives of innocent people for the sake of ambitions. Lowering her jaw, Minju noticed that not only the Beach Guild was there, but also other guilds from neighboring cities, and that they had taken advantage of their influence and brought other activist groups here, to which Ayoung said that everyone would now think that their company had a lot of money. Putting the phone to her ear, the girl asked where Jean was, because they had a rally and violent protests here, to which he realized what they had done and said that he would come soon. Suddenly, a black car stopped in the middle of the parking lot, and the hunter said that the main character had arrived, when suddenly they asked if he could come even later. Getting out of the car, the general director explained that he needed to pick up someone, so he was delayed. The swordswoman's eyes widened in delight, and the deputy did not understand what was happening. Seokyun smiled broadly and exclaimed that he and Minju hadn't seen each other for a long time, and Dusik was outraged that his daughter hadn't even called him, and at the same time, the CEO suggested that they go straight to the meeting. Ginny gave the crowd a contemptuous look. As the representatives sat down at the table, there were whispers among the protesters that they had not been warned about the interference of the main office, although the director of the company was no longer related to the association. But even the general director Dusik came here, and Seokyun, the leader of the best guild in the country, Aries. Hyunsu clenched his teeth when he realized that they were stuck, because even Hong Song hadn't warned him about this. Sinu, the leader of the Bravo Guild, scowled that even though there were low-level dungeons in this region, they couldn't trust the novice hunters to clear them. It would put civilians in danger. The protagonist bent down and demanded not to say so, since they decided to be honest, then let them be honest to the end, or they thought that no one understood their fears, because the training center would allegedly deprive them of earnings. The guild leaders shuddered when the young man added that the Suncheon branch would no longer entrust the dungeon clearing to private guilds, which was the main thing. Hyunsu trembled with anger when it was his name that was mentioned by the headmaster, as he knew the reason for this. Yongju looked at the speaker with irritation, and said that they should have discussed such a sudden decision with them. Dusik clenched his fists, and reminded that the branches are of paramount importance. Unlike the guilds, they are going to open a training center, including for the sake of supporting the branch in Suncheon. The girl jumped up sharply and shouted that then they would all definitely die if the association continued to cooperate exclusively with the guilds of Seoul. Seokyun put his hands on his hips, and announced that this was why he had come here. Even if he wasn't an important bigwig from the association, he could help them by offering to build a bridge between guilds across the country, and in Suncheon. The training center will be open because the Suncheon branch was short of hunters, and this is due to the Beach Guild's desire to obtain exclusive rights to clear dungeons, and they have offered to continue working with the Beach, Bravo, and Genio guilds, but on the condition that they provide official contacts with the branches where there is a shortage of personnel in the operations department. But the villain was indignant, trying to challenge the accusations against his guild. The master gave him a cold look, and demanded to know if it was true that the guy was almost forced to donate to the guild support fund. The guy slapped his hands on the table and called it a lie, but he shuddered when he heard his own voice. And now, everyone present heard Hyunsu's attempt to pressure Director Karma about donations. Sweat rolled down the face of the unfortunate racketeer. Jinu folded his arms and reminded him that fundraising to support guilds is prohibited by law, and that guild members had been rude to his company's employees, extorting money under the pretext of paying for the dungeon exit. The young man grinned broadly and continued that this was already a criminal offense, and no one would want to trust them with clearing the dungeons. The guild leader's eyes widened as Dusik noticed that this was no longer an isolated incident, which meant that there was nothing else to do. The guy froze when he was informed that his guild would be blacklisted across the country. The scoundrel gritted his teeth and asked who they thought they were. Hyunsu squinted angrily and shouted that no one had the right to forbid them from doing their jobs, because he knew that only the head of the department could decide such a thing, and he would contact Ho Zung immediately. The men looked at the boy gloomily as he claimed that the chief of staff knew nothing about this, and the CEO agreed that he was the only one who had the authority to make such decisions, but he supported them both about the construction of the training center and about solving the problem of clearing the dungeons. The young man opened his mouth in amazement. Then he collapsed to his knees, admitting that he had made a mistake. The scoundrel lowered his head, promising that he would do anything to never repeat such a thing, asked to be given another chance, begging not to do this to them. Jinnu got up from his seat and walked over to the guild leader. He patted him on the cheek and asked if it was necessary to do to his employees as he did. With a victorious smile, the protagonist consoled his opponent that they would pay them a month's compensation for refusing their services, or he could consider it a donation to the guild's support fund, which they could not present to them before. The director walked away and announced that the negotiations were over, that they should return to their business, and later they would be notified of which branches they could sign contracts with. As planned, a training center and a dormitory for inexperienced operatives opened in Sunshun. Veteran hunters from all branches took turns working there as instructors. The center has become a mandatory training step for newcomers, and it is thanks to this that the effectiveness of dungeon raids has increased significantly, and under the supervision of experienced instructors, newcomers did not create new problems. This helped to calm down particularly disgruntled groups of citizens. Minju also made a great contribution. Her appointment as a senior instructor had a good effect on the work of the training center. Jinnu admitted that he was indebted to her for all the help provided, and as payment, she offered to go on a mission together. The protagonist decided to show the leaders of the cleaning squads the new equipment, and went with them to the dungeon, although he did not even think about ever putting on this uniform again. At this time, curses were heard over the slums. The guys who followed Hyunsu were trying to find out what to do now. Their guild was on the verge of collapse. The others had already heard the news and had written letters of resignation, and he was cursing that the guild was just a preparation for them. The loser gritted his teeth, declaring that he would not sit idly by after what had happened, and that he would destroy the villain Ho Zong, who had stabbed them in the back. Taking a step forward, the leader demanded to know the schedule and address of the head of staff, and the next moment he tripped over someone's leg and fell face down in the mud. Turning around angrily, the guy began to threaten the one who tripped him. In the next instant, his face was distorted by surprise. Miho recognized Hyunsu as a beggar vagabond. He touched his forehead with his finger. With a mad smile, the former number one put his finger to his lips. At this time, in the dungeon, Jinnu asked his subordinates how they had been working lately. Yubin sighed tiredly and admitted that the Gangnam branch was not so bad. The dungeons were not difficult. The clearing speed was quite normal. The other janitor picked up that they were also doing well. They even received part of their salary in advance. While the protagonist was reading the report, another guy revealed that at the Jeonju branch, they were asked to dismember monsters into smaller pieces, but it was difficult with their equipment, but he said that they would get a new one soon. The director looked up from the documents, telling everyone not to worry and freely express their complaints and requests. Soyeon raised her hand, attracting her friend's attention. The guy gave her a questioning look. The tense girl asked if she could add some snacks in the kitchen, and Jinnu concluded that she didn't need much. The cleaning lady raised her fist victoriously. The young man sighed tiredly, not believing Ion's words that the workers were happy with everything. Minju jumped out of the next passage and called for a teacher to show him the corpse of a monster she had never seen. The protagonist threw a surprised look at the student. The sword woman brought it to a strange skull, and explained that she had already found it dead, but did not dare to approach it. The headmaster tried to stop Yubin as she reached for the skull, offering to analyze the leaking mucus, as it was the first time she had seen such a thing. Suddenly, the monster's strange eye lit up, and literally burst out of orbit. The guy grabbed his girlfriend by the scruff of the neck, saving her from a sudden attack, ordering her to run. From the skull of the monster, something similar to a tree grew, and everyone began to panic. Minju looked at the teacher in fright, and asked what it was, and in response, he explained that it was a monster in demon form. It would not be possible to defeat it by normal means. This particular one was dangerous. No, that everything he touched was oxidized. The cleaners looked at the ominous branches in confusion. Jinnu clenched his teeth, mentally cursing that it had begun. Before he could blink an eye, that day was already on the horizon. Not far from Seo Station, even before the regression, the protagonist saw all of his colleagues die. The Dungeon of Regeneration Disaster. At this time, Hyunsu stared at the vaguely familiar vagabond in horror. His boys looked menacingly at the battered young man, and asked if they should teach him a lesson. But the master immediately stood up and advised him to give up on the strange brow, and one of his guys dropped that this scoundrel was lucky. But suddenly the leader stopped, and one of the subordinates noticed that they could not leave him just like that, to which he advised him to close his mouth and listen. Hyunsu turned around with a smirk, and explained that this man's name was Miho, who was promised 2 million won for his capture, and he had a plan to catch him and rise up with a reward. The boys' faces expressed doubts. One of them remembered that Miho was a first-class hunter. How would they grab him? To which he was told that he couldn't even stand straight. The young man drew his axe, offering to cut off a couple of limbs for the criminal. The others also grabbed their weapons, offering to grab the goose that laid the golden eggs, and the leader muttered that although this guy had saved Hozian's life, the reward wouldn't be less if he was returned not completely intact. Miho was petting the kitten when they returned to him. With a wicked grin, The villain began to say that he was ashamed of what had happened earlier, so he wanted to apologize. But the next moment, his head turned to ashes. The guys screamed in fright. With a wave of his hand, the warlock sent these guys to the afterlife. The former number one lowered his head, muttering that this is why you need to watch what you say. The young man blinked. Headless corpses grabbed him from all sides. Miho squinted his eyes, and saw that the black cat was looking at him, and saying that they had finally met, and that he really didn't know how to control himself. A man in a suit using the puppet skill came around the corner, and complained that because of the fugitive, he had been forced to work overtime every day in the association, and after the incident with Chaniel, he had to deal with a whole heap of problems. The former number one flinched when he heard that Mark was looking for him. The stranger picked up the cat in his arms, and added that now he was giving the young man one last chance. Jinnu remembered the woman's face when she asked for an end to her suffering. This moment was a real shock for the young man. On the very first day of the Dungeon of Regeneration disaster, he lost his most valuable subordinate. It was no longer a dungeon, but a real disaster. Strategy and planning were useless. The dungeon was literally impassable. The protagonist recalled how he commanded a retreat to wait for reinforcements. What Suyun looked like when he tried to get through to him. How they ran as hard as they could to get to the gate as quickly as possible, hoping that they still had at least a slim chance. The commander gave orders, hoping that it would be enough to survive, but the monsters appeared one after another. But even when the guy shouted for them to leave, it was already too late. Then his classmates, with whom they were preparing for the exam for hunters' licenses, died. He vaguely remembered how he had triggered the priest's skill, but Jean had very few memories of that day. The young man fought and was ready to die at any second. He struck, and again he beat all the creatures. Which ones he could reach. Hunters with the same aspirations died next to him. It seemed that there was no end to it. It took them 3 days to stop all the monsters as the city shook with explosions. But they were never able to reach the gates of the dungeon. Then the destruction of Seoul was only a matter of time. Only then did Headmaster Minju realize how serious the situation was and requested support from branches and guilds across the country. And then, slowly but surely, they managed to reclaim the territories occupied by the monsters. When the operatives were able to reach the gate, the dungeon disappeared as expected, and it was all over. Only no one could rejoice or breathe a sigh of relief, because they did not win, but barely survived. The city was in ruins. The bodies of his comrades lay everywhere he looked. Then 2 cleaners approached him. They asked the bloodied commander where they should start. The survivor could not take his eyes off his bloody palms for a long time. Finally, the guy looked at the men. They flinched slightly as Jean clarified if they came from the association. The janitors were confused when asked where they had been all along, but could only mutter that they were not hunters. The protagonist simply left, accusing the confused guys of being useless. The young man knew that there was no point in anger, but then emotions took over reason. He did not know any of these cleaners, but rage clouded his eyes. The director opened his eyes when he heard his name. The guy found that he had fallen asleep in a chair, and Ayon was standing above him, who heard him muttering, and he excused himself from having a nightmare. The girl folded her arms over her chest, noticing that Jin's face was gloomier than usual, but he replied that everything was fine, although in fact the thought that there was only a month left before such a catastrophe made him dizzy. Because it was the only dungeon that he couldn't clear in his years of work, it was impossible to clear it. Omega-level dungeons were impossible to clear and only appeared a few times in history. A similar thing arose in South America 40 years ago, but since the cleanup system was not developed there, the dungeon could not be closed. Then not only civilians, but almost half of all hunters died. The disaster was truly unprecedented. As soon as Jin Woo remembered what he had experienced then, he asked the chairman to summon all the task forces to Seoul in a month. But he replied that in case of an unforeseen situation, it was forbidden by law to gather more than 15 task forces in one place, which meant that he would have to do everything himself. The young man glanced sideways at his assistant and asked if she was busy next month. She squinted at the piles of paperwork and admitted that she had some work to do, but maybe she could find the time. The protagonist began to sort through the documents and asked Ayon to get him weapons, miscellaneous, 5 or 6 types, sacred relics, sabers, tridents, swords. The girl looked at her boss suspiciously. At the moment when there was a knock on the door, the assistant began to demand an explanation why the director of the cleaning company suddenly needed a weapon, especially since they were no longer in the association, where she could even get so much in just a month. They both looked at the door, and the guy asked if there were interviews scheduled for today, but in response he heard that there was nothing in the schedule. A man walked through the door, apologizing for the intrusion. A very familiar face stretched into a nervous smile, and a question was asked about open vacancies. Gina recognized Dongbin as a visitor. While the superiors were watching the training process, Soyeon explained that in dungeon cleaning, the monsters were divided into 3 large groups, with armored hide of varying strength, with normal skin and without skin, with the first type, which had soft skin, like any humanoid, but the last sample, and the newcomer assumed that they had no skin, like skeletons and ghosts, and the girl agreed with him. For each type of monster, a different method of butchering was used here, and here, since this is a humanoid monster, It was worth starting with the head, and it was desirable to cut it off at one time. When Dongbin did this, the squad leader cupped her palms and praised him. Soyeon squinted at the smooth cut, not believing that this guy was really going to become a janitor. She didn't expect that he would grasp everything on the fly. Jinwoo folded his arms over his chest, thinking that since this guy was the leader of the task force, he knew about dungeons and monsters, he only needed to get used to his new position, and then he would be able to reach the level of squad leader. At this point, the newcomer, continuing to work, admitted that he could not even think that dungeon cleaning had such a clear algorithm of actions, and the girl admitted that initially there was none, but during the founding of the company, the general director personally conducted research, created a classification, and issued a printed guide. Dongbin looked up at the director. He arched an eyebrow questioningly, but the man immediately looked away. To be honest, the protagonist decided that this was some kind of joke when this man showed up at the office to get a job in his company. Although, how could it be otherwise if he was fired a few months ago for trying to ruin the lives of cleaners, and now he decided to become one of them, which seemed strange. However, the headmaster couldn't just chase away the person who came to the interview, so they exchanged a few words, and Dongbin found himself in a more difficult situation than he expected. Of course, rumors spread that he had been fired due to a disciplinary violation, so the former commander could only dream of joining a large guild, and Jean felt sorry that he had to move from one small guild to another. Realizing that this man had created such karma for himself, the protagonist did not want to sympathize with him. Dongbin clasped his fingers together, and said that it didn't matter to him what kind of work he did. After all, they all did only what they had to do. After these words, the director nevertheless decided to hire the poor guy. As they were on their way out, the young man asked the newcomer if he could do it, and when he said he was just doing what he was told, Jinwoo looked at the door and told him that he would take a training course that week, and then he would be able to start working right away, and he would assign him to the first group led by Soyeon, and he did not dare to refuse. The movement continued when the young man expressed the opinion that the former commander was not used to being a rookie, but he planned to expand the staff, and if he worked hard, one day he would be able to entrust him with the management of the team, so he had to be patient, to which he asked if he should say it now. To Dongbin's surprise, the protagonist stated that he was saying this because he believed in him. The guy glanced at the director suspiciously. Then he turned away, thanked him and said that he would soon have the next training course. The janitors headed for the door, and Jean wished them to continue like this. Soon the protagonist was sitting in a cafe with his assistant. Ayeon pointed at her boss with her fork and asked what he thought. The young man took his glass, and admitted that the newcomer was trying very hard, and the girl picked up that his past experience as a leader of operatives could help them a lot. They just needed to train the boy well. The director raised an eyebrow and asked him to stop joking, because he was wondering who tried to make Dongbin his insider. Hyo-sung said before his return to do whatever he wanted, without worrying about anything, and it wasn't about the importance of any activity in this field, the point was that you shouldn't be afraid of dirty work if it would benefit you. If Dongbin hadn't said that, Jinwoo would have wondered if his assumptions were correct for a long time. The very fact that he had come to him and calmly uttered this phrase suggested that the two were clearly related to each other. Unfortunately, the protagonist knew almost nothing about the relationship between these people. The young man looked outside and asked what his subordinate had found out, and she told him that the two had studied at the same university, one a year older than the other, and they first met at a reunion of graduates after Ho-sung began working in the control department, when Dongbin registered as a hunter and became part of the operational team, who helped him to one degree or another. The headmaster tapped his fingers on the table when he realized that this was how the former commander was able to achieve such great results as a rookie, and heard from Ayeon that the chief of staff had done nothing when he was kicked out of the association. The guy yawned and reminded that if Han-sun smells that he smells fried, he throws away his tail without hesitation, to which the girl assumed that the man came to them because he really wanted to work and no one sent him. The assistant's gaze expressed tension as Jean asked if this guy was really happy to be a janitor. The young man clenched his fingers into a fist and expressed the opinion that they must have agreed on something. The head of the headquarters could promise him to return to the association for obtaining some information, but Ayeon doubted that they had the right one. The protagonist drank from the glass and thought that something was actually bothering him. If it turns out that, among other things, he squandered the association's money, it will not seem enough to him. Because of this, a real commotion could certainly begin, whatever the intentions. After all, it was a theft of the budget. The guy worked as a manager for only 4 months, and before that he worked as a cleaner for a meager salary. Someone could wonder where he got the money to start his own company. No one from his entourage would be able to understand him. That's why he didn't say anything to Ayeon. Jinwoo almost choked when the assistant suggested that they were getting funding from the association's budget. The young man rubbed his mouth and asked how she knew about it. The girl began to wipe herself with a napkin, and reminded that she was responsible for all the work with personnel and accounting, and a bunch of other documentation, so she knew everything. The protagonist lowered his head when Ayeon asked not to worry. She knew that he wouldn't do it just for the sake of a tidy sum in his pocket. Surely he had a good reason that he couldn't voice. The assistant beamed when the director admitted that she sometimes frightened him, and considered it a compliment. The girl rubbed her chin and asked if Hozong was really suspicious of their finances, and the boss agreed. Most likely, he sent Dongbin to get irrefutable evidence. If he succeeds, he will either tell everything to the media or start blackmailing. Ayon frowned, and said that then it was not worth hiring this person. Why take the risk if it was clear that he was an insider? But the guy replied that it was mandatory. The regeneration dungeon, since the dimension in it was unstable, it could naturally close in 5 days, but they suffered too many losses trying to close it earlier. Only the main office of the association lost 40% of the hunters, and civilians were also injured. Because of this incident, the Korean Association was in a very difficult situation. They had to work so hard that there was no time to even catch their breath. And taking advantage of this, the International Association began to interfere in their affairs. There was no official takeover, but de facto they became their puppets. The collapse of the association system, the hostile influence of an international company, the death of key employees. Because of this, it was necessary to prevent the disaster that the Dungeon of Regeneration would provoke, no matter what it took. And the reason why the company suffered such a large loss was the arrogant management, who believed that they could handle everything on their own, and the inability to soberly assess the situation was a clear sign of incompetence. In addition, at least 30 operational teams were needed to close this dungeon. In order to gather so many in one place and not violate the law, it was necessary to officially declare a state of emergency by the authorities themselves. There was only a month left before the disaster. With the current forces, the association would suffer heavy losses. As before the regression, many people would die. If Jinnu can't prevent trouble, he should at least try to avoid so many deaths. The plan was to disable the association and prevent the dungeon from being cleared. The regeneration dungeon will disappear by itself in 5 days, and Seoul will need to be evacuated before it opens. In order to neutralize the main office, some kind of incident is needed, which at the same time will not allow the entire association to collapse. So come to think of it, Dongbin showed up just in time. At the same time, on the other side of town, a newcomer could be heard wondering why working as a cleaner is so difficult. The former commander kneaded his shoulder with his fist, and wondered aloud what awaited him when full-fledged work began, if it was only a training course. But he needed to be patient a little longer, since he could not miss such an opportunity. But then the guy was distracted by the ringing of the phone. He put the device to his ear, and when asked if his training was over, he replied that he was just going home, and they asked him if he had been figured out. Hosen heard in his office that there was no reason to suspect his spy of anything, admitted that it was difficult, and asked him to try. And as soon as he got proof of funding from the association, he would immediately begin to prepare a place for him in the main office. With a tense face, Dongbin suggested simply assuming that no one was actually stealing the budget. A drop of sweat ran down his face when the boss said that this could not be. The guy clenched his fist and asked what they would do if it turned out that they were wrong. The chief of staff got angry and said that they were not mistaken, and the spy had too many doubts. The former commander did not move when he was advised to stop driving and concentrate on the task, and he obeyed. Then he passed out. The young man looked doubtfully at the phone screen. The new janitor sat down wearily on the bench. With a frown in his eyes, Dongbin thought that the new chief of staff was even worse than Minchul, and doubted that he should be trusted and carried out his orders. At the same time, in the main office, Hosen lowered his hand with the phone, muttering that if he contacted a spy, it would only increase suspicion. He clenched the machine in his fingers, deciding that he had no other choice. The man stared at his reflection in the window, thinking that if that guy didn't do what he was told, he would be a janitor for the rest of his life. Then the chief of staff was distracted by a knock on the door. He turned around and asked what was the matter. A disgruntled Minju was standing in the doorway, explaining that the task force had too many tasks, 30% more than before, and she wanted to know if it was too much. The chief frowned and asked if they couldn't handle it, considering that there were even more of them, and the guilds were helping them. Hosen sighed in displeasure, mentally wondering why the commander of the task force was whining about such a topic. But the swordswoman clenched her fists, and objected that they could, but the cleaners could not cope with the load. The man slapped his forehead, and asked if it was because he favored hunters. There was no problem so far. The commander, without changing her face, said that not only were there no problems, they were gradually accumulating all this time. The boss was furious when he heard that it would be more and more difficult to work at this pace. The huntress raised her eyebrows in surprise when the head of the staff shouted that the head of the task force did not need to get involved in this, since it did not concern her whether it was easy for the cleaners to work, since it was their problem. Minju got angry and exclaimed that they weren't the only ones in the association, and he cut her off by agreeing with that. With a threatening look, Han-sun recalled that the others treated them like errand servants. The cleaners were simply not their equal, but their support. The commander looked at the boss with displeasure, and explained that these people work all day long, but still do not have time. At such a pace a disaster could occur. She demanded to expand the staff of cleaners, or hire a private cleaning company. The man's face turned to stone, and he clarified why the swordswoman was also talking about it. The head of the headquarters narrowed his eyes and asked if Juna had persuaded her, to which the girl objected that this was her personal request. And then the villain decided that if his figurehead could find evidence of budget theft, then the management would quickly find out about it, which meant that now it was possible to retreat. As long as there were supporters of the former chief of staff in the main office, he will only suffer from attempts to outplay him. Hosen put his hands in his pockets and agreed to consider the commander's proposal. The next day, for the first time in a long time after leaving, the protagonist crossed the threshold of the main office again, but he still felt confused. Jinwoo smirked. He hadn't expected that they would be the first to offer a contract, but it was just a great opportunity. Already in the office, the head of the headquarters admitted that he was surprised. With a calm face, the man said that he had heard about the popularity of private cleaning companies among branches, but it was hard to believe that the CEO of one of them was his predecessor. It was a great honor for him to meet him in person. The young man arched an eyebrow and asked to do without honors, since he no longer worked in the association, and it was better to move on to the main question: what pace of cleaning the dungeons the client wanted to get. Hosen rubbed his chin and admitted that he was not familiar with how cleaners worked, so he did not know the answer. The director calmly explained that the quality of the cleaner's work would be preserved if a maximum of 3 dungeons had to be cleaned per day, and now there were 5 per team, which meant that they should sign a contract for 10 trips of one of his teams per month. The guy pushed the documents to the head of the headquarters when he asked about the cost. The chief of staff was horrified when he saw these figures, but he immediately pulled himself together and agreed to work on these terms. While the men were calmly negotiating about which team would take on the work, each was thinking about their own things. The protagonist noticed that the new boss was not good at hiding his emotions, and he was angry that this person not only squandered the entire budget, but also asked for such money for his services. Jinwoo smirked and offered to send a team with a newcomer to work at the head office. Hosen arched an eyebrow and asked who the newcomer was, but he was asked not to worry. The man's face reflected confusion when he heard that this person was the former head of the operations department, so he was an industry veteran. He realized that it was Dongbing. He could barely hold back a grin. The villain was mentally triumphant, because now he was able to calmly contact his man without arousing any suspicion. The head of the headquarters feigned doubt and said that after all, this concerned the activities of the main office, even though it was a former head of operatives, but still remained a newcomer. The protagonist immediately reached into his bag when the client agreed not to argue with a former colleague who had turned into a local legend, and thanking him for his trust, promised to contact him as soon as they were ready to send the team. Jinwoo grinned imperceptibly, and while the chief of staff complained that his head had been splitting lately from having to think about a lot of things all the time, he agreed that there really was something to think about in his position, and this contract could help relieve some of the problems. As the good-faced executives continued to discuss the date of payment for services, each of them mentally called the other a fool. On the way out, Ayeon looked at her boss doubtfully and asked if they wouldn't benefit from having Dongbin's team sent to the main office, since it would be easier for Hozong to contact him. And when he was surprised that she had heard everything, she admitted that even if she didn't want to, she would still find out about it. The girl was furious when the director said that he had to do this, and demanded an explanation. The assistant kicked the young man's shin as he muttered that she wouldn't believe it anyway. The former janitor grabbed his sore leg, looking at his subordinate in shock. Ayeon folded her arms over her chest and reminded her that they were in the same boat. But he always decided everything himself, and she needed to have at least a general idea of the situation in order to be ready for anything. She turned away from the angry guy, and added that she couldn't work without his trust, while he thought that for another such trick he would throw her out of the company. Jinwoo gritted his teeth as he realized that this woman was not the kind of woman who would remain silent and sit idly by, and he would not be able to kick out the assistant he was used to. The protagonist got to his feet and said that in 3 weeks a dungeon would appear in Seoul, and so dangerous that because of it the association would simply collapse. The young man added gloomily that it was because of this disaster that the international association would be able to absorb the Korean one. Ayeon's eyes widened as the chief added that the worst thing was that many people had died. The director took a few minutes to explain his plan to the girl. The assistant stared at the narrator in horror when it began to dawn on her that they would not be able to stop the breakthrough of the regeneration dungeon, so all that remained was to minimize the losses, which was why he wanted to let Hoseon get to the evidence to remove him from the post of chairman of the association, because if he took off his head, then the rest would be easy to destroy. The guy lowered his gaze and admitted that he was going to remove not only the chairman, but also everyone who held key positions. Ayeon, horrified, called it a betrayal, and asked how he could do that, but Jinwoo exclaimed that it was better than dying, at which point someone demanded to repeat it. On the stairs stood a gloomy Imbam, who asked if his hearing was failing him, or if a young man he trusted decided to frame him. The assistant raised her hands in horror and shouted that the chairman misunderstood everything. The old man was furious and demanded an explanation, because he had been kind to the protagonist all this time, and this is how he decided to repay him. The man activated the summoning skill, shouting that they were all ungrateful. Ayeon squeezed her eyes shut and exclaimed again that he misunderstood. But in the next moment, the summoned tiger simply licked her cheek, causing bewilderment. The big cat began to caress the dumbfounded girl, while her boss asked her not to knock his employees unconscious, and Imbam laughed that his hands itched to do this. The girl clenched her fists, dreaming of the death of these men, while the old man admitted that they had already discussed everything in advance, and Jean added that he could not pull it off alone. The young man helped the assistant to her feet, while the chairman noticed the irony in the fact that first he returned him to his post, and he was the same one who removed him from it. The protagonist frowned and clarified if he really did not mind, because after that it might be difficult for him to return this position. But the old man smiled and said that he couldn't have worked on it forever anyway. He had been the head of the association for decades, and that was an awful long time. He came closer to the former janitor and added that he was more worried about him, because when he left, there would be no one to look after him. But he asked not to worry about him and clarified how the case was progressing. Imam became serious and said that he had attracted one person whom he trusted. He had well falsified all the data, so it would be quite possible to find evidence. The guy put his hands in his pockets and said that all that remained was to act according to the plan. After all, while they were not in the office, Dongbin rummaged through the boss's work computer. The spy shuddered. Soyeon looked at her subordinate in surprise and asked what he was doing here. The guy quickly put the flash drive behind his back, trying to figure out what to answer the question of what he had forgotten at Ion's workplace. The former commander was confused. He was told that there would be no one in the office now. At that moment, the girl slapped her palms on the table and told her to leave this topic for now, because she needed to get ready quickly. The cleaning lady clenched her fists, and when asked where, she said that in 2 hours they were going to the main office. It was impossible to appear there in such a form, because they had to show how carefully they did their job. Dongbin panicked. He couldn't believe his ears right away. A few hours later in the dungeon, Soyeon pointed her finger as she gave orders to her team as she worked. The spy was busy at work, and he thought hard that he had backed up all the documents from the computer first, and as soon as he got out of this garbage dump, he would send everything to Hosen. Although he immediately wondered why he would trust the head of the staff and give him all the evidence. The leader of the squad stared at the strange face of the newcomer, and, while he was deciding that it was better to keep everything for himself and give it only when he was sure that he would be returned to the main office, she asked if he could cope with the butchering. The former commander woke up and replied that he was coping, but the girl noticed how focused he was, since he did not react when she called him. The guy looked tensely at his boss when she asked him to finish the work and not forget to take all the parts with him, and asked not to worry. Soyeon smiled and praised the rookie before announcing that she was going to the boss's room. The traitor looked after his colleagues as the girl explained that the monster's mucus could emit poisonous fumes, so it was worth preparing gas masks. The young man remembered that when he himself had been a manager, this woman had worked for the cleaning staff, but now it was the other way around, and he felt helpless and humiliated. No one else had felt the same before. Despite the hard work, she continued to smile as if she was mocking him. The former commander was sure that she was very pleased to have him under her command. In the dungeons, there was a law that the strong ate the weak, and now he was weak, and this girl had to understand that too. However, soon he will be at the top again, and then he will take revenge on those who laughed at him. Dongbin cast a glance at the pieces of mucus in the container, and he began to quickly butcher the monster, deciding to finish the work first. All the movements came out naturally, as he was taught. His face turned red when the former hunter caught himself thinking that he was very good at cleaning up all this dirt. Even extraneous thoughts disappeared from his mind. Soon, the cleaning team came outside, and the leader of the squad praised them for their work. All that remained was to report on the completion of the cleaning. But then she turned to the thoughtful newcomer and asked where the remains were. The guy turned to the empty cart and said that they were here. Soyeon rushed to the entrance of the dungeon to pick up what the sluggish employee had forgotten, and then she froze in confusion. The portal collapsed as the dungeon closed. The cleaners looked at the place where the entrance had just been. Ji-yeon looked at the maintenance staff angrily, indignant that they couldn't collect what was left of the monsters, and how could you trust their company after that? Employees looked guiltily at the floor while the woman clarified whether it was Dongbin's mistake, since he came with his supervisor. Soyeon looked at the newcomer with pity as he was being scolded that the former commander couldn't screw up like that. The captain approached the face of the offender, telling him that he had always been like this, only chasing efficiency, and he himself could not do anything, and would be happy to return to the position of manager to reprimand the employees, and do nothing himself. Soyeon gave the enraged woman a deep bow as she yelled that in that case they would clear the next dungeon themselves, and apologized for this oversight. With a guilty look, the leader of the squad explained that this was the first task of a newcomer, and she, as a commander, showed imprudence and did not double-check the work of the newcomers, and she should have been reprimanded. Ji-yeon looked at the cleaning lady puzzled as she continued that they would reimburse the cost of this cleanup, and if necessary, provide support for the reemergence of the dungeon. The woman put her hands on her hips and asked if they really could do this, and in response she heard that they had recently signed a contract with several very capable guilds. The captain looked at the girl's confident face, and thought that she had lost her temper without realizing it, because Dongbin had come with her. In any case, they had managed to clean up the dungeon, only they had forgotten to take the remains. Soyeon frowned, and once again asked for forgiveness, promising that this would not happen again, and she would make a detailed report for the CEO, and if Ji-yeon reported it to her superiors, then let him say that the responsibility lay with her. The captain sighed and agreed to turn a blind eye to this incident, but next time she would report it to her superiors, and the contract would be terminated. The woman turned away and ordered the cleaners to leave. In the hallway, Soyeon exhaled tiredly. With tension, the newcomer looked at the leader, expecting her to start scolding him. But the girl looked at the former commander with sympathy, and asked not to be upset and not to take what was said to heart. The past should remain in the past, and everyone could make a mistake at work. Then the cleaning lady was embarrassed, and told how she got lost on the first mission, and then just stood and cried. Dongbin couldn't understand, because it was his mistake, but this girl asked for forgiveness. He realized that Soyeon had stood up for her subordinates on purpose, and now she was trying to comfort him. That evening, the construction company began to demand results from Ho Zong. The tense chief of staff begged to wait until one big company collapsed, and then they would not only receive the payment of the fine, but also the training center in Songnam. But the contractor was not satisfied that the case continued to be postponed. The man sighed, admitting the mistake, but when he continued to insist, he was threatened to tell reporters if they did not pay the foundation fine. The boss gritted his teeth when the other person added that they had nothing to lose, and that was the last time. Ho Zong, looking at the phone screen, cursed, realizing that he was in trouble. Sweat ran down the face of the head of the staff when he once again tried to get through to his figurehead, and he began to swear loudly when he heard again that the subscriber was unavailable. Dongbin had not been in touch for several days, and the manager had heard that he was at work every day, but he did not answer his calls, because he could not turn his back on him. It dawned on Ho Zong that since the former commander had the knife and he didn't answer, there was no choice left, and his short job at the headquarters was coming to an end. Suddenly, Yansa flew into the chief's office, and the boss advised him to pack his bags. The chief of staff looked at the assistant in surprise when he said that there was no need to pack anything. The man stared dumbfounded at the documents when he was assured that these were the accounts of the Karma Company, and mentally thanked God. With a mad smile, Ho Zong asked who had sent it. The day before, Ayeon watched her superiors hum to themselves. Jinna looked pleased, and when asked what he had heard, he replied that, judging by the CCTV footage, the spy had solved their crimes. Now that he had information about the company's accounts, they wouldn't be able to stop this guy. All they had to do was wait for the opponents to implement their plans and everything would come to an end. The protagonist looked at the girl in surprise when she suddenly wondered if he had seen Dongbin working lately. For example, the assistant remembered how the other day she saw him in the office ahead of time. The guy calmly read the manual for cleaning dungeons, and greeted the deputy director with a smile. After that, he left her in complete confusion when he said that he would go and work hard, and wished her a good day. Ayeon rubbed her chin, and added that the newcomer had worked very hard. After that incident a week ago, everything was going well, and he didn't make any more mistakes, and he seemed to get along well with his colleagues, as if he decided to improve. The director's eye twitched. He could not believe that the spy sent had suddenly decided to become a diligent janitor, and refused to return to the association. The guy slammed his fist on the table, and he said that this would not work. The scoundrel should not get along with colleagues and like cleaning. This guy should not have taken the path of correction. Jinnu gritted his teeth when he realized that now there was no time left, and at this rate, the dungeon of regeneration would turn into a real disaster. The young man lowered his head, and when the assistant asked if they should wait a little longer, he retorted that he simply could not sit idly by. With a mad look, the protagonist decided that they would send their bills themselves and frame the chairman by forcibly feeding these parasites. Ho Zong, standing in front of the chairman, said that he had requested some information and found it. Picking up the paper, he said that there was information about the transfer of money to the Karma Company on behalf of the association. The administration said that they did not know anything about it, although he understood that they were close to Jean, but it crossed all boundaries. The old man frowned and asked why he had brought this to him without immediately taking it to the police. The man put the documents on the table, saying that he wanted to talk to him personally in case there was a misunderstanding. Imbum closed his eyes and laughed. Lowering his head, he told Hosen that he had simply decided to use the document to blackmail him. The man frowned as he realized that the old man had gone straight to the point. He said aloud that he wanted to promote the dungeon exhibition in Punnan. Imbum, opening his eyes, asked what benefit he would have from this, because he could set him up right at the exhibition and then start promoting. Hosen chuckled, saying that they could both get what they wanted if he agreed to his terms. He would get rid of all the evidence and naturally wouldn't tell the media about it. The chairman bowed his head. He sighed, telling the man that he was not just petty, but also stupid. Hosen frowned. Stroking his beard, the old man said that he did not believe that he had decided to blackmail him over such a trifle. Turning away, he said that since he wanted to make the information public, he could do as he saw fit. Hosen, slamming the table, said that he did not fully understand the situation. If the public found out, not only he but the entire association would be in danger. Imbum grinned. Frowning, the man said that he also worked here, and did not want the association to fall under the distribution. They should not aggravate the situation. Hosung's pupils narrowed as he stiffened. Imbum stood up abruptly and asked if he really looked like a weakling. He should stop being so indecisive. Gritting his teeth, the chairman said that he had a powerful weapon, but he did not want to use it, but simply threatened, since he decided to bite, It was necessary to bite into his throat until he stopped breathing. The man opened his mouth in shock and fear. He gritted his teeth, realizing that he had underestimated his opponent. He had previously wanted to negotiate, but this would not work. Frowning, Hosen knew that if this information made it to the media, the association would collapse, but he certainly wouldn't. Looking at the chairman in front of him, he said that he just had to agree to his terms, and they would forget about this problem. Jumping off the table, Imbam said that he was the only one who thought so now. Standing beside Hozong, the old man said that it was like a fire that needed to be extinguished as quickly as possible, but they had no guarantee that he would come back to it once everything was resolved. Looking back, Imbam said that he was ready to swear that he would use this information to blackmail him later. Only an idiot would throw out such a good knife, stabbing it only once. As he was leaving, the chairman said that it was all over. When he received the document, he was finished if he agreed to its terms. Hozong shuddered when the old man cursed and said that he didn't even have the courage to just report everything to the journalists. A shadow covered the man's eyes. Clenching his fist, he told the old man that he understood him. The whole country was eventually shocked to learn that Imbam had squandered billions of won from the company's budget. The news actively broadcast the face of the old man. The presenter, frowning, said that it had been confirmed that the funds came from foundations funded by the association. However, the shock intensified when it was revealed that the CEO was the former head of the association's operations department. Reporters surrounded Imbam. In the comments, many swore, saying that perhaps it was a lie. Sitting on the subway, some said they were disappointed that Jin Woo had changed as soon as he gained power. One of the guys sitting at the computer said that the chairman had embezzled the budget, but not everything was so clear with Jin Woo. People, holding phones, actively accused Imbam and wanted to find all those involved and criminals. Ayon, sighing, said that now everyone would become their enemies. The protagonist, after thinking, said that he was already used to it. The girl, after thinking, asked if they could somehow deal with this. The guy, stretching out his hand with a sword, said that everything was going according to plan, so she shouldn't worry about it so much. Turning his head, the protagonist asked how the remaining weapons were being made. Ayoung replied by saying that thanks to the donations and funds of the association, everything will be ready this week. The young man, touching the scar, said that the dungeon would appear next week. They needed to hurry. The girl stared at the guy silently. Turning to him, she asked him how he even knew about it. He knew about everything for a month, and to be honest, it didn't seem like a simple guess or assumption. Parting her lips, she said that she hadn't talked about it until now, but that was the case during her time at the association. She constantly wondered how he always knew everything in advance. Jean looked away. His lips twitched slightly. Turning to the lady, he said that it was all because of his karma. Ayon's hair fluttered in the wind. Standing beside the young man, she asked if a man like him had karma. Jean bowed his head. He was killed in a past life and went back 10 years, and in order to get the weight back, he had to fulfill the required condition. The guy turned his gaze to the girl. She grinned and asked if he would tell her everything if she saved his life. The protagonist, grinning, said that this was unlikely to happen. Miho roared at the insane pain of the electricity. Mark, who was standing in front of him, said that among those who know the first rule of the RW Corporation, no one survived. Approaching the prisoner, he said that unstable supernatural activity had been spotted in Seoul, which could presumably manifest itself in the form of a red-level dungeon. Miho's eyes widened as Mark said that this guy, Jinu, was willing to risk himself if his subordinates were in danger, so this puppy would clearly show himself. Crouching down in front of the prisoner, the man said that he had to understand why he had left him alive. If he refused to do the task or screwed up, he would die. The only way to survive was to kill that guy. Parting his lips, Mark said that Chloe had told him that on the last mission he had done whatever he wanted. Now the command of this operation has been entrusted to a person from the Korean Association. There will be other workers there, so you can't do stupid things. Dongwi, standing behind everyone, won't be able to solve problems. Miho chuckled, saying that he had previously thought he was just unlucky. It turned out that it was Chloe who shook up. Mark, stepping on the prisoner, told the assistant to put Miho in the capsule. The guy frowned and said that he had already discovered the secret skill of Ninsuk. If they put him in the capsule in such a state, he would have side effects. If he was rejected, he might die. Looking away, the man said that Jin Woo had killed 2 RW team commanders. In his current state, Miho wouldn't be able to stand up to him. The guy stood up and laughed. He grinned, saying that they were in charge of his life and wanted to put him back in the capsule. Abruptly raising his hands, he began to thank Mark. Smiling madly, he said that if he survived, he would become stronger than that bastard to take revenge. The leader carefully shifted his gaze to the prisoner. He began to walk away, saying to make a titan and apply from a stone that suppresses abilities, just in case. Smiling, Miho said that he couldn't wait to kill his target. Soon, 2 workers brought the prisoner to the capsule. A week later, a rift formed in the sky. An incomprehensible slurry fell out of the crack. She rushed down. A moment later, the liquid fell right next to the 2 soldiers. The guys looked at each other, not understanding what it was. Suddenly, an eye appeared in the liquid. The monster's body began to lengthen. Circles appeared in his eye, like ripples on water. A couple of seconds later, a huge number of monsters flooded the streets. Soon after it became known about the embezzlement of the budget, the media raged like lightning from a rift like lightning. Imbum took all the blame and resigned, but even after that, there was a major personnel reshuffle in the association to cut off any ties, leaving the old man alone in the dark. Most of the task forces, including the Minju detachment, were transferred to the branches in the provinces, and they were also completely alone. Group commanders and leaders were also redistributed. Many people were left in darkness. At the moment, at the head office, only Ho Zung, the CEO, and a few other employees took a few days to clean up after such a serious incident. The monsters opened their mouths. The rift in the sky glowed brightly. Part of the monster came out of the rift. A moment later, a huge head burst out of the portal. The giant monster roared as it appeared halfway. Jian swung for a punch and cursed. She struck at the side of the monster. The flesh of the creature trembled. After a moment, the flesh began to unite. The monster opened its mouth. The girl, jumping away, was able to escape. The subordinates, running up to the commander, said that the group had evacuated all civilians within a radius of 5 kilometers. The girl gritted her teeth. She heard that the association had detected an unstable parallel dimension, but she could not imagine that it would be such a dungeon. Not a single attack procced on the monsters in front of her. All of them were at the level of the bosses of the yellow dungeon and above. The guy, looking at Jian, said that they couldn't cope with such a composition. They needed to request reinforcements. The commander shouted, saying that he had to remember what state the association was in now. Raising his hand, the young man asked how they should clear this dungeon then. June turned around, but didn't answer. The monster pounced on the group from above. The girl jumped aside. She flinched when she saw the trembling hand. The girl's eyes widened. She realized that this was no longer a raid. Now the main thing was not to clear the dungeon, but to survive. Raising the radio, she sent a message to all task forces. The Magi flinched when she told them to stop the task and retreat. People died, pierced by claws. The creature opened its mouth, standing behind Jian. Events take us to the headquarters of the association. Hosen, at the head of the table, said they were able to minimize damage through a quick response. Some men slammed the table and said that the center of Seoul had been taken over by monsters, and they were happy. Couldn't the hunters who were paid for it be able to cope with one dungeon? The new chairman turned to him and said that all the monsters of the boss level of the yellow dungeons, acting hastily is too dangerous. Singman countered, saying that they were paying money for protection. Hosen frowned. The man sitting opposite him asked what measures they would take. The chairman replied that since it was impossible to carry out this mission by the forces of the main office alone, they had sent a request to all the operational groups in the country. They hoped to get approval by tomorrow. Frowning, Singman asked what would happen if the monsters broke out of the cordon by tomorrow. Jumping up, Hosen shouted, asking what would happen if their hunters died in this battle. Did they really think he was afraid? Everyone in the hall fell silent. Adjusting his tie, the chairman said that several soul guilds were taking part in the raid. There were not many people, but they would try to summon more guilds until permission came to convene task forces. Singman frowned and asked who would lead them. They needed to involve the remaining C and D rank hunters in guarding the cordoned-off area. Shaking his head, the man asked if there was anyone among them who could lead this operation. Everyone in the hall looked away. Singman sighed and called them cowards. Opening his eyes, he said that there was only one person who could handle it. Ho Zong frowned and shouted, saying that he was no longer an employee of the association, especially since he was involved in embezzlement. If they trusted him with the command, it would hurt the reputation of the association. Hitting the table, the man said that now it was not reputation that mattered, but survival. They were not in a position to choose, or did he himself want to lead this operation? Ho Zung froze with his mouth open in shock. He had just gotten rid of Imbum, and now they wanted to call him back. All the risks he had taken for this position had been in vain, so he voiced his objection out loud. Everyone abruptly turned their heads towards him and called him an idiot. Clenching his fists, the chairman said that he would lead this operation. Whatever it was, he was the head of the operational headquarters. Glancing at Donghui, he said that he was waiting for all the task force commanders in the CEO's office to discuss the strategy. Donghui nodded as he was ordered to inquire and report on the number of monsters. Squinting, the guy mentally said that they were useless from the beginning. At this rate, he would just leave here. Near the river, Ian, sitting in the car, said that if there were more than 200 monsters in this area, the area would be oversaturated. The protagonist frowned, realizing that he needed to capture more than 50 monsters before the hunter groups arrived. At the moment, one monster respawns in 5 minutes. The dungeons appeared 12 hours ago, so he needs to defeat about 144 monsters. Despite his experience, he will have to try to prevent the monsters from escaping from the encirclement. Ayon, frowning at him, asked if he really wanted to go there alone. The protagonist involuntarily remembered how Yubin had almost died in the past, and he was standing in front of her. Looking into the distance, he said that he would just go and come back. The girl, turning her head, said that he was very confident in himself. The guy abruptly took off his sweater. Ayon, covering her face, said that he had completely lost his shame. The young man, looking at her, said that he was in such a hurry. Was she really suggesting that he find a locker room and change there? When the girl turned away, he said that it was too dangerous outside, so she needed to stay here and let her know if the situation changed. Looking at her reflection, the girl told the young man to be more careful. Jian sat on the ground, clutching her hand. The monster roared in front of her. Trembling, the commander said that this was the end. Suddenly, the creature's head shattered. The protagonist swept past the monsters, killing them. The Kusarigama in his hand swirled. The chain rushed towards the giant. An army of monsters rushed towards Jean. The protagonist stomped his foot, activating the limit breaker skill. Bright streaks of light appeared around him. The young man, using a chain, found himself over the giant. He parted his lips, activating the skill. Mana has accumulated in his hand. A gust of wind struck the monster's head. A moment later, a huge spear pierced the creature's head. The protagonist calmly landed near the corpse. Taking his sword in his hand, he told the monsters that they had not seen each other for a long time. Grinning, Jean said that it was time for him to clean up here. Monsters pounced on the guy from all sides. He cut them open in an instant. Touching the earbud, he told Ayong to check if the area had been cleared. The girl, checking the laptop screens, said that about 30 monsters were 2 kilometers away from him. According to her calculations, given the time for the arrival of the team of operatives, he needed to put everyone down in half an hour to stabilize the situation. Sneering, Jinwoo asked if the security of the management department's server was really that bad. Ayon, smiling, said that it was all about her. Looking at the bright light in the distance, the young man told him to tell him the shortest way to the next territory. The rift glowed brightly in the darkness. Ho Zong frowned. In fact, he didn't want to call for Jin's help, but he had to do it. Sitting in his chair, he was nervous, for he had never been at the head of such a large-scale operation before, but it was time to give up his pride. Hosen clutched his head. All the guilds that the association had contacted had already sent their people. Now there were about 250 hunters, but considering the area of the affected area and the number of monsters, this number would not be enough. The man involuntarily imagined a giant. When the secretary came up, he asked him if there were any changes. Dongwei threw up his arms and said that the number of monsters had begun to decrease. Hosen jumped up, asking why there were fewer of them, if some freelancers had begun to clean up the area. Dongwei stood in front of the chairman and said that the monsters began to attack each other. Stretching out his finger, he said that due to the fact that for a long time the enemy did not appear, and the number of creatures increased, they began to fight for territory. Frowning, the man asked the guy if he was sure. The young man, smiling, said that he had personally gone to the place and had seen it for himself. Perhaps they did not need to send hunters there. Ho Zung smiled broadly. He stopped smiling abruptly, saying that he was glad to hear that. The guy, clenching his fists, said that they would be able to hold out until the convocation of hunters from all over the country without periodic cleansing on their part. Crossing his arms over his chest, the chairman said that the task force should remain ready, and he should continue to monitor the situation. If something unusual happened, he needed to report it to him immediately. Dongwei, standing on the edge of the roof, said that the dispatch of the main office hunters had been stopped. Picking up the phone, he said that since he would be alone in the affected area, there was no mistake to make. He had also sent the irregular coordinate to Jean, so Team A could already be moving out. Parting his lips, he said that Team B should remain waiting. Dongwei narrowed his eyes and asked if they were in full control of Miho. The subordinate replied by saying that everything was fine, even though he was unpredictable. At this time, Miho was holding the group commander by the head. The man smiled as he received the order to wait for further instructions. Miho's hand trembled. He abruptly poured mana into his hand, telling him not to be too offended by him. He just had to kill Gina himself. The protagonist jumped down onto the roof. He landed on the monster, piercing him with his blades. The young man parted his lips, activating the skill. A moment later, he slashed the monsters around him. In his previous life, this caused the most problems for the association. Since these are demons, the attacks will not be effective. If you don't use the sacred relics, these corpses on the ground will simply rebel. Jinwoo was breathing heavily. He was very exhausted from the battle. He gritted his teeth and raised his head. Looking at the system panel, he said that if he had this skill now, it would be much easier to fight, but he still hadn't unlocked the Demon King. The Demon King is the strongest skill he had before his rebirth. The Blood Moon gave him an incredible boost. Trembling all over, the young man said that he had only killed 24 monsters. Ayon, frowning, said that it had already been 2 hours. He needed to retreat immediately, or she would call for reinforcements. The guy frowned, saying to give him some time. Jian, holding the wound, walked over to Jean. Standing in front of him, she said that she survived thanks to him. Is he really the only one here to clean everything up? Crying, the girl said that she would fight too, for the vile creatures had killed her deputy. Miho suddenly appeared and made the girl scream in pain. He tilted his head. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in shock. He sneered sharply, saying that now everything was clear. He was waiting for someone else to come here. It turned out that it was an international association. Dongwei, standing on the rooftop, heard the young man say that his return was quite expected, since he had failed last time. The killer hid behind a wall, listening to Jinwoo ask Miho if he thinks he'll be able to kill him this time. The metal reflected the light. Miho grabbed his stomach abruptly and laughed. Grinning, he said that in order to meet him, he had experienced pain that ran to his bones. Spreading his arms to his sides, he said that on each mission he took the head of the one he killed as a trophy. There is something romantic about it. Being much weaker, they continued to fight for him even after they died at his hand. Grinning, the madman said that he had never planned anything, he only knew that his head would belong to him. The protagonist frowned. Looking at the sky, the madman said that he had become so curious that it was maddening. Could it be that his head is different from others? What does his skull look like? Abruptly summoning all the skulls, he screamed, telling Jean that he really wanted his head. The guy created a magic circle in front of him. He deflected one of the skulls. Suddenly, the number of shells attacking him increased. Miho stood calmly, with his arm outstretched. Suddenly, the skull next to him collapsed. In an instant, all the skulls around him were shattered. Jinwoo appeared behind his opponent. Miho, standing with his back to the opponent, said that he still looked like a monster. The guy abruptly lifted Jian by the hair, said that he knew that he very often kept everything to himself. The protagonist's fists trembled. Grinning, the madman said that he was constantly sacrificing himself for the weak. The bullet pierced the side of the young man. The young man's pupil narrowed. The muzzle of the pistol was smoking. Jean fell to his knees. Ayeon covered her mouth in horror. The protagonist fell to the ground. Miho grinned. He grabbed the guy by the hair, saying that he had been chasing him for so long, no longer expected that he would get such an opportunity. He was ready to risk his life if his colleagues were in danger. Stepping away, the madman told the protagonist that even though he was strong, he had fallen. Miho grinned and laughed. The young man, having lost consciousness, fell. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She sharply pressed the earphone and screamed, asking the guy to answer. However, there was no answer. She found herself alone, in the dark. Tears poured from her eyes. She couldn't help but imagine that Jinwoo had died right there. Frowning, she said that it was not so easy to kill him. Ayeon closed her laptop. She got out of the car and walked over to the trunk. The lady opened the trunk. Taking the gun in her hand, she told Minju that Jinwoo had gone to the affected area and had just lost contact with him. Looking into the distance at the huge monster, the girl said that this was what she expected from the teacher. Frowning, she said that she had arrived as soon as she heard the news from Seoul. They needed to find a teacher. Yubin tore the monster to pieces upon hearing that Jean had gone to fight alone and was no longer communicating. She grinned, saying that she couldn't help herself, so she was already there. Seokyun, leading his group, told Ayeon not to worry, for the guilds of Ares and Artemis were already here. Frowning into the distance, he said that if the association failed, the guilds would save Seoul. Ayeon looked down. Permission to summon hunters from all over the country has not yet arrived. If everything is done without permission, they will have to break off relations with the hunters forever. However, despite this, everyone has already gathered here for Jinwoo. The lady ran into town. On the way, she remembered how the guy helped each of them without demanding anything in return. The protagonist was lying on the ground. The man with the gun touched the radio, saying that the irregular was under the influence of a stone that suppresses abilities. Dongwi, who was standing on the roof, said that they had done a good job. He frowned sharply when he heard the shout. The commander's hand was cut off. The protagonist, waving his hand, chopped off the limb of the enemy. The man, holding the phone, shouted, asking if the irregular should be under the influence of a stone. The shooter pointed his pistol at the enemy, saying that they would immediately shoot him again. Dongwi screamed when the scream was heard again. He gritted his teeth, realizing that this stone should temporarily block the enemy's abilities. Weapons made from it always proved fatal to hunters. Miho screamed, chopping off the commander's head. He frowned in anger as he said that he had spent too much time getting his hands on it, and now he had decided to shoot a hole in it. He wouldn't let his trophy be ruined. The guy gritted his teeth. Jean stabbed her dagger in the back, saying that she didn't know who he was, but that Jean was her former boss. Raising her head, the girl said that she was returning the stab to him in the back. Miho turned around and told her that she clearly wanted to die. Suddenly, the protagonist kicked him at great speed. Miho was thrown back. He stood up. Looking at the back of the fleeing youth, he was surprised. Suddenly, the soldiers surrounded the madman, asking what his actions meant. The guy grinned. Turning around, he said that several of his agreements had just been broken. Jian, standing next to the former captain, said that the association was a couple of kilometers away. They could ask for their support. The young man, sitting on the ground, said that there were still monsters here, so it was better for her to leave. Resting her hands on her hips, the girl said how she couldn't leave him after what he had done for her. The protagonist frowned. He remembered the information about the stone blocking forces. Usually, soldiers were armed with them and organized raids. Numbness and loss of strength. Because of this, he did not have time to use a shield, and even more so to counterattack. In the past, he stood up as if rooted to the spot. The soldiers calmly shot him, having these strange bullets. The young man frowned at the system panel. He touched the wound, realizing that due to the karma skill, the effect of the stone was not what it should be. The skill was bad, but he didn't know that he had such an effect. Closing his eyes, the young man decided to heal. He looked at the panel in front of him, activating the perfect medicine. Dongwi, holding the phone in his hand, shouted, saying that he was sure that the A and B teams had been ordered to wait until the irregular physical strength was exhausted. The guy's pupils shrank as he said he would tell Mark and he would snap his neck. Miho, sitting near the corpses, said that these guys were just a resource for the operation. The main goal was to eliminate Jinwoo. Throwing up his hand, he said that he had found something curious in the pocket of the leader of Team A. Looking at the device in his hand, he said that it looked like something like a remote control device. Could this be the safety net he was talking about? Dongwi froze in horror. Miho didn't listen to the other person and put the phone away. Dongwi, who was standing on the rooftop, informed Team C of the change of plans. They need to get rid of not only Jinwoo but also Miho. The man nodded, accepting the order. Watching the protagonists below, he asked what he should do. They had already determined the location of the irregular. The killer stood still while the boss said to kill Gina while Miho was not around. The protagonist opened his eyes abruptly. 2 assassins appeared in front of him. Suddenly, Jian ran to meet the enemies. The man easily knocked her down with his hand. His comrade rushed to the goal. The young man gritted his teeth as he saw the sword in front of him. Suddenly, golden streaks of mana appeared in the air. Yubin stood up in front of the young man and said that it was incredible. The 2 opponents were moving around the battlefield at great speed. Their movement was accompanied by flashes of wind. Yubin attacked the opponent with her huge sword. The warrior, frowning, asked where such a small fellow had so much strength. The girl's eyes lit up. She said that she was not a baby at all. The ground beneath the combatants shattered. The man's sword buckled. As blood spurted, Minju was confronted by her opponent. In a second, they exchanged dozens of blows. The lady swung her sword. The man ducked down and deflected the girl's sword. His eyes widened in shock. The pipe was blocked by the mana sword. The protagonist, appearing behind the enemy, said that the time was up. He struck the back of the head with the hilt of his sword. Standing next to the knocked out enemy, the guy said that he did not know how they ended up here, but they did it very timely. The young man frowned and looked away. Looking at the demon in the sky, he said that monsters are still appearing. Yubin thought about it and said that it would take time to exterminate all the demons. Besides, there were still people from the International Association. The girls opened their mouths in shock when their teacher told them to leave, because he would deal with everything himself. Standing in front of the teacher, Minju asked what he would be able to do alone in such a state. The guy, parting his lips, said not to make him repeat himself, because this is an order. His pupils narrowed. The girl pointed her sword at him. Crying, she said that since he was going to fight both the monsters and the association alone, she would do everything possible to stop him, as he no longer worked in the association, so he had no right to order her. The young man frowned. Yubin crossed her arms over her chest and said that Minju was right. He shouldn't even think about acting alone. The protagonist clenched his fist when the girls said that he could try to stop them, but they were not going to leave either. Jean pushed the blade away, saying that they seemed to have too much free time to listen to him. Parting his lips, he said that in this case, he would entrust them with clearing the regeneration dungeon, and in return they should try not to die. They had probably already heard that only sacred relics could damage these creatures, but if you hit them in the head, you could slow down their spread. The girls smiled, saying that they would hold back the monsters. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that he could now fight them with full force. Lowering his hand, he said that it was time for them to move out. The girls disappeared from their seats. Jean looked at the trembling opponent and said that he needed to do something first. Lifting the man by the hair, he asked if they were just some ordinary employees. Maybe one of them had a gun. The dagger plunged into the shoulder of the man, who decided that the protagonist was only bluffing. Jin grinned and asked if he thought someone like him wouldn't do it. Seokyeon appeared in a rage over the enemy. Miho stopped his opponent's blow with one hand. A moment later, the mechanical arm was destroyed. The man threw his opponent away. Grinning, he told Seokyeon that he was blinded by revenge, and that he was an idiot to lash out at someone without understanding the difference in strength. After creating many skulls, the guy said that his revenge would end very sadly, and that he would soon send him to Kanayalu, so he should say hello. The man gritted his teeth, accepting his fate. Smiling, the man said that he especially wanted to add it to his collection. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened. The protagonist slashed all the skulls with a wave of his hand. The necromancer, grinning, told the guest that he was not a human at all, since even after that bullet he could fight. A fist slammed into his face. Jin threw the enemy back with a blow. Frowning, he told his opponent that he was talking too much, and this was their second round. Standing surrounded by his enemies, Jin said that they had had a lot of fun before, but now he could fight with all his strength. Mana poured into the protagonist's eyes. One of the restrictions was removed. Mana burst out of the young man's body, and he gained the skill of total immersion. Bleeding, the necromancer fell into a stupor, not believing that the enemy still had so much energy left. The protagonist rushed towards the enemies at great speed. A bright light lit up the area. A moment later, all the ordinary soldiers were thrown up. Opening his mouth in shock, Miho mentally said that the enemy had killed the entire elite team consisting of the soldiers of the association squad leaders. His pupil dilated, and he realized that no matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to catch it. Raising his hand, the man said that it was time for them to stop, and that he would admit that he could not defeat him by force. Standing up, he said that this was why he would use another method. Holding the device in his hand, the necromancer said that the building of the association and the operations department were mined. The protagonist frowned, saying that it was impossible. Suddenly, his eyes widened with awareness. A powerful explosion thundered behind the madman's back. Jin shuddered all over and called the guy crazy. Spreading his arms to his sides, Miho said that the control department had just exploded, and now he might need to blow up the operations department as well. Grinning, he ordered his opponent to be nice. Jin narrowed his eyes, realizing that there had been no one in the control department since the regeneration dungeon had appeared, but since it was an emergency, everyone in the operational headquarters was sitting there, waiting for orders. The protagonist frowned, realizing that he had to stop the enemy. The madman grinned. He grinned, saying that now that he would only aim at this remote, he would strike. Miho will hit the enemy's wound. Picking up the device, the madman asked Gina what he would do now. A beam of mana pierced through the enemy's hand. The necromancer screamed in pain and gushing blood. Clutching the wound, he asked what it was. It turned out that Ayon, who appeared on the battlefield, fired a pistol. The girl, holding a pistol in her hands, said to quickly take the remote control from the enemy. The protagonist shuddered. The necromancer's eyes widened. His severed arm lay on the ground. The opponents froze, looking at each other. Both abruptly rushed to the console. The young man, gritting his teeth, said that there was still a little time left. He suddenly stood up as if rooted to the spot. The soldiers captured Ayon. When Jinwoo stopped, Miho didn't hesitate. The young man turned around, realizing that if the enemies activated the explosives, there would be many casualties in the association, and it would frustrate all his plans. However, he couldn't leave the lady who was next to him all the time. The guy turned around and rushed back. Ayon, closing one eye, said not to run here, but to grab the remote control as soon as possible. The girl kicked one of the soldiers. The protagonist screamed at the soldiers, ordering them to get out. Suddenly, a bullet pierced his leg. Miho, who was standing behind, asked why he kept turning his back on him. Grinning, he said that no matter how strong he was, a bullet with an ability-suppressing stone would still kill him. Releasing the gun from his hand, the necromancer told Jean that he was really a monster, and his head was very attractive, but he would not be able to get it in the usual way. Ayon held out her hand, telling the protagonist to get up faster. The young man froze with his hand raised. A cold aura enveloped him. Suddenly, a pillar of mana rushed towards the sky. Miho threw up his hand and laughed, telling Ayon that it was because of her that Jinwoo died. The girl fell to the ground, terrified. She stretched out her trembling hand to the pillar of flame. Her hand stopped. The lady's fingers trembled. Suddenly, a wind stream formed around her hand. A man's hand grabbed hers. Jinwoo stood in front of her and asked her why she was sitting there crying like a child. The guy shrouded in a dark aura said that he had previously thought that he would never unlock this skill. The lock symbol on the panel shattered into pieces. The protagonist clenched his fists. At first he thought that he would no longer be able to unlock this skill, because saving a colleague he could trust was a difficult condition. The young man's pupils flashed as he told Miho that he had never been more annoyed than he had before. The necromancer shuddered with fear. His eyes widened. It was the first time he had seen such a class. The eyes of the enemy seemed to him to be the eyes of a demon looking out of the abyss. The madman breathed heavily, and his breathing became difficult. Suddenly he opened his mouth wide, preparing to use a critical attack. The soldiers, holding on to their weapons, said that they need not be afraid, for their target is very exhausted. Jinna pushed Ayon aside and said that it was too dangerous to be here. His eye lit up as he activated the skill. Huge fingers formed out of the darkness. Hands of dark mana rushed towards his opponents. All the soldiers were crushed to the ground, forcing them to fall to their knees. The necromancer, clenching his jaw, said that such a thing simply could not be. He spread his arms to the sides, saying not to make him laugh, for he would turn everyone into fertilizer. The soldiers screamed in agony as their strength began to stretch out. Ghostly mana poured into the madman. A huge demon skeleton appeared behind the necromancer. Grinning widely, he told Jean that he was definitely finished. The protagonist stretched out his finger and activated the skill. An aura enveloped his body. The guy lowered his hand. He waved in front of him. A huge sickle of mana rushed at the enemy. A moment later, Miho was cut in two. He froze with wide eyes. Suddenly, the necromancer smiled, saying that he wanted it so much. When Jinwoo fell to his knees, Aang asked if he was okay. He replied by saying that everything was fine. Suddenly, both of them flinched when they heard the laughter. The madman, smiling, said that this would not end with his murder, and that the RW Corporation would not leave him behind. From tomorrow all its members would kill all the people close to him one by one. Grinning, Miho said that even if he won today, he would still lose. All this time, Ayon recorded his words on her smartphone. Smiling, she said to do what she wanted. Jean grinned and said that tomorrow the whole world would know the truth, and that now they hoped that he would tell them something else before he died. The necromancer's eyes widened in shock. He picked up the console, saying that he hadn't come here alone at all, otherwise he certainly wouldn't have done it. Seokyeon walked over and said that now, even if he pressed the button on the remote control, nothing would happen. Chuckling, he told Miho that he was very unlucky. Frowning, the necromancer cursed. He looked away. Jinna gathered the flames in his hand and said goodbye to the madman. The necromancer screamed in anger. Fire enveloped Miho's body. The protagonist, calling Dongbin, said that he had a request for him. The fat man raised an eyebrow and asked what kind of request could be in the midst of all this chaos. Jean replied by saying that he didn't have time to explain. Instead, he would pretend that he hadn't stolen information from them. Dongbin clenched his jaw in fright. He smiled nervously, saying that they all seemed to have misunderstood that he had stolen the documentation but had not given it to anyone. The protagonist, chuckling, asked where he would go after being fired, since he had already broken his agreement with Ho Zung. Looking at the demons in the distance, the fat man asked what he wanted, who replied by telling him to take the explosives from the main office. Jinwoo parted his lips and told Dongbin that he was familiar with the plan of the building, and he needed to think about where the explosives might have been planted. Standing in the middle of the blazing fire, he said that even though they had defused the detonator, the explosives had to be removed anyway. The fat man froze near the window. Tears appeared in the eyes of the employee. A phone appeared. Looking ahead, the man asked what was happening there, because he could not get in touch with anyone. People walked together, and it became clear that the commander of the third team, whom he trusted, had not answered for 2 hours. The villain smiled. The hunters were furious. The guy had a phone in his hands. Holding the gadget to his ear, the employee turned to the commander of the third team, asking how the situation was there. The man's eyes opened wide as he heard the words that his voice was very familiar. Jinwoo said that the contact was signed as a boss, and he decided to call, adding that he was looking for copper and found gold, asking if the manager of the management department agreed. Looking ahead, the man said that he was making a huge mistake. Making an angry face, the main character asked what kind of mistake it was, asking that they decided to suspect the headquarters of the operatives, only to kill him. In turn, the interlocutor stated that the end justifies the means. Without showing his face, the protagonist said that they should blow up if they wanted, adding that they should wait a little, because he wanted to deal with the villain. In turn, the opponent asked about what they would send the news that the International Association wanted to kill him, asking that he thought that someone would believe in this. Making a scary face, the man asked what he meant, adding that his words that he would deal with him meant that he would hit him in the face. The guy's face was stunned as he heard that even an office plankton like him had become someone's boss. Holding on to the girl, the janitor said that he should try to hide somewhere, because if he saw him, he would kill him. The villain was looking out of the window. A phone appeared. Without showing his face, the leader listened to the fact that the operation had failed. In turn, the man asked if he had been discovered. The man crossed his arms, asking who else had been revealed, and the subordinate replied that 2 other people from the main office had been uncovered, in addition to him. A finger struck the table. Sitting in the chair, the boss announced that Mr. Huang would not live long. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that he should return to the office immediately, adding that he should not forget to cover his tracks. Horror appeared on the villain's face. Holding the phone to his ear, the young man listened to the fact that the Korean Association was disbanded from that day, and he said that he understood. A building appeared. Holding the detonator in his hands, it became clear that by covering his tracks, Mark meant the explosion of the operational headquarters and the destruction of all evidence. A device appeared, making it clear that the opponent was still unsure. The black button was pressed. The face of a man in glasses appeared. The guy was looking at the building opposite. The high-rise was in a purple haze. Holding the detonator, the enemy asked why it did not explode. The man was breathing heavily, starting to cry. The worker mentioned Gina. Silhouettes of people appeared. Walking forward, the main character thought that he did not expect that there would be a spy in the department, because for some reason it seemed to him that he knew these guys well. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked why Ayn did not aim at Miho's head, adding that it would have ended much faster in such a case. Making a scary face, the lady said that he demanded too much from the man who took up arms for the first time, adding that she was very scared, because her hands were shaking. Looking ahead, the guy realized that the lady was a civilian, not a hunter. Suddenly, people looked up. A monster appeared. Making a stunned face, the man thought about how this monster's name is Baba Yaga and she is a giant red-level monster that looks like a witch, continuing about how he had a lot of difficulties with her before being reborn due to her ability to neutralize magic skills. The monster opened its mouth. A shield appeared above the guy, activating the skill. Suddenly, a message from the system appeared, which made it clear that he did not have enough strength. The barrier began to crack just above the janitor's head. Opening his eyes wide, Jinwoo realized that the fight had exhausted him too much. Rays of light appeared. A colorful thing landed on the ground. Turning around, the main character said that this was the skill of a sacred relic shooter. The silhouette, looking down, turned to the protagonist. Making a serious face, the guy said that they had not seen each other for a long time, stating that they had come as soon as they heard about the fight, adding that the former second task force was reuniting, continuing what he had heard about what had happened, saying that it was too reckless. The guy looked ahead. Jumping to the ground, the man announced that he had saved his wife, so now they were even. Standing with the gun, the girl said that she thought that he had died here, asking that if they had been a little late, it would have been so, while the partner said that he had said the same thing. The leader, without showing her face, said that they all came just in time. The lady in turn asked why they were not invited from the very beginning. In turn, the main character asked that they had already given permission to collect hunters. Turning around, the apprentice replied that of course not. Had he forgotten the speed at which the association worked? In the end, the huntress said that they had all come here of their own free will, because they were worried about him. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked about the fact that none of those present had received official permission, asking that they had decided to go to jail as a squad, while the girl said that if they had not been able to do this, they would not have worked with them. Standing between the people, the guy said that now he did not even know who he should worry about, adding that they could now have their licenses taken away. Standing behind the hunter, the janitor said that he was glad that they were here, because these monsters were only attacked by sacred relics, and the man said that Jean did not have to worry about it. Raising both hands, the man addressed the guild, adding that they were starting an operation called J14. The guild members were serious, using a skill called Divine Light. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that this is an upgrade of the sacred relic to the support class. Gritting his teeth, the monster declared that he was filled with incredible power. Sitting down, the guy ordered the former second squad to move out. Holding her fist in her hands, the huntress said that she wanted to finish quickly. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that it was necessary to master the skills of the reinforcement in order for them to fight effectively, asking how they were able to prepare for this so quickly, while the ally stated that you would never be ready for such things as a dungeon of regeneration. Smiling, the man said that this was the former legacy of the guild leader. Without showing emotion, the protagonist thought of canola. A huge monster appeared. Grinning, the leader announced that it was their turn, adding that the teacher should rest at that time. In turn, the guy said that he was going to do it. People rushed to attack. The headquarters building appeared, and it became clear that it was mined. The subordinate, without showing his face, said that not only this happened, because hunters from all over the country gather in the affected areas. In turn, the chief said that they had not yet received permission. In the end, the man said that they had gathered of their own free will, to save Jean. Holding his head, the guy asked what they thought was a good excuse, asking why this shit happens when he is in charge. Making a face full of anger, the man thought that this could not be the case, adding that at this rate, he would have to pay for everyone, continuing that he had no other choice. There was a bang on the table. Manically looking ahead, the guy ordered the order to be handed over to the main character. Making a surprised face, the employee asked if it was possible, while the boss asked what the protagonist was doing in the affected area, because Dongui had stated that there was no one there, saying that the one who gave him a false report was responsible. The villain gesticulated. Smiling, the man told Jean to take command immediately, ordering the instigator to be summoned to him, making it clear that he was determined to throw all the blame on them. The monster was raging. A drop fell on a stone slab. The liquid was red. An eye appeared. The hounds rushed forward. Making a tense face, the guy said that now he would strengthen again. The girl was running away from the monster. 2 beams of light rang out. Something was cut into several pieces. Standing with his back to him, the protagonist thought about the fact that it had been 3 days since Ho Zong had handed over command of the operatives to him. Addressing the task force, knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist ordered them not to allow the monsters to leave for other areas from Bangdi Station, adding that the situation was generally good, telling them to hold out a little longer. The girl held the blade in her hands. Without showing emotion, the guy thought that although he said that no one else could lead this operation, it was clear why he was actually doing it. Looking at the laptop, the man continued to talk about how even in such a situation, he was only worried about his own feeding trough, just like his mentor in his previous life, thinking that he would have to intervene anyway to deal with this situation. Explosions rang out, and it became clear that it was already the 5th day since the appearance of the regeneration dungeon, so there was not much time left before it was closed. Typing in the gadget, the girl said that everyone was very tired, but at this rate, what he was so worried about would not happen. In turn, the guy said that it was good. Without showing her face, the lady turned to the man. Looking ahead, the lady asked about the fact that the main character founded his own company because of the types who attacked him, the International Association, the Sinister Corporation, the secret project of the president of the association, and the overseas branches of the association. In turn, the interlocutor answered positively. In the end, the lady asked what he planned to do next, while the man answered about that it plans to continue working with foreign branches. Without showing emotion, the lady said that the International Association had been trying to monopolize the right to clean up the dungeons for a long time, adding that they gave the appearance of legitimacy because few people cared. In turn, Gina said that this was impossible. In the end, her friend said that this was the case, but when they started working with international branches again, they will have to directly face international experts, noting that the guy will also be more dangerous than now. Looking ahead, the main character said that they had already faced enough of this. In turn, the girl stated that this is why she says these things. Suddenly, the man's face became surprised. Looking away, Ayon asked if she had to become the Secretary General of the Second International Association. A blush appeared on the lady's face, asking if it was not enough for him to do small things, but in their close circle, adding that then he would not have to get involved in such dangerous situations. The protagonist's eyes appeared. Looking at his ally, the guy asked if he hadn't told her from the beginning, continuing about how this was his personal goal, adding that if she didn't like it, she might stop, because she had already helped him enough. The girl did not show her eyes. Slapping her hand, the lady said that she had just asking what he thought she would leave so easily because of this, adding that she had come to see him, not because she liked his company, but because of him. Holding the bullet in his hand, the man said that in this case he had a request, stating that those people said that this bullet was made of a stone that suppresses abilities, asking her to examine it better. Without showing her face, Ayon said that such things are on a special record, saying that he knows that she is no longer an employee of the association, and if she is caught studying this stone, she will be sent to prison. In turn, the interlocutor replied that then he should try not to get caught. In the end, the lady stated, which is easy for him to say. Holding the radio, Jinwoo listened to the student's voice, asking what was the matter. Smiling, the leader said that the dungeon of regeneration had closed. People looked at how the dungeon was closed. The silhouettes of the hunters appeared, and it became clear that the operation was over. Grinning, the main character thanked everyone for their work, asking that maybe someone has important questions, advice, or just comments. Showing a face full of horror, the friend said that something serious had happened, adding that the head of the operations department had been attacked. The guy's face was stunned. There was a bullet wound in the man's chest. Raising her hands, the hunter announced that it was finally over. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the janitor asked if it was not better to burn all the corpses at once. In turn, the girl said that they did not know all the features of these monsters, so it was better to cut them up first, and only then throw them into the fire. Looking out the window, the protagonist made it clear that a few days ago the operation to stop the dungeon of regeneration had been successfully completed, adding that, although they coped, there was an unpleasant aftertaste, because an incredible event had occurred related to the attack on the head of the operational headquarters. One of the guy's eyes appeared, and it became clear that Donghui was the suspect. The round lenses of the villain appeared. The corpse of the leader appeared while the man reflected on the fact that the threats did not work, so he decided to show what he was capable of in this way, saying that the guy would not arrange such a thing after he was caught red-handed. The eyes of the opponent appeared. People looked at their phones, making it clear that everyone was amazed by this news. Various comments were heard against the background of the phone. A monster appeared, and it became clear that the association was facing an unprecedented crisis. After a regeneration dungeon appeared in the center of Seoul, all over the country, hunters, regardless of whether they were members of a guild, a regional branch, or working as freelancers, began to die under mysterious circumstances, or disappear. The news agenda appeared. People watched the explosion, making it clear that the corporation decided to get rid of its employees, who were hiding in different parts of the country. A lot of people didn't show their eyes. The old man, without showing his face, asked what it was. Looking ahead, the chairman said that not only had there been a terrorist attack in the management department, but the head had also been attacked, adding that now hunters were also dying all over the country, making it clear that he was even glad that he had been fired from the association, continuing that he thought that it would not be easy for the head office and regional branches to function normally. Although it is not easy to convey the meaning, saying that they are on the verge of death. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that this was what he meant, but it was in this situation that Dusik agreed to take the position of chairman of the association, adding that someone must take responsibility and become a scapegoat. Sitting down in a chair, Jean said that he could not help but understand this. In turn, the old man said that it was possible, but nevertheless, knowing this, he took up this position, adding that he behaved like a child. In turn, the main character asked if he would entrust him with a place, if Dusik took it. In the end, the chairman said that there was a difference between a credible action and a right action, going on to say that he knew that if an association was at stake, both the state and the private sector would act, thinking that this was their chance. People began to quarrel. Silhouettes of people quarreled on the street, and it became clear that now you need to be especially vigilant, because you can lose everything you have. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that he had recently been contacted by the director asking for help, while the old man asked if he was returning to the association. Holding his hands on his knees, the guy replied that he had a lot of his own business. In turn, the chairman asked what he said about foreign companies. There was no emotion on the man's face, saying that the corporation had left Korea and finally severed all ties with them, so there was no point in postponing it any longer, adding that there was a small problem, continuing that their capital was at zero. Looking ahead, the interlocutor asked why this guy asked for money every time they met. The janitor, looking out the window, thought that since the head office was in a deplorable situation, the regional branches with which they had signed contracts were also in a difficult situation, and, as a result, many of them stopped cooperating with a company called Karma. As a result, the level of sales all this time was rapidly falling and falling, because it came to the point that this month they had to delay the salaries of employees. The purple arrow was pointing downwards. Jinwoo was holding his head. Gritting his teeth, the main character announced that they had no money left. Without showing his face, the protagonist said that payments from the association had stopped, so the situation was very difficult. Putting his hand on the table, the old man asked why he didn't attract investors, asking if the guy's name didn't add value to the company, while the man wondered who was investing in their time because of one name, adding that they were a cleaning company, and this was a completely new type of business. Folding his hands, the janitor said that first he would have to reduce labor costs. In turn, the chairman asked that he understood that the dissatisfaction would be stronger if he took what he gave earlier than if he did not give something initially. A question appeared on the man's face. Smiling, Jinna said that he had to survive water from dried squid before, adding that he did not want to do this again. People were in gigantic hands, and it was clear that if the company was in a difficult situation, then all employees would suffer from this. But the main character had been working all this time without much extra paid to his salary. Clenched hands appeared, and it became obvious that, whatever it was, they needed to look confidently into the future, because it was time to bring back the protagonist from the past, monstrous and ruthless. The workers hung on the object. A building appeared, making it clear that this was the main office of the corporation. Carrying the documents forward, the employee asked what the hell it was. The man smiled. Smirking, the boss said how quickly things had changed, asking about what he hadn't finished yet, adding that it seemed that he still had a lot to do. Holding the guy by the neck, the man said that if he came here to annoy him, he left. Holding his hand to his head, the chief said that he was shifting from a sore head to a healthy one, asking that because of his command the corporation collapsed, so why on earth would he present something to him? Smiling, Kane stated that the CEO was very angry, adding that he had told him to ignore Gina in the first place, because he had a bad feeling. Looking ahead, the man said that he believed that he was lucky, otherwise his entire squad would have been replaced. Knitting his eyebrows, the interlocutor asked what the general had said. In turn, the guy said that he had told the inspectorate to be ready. A drop of sweat appeared on the villain's head. Without showing his face, the man said that he did not think that the Korean part would be immediately disbanded after he spent so much effort to raise it to its feet. In turn, the interlocutor stated that this was fate, adding that first of all, they get rid of easily replaceable parts. With a face full of surprise, Kane asked why the head of the team hadn't been removed, adding that he was talking about Huang. Without showing his eyes, the opponent said that there should be at least one person who knows the main character well. My hand began to tremble. Smiling, the man asked where he would like to move, because soon they would be called. Making a serious face, the boss asked about moving, continuing that in such a situation there is no place where you can go. Making a scary face, the guy said about Africa, adding that he was being sent to Zambia. Shock appeared on the man's face. Against the background of the leader was the protagonist. The girl, looking ahead, turned to the director, asking that now everything would really be like this. Without showing his face, the guy stated that this was true, adding that the company was in a difficult situation. There was nothing to be done about it. Looking ahead, the man thought that he knew that the guys would protest, asking how much they were upset, because not every hunter expressed his dissatisfaction, adding that he was not going to give in to them, because he would not blink an eye, no matter how much they were indignant. The man closed his eyes. The lady, looking ahead, asked if the ban on overtime would not harm the company. Making a stupid face, the janitor asked how saving on overtime would harm the company. Glancing down, the lady said that they didn't get paid for it very often, while Jinna said that it was illegal, and in the end, the miss said that it was so, but it was against the law. Exhaling, the hunter asked if he was such a good person or just slow-witted. In turn, the main character said that he was still her boss. In the end, the girl announced that he should stop, because she knows how sad all the employees are. Information about the ban on overtime work appeared. People were looking at their phones, and it was clear that the protagonist could not do anything about it. However, even in such a difficult situation, they needed to gather their strength. Pointing her finger, the lady said that this is the problem, adding that if the company is having a hard time, it needs to work more, saying that it prohibits night shifts, overtime and other overtime, but who will work and earn money? With a face full of anger, the lady declared that she wouldn't be upset if she wasn't paid, but he just wanted to ruin the company by asking if he knew that people were lining up to work overtime. Surprise appeared on the guy's face, asking why they wanted to work for nothing, asking the question of what employees care about the potential bankruptcy of the company. Without showing her eyes, Miss said that because it was important who was in charge of the company. A smile appeared on the girl's face. The man froze in a daze. Looking ahead, the janitor thought that they had hit their heads, because since when did it matter who was in charge of the company? Holding her head, the huntress said that nothing could be done, adding that since everything was already decided, there was nothing to be done, continuing that they were leaving. Looking down, Ayon stated that she had warned him that there would be complaints, while Jin Woo said that he thought they would ask for more money, but certainly didn't expect them to turn it down. Smiling, the girl asked what he expected that the guys would do the same as the hunters, because it takes billions to pay for their overtime. In turn, the guy asked the question that even though they do different work, but don't they all equally want to get more money? Lowering her head, the lady said that the company was more valuable to these people than 101, adding that you need to work not out of fear, but out of advice. People went on. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that he still did not understand, adding that people did not adhere to such ideals now, because the 80s were long gone. The employee looked tired, making it clear that the salaries of the cleaners were not comparable to the salaries of the association, and that they covered all the costs of transport, food, and maintenance of any equipment. The man threw money around. Ayon, glancing down, said that, besides, their boss was running around as if stung for the sake of his employees, adding that even she would agree to die of old age in the workplace of this company. Smiling, the girl said that maybe he was an ideal leader, but he was not a businessman. Folding her hands, the lady declared, as she had told the lady, that it would become more difficult to manage the company at this rate, continuing that in the end the main problem was the preservation of funds, saying that she knew that he was not one of those who liked to receive help from others, but in business you could not succeed by stubbornness. Closing his eyes, the main character thought that at first he was not going to be stubborn, because this would not help him in the matter of money, because there are just circumstances in which it is difficult to actively take any action. Exhaling, the protagonist asked why a mountain of money simply could not fall from the sky, continuing that it is difficult to develop a business alone. The phone rang, and it became clear that it was Dusik. The building appeared, and it became clear that after the explosion of the management department building, it had been moved to the operations department building for a while. The situation both inside and outside the association became very confusing, because he told Dusik, the head of the department, Byung, and Minju about everything that had happened during this time. People were looking ahead. The guy knitted his eyebrows. The man looked away. There was anger on the girl's face. Sitting with his associates, the man told them all about the corporation, adding that he had told them about his plan to destroy the current international association and make the Korean association the second international. The director's eyes were wide open. The man did not show emotion. Clenching his hand into a fist, the director said that he could not believe it, asking why he came to him and told all this. In turn, the guy asked whether the man was not going to become the chairman of the association in the near future, adding that, being in this post, he should know everything. Dusik's face was stunned. Closing his eyes, the man said that he and the chairman had their own secrets, continuing that he was already worried about the association, and after his words, his heart pounded. Knitting his eyebrows, Jinwoo asked what was wrong with the association, saying that without a management department, everything from the supply of weapons to the support of hunters and the repair of equipment, all of this raiding was impossible. Without showing his face, the director said that the truth was that the association was now on the verge of collapse, adding that, frankly, he was not sure that it would be able to recover. Surprise appeared on the guy's face. The man, looking ahead, said that many people, having learned about this situation, expressed a desire to return to the association, continuing that they could do anything with such talented people. The main character crossed his arms, thinking that for them the association is just a company, working conscientiously for it. Holding out a business card, the director said that he had heard about the company and his daughter, adding that he did not know if it would help them, but that it was the contacts of an advisor who had been of great help to them when the association was in dire straits. The protagonist looked at the business card. Buildings appeared, making it clear that it was a few days later. The man, bowing, introduced himself as Jape, adding that it was a great honor for him to meet the guy in person. Looking ahead, the man claimed that his name was Jinwoo and he was the owner of the company, introducing the workers. With a blow to his hand, the employee said that now they would survive, saying that he thought that the company was over, since he went to an interview with the association. The interlocutor closed his eyes. Making a terrible expression on his face, the man ordered them to be silent. Making a maniacal expression on his face, the old man said that, no matter how close he was to the head of the company, it was necessary to talk to him respectfully, especially in front of other people. In turn, the employee understood this. Horror appeared on the guy's face. Looking ahead, the main character thought that this could not be, because he managed to rein in Sang-hyuk. Waving his hand, the man told them to listen carefully, adding that in order for the company to grow, everyone needs to do their duty, because there is no place for any relationship. Smiling, the assistant stated that the entire strength of the company lies in the hierarchy, going on to say that if it collapses, the organization loses its strength, adding that of course, friendship and equality are not bad, but in the end, they will only lead to the destruction of the entire structure and management core, so all employees from now on should treat the protagonist politely. The employees froze in shock. Holding his hands behind his back, the old man asked the girl to show him the office. Tears of happiness poured from the guy's eyes, thinking that now this is a real company. A cup appeared. The guy exhaled heavily. Without showing his face, the man asked if Ayeon remembered what she said when he started the firm, adding that he was a bad businessman, going on to say that he admitted it, but being an office worker and owning a business were different things. The girl looked ahead. Holding a cup in his hand, the guy said that he had only now understood how to do business. The man looked up maniacally. A man's leg appeared, saying that it was strange, because 2 minutes and 12 seconds had passed since the end of lunch, asking why no one was at work. The lady, making a face full of fear, said that lunch was over. In turn, the guy announced that he was coming. Silhouette, holding his hands behind his back, said that he saw that they had finished lunch, and began to talk, and did not even notice how working hours began. Anger appeared on the old man's face, saying that they worked for the company, adding that he had said that this was not a playground. Smiling, the man stated that Jape was on a completely different level. Rushing forward, the man asked about the fact that the employees were arguing again, continuing to tell them to stop and start working. Spreading his hands, the main character thought that he had changed the system with the help of psychological influence on employees, reduced unnecessary spending, and made a more effective schedule, saying that in the end this led to an increase in sales by 30%. Taking the food in his hand, the assistant asked if the girl knew that she was eating snacks for 3. Smiling, the protagonist thought about the fact that it even became easier for him to breathe, thinking that this was finally his company. Standing over the huntress, the old man said that the reports were the foundation of the company, adding that she should fill them out without mistakes, continuing that she had the wrong line spacing and the wrong font. The girl's face was angry. Striking the keyboard, the lady said that he would not do it again. Making a scary face, the lady asked why she should do this if she came to the company as a dungeon cleaner, adding that it was enough for the boss to just know the contents of the report. Looking down at the lady, the old man said that damaging the company's property, swearing and insults, violating the company's charter, all this is unacceptable. Tears appeared on the Mrs. face when she heard that she had been fired. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Jean said that it was a little too much, while the assistant said that he was joking. The numbers appeared, making it clear that it was extremely important for them to find investors, because the growth in their sales was temporary. Holding his head, the main character said that the situation had become truly critical, because the Second International Association was destroyed even before it began to exist. Making a stupid face, the protagonist thought that he needed to find something that brings money. People began to laugh. The girl, who had a blush on her face, said that she really liked the aroma of coffee, while the old man said that he bought it with his own money, so they could drink as much as they wanted. The lady in her way said that Jayan was an expert in making coffee, while the guy said that this was real company. Showing his fist, the protagonist thought that he was going to break someone's bones, asking how everyone became friends with the assistant so quickly. Closing his eyes, the guy said that now everything was like in a real company. Looking down, Ayon stated that each of them was giving their best, adding that he should look at the investment report. The guy did not show emotions, thinking that there was no point in arguing, because the girl was right, realizing that the chairman was saying the same thing. There was a memory of a man who asked why he didn't attract investors. A building appeared, making it clear that he had created the company in order to oppose the International Association, adding that if the organization began to live in investments, a lot of people would know about it, and then the company would lose its raison d'etre. People were holding suitcases with money. The janitor, gesticulating, thought that even the association, faced with financial difficulties, had gone bankrupt, asking how a company of his type would attract the attention of investors. Biting his nail, the man said that before his rebirth, he only planned to eat and have fun on the salary of the best hunter in the country, adding that he did not need to know what accounting and investments were. The guy spewed money out of cannons. The man slammed the table. Without showing his eyes, the main character thought that there is only one method in which he can attract investment without putting the company at risk. Smiling, the protagonist announced that they would hand over the company. Ayon, looking ahead, asked what that meant. A high-rise building appeared. Holding his head, the director said that his whole body hurts. Exhaling heavily, the man asked why he agreed to the post of chairman. I handed the document. The subordinate said that he had things to deal with by the end of that day. In turn, the chairman said that he also had a lot of work to do, asking what needed to be dealt with there. Looking down, the worker stated that he had received a response to an investment proposal from a trading company called Hano, adding that they had asked for a meeting this week, asking about what day to schedule it. Surprise appeared on the chief's face. Sitting in an armchair, the man asked that they had sent an investment proposal to the trading company. In turn, the guy answered positively. In turn, the chairman asked whether he did it. In the end, the subordinate answered in the negative. Opening his eyes wide, the young man asked if he had not personally contacted them. Making a surprised expression on his face, the man said whether he really did it. Looking ahead, the superior said that they needed to fix everything immediately. Jinu stood over the girl and ordered her to write that their company expected a profit of 200% from the contract with the guild, and the income from closing the legendary level regeneration dungeon would be 300%. The guy's face showed confidence in his actions, saying that, thanks to the experience gained when opening a Vietnamese branch, they were ready to expand abroad. In turn, Ayon asked if they could do such a thing at all. The hands that were typing on the keyboard appeared. Smiling, the man thought about how the reason why the company was in financial trouble was because the association, their source of income, had lost money due to the regeneration dungeon and the terrorist attack in the management department. A building appeared, and it became clear that this association needed to attract investment, including from large Korean companies. People pointed the finger at the high-rise, making it clear that now the association has less work, and private cleanups are still taking place. Taking advantage of the situation, more and more companies began to appear in this area, because in such a situation large firms have no reason not to contact the association. People looked at each other, and it was obvious that the company would be able to recover together with the association, since their cooperation contract was still valid. Jinu made a scary face as he thought that the chairman should thank him. A tall building appeared, making it clear that it was the main office of a trading company called Hano. The hand of a man appeared, which addressed the people. The man, hitting his allies, asked how they could do such a thing without asking his opinion. Turning around, the main character asked about what was wrong with it, asking if this was not a great chance for association. Looking around, the protagonist asked why he insisted on them accompanying him, while the chairman stated that the head of Hano said that he would like to meet the janitor in person, while the person stated that it was quite embarrassing. Looking away, the man said that he was embarrassed in this situation. In turn, the guy said that they needed to go, because you can't make investors wait. There was confidence on the protagonist's face as he thought about where they would go to celebrate. A building appeared. Doxa slammed his finger on the table. A view of a multi-story building opened. Doxa was sitting at the desk opposite the guests. Grinning, the man noticed that they had sent a very interesting investment offer. The chairman smirked and said that if you consider all the prospects of the Korean Association for working with parallel universes, it will bring a profit 10 times more than the invested funds. Dusik's pupils bulged in bewilderment as he talked about how the expected profit from the Vietnamese branch was 200% of the investment, from the cooperation of the best guilds in the country and the Karma Corporation to improve the dungeon clearing system, and also considering the international expansion plan, they expected a profit of 200%. And the profit from the sale of SSS class byproducts from the regeneration dungeon clearing was more than 300%. Furrowing his brows, the executive laughed and admitted that he wouldn't say that it was impossible, but it would take a long time, although it was greatly exaggerated, to which Jinna stated that with their investment, they would achieve these figures within a year. Smiling furiously, the man wondered if it was his doing, while the protagonist explained that if they invested even more, they would achieve these figures faster, and in his thoughts asked his partner to calm down. Closing his eyes, the head of the company Hano said that this was really very interesting, after which he added that according to the analysis of the prospects of the association, which was carried out in Hano's company, it seems that it will be difficult for them to return the investment, not to mention the profit. Running his shoe across the floor, Doxa admitted that he couldn't believe that the association had sent them such a ridiculous offer. The guests looked at the interlocutor in bewilderment when he asked if they really decided to joke like this. Lowering his jaw, Dusik muttered that this was not what they meant at all, and the main character said that he was also very interested. The head of the company, Hano, grinned contentedly, while the organization CEO, Karma, remarked that if he had known from the beginning that this proposal was ridiculous, he wouldn't have invited them here in the first place. Lowering his nose, the leader noticed that, as it seemed to him, they were not equal to him. Sitting on the chair, the chairman said that he had long wanted to meet with the protagonist, after which he added that the former cleaner became the head of the operational headquarters 4 months after being hired, and 2 more months later he quit and opened his own business. And although he started a business in about the same way, that is why he was interested in him. The former raider lowered the corners of his lips when the interlocutor noticed that although the amount of profit in his proposal was clearly exaggerated, there were some things that only he and the association could do. With a wicked smile, Doxa decided to get to the point, and then asked if he would like to cooperate with them. The heroes dropped their jaws in bewilderment when the head of the company, Hano, revealed that they wanted to conclude an exclusive import contract with the combined American subsidiary. Turning his head to the side, Gina asked to tell him more about it. Leaning his back against a small pillow, the man said that as far as they knew, private dungeon clearing companies had become much more active, after which he added that in just 1 week, 100 task forces had been created. The pupils of the main character sharply decreased in size, and he thought that business can be different, and now operational units are really appearing everywhere. In the hands of the chairman lay a bag and precious weapons, while the guy reflected on the fact that the supply of weapons, equipment, and other goods did not keep up with the demand, and if in this scenario Hano's company monopolized the supply of goods, it would make a huge profit. Furrowing his brows, Jean clarified what kind of contract they wanted to sign with them. Suddenly, Doxa closed his lips confidently. Lowering his jaw, the man asked if he had heard of the fractal. A pile of black magic shards of the famous element for crafting weapons of a rank and above appeared. The magical equipment shone brightly, and the location of the material is scarce, so it sells for a very high price. Putting his palm to his feet, the head of the company, Hano, said that he had heard that the Democratic Republic of the Congo is home to the largest fractal deposit, after which he added that their goal was an exclusive contract for the import of the mineral mine there. Folding his hands in displeasure, the organization's CEO Karma thought that he now understood why he had made such an offer. Silhouettes of fighters with weapons in their hands appeared, and it turned out that the United African Branch is in a very bad situation, because due to the civil war, real chaos reigns there. The monster towered over the soldiers, who had an acute shortage of hunters, and besides, the government heavily interfered with their activities. A man in black clothes put his hand in his pocket, and in addition, smuggling of important products flourished in the conflict zone, and in order to ensure continuous supply, the branch must constantly extract products. The company's employees stood in a circle, and the CEO thought that for this to happen, it was necessary to maintain constant cleaning of the dungeons. Closing his lips, the guy decided that the first thing to do was stabilize the branch, so that's what they were doing in Vietnam. Ayon's brows furrowed in displeasure, and her boss said in his mind that this was a win-win deal, because Hano needed their influence and experience, and they needed investment. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist reflected on the fact that it was very dangerous to leave for another country right now, and even if the International Association left Korea tomorrow, it would not be possible to predict their further actions. With a sly grin, Doksu explained that if they signed a contract with them, they would guarantee the investment, after which he exclaimed that they would also give 10% of the domestic sales. Looking up, Dusik cried out that it was wonderful. The boss clenched his teeth tightly in anger, and the man thought that this was his revenge on this bastard. The subordinate stood behind the manager, while he suggested that in this case they considered that they had agreed, and then added that he asked to take his son with them. A drop of sweat ran down Sono's cheek, and his father said that he would help them in many ways. Jinna bit his lips in alarm. A view of the panoramic windows in the room opened, when suddenly the chairman proposed to start acting in 4 days, because it is not worth delaying, and Hano will take responsibility for all expenses. Walking down the hallway, the main character said that he would contact them when everything was ready, to which the guy replied that if someone went with them, it was worth telling about it in advance. Putting his hand in his pocket, the former raider remembered the silhouettes of the girls and thought that he would like to take them with him, as he had done in Vietnam before, but now was not the right situation, so it would be better to take one. The protagonist abruptly turned his head to the side and said that he would like to know something, to which the leader gave permission to the question. The head of the underground cleaning company asked if it was dangerous in Africa now because of the civil war and underground breakthroughs, but why the chairman was sending his own son with him, to which he turned a blind eye in confusion. Raising his eyebrows sadly, the young man recalled moments from his childhood, after which he said that his father had been worried about his gentle nature since he was very young, and then added that since so many people were trying to take his place, he must have decided to help him gain experience. Shifting his gaze to the side, Jinna thought about the fact that the one who would become the successor to a large company was telling the person he was seeing for the first time about his own shortcomings, so Doksu was worried about him for a reason. Looking out the window, Sono noticed that they were being sent to Africa. In the reflection of the glass, you could see the silhouette of the head of the sales department, and at the same time he admitted that it bothered him. After a pause, the main character lowered his jaw and clarified whether something had happened there. Approaching face to face with the interlocutor, the guy said that it was very hot in Africa. At the same moment, the manager closed his lips in confusion. The company's CEO, Karma, and his assistants rounded their eyes in delight. The chairman was sitting at his desk, and the protagonist said in his mind that he really had a lot to worry about. Yubin was humming a tune when Sanghyuk furrowed his brows in displeasure and called out to her. Turning his head in the direction of his colleague, the janitor asked if she boasted that she was going on vacation the next day, and how she could leave at such a difficult time for everyone, and whether she did not think about the company at all, to which she replied that there was nothing to be done, because this vacation had long been approved for her, and then clarified, he would have acted differently if he had been in her place. Jap gave a sharp thumbs up and exclaimed that it was true, because every employee had the right to rest, and the girl remarked that he might miss her this week, but he would have to be patient, to which he angrily asked her never to come back. Waving her palm, the deputy said that they had come from a meeting, and the chief noticed the orderly and asked if she would have time next week, to which she replied that she was on vacation. Holding the envelope forward, Jinna said that it was a gift for her, when she was surprised by the award, even though she thought she really deserved it. At the same moment, the lady pulled out a paper, and the boss explained that it was a temporary hunter's license. Looking down, the protagonist asked her to replace Minju in the association next week, as she would have to leave with him for a few days. Yubin slammed her fist on the table and shouted that she was on vacation. Folding his hands in his pockets, the CEO remarked that while he was gone, they had to follow the instructions of his deputy. The trembling girl clenched her teeth tightly in anger. On the day of her departure for Africa, the hunter leaned her back against a column. With her legs wide apart, the cleaning lady shouted that she would kill them all, and it turned out that she was replacing the boss in the association. The assistant was concentrating on filling out documents with a pen while she was in charge of the Karma organization. Tilting her torso forward, the lady thought that she was going on a business trip only with her teacher. With an embarrassed grin, the swordswoman realized that this was very exciting. Jinnu asked her how long she had waited for him, to which she rounded her eyes with delight, and exclaimed that her partner had come. Pressing his hands to his legs, the main character explained that there is also a lot to do in the association now, so he thanks her for her help, because this time everything will be more difficult than in Vietnam, to which she replied that you should not thank her. Adjusting her hair with her fingers, the girl admitted that she was a little embarrassed that this time it was just the two of them. Looking away, the general director of the company, Karma, noticed that the head of the sales department would go with them, when suddenly he exclaimed that he was very glad to meet the hunter, because he was her fan. Stretching out his palm forward, Sonal asked if he could shake her hand. The young man's eyes reflected the glare of light, and he turned out to be a real fan. Touching the stranger's finger, the swordswoman muttered that she was mutually glad to meet him, but her soul had already left her body. Closing his eyes, the young man offered to help her carry the suitcase, but was refused, when he suddenly asked if she wanted water, because he had not opened it yet, but she again said that she did not want to, and asked herself to calm down, after which Jinna said that it was time for them to go. Putting on sunglasses, the main character thought that this was his second, albeit unexpected, business trip. A view of the city of Kinshasa, which is the capital of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, opened. Lowering her jaw, Minju said that it was hotter than she thought. Frowning, the main character explained that this is why their activities will be more limited than in Vietnam. Suddenly, Sono put small fans in front of him, to which the girl remarked that he did not have to do this, and he shouted that the two of them were legends of this industry. Scratching his head, the guy said that he also worked in an industry that was related to dungeons, so he had to do everything to make them feel comfortable, and besides, it could be said that they were colleagues, while the CEO of the company, Karma, thought about how the chaebol socialize, and that for this you need to be both arrogant and diplomatic. Looking down, the former raider said that after all, he had more experience in this business, so they would do without all this, and clarified whether he had already been to the Congo several times, to which the interlocutor replied that he had gone here several times on business trips, but had signed only a few small contracts in this place, and did not understand whether in this case he could teach him. The guy turned back abruptly when asked if he was accidentally an employee of Hanno. Bruce wiped his face with a rag and apologized for being late, and then added that he was the head of the Combined Africa branch. Pointing his hand in the direction of a long car, the man said that a car was waiting for them in that direction, and offered to go. Furrowing his brows angrily, the protagonist thought that the head of the branch had come to meet them in person, so he had a bad feeling. With frightened eyes, Sonal asked if it was so, to which the commander replied that it was so. Looking down, the former raider explained that they couldn't fall asleep this time, and Minju agreed. Leaning forward, Juan sneezed sharply and wondered if anyone remembered him with an unkind word, and his assistant apologized and admitted that he had only thought a little. A view opened up to the multi-story building of the temporary headquarters of the Joint Africa Branch. Holding the papers in his hands, the head said that he had first studied the materials that they sent him, after which he added that they wanted to conclude an exclusive contract for the export of Fractal. The characters closed their lips in confusion when the interlocutor noticed that it was also beneficial for them, but now they were in an unpleasant position. Closing his eyes, Bruce admitted that they were even going to ask for support from third-party task forces, because it had been a year since the International Association had promised to help them, but in the end it had simply disappeared. Jinnu bulged his pupils in fright, and wondered if that meant that the International Association had abandoned them. At the same moment, a satisfied grin appeared on his face. The man raised his eyebrows in alarm when asked if he could elaborate on the situation with their operations department. Putting his palm to his chest, the main character stated that he was a kind of expert in this. After a pause, the head of the Africa branch raised his fist to his mouth and agreed. Inside the box was a sheet, and at the same time the manager said that they had already found out who the CEO of the company Karma was. Holding the document forward, the manager said that it was a report on the current situation and asked to study it. Each of the guests began to sort through the papers from one hand to the other. Turning her head to the side, Minju began to talk about what it was, when Jinwoo suddenly stated that even to him, it looked like complete nonsense. Frowning, the main character said that he wanted them to help them, then he had to be honest with them. Bruce looked down in confusion, and the former raider noticed that he had 43 operational units, but an average of 300 sweeps were carried out per month, which meant that one squad did not even carry out 10 sweeps a month, and then asked if the number of squads and sweeps was really correct. Drops of sweat began to drip down the face of the head of the African branch. Fighters in special gear seemed to strike one after another, and the man said that there was a border conflict in the area, and civil wars were frequent, while many hunters were being recruited to participate in these conflicts and called to the front. Lowering his jaw, the protagonist clarified whether this means that hunters are used as ordinary soldiers, and whether the International Association is aware of this. Turning his gaze to the floor, the manager replied that if she had known about this, she would not be sitting in this chair. Frowning menacingly, the entrepreneur was surprised by his words and wondered if he did not understand how serious this situation was. Looking straight ahead, the former raider assumed that this was not his decision, and then asked who had given him the order. Sitting at his desk, Bruce replied that the Congolese government had done it. Jinwoo's aides were on either side of him when he said that it was a branch of an international association, so he didn't understand why the government was interfering with their activities. Tilting his head slightly forward, the man explained that they are not a branch of one country, but unite all of Central Africa under them, after which he added that if they reject the summonses, the government will prohibit them from leaving the country. The silhouettes of two people could be seen against the background of a geographical map of the continent, and the head of the branch noticed that the Congolese government refused to put themselves in their position, and because of this, the conflict only worsened. Dissatisfied, the main character thought that this was already getting on his nerves, and did not understand whether he came here to conclude a contract, or to resolve international conflicts, although he has no idea where to start solving this problem. The company's CEO, Karma, continued to sit in his chair, and then realized that it was too difficult. Lowering the corners of his lips, the guy decided that it would be better to just abandon the African branch and try to find other partners. Smiling broadly, Sonal exclaimed that he thought that they would somehow cope, so he offered to take up the work, which greatly surprised his commander. Bruce jumped up from his chair and asked if it was true, and then began to shout that he thanked them, and that he had heard that they were very capable people, and as it turned out, they could even cope with such a problem. The protagonist turned his head sharply in the direction of the assistant. Grinning contentedly, the head of the sales department thought about the fact that this was a business after all. With their pupils bulging in bewilderment, his companions did not understand why they had come here in such a case. Looking down at the floor in confusion, the guy muttered that he must have made a mistake. Putting his hand in his pocket, the entrepreneur explained that such an important decision should have been at least discussed with them, and since the government of other countries was involved in this situation, they would not be able to resolve the issue on their own. To which he apologized and admitted that he thought that if they asked the Congolese government not to send hunters to the front, then the problem would be solved. Lowering his chin, the former raider asked if he thought they would do it at all if their request alone was enough to stop everything, and did not know if he was naive or just a fool, to which he replied that he had not thought about it. Scratching his head, Sono said that he actually had acquaintances in the Congolese government, after which he added that that was why he decided that somehow they could come to an agreement with them. Looking directly at the assistant, Jinnu asked him again. Smiling broadly, the guy explained that he had already said that he had come here several times on a business trip, and then added that during the signing of a contract with the Congolese government for the supply of equipment for clearing dungeons, he met several high-ranking officials. The main character sharply slapped his palms on the shoulders of his assistant. With a sly grin, the company's CEO, Karma, exclaimed that from now on, he had to talk about such things in advance, and then thought that this was why Doxa had said that he could be useful to them, and that he liked it. The next day, a rainbow could be seen in the sky. Hanno, the organization's head of sales, stood in front of a multi-story building in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Raising his head up, the young man said in his mind that the success of the business of Hanno, the Korean Association for Working with Parallel Dimensions, and Karma depended on him. Lowering the corners of his lips, Sanyo realized that he could not let them down. A view of the dining tables on the street of the city opened. Wrapping both hands around the plastic cup, Minju asked if it was worth sending the guy alone, to which he replied that since they were his acquaintances, it was better for him to go there alone, because they wouldn't help him anyway. Sitting on a chair, the hunter admitted that she was worried about him, because he constantly had a very pitiful expression on his face, to which the interlocutor said that now he was also worried about him, but now they could only trust him and wait. Jinnu pursed his lips and thought that he didn't have many memories of Africa and international association from his past life, because he had nothing to do with Africa because he wasn't interested in it. Lowering his eyebrows, the main character reflected on the fact that in his past life the United African Branch definitely existed, but he had never heard of sending hunters to the front, when suddenly he was asked for forgiveness. A girl in a white suit stood in front of the former raider and noticed that there were no more vacant seats, after which she asked if he would mind if she got hooked, to which he gave a positive answer. Shifting his gaze to the empty chairs, the company's CEO Karma pondered. The glare of sunlight reflected in his eyes, and then he realized that there were plenty of empty seats. The stranger's pupils emitted a bright red glow. Behind the lady there was a flash of magic. The swordswoman grabbed her weapon sharply, and her commander did not understand who she was. Their interlocutor's face was hidden in the shadows. Squinting her eyes, Emma of the RV Corporation said that she was glad to see the former raider. The protagonist's pupils bulged out in alarm. Pressing her hands to her legs, the lady asked if she would be allowed to sit down, after which she added that she thought they all wanted to ask each other some questions. Standing near the table, the guy said that this was the first time that such a thing had happened, that a representative of the RV Corporation had personally come to him. Tilting his head down, the company's CEO, Karma, asked if it specialized in surprise attacks and contract killings, and what it was now planning to do. A lock of blonde hair lay on a white jacket. Putting her palms on her knees, the girl explained that it was already hot in this country, so she suggested that she calm down, and then asked if it was true that people had the ability to talk. Frowning angrily, Jean said that if she wanted to negotiate, she had to bring her boss, because he was not interested in pawns. The characters abruptly closed their lips when the interlocutor began to speak. Grinning, Emma stated that they had found the one they needed, after which she added that she had heard a lot about him all this time, and they finally met. The pupils of the main character noticeably narrowed from anxiety. A view of a multi-story building in the Democratic Republic of the Congo opened. Sono knocked on the door, and at the same time he thought that he could do it, because this business was in his hands. The guy resolutely bent the fingers on his hand. Suddenly, the head of the company's sales department, Hanno, stepped on the floor in the room with his foot. Spreading his hands to the sides, the young man asked how his friend was doing, to which he called him a friend. After shaking hands with his friend, the man said that thanks to his contract, he managed to achieve great success in his career, so he was very grateful to him, to which he objected that he was more grateful to him for the good terms of the contract. Smiling, the senator of the Republic of the Congo asked why he had come to him today. Scratching his cheek with his finger, the manager said that the matter was not so important, and nevertheless he came to see his friend. Suddenly, Sono lowered his jaw and admitted that the Korean Association and Hanno's company had a common project. At the same moment, Cedric put a finger to his lips. Behind him was a man in a black suit, who talked about wasting too much of his time. Raising his eyebrows, The man with the long mustache noticed that it was time for his friend's visit, after which he added that he did not even notice how time flew by. Bowing, the interlocutor thanked the member of the government for the conversation, and then said that it was time for him to go. The stranger stood with his fist behind his back. Shifting his frantic gaze to the side, the gentleman said that he would look forward to a positive answer regarding their conversation. The heroes lowered their jaws in bewilderment when the door to the office slammed shut. Lowering the corners of his lips, the company's sales manager, Hano, thought that this was some kind of creepy person. The senator of the Republic of the Congo grabbed his comrade's shoulder and invited him to go to a more suitable place. There was a view of beautiful flowers of various kinds. Standing near the fence on the top floor, the young man said that they had signed an exclusive import contract with the joint branch, and although everything was ready on their part, in order to get to work, it was necessary to stabilize the situation with the cleansing of dungeons in Africa, after which he added that that was why he was asking for one at least for a while. Sono was looking at the back of the interlocutor, when suddenly he said that he considered him a very good friend, but now they had a war in full swing. Cedric's gray hair shone brightly, and at the same time he explained that one government could not stop the civil war. Rounding his eyes, the guy noticed that the task forces of all Central Africa were now being directed from the Congo, and then added that it was also a little wrong to send hunters to war, and if the International Association found out about it, they would be in trouble. Furrowing his brows angrily, the man retorted that this was not the time to discuss business. With his chin down, the senator of the Republic of the Congo imagined what was happening on the battlefield, and at the same time he said that when the International Association united the branches, it liquidated the independent associations of Central Africa, and then the civil war began. It seemed as if the father was stroking the child's head, and a member of the government said that in Uganda, Rwanda, Angola, Zambia and other countries, although there were small associations, but they could support themselves at the expense of income from clearing dungeons. The colors in the picture changed drastically and it became frightening, while Cedric stated that the International Association was now destroying them. Sono, through the sweat on his face, said that he did not understand why the International Association needed this. A member of the government, putting his palms on his shoulders, replied that he himself did not understand. Frowning angrily, the senator said that, however, only one thing was clear to him about the plan to unite the association of all African countries into one. Imagining a tall structure on the map, the man said that having caused civil wars with the uneven distribution of operational units, they decided to push them to complete collapse. Wesley could be seen standing at the window. The Secretary General grinned menacingly, and the gentleman said that then the international affairs would unite and absorb Africa with minimal effort. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the sales manager of the trading company, Hano, exclaimed that if he stopped sending soldiers to war. Squeezing the young man's hand, Cedric explained that this war could not be stopped by one government, and added that the top blindly followed the International Association in order to get a better place in the future government. Closing his eyes, the senator asked Sonal to leave Africa and noted that this was not just a civil war, after which he clarified what then. The guy bit his lips, and the man said that the person he saw was from a secret organization under the protection of an international association. As he was leaving, the gentleman said that it was the first time they were acting openly, and although a deal to buy weapons for use in the Civil War, and then the head of the sales department of the trading company, Hano, asked if he would be all right, and if he could talk about it with him. The back of Cedric's head appeared. The senator, smiling, replied that he was his friend after all. People could be seen walking down the street. Gina frowned seriously. Sweat was dripping down Minju's cheek. Emma lifted the corners of her lips. Placing his hand on the table, the member of the RW Corporation said that their corporation had suffered great losses because of them, but did not think that it would be able to meet them in Africa. Looking ahead, the CEO turned to the protagonist and said that he still couldn't figure out who he was, and also asked why he hated them so much. Clenching his jaw, the protagonist remarked that someone might think he was some kind of villain, and then clarified that they weren't aiming at someone who was just cleaning dungeons, and what they really wanted. Squinting, the lady explained that they were cleaners in a sense, too, because they were cleaning people who were dangerous to them. The guy lowered his eyebrows in displeasure. Keeping his hands in his pockets, the young man asked if she had said that she wanted to kill him, although she asked for negotiations. Touching his chin, the lady suggested that he go straight to the point. Grinning, Emma said that the former raider needed to leave Africa right away, and added that if he fulfilled this condition, then neither he nor his friends would be harmed. Sonal's expression was confused. The CEO's pupils lit up red, and she asked if he understood what that meant. Looking at Gina, the huntress turned to him. Smiling slightly, the main character said that he must have made them very worried, because the organization that was so successfully hiding, throwing away its tails, sends its representative to intimidate him. Suddenly, the protagonist was surrounded by a powerful aura, and he said that they hadn't written about it in their reports, and added that something like this guy was willing to take a risk. Lifting the corners of his lips, the guy said that if he killed her here, the problem would disappear, and at the same time he wondered why he didn't do it, and also explained that it would take them a lot of time to intimidate him. A member of the RV Corporation looked ahead in surprise. Turning around, Minju asked if the master was going to fight, and then announced that they were right in the center of the capital, and the young man replied that they would restore everything anyway. Smirking, the lady said that he turned out to be more hot-tempered than she thought, but unfortunately he was not going to fight now. The former raider's gaze was confused. A moment later, Jinwoo and his partner dodged the attack. You could see how the guys were sitting on the floor. An unusual pistol appeared. Mark pointed a gun at the main character, and at the same time, Emma said that she had invited a person who would take care of them. The protagonist opened his mouth in bewilderment, and realized that he had been shot with it before his rebirth. In the past, an injured SSS rank hunter was seen, and he muttered that it was a titan, namely a firearm against monsters to clear dungeons. The man's expression was menacing. The villain was holding a pistol in his hand. Suddenly, the face of the head of the coordination squad from the PB Corporation appeared. Furiously opening his jaw, the guy noticed that he had finally found him. Mark, frowning furiously, exclaimed that his vocabulary did not contain the words failure and error. Opening his jaw, the man asked who he was to humiliate him like that. Sitting across from the master, Jinwoo grinned. Opening his mouth wide, the main character called himself an Avenger. The head of the PB Corporation coordination squad stared at the protagonist in bewilderment. After a moment, the guy took off. Clenching his fist, the young man said that if he decided to attack unexpectedly, then he should have done it like last time. Looking up, Mark was confused. Then the CEO of the company, Karma, launched a powerful attack on the enemy. From the blow, the villain flew back. The man was seen crashing into the wall. One of the passers-by, through the sweat on his face, clarified what was happening, and the second asked if he had died. The master's eyes suddenly lit up red. Spreading his fingers, the former raider ordered him to close his mouth. Taking out a pistol, the leader of the coordination squad from the PB Corporation activated the sniper skill, with which attacks never miss a set target, and said that he should not dare to be daring with him. Jinwoo was quickly approaching with his opponent. A magic projectile appeared near his face. Suddenly, the protagonist stretched out his palm and used the Demon King skill. Baring his teeth, the villain was frightened. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist said that he didn't have to worry because he would beat him to death. The guy inflicted a huge number of blows on the opponent. In a second, Mark fell off his feet. Opening his mouth in bewilderment, the man wondered if he had just been knocked down by some Asian janitor. Furiously opening his jaw, the master shouted that he should not make him laugh, because the young man knew perfectly well who he was. Stepping on his head, the CEO of the company, Karma, answered in the negative, after which he asked to introduce himself. Suddenly Minju appeared. The girl, parting her lips, was confused. Clenching her fist, the lady muttered that he did not look like himself now, as if he had a special grudge against this man, and then Jean ordered him to tell him who he was. Baring his teeth, the main character asked if he would continue to be silent, and at the same time said that he would then press him with his shoe until he began to beg to kill him. The protagonist, looking down, asked if he knew how many bastards from the RW Corporation he had killed like him, and if he wanted to see how long he could hold out like this. The villain's pupils turned white, and he asked the guy not to be conceited. Suddenly Mark threw the young man aside and exclaimed that now everything would be real. The CEO of the company, Karma, did a somersault backwards. Jinwoo then narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Noticing the magical aura around the enemy's body, the main character wondered if he had decided to use a forbidden technique. Grinning menacingly, the man remarked that he had overestimated Donghui and Miho and added that he was not wrong. Lifting the corners of his lips, the master reported that he had become a great obstacle to their plans, and therefore it was necessary to kill him immediately. Spreading his fingers, the villain explained that as the head of the RV Corporation, he would destroy him. Suddenly, Kane, stretching out his hand, said that enough was enough for today, and added that the sight of his friend in such a place created some difficulties. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if he was also from the RV Corporation, and then said that if he didn't want to lose his mustache, then let him shut up and leave, because he hadn't dealt with this idiot yet. Looking ahead, the swordsman said in Korean that he had no manners. An unusual aura circled near Mark, and the man noticed that, on the contrary, they had not yet dealt with him, and also clarified why else they had come for him personally. The gentleman drew his weapon sharply. After attacking the guy, Kane said that he knew they were both uncomfortable seeing each other face to face for so long, and then asked if he wondered how they knew exactly where he was. Continuing to press his sword on the young man's shield, the swordsman explained that this place was in their hands, and so it was only a matter of time before they would find him and his allies. Standing in front of the former raider, the villain said that therefore, as long as he was here, he had nowhere to hide. Clones of the man were visible, and at the same time, the company's CEO Karma clarified that he hadn't seen what he had done to his friend, and whether he thought that such threats would work for him. The gentleman, smiling maliciously, asked the main character not to be mistaken, and added that now he is not a priority for them at all. Looking at Mark, Kane said that he had received a call from General Secretary Wesley, and that was enough for today. Turning his gaze to the side, the swordsman said that they had an appointment with him, which forced them to leave, and hoped that by their next meeting he would have learned his manners if he wanted to die without pain. A moment later the villains took off. The guys frowned in displeasure. One of the passers-by, through the sweat on his face, asked if he had seen it, and added that now even hunters were appearing in the city, and therefore it was no longer safe here. Turning around, Jean told him that there were too many eyes and that he had to get out. At the same time, Sono was standing in front of the taxi car, and the driver asked if he would go or not. Looking up, the head of the sales department of the trading company, Hano, clarified what had happened in the square, and exclaimed that Jin was representative and Minju's hunter were there. Getting into the car abruptly, the guy turned to the driver and asked him to take him to the square, after which he objected that his name was Jonathan, and asked if he was crazy, and at least knew what had just happened there. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man noticed that he was paying 10 times the rate. A moment later, the car took off. Scratching his head, Sonal apologized and added that he had assured them. Parting his lips, the protagonist asked him not to apologize, and then said that since it didn't work, there was nothing he could do, and the head of sales of the trading company, Hano, said that he had learned something unexpected. Looking ahead, the guy said that the International Association had something to do with the Civil War because they were secretly supplying weapons to the front without the knowledge of the government and other organizations. Minju opened her mouth in surprise. There were glints of light. Touching his chin, the protagonist muttered that if what Sono was saying was true, then the internationals were going to unite Africa to take advantage of this to gain the exclusive right to clean up dungeons. Introducing the members of the RV Corporation, the former raider wondered if this was the plan they were talking about then, and thought that since the representative herself had come, they had been preparing this plan for a very long time. In the past, the guy smiled, and now he noticed that apparently they decided to warn him because of what happened in Vietnam. Mark was holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, and the company's CEO, Karma, added that from their point of view, he was getting in their way everywhere they went. Squinting, Gina said that if the Congolese government did not refuse to send hunters to the front because of the pressure of the International Association, the Civil War would not end until all of Africa was in their hands. Grinning, the main character explained that this is a good opportunity, because if he succeeds, then the plans of the association will be ruined, and they will get out of Africa. The protagonist asked Minju to get ready and said that they would enter this civil war and destroy the International Association, to which she frowned seriously, and replied positively. The former raider said that the head of the sales department of the Hano Trading Company also needed to prepare, after which he, through sweat on his face, agreed with him. With his hands in his pockets, the company's CEO, Karma, said that it was time to go. Villains could be seen walking down the road, and then Jean thought that the RW Corporation shouldn't waste any time. Baring his teeth, the protagonist muttered that the next time they met, he would kill them all. Mark clenched his jaw menacingly. A view of the night sky opened up on the border of Zambia. It was heard that they confirmed the identity of a member of the Congolese government, namely Cedric, and then the guy asked if there was anyone else besides him, to which he received the answer that only a couple of sentinels. The senator, frowning seriously, said that they had already discussed everything with their leader, and therefore let them show him everything. The young man, holding a pistol in his hand, said that a couple of formal procedures were needed, but now the situation was completely different, because there were 100 firearms and 100 swords containing a fractal, and these weapons were used by an international association, and therefore they could not doubt their effectiveness. Turning his head, the man offered to check. Minju, inspecting the weapon, noticed that it was quite good. The guy lifted the corners of his lips and explained that they had also checked their weapons, so they had nothing to worry about, and that they had heard that Zambia was preparing for a civil war, so it was worth hurrying. Suddenly, the former raider hit him on the head with a pistol. With his mouth wide open, the company's CEO, Karma, said that it was definitely made in the United States, and therefore it would not last long, and at the same time, the young man clarified what he was doing. Sticking out his tongue, Jean asked if he understood, and at the same time said that he was testing the weapons for strength, and the other 199 weapons were also needed. The guys, through the sweat on their faces, were confused. Taking off her hood, the girl muttered that the teacher had been especially cruel lately, and Cedric wondered what he was going to do with these people. Touching the guy's head, the protagonist asked if there was only one left if they had dealt with everyone, and whether he preferred to obediently show where they came from, or to experience the quality of 100 swords. Smiling, the young man noticed that this was a very interesting request. The young gentleman, raising the corners of his lips, said that since childhood he had dreamed of becoming a guide, and then thanked the protagonist for making his dream come true. Throwing it aside, the former raider said that he had only wasted his strength. The senator of the Republic of Congo, standing next to the CEO of Karma, said that he trusted Sono and was ready to cooperate with them, and then asked if it would really work, because their opponents are an international association. Clenching his jaw, the man said that he had heard that in Korea he had solved problems with his fists, but the Civil War was a little different. Lowering his gaze, the gentleman said that they would surely retaliate, and at the same time Gina asked not to worry. Squinting, the main character said that he was an expert in how to fight back against an international association. The backs of the guys appeared, and the protagonist noted that the operation would be impossible to stop, and as soon as they were contacted by Leader Sono, they would invade their headquarters. Turning his head, the former raider explained that they didn't have time, and so his team needed to hurry up and do what he was talking about. People in protective gear were visible, and it was heard that it was necessary to remember that the future of Africa was in their hands. Frowning seriously, the company's CEO, Karma, turned to Minju and said that he shouldn't forget about the operation, and also thought that it would all end today for these pesky bastards. At the same time, Emma, opening her mouth in surprise, said that the preparation was over. Holding a playing card in his hand, Wesley said that if Zambia won, they will be able to reign in the Congo, which has behaved very disobediently lately, and if the state wins, then they can demand compensation from Zambia in the form of a fractal. A tower from the deck appeared, and then the General Secretary noted that in any case, they would be able to dispose of a divided Africa at their discretion. Smiling, the head of the International Hunters Association explained that this was their plan until Jinnu showed up here. The girl, raising her eyebrows, said that according to Kane's report, a member of the Congolese government made a deal to supply weapons, and they expected it. Crossing his arms, the guy wondered if this stubborn old man had decided to make a deal right now. Narrowing his eyes, the young man said that according to their plan, Jean Wu would come to the place of the deal himself. Introducing Cedric's face, Wesley said that it was an old man with connections in Hanno who led them to the protagonist, and it was a good thing that they had let him live. A magical aura swirled around the protagonist, and the General Secretary said that all this time he had been interfering with their work and began to annoy them, and it was unlikely that he would decide not to interfere this time. Smirking, the head of the International Hunters Association remarked that he would be very upset if Jean didn't come, because of him, they even had to change the plan. The senator could be seen taking his chin, and at the same time the boy turned to M and told him that this old man was of no use to them anymore, and asked him to send people to get rid of him, because the longer he lived, the more he got on his nerves. The girl, looking at the screen, replied that she did not understand at all, and added that this janitor had already spoiled everything for them twice, after which she asked why they were deliberately dragging him into this civil war. The lady's expression was thoughtful. Suddenly, the general director's eyes widened in surprise. Wesley's pupils lit up sharply red, and he clarified that this was true, and added that he was going to perform RE. Parting his lips, the member of the RV Corporation said that in that case, he had not told Mark and Kane about the plan. Looking down, the Secretary General said that he had to do his duty. Squinting, the head of the International Hunters Association asked if she understood why he hadn't sent her there, and then said that she had a separate mission, namely to find Noah. The soldier was holding a machine gun in his hands. Emma appeared on the screen and asked to report on the progress of the operation, and then the gentleman replied that the arms deal had been struck, and their staff was on their way back, and they had sent mercenaries to the Congo. Looking ahead, Kane reported that when a civil war broke out, they would attack civilians on their orders, and even if Zambia was defeated, the Congo would have to take responsibility. A man in a black suit was visible, and at the same time the swordsman noticed that they had sent Cedric a reliable friend. The girl explained that the Secretary General had entrusted her with a separate mission, and therefore entrusted this task to the two of them, and also added that it was necessary to bring everything to an end, after which the men, standing in front of the monitor, obeyed her order. Suddenly, the guy, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that trouble had happened. A magical aura swirled around the huntress's body, and the young man said that she had invaded the headquarters, and the person they should be wary of, according to reports, was also here. Through the sweat on his face, the assistant manager said that they didn't know where he was, when suddenly he said to Jean that he was there. The guy suddenly fell off his feet, and the main character apologized for the fact that every time they have to fight him off. Kane, taking his sword in his hand, called him an ill-mannered young man, for he entered without knocking, and then remarked that he had told him to work on his manners. M's expression was surprised. Opening his jaw, Mark turned to the protagonist. Violet energy was visible, and at the same time it was heard that his team would be disbanded today, and the former raider said that he had better start looking for a new job. Clenching his fist, the company's CEO, Karma, exclaimed that only if he managed to return alive. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out. The CEO watched the situation through a screen. Standing in front of the monitor, the girl muttered that Jinnu had appeared there, as Wesley had planned. Turning her head, the lady thought that in this case it was time to perform RE, and added that a disaster would soon happen there. The fighters could be seen fighting each other. Opening his mouth wide, the main character said that it was boring last time, and at the same time asked if he could last longer this time, and added that he would see how long it lasted. Clenching his jaw, the villain realized that a little more and his defense would collapse. The swordsman, flying towards the protagonist, asked if he had not been cowardly last time. Pulling out his weapon, the man asked if he thought he could handle the two of them now. It seemed as if the swords collided with each other. Minju attacked her opponent. Grabbing the enemy by the face, the guy asked where he was going, and said that he was his opponent. Hitting his master on the ground, the young man asked the huntress to deal with his rival. Standing in a fighting stance, the swordswoman exclaimed that she should attack. Kane, smirking, noted that he was looking forward to the fight where the sword collided with the sword with due reverence, and added that he did not know how to say it in their language. Minju frowned seriously, and the swordsman called her the famous A-rank hunter who ranked third in Korea, and asked if she would disappoint him. The girl lowered her eyebrows thoughtfully. In the past, the company's CEO, Karma, standing in front of the lady, explained that she was the key link in this operation, and the ethically obsessed old man would be the strongest opponent in her life, and it was also time to test her capabilities. Smiling, the huntress exclaimed that she could do it. Jean lifted the corners of his lips contentedly and said that he was relying on her. Holding a sharp weapon in his hand, the villain asked the swordswoman to prove that she was worthy of crossing her blade with his. Looking ahead, Minju muttered that she would show the teacher how much stronger she had become. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out. Mark opened his jaw angrily. Lying on the ground, the leader of the coordination squad from the LE Corporation shouted that he would never let him die in peace. Trying to get up, the man was surprised by the sandstorm. The main character's eyes were red, and he asked if he liked it, after which he said that he thought they had something to talk about in private, and added that he had brought him to a place where no one would disturb them. A thick haze swirled around the master, and the protagonist suggested that they first play a game to find a common language, and said that they would call it a battle with a sandstorm, and already impatiently. Baring his teeth, Mark called him an idiot. Taking out his pistols, the villain activated the sniper skill and asked if he had come up with such nonsense. Grinning menacingly, the guy noticed that he saw that it was time to start. The young man abruptly rushed towards his opponent. At the same time, Minju jumped high. Kane, bringing his hand to his mouth, asked if she was just going to avoid his attacks. Then the swordsman lowered his eyebrows. His clones rushed in the direction of the huntress. The doubles, drawing their swords, shouted that she should try to sneak away from this one as well. Through the sweat on her face, the girl thought that he was fast. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Touching his mustache, the villain was surprised. The lady clenched her jaw in disbelief, and the man said that she had used the skill in the air to repel the attack, after which he added that she had exceeded his expectations. Minju held a blade in her hand. Suddenly, the huntress swung her weapon. Clapping his hands, the gentleman said that it was very satisfactory, and that she was someone he could fight with dignity. Lifting the corners of his lips, Kane said that he was very excited. After all, he had been waiting for a person who wielded a sword at this level for a long time. Suddenly, a bright aura swirled around the swordsman, and he, using a forbidden skill, said that he could not wait, and now he would show her what he was capable of. The swordswoman's gaze was confused, and she muttered that the atmosphere had changed, and even her body had reacted, and also realized that it was too dangerous. The soldiers, surrounding the girl, shouted that they would also fight. Baring his teeth, the guy exclaimed that although there was only one goal, he must not lose his vigilance. Sharply opening his jaw, the young man ordered to open fire. A moment later, his hand hit the ground. Unexpectedly, the villain cut up all the warriors. A lot of corpses were visible, and then the man explained that these pawns were Mark, who did not even know how to say hello, and asked who said that they could join the fight. The gentleman remarked that no one would disturb them now, and at the same time the lady lowered her eyebrows angrily. Kane's eyes were bright, and he asked if they would come. Sweat was dripping down the villain's weapon, and he said that the battle for the swordsman's honor was beginning. Minju took a fighting stance. Suddenly, the man took off. The huntress opened her mouth in surprise. Looking ahead, the swordswoman thought that it was impossible. The swordsman could be seen cutting off some of the girl's hair, and she muttered that she could not follow his movements at all. The gentleman, holding a pistol in his hand, said that their goal, Mr. Cedric, had been achieved. One of the killers nodded his head. A moment later, the assassin opened the door. The senator, sitting on an armchair, asked whether the International Association had sent them. Aiming at him, the gunner said that he should have behaved well. Then the villain opened fire. A second later, the man hit the floor. Putting the phone to his ear, the gentleman said that he would report on the end of the mission, and asked to check it. A man in armor appeared above the killers. Suddenly, the warrior attacked his enemies. Through the sweat on his face, the assassin realized that it was a trap. The shooter turned his gaze to the side. A robot in the form of Cedric, lying on the surface, asked if the International Association had sent them. The guards stood near the villains. The senator opened his mouth in bewilderment, and one of the bodyguards asked if he knew that this would happen, after which the senator, to which the second replied that these bastards from the International Association always act without thinking. Ion, after introducing the dead Hozung, explained that they were victims of the same way and added that they do not hesitate to commit crimes behind the scenes to achieve their goals. After showing the document, the girl remarked that it was a merger agreement with the Korean Association for working with parallel dimensions, and if he signed it, they would protect him from the International Association. The men took off their helmets, and at the same time the lady said that representatives of Angola and Zimbabwe had seen everything with their own eyes, and if they did not take the International Association seriously, the same thing could happen to them as to the Congo. The soldier said that she always does everything on a large scale, and at the same time, the protagonist's assistant said that they have come a long way to this. The warrior, frowning seriously, explained that this would repay their representative for what he had done for her in the Dungeon of Regeneration, after which Bruce remarked that hunters died in civil wars because of International Association. Abruptly opening his jaw, the fighter exclaimed that they could not turn away from her so thoughtlessly, and then wondered what people like them could do. It was heard that the mobilization of hunters should be banned first, and the head of the branch, standing in front of his colleagues, said that they should save at least one hunter who, sacrificing himself, went to war. Lowering his eyebrows, the man said that he should start with them and added that perhaps they would be able to protect Africa from the International Association. At the same moment, an exhausted Minju appeared. Suddenly, Kane knocked her down. The swordsman's eyes burned brightly, and he asked if that was all she was capable of, and then said that he had waited too long. The hunter could be seen lying on the ground, and the villain said that he thought that the show would finally turn out to be fun, but in the end, his opponent did not have the strength to even raise a sword. The girl tried to reach for her weapon. The man, leaning forward, remarked that he would send her to the next world with dignity. Then the gentleman came to the lady, and she wondered if this was really the end and would die like this. Raising his blade, Kane asked for courtesy before he died. Minju's dark hair appeared. Introducing her teacher, the huntress muttered that it was a disappointment, and also apologized to him, and said that she wanted to stay with him longer. In the past, the girl put a sword to Jin's neck and said that if she wanted to deal with the monsters and the International Association alone, she would stop him, even if she had to expend all her strength, and now she said that she was too weak, and was only strong in words, and if she had been a little stronger, she would not have died here. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist said that it was good that he had made it, and the swordswoman wondered if the teacher would not come and save her, as he did every time, and what he was thinking about. The main character, standing opposite the lady, explained that someone like her would definitely cope with this. Earlier, Minju had exclaimed, smiling broadly, that he could not worry and rely on her, and now she muttered that she couldn't handle it on her own from the beginning. The hunter could be seen lying on the ground. Imagining the joyful guy, the swordswoman thought that the teacher had always sincerely believed in her. A moment later, tears appeared under her eyes. Swinging his weapon, Kane shouted that he should train more in hell. Suddenly, the girl threw sand at him. Furiously opening his jaw, the swordsman asked what kind of ill manners in the sacred duel of the two swordsmen. Then the lady began to gnaw on his palm. Frowning menacingly, the villain exclaimed that the enemy should be treated politely. Hitting Minju on the head, the man asked that she didn't have the dignity of a swordsman, and then said that she should be polite and not commit rude acts. Raising his blade, the master said that he would now shred her to pieces, and also called her rude. The huntress activated the skill, after which the villain's sword hit the magic beam. Then the girl clenched her jaw. A splash of blood appeared, and Kane screamed in pain. A red drop fell to the ground, and at the same time the swordsman called the swordswoman vile, and she asked again about the rude. Standing in front of the enemy, the lady said that she was satisfied, because if she could not lift a sword, she would use her teeth to stop it. Through her tears, Minju exclaimed that it was much better than being a burden. Kane looked at his rival with rage and hatred in his eyes and shouted loudly that if she was talking about what she could stop him, then let her try. At the same moment, Minju's eyes lit up brightly. She used one of her skills to block her opponent's attack. Immediately afterward, she jumped a few meters back. Her legs were shaking violently. Suddenly, blood spurted from the girl's mouth, and system screens appeared in front of her, informing her that she did not have enough strength and stamina to use the skill, and now the use of skills was limited until she recovered. Minju was breathing heavily and said to herself that it seemed like she would drop dead if she wasn't collected enough, adding that this was the last skill she was able to activate, and now she only had stamina left for one sword swing, so she had to defeat her opponent with a single blow relying only on her skill. Thinking of this, the girl looked up at Kane. The man looked back at her when he suddenly said that she had a serious shoulder injury, so it would be difficult to lift the sword, and now she didn't even have the strength to use the skill, and then asked what she even hoped for. His eyes were suddenly filled with rage and hatred, with which he said to himself that it was true that he had tensed up when he first saw that venomous gaze, but now that he looked into those eyes, he only boiled with anger. Minju took a fighting stance at this time, and her eyes lit up. Kane remembered his past battles and said to himself that before taking this position, he had fought countless swordsmen with all the norms of decency. His entire body was covered with scars and wounds, and they became his pride. At present, there was not a sword wound on his hand, but a tooth wound that he believed was a disgrace to him. Kane showed his insanely powerful aura and asked his opponent how she could have disregarded his favor so much, adding that there was no way he would allow her to die with dignity now. The rivals looked at each other in silence. Suddenly, both of them, frowning, shouted loudly. They immediately rushed to attack each other. Their swords crossed. Minju stood silently behind her opponent. The blade of her sword suddenly cracked. In the same way, Kane was standing behind her. He suddenly smiled and said that he was really sorry, because such a talent had disappeared in the Korean Association, and now it could not even apply the skill. But as soon as he said that, blood spurted out of his mouth. With a loud cry of pain, the man fell to his knees. The girl stood with her back to him, and said that she also realized this when they crossed swords, and he was the strongest opponent she had to fight, adding that he only relied on physical strength and perfect fighting stance. At these words, shock appeared in the eyes of her opponent. He had a tooth wound on his arm from Minju, who said that he had bent slightly during the last attack, and it was probably because it was the first time he had held a sword with such a wound. When she turned to Kane, he asked if she also had a shoulder injury, to which Kane replied that it was the first thing the teacher told her. The girl remembered the main character and repeated his words that she needed to train her left hand, because if both were equally developed, she would be able to hit with more force, so she should start from a basic stance so as not to load the shoulder. Leaving her memories, she raised her hand and added that she had been battling such pain in her shoulder for a long time, so she got used to it, and that was how she managed to keep her balance. After listening to his opponent, the man smiled through the pain and said that he lost because of his strength. What an irony. Turning back at the girl with difficulty, he added that although she was a rude woman with no manners, she would make a good swordsman, so he hoped that she would work even harder. But before he could finish speaking, a pillar of incredibly strong magical energy fell on him. From what he saw, Minju's eyes showed shock and horror. At the same moment, she raised her gaze to the sky. An equally huge creature that looked like an angel came out of the huge portal. His face was hidden under a white hood. But there were dozens of other eyes in the monster's eyes. A few seconds later, the monster attacked again. Rays of magical energy killed everyone in their path. The monster attacked everything beneath it. Minju raised her hands, shielding her eyes from the bright light. Dust and smoke rose in columns to the sky. At this time, a bright flash of light appeared on the battlefield. The main character repelled the enemy's attack with the help of a magical barrier. Mark, putting his guns in different directions, shouted loudly, asking the guy how much longer he would run from them like a rat. Immediately after saying that, Jinwoo rushed towards him at great speed. In an instant, he reached his opponent. Inflicting a powerful blow on the man's jaw, the guy said that he had come as he wanted. Blood spurted out of Mark's mouth. The main character swung again and said that this was the end of the game. After these words, he hit his opponent on the head with all his strength. Mark hit his face on the ground. Jinwoo stood in front of him and said that it was time to talk, that he would answer his question. Sitting down next to him, he asked why the Secretary General was trying to monopolize the rights to clean up dungeons around the world. Raising his head with difficulty, the man replied that he did not know anything, and then asked how he could know his global plans. Not receiving an answer, the main character raised his fist and said that he never answers questions the first time, so he would help him. But as soon as he said that, he abruptly shifted his gaze to the side. From what he saw, shock and horror appeared in Mark's eyes. At the very last moment, Jinwoo put himself on defense. Blood spurted in all directions. There was a protective barrier above the guy. After dispelling it, he said to himself that if it wasn't for the S-rank defense skill, he would have died long ago. The protagonist looked at the monster in the sky and asked himself what it was. Could it be a monster or a skill? Adding that even before his rebirth, he hadn't seen anything like it. But unexpectedly for him, Mark got to his feet and said that Ari is here, and Ari gets rid of everyone who is left so that the PB Corporation can start everything with a clean face. Smiling madly, he raised his hand that held the burning crystal and added that according to the Codex, the leader of the squad must use any means to complete the mission. Tears poured from his eyes, and the man screamed at the top of his lungs, even if it cost his life. Some time ago, he frowned when he was told that he had contributed immensely to the success of the balanced squad. His boss stood by the window and added that he surely knew that PB needed him badly, if only he hadn't failed the mission. At the same moment, a huge hand grabbed the man's head. A primal fear appeared in his eyes, and he said to himself that he and the organization needed him very much, because he could fix everything, because he was not one of those pawns that he threw away. With these thoughts in mind, Mark remembered leaning over to the man and saying that if he refused to carry out the mission, he would die, and if he failed the mission, he would also die. He also recalled how he held his subordinate by the face and said that they get rid of unqualified workers in the first place, because there is someone to replace them. The pupils in the man's eyes turned into dots while he screamed in his head that he knew he couldn't be replaced, so let him only say that he needed to survive and come back after Ari. Wesley stood with his back to his subordinate. Suddenly, he turned to him, and with a smile on his face told him to do what he had to do. After these words, the man left his memories, biting through the stone with his teeth. At the same second, he got into a fighting stance and shouted loudly that he would get rid of the main character. As soon as he said that, the guy felt a powerful shaking of the ground. Shock appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, clouds of dust and smoke rose in front of him. But unexpectedly, a huge dragon grabbed the main character with its paw. Flames were blazing under the huge monster. Countless eyes in his eyes burned brightly. Minju crawled on the ground with the last of her strength. Her whole body was shaking, and she herself said that she could not move her legs. Suddenly the monster fixed his eyes on her. The girl stretched out a shaking hand and said with difficulty that if she didn't get out of here quickly then. But before she could finish speaking, someone grabbed her by the arm. Sono threw it onto the motorcycle and immediately throttled. Minju looked at her savior with surprise in her eyes and thanked him for saving her life before asking if the others were okay. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the guy's face, and he replied yes, adding that Cedric and all the other members of the association were fine. With that, they both looked up to the sky. Not far above them was a huge dragon. A cloud of magical energy appeared in his mouth, and he menacingly told Ari not to interfere with him. After saying that, he released a powerful stream of magical energy from his mouth. This attack rushed towards Ari. There was a madly powerful explosion, and Sonal shouted loudly to his comrade to hold on tight, because he would be driving at full speed. They quickly left the battlefield. The girl looked over her shoulder at the huge monster and said to herself that her master should return safe and sound as soon as possible. Ari was destroyed. Only Mark remained in the sky, defeating the powerful monster with one blow. His eyes were shining brightly, and it was all the power of an ability stone that the protagonist had never seen before, and it seemed impossible to control. Mark was inside, shrouded in a powerful magical aura, and said to himself that it was his forbidden skill, the Veloctan Dragon, and it was a power beyond the limits. A mad grin suddenly appeared on his face. But suddenly, pain and shock appeared in his eyes. His heart shuddered as pain shot through him. Blood immediately spurted out of the dragon's mouth. Seeing this, the main character smiled and said that it was a pitiful sight. When the dragon looked at him, he added that he had heard something from his friends, like they were talking about using forbidden skills that forced him to go beyond his limits, and now he was not only using such a skill, but also absorbing the ability stone. With contempt and mockery in his eyes, Jean looked at his opponent and asked if he was an idiot, adding that he should try his best since he didn't have much time left. At the same moment, a huge dragon opened its mouth above his head and said that he would quickly chew it. The protagonist immediately used Uriel's skill, breaking free from the grip, and asked what next. At the very last moment, he dodged the dragon's powerful jaws. But suddenly blood spurted out of his mouth. The monster immediately struck its opponent with its tail. At high speed, the guy flew into the ground. A few seconds later, he stood in the clouds of dust and said that he was quite fast for his size. Suddenly, the main character frowned when the monster turned to him, saying that he wanted to ask him something. They looked at each other while the dragon spoke, stealing the time stone, the Vietnamese association, and now he was coming to Africa and trying to thwart their plans. Without saying a word, he used the forbidden skill Heavenly Punishment, and, showing his powerful aura, asked who the hell he was. Jinnu saw this, lowered his head slightly and said that he was a formidable dragon, so huge, and even used skills. Opening its mouth wide, the monster activated the Heavenly Punishment skill. At the same moment, purple lightning appeared in the air. At the very last moment, the main character managed to jump away from the enemy's attack. But unexpectedly for him, lightning under the activation of the sniper skill rushed in his direction. Raising his hands, he placed a protective barrier in front of him. Jinnu gritted his teeth from the tension and said to himself that his opponent had too much strength. At this time, the dragon was already preparing to attack again. A few seconds later, his magic attacks flew out of his mouth. All this fell on the main character. Powerful explosions rang out. At the very last moment, Jinnu managed to jump out from under this attack. But at the same moment, he saw a paw flying towards him, and the voice of a dragon that shouted at him not to try to escape. Mark grabbed his opponent by the head and shouted that he was leading him by the nose. With all his strength, he slammed his paw on the ground. Drool was flying from his mouth in all directions, and he continued to shout that their plan had been ruined because of him. The monster gripped the protagonist tightly in his paw, while talking about his power, his task and sense of belonging, and even his existence. With each scream, his eyes burned brighter. He swung his paw, slamming it on the ground again and again. Tears sprang from Mark's eyes as he screamed that there was no way he would let Jean die with dignity. The main character was lying on the ground. Suddenly he jumped up abruptly. He threw 2 daggers into both wings of the dragon and said that all he did was listen to him. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, the guy, gritting his teeth, added that from the very beginning he only whines and aches, and he is already tired of it. The monster looked at his opponent in surprise as Jean turned to him and asked if he even knew how much anger and self-loathing someone felt when falling from the top. Suddenly, Mark's eyes were shocked by what he saw. The protagonist showed his true strength and said because an SSS rank hunter with 94% of the skills unlocked had been shot in the back of the head and had lost the ability to use at least one of them. He took a firm step forward and added that in the end it was even good, after which he asked if it was true that he said that he was in charge of the balance squad, adding that it meant that he was familiar with the hunter rank system. The dragon's legs shook with fear, and he asked in a trembling voice what he was saying all of a sudden. The protagonist stared at the monster and said that the biggest indicator in the rank distributions is the number of dungeons cleared, in other words, the number of monsters killed. Suddenly, he raised his hands and added with a furious look that since he was an SSS rank hunter, there was a monster standing in front of him now. Without finishing speaking, he smiled madly and admitted that he did not like to fight with people, so all this time he restrained himself. Hearing this, Mark opened his mouth wide and shouted with all his might, ordering him to be silent. But before he could finish, the guy hit him in the stomach with all his strength. The monster flew back tens of meters. The protagonist immediately rushed after his prey, using the special skill Demon King. His eyes lit up, and he said that it was time to start clearing the monsters. In his hand, the process of creating a skill began, which was quickly completed. Jinnu clenched his hand tightly into a fist. At this time, Mark stopped with difficulty. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes from what he saw. The protagonist, enveloped in a terrifying power, flew towards it, creating a new skill based on the skills learned. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the dragon. Opening his mouth in horror, Mark said to himself that it would be better if he remained in a human body. Immediately after these words, a bright flash appeared on the guy's face. A huge pillar of magical energy struck the sky. In the next second, a bright light filled everything. There was a crazy smile on the face of the main character, with which he said to himself that after all, killing monsters feels completely different. After a while, the sun came out from behind the horizon. Mark was lying on the ground. His eyes were full of shock and pain, with which he spoke to himself that it seemed as if all his bones were broken. He suddenly remembered how the main character appeared in front of him before the decisive blow, and said to himself that even despite such incredible injuries, he was still alive. The man remembered at the moment when he was about to eat the magic stone, realizing that if not for him, he would definitely die. Right now, he continued to lie on the ground, saying to himself that it seemed that the side effects had stopped working, so he would be able to survive. But as soon as the man thought about it, the main character came out to him and asked if he woke up, adding that he needed to end their conversation. He pointed the barrel of his gun at his opponent's head and added that he would ask once again if they had used time stones when dealing with dangerous people. Unable to get up, Mark replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. After all, he had a time stone. But as soon as he said that, a bullet flew right next to his head. Jinnu looked at his opponent with hateful eyes and told him not to play a fool because he wasn't asking him about it, and then ordered him to answer if there were any instructions in their manual to use the time stone. He did not lower the pistol, adding that he himself knew that when the titanium hit him, his body hurt as if it were being torn apart, and only if he tried to tell him that he knew nothing would he turn it into a sieve. After a short pause, the man smiled broadly and replied that the time stones were used against those who were considered indestructible. His mouth was stained with blood, and when the guy asked why, he replied in order to erase even traces of their existence. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he immediately remembered how the gun was pointed at him, and asked himself if the time stone and Titan were really so powerful, but why he was reborn. Leaving his memories, he raised one eyebrow and asked if they were trying to take the time stone because they had a purpose for which they wanted to use it, such as it. The man's eyes were empty, but he laughed and replied that it was ridiculous, because he had too much opinion of himself. At this time in the garden among the butterflies, there was no emotion on his face, and Mark suddenly said that he was the first in the world ranking and they needed the time stone to get rid of it. From these words, shock appeared in the guy's eyes, and he said to himself that if he was talking about the first in the world ranking, it means. But before he could finish speaking, a man lying in the same place suddenly asked if he had answered his question. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at his opponent and decided to ask who he really was. The rays of the sun were brightly reflected from the muzzle of the gun, and the main character replied that he had already told who he was. Before shooting, he repeated that he was an Avenger. Seeing this, Mark opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, begging the guy to stop, asking if he would kill him right there, adding that if he turned him into Interpol, he would get much more. But as soon as he shouted it, blood spurted in all directions. A short time later, the news aired and the shocking news was revealed to everyone, because it became known that the International Hunters Association tried to attack the branch in the Congo, inciting the Zambian Temporary Association to do so, and in addition, it was caught illegally trafficking weapons with neighboring countries, including the already mentioned Zambia. High-ranking politicians came out to reporters and said that in this way the International Association tried to unite all African associations, and irrefutable evidence was obtained. The International Association immediately denied all the accusations, but as evidence did not raise any doubts, it seems that Interpol has launched a full-scale investigation. At the same time, it was revealed that the combined African branch, which was significantly affected during these events, was acquired by the Korean Association for working with parallel changes. The warm rays of the sun illuminated the combined African branch. The boss sat in his seat and said that he still couldn't believe it. He raised his hand to his face and added that the International Association had fomented the conflict in order to absorb the African Association. Sonal turned to the protagonist and said that now that its members had been caught red-handed, there was nothing more to worry about, to which he replied that he could not say the same, because knowing their meticulousness, they probably already had another plan prepared. The guy did not take his eyes off Bruce, adding that he could only hope for Interpol, to which he replied that whatever it was, he was shocked by this incident. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he exclaimed that he knew that Jin Woo was an important person in the Korean Association, but he didn't think he would remain as influential even after leaving it, to which Jin replied that he should not be treated just as a representative of the company. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face, and he offered to end this conversation and get down to business. After saying that, the guy put the document on the table. After handing it to Bruce, the protagonist asked if he remembered the exclusive contract for the import of the fractal, adding that from now on he would periodically report to the Korean Association on the status of the dungeon cleanups, and all the byproducts from the cleanups would belong to them. Then he asked if the profit was split 8-2. Jinna looked at Bruce with a grin on his face. Suddenly, he smiled madly and said that this event made them try hard, and now they are part of the Korean Association, and these conditions are still better than in the International Association. Tears poured from Bruce's eyes, and he said to himself that they would never be happy. When he lowered his head in frustration, the protagonist added that he could manage his squads on his own, but from now on, they could not send hunters to war in any case, to which he quietly replied that he would remember this. After a while, Sono put the phone to his ear and told his father that they had successfully secured the signing of the fractal contract. Daksu, hearing this, smiled contentedly and said that she had also heard about it from the association news, and he believes that it was not easy, but they are great, and he is also very proud of his son, because he is the future of Hano's company. The guy smiled broadly and exclaimed that he was very grateful to him, and that he would try even harder in the future. After these words, the man nodded. His son did the same, and they both said to themselves, "That's what it's like to be rich." And while Sono was talking to his father, the main character came up to him from behind and said that he had one request for him. The guy turned around in surprise and asked which one. Frowning, Jean asked if he could borrow money from him. He closed his index finger and thumb and added that medical care was very expensive here. At this request, drops of cold sweat appeared on Sono's face. After a while, Minju was lying unconscious on the bed. The girl who was sitting next to her looked at the main character with displeasure and asked if he demanded too much from her. They both looked at their friend while the girl said that this time she really almost died. She had serious wounds. It would take a long time to recover. Out of the corner of his eye, Jinwoo looked at her interlocutor and replied that it had definitely made her stronger, and she would be fine. The girl, hearing this, lowered her head in frustration and asked what was the point of all this if she died like this. Then the guy put his hand on her shoulder and told her not to worry so much, because international associations would no longer be able to act as confidently as before. Suddenly he gritted his teeth and said to himself that his head had been splitting ever since. In front of him, there was a huge red system screen informing him that he had an active hidden karma skill. After all, he had exceeded the permissible level of hostility from the International Association, and now the current state of relations with the International Association had changed from very bad to hostile. The information on the system screen has changed, and now it said that the protagonist needs to reach the position of General Secretary of the International Hunters Association to unlock the skill, and his current unofficial ranking is number 1 in the Republic of Korea and number 37 in the world, so at present, the probability of achieving goals by acting according to the plan is a little more than 4%, and the protagonist at this time was talking to himself that due to their unsuccessful attempt to take over Africa, more and more associations applied to secede from the International Association. He suddenly remembered Cain and Mark and said to himself that on top of that, the association had lost most of its influence due to the deaths of several leaders, and unlike in the past, he had damaged them in their own territory, and apparently now they thought he was damn dangerous. Jinwoo frowned in displeasure at the realization of this. Remembering himself after his rebirth, he thought that he had learned a lot this time, adding that because of the karma skill, he had become a dungeon cleaner, and the skill had obliged him to become the General Secretary of the International Association in a short time. Imagining himself in his current form, the main character added that since he had no chance of becoming a member of the International Association, he decided to create his own analog of this conglomerate. But in a past life he died because of international affairs, and now it is obvious. Thinking about it, he remembered how in a past life, Mark had pointed the barrel of a gun at him. After these memories, the guy's eyes filled with hatred and anger, with which he said that if he dug deeper, he would be able to unravel the reason for his rebirth. After a short pause, he presented a map of the world and said to himself that before he knew it, the Korean Association had taken over the Vietnamese branch and the African Association. Leaving his performances, Jinwoo lowered his head. After a short pause, he looked at those present in the ward and said to himself that he now had money, an A-rank fighter, an experienced assistant. After drawing an image of Seokyeon and Yubin in his head, he added, the leader of the best guild in the country, a universal worker, and so on. Having said that, the guy remembered all his other comrades. Remembering his past life, he added that these achievements cannot be compared to what he had in his previous life, so now is a great opportunity to strike at the enemy. As he thought about all this, there was not a single emotion on his face. Suddenly the main character waved his hand on the red system screen. Smiling broadly, he decided to ask the guys from the International Association if they were looking forward to it. At this time, a butterfly sat on a huge finger. The girl walked towards the man and said, "This is where he is." Stopping, she smiled and added that she saw that he had decided to rest in this quiet place, after which she asked if he found it easily. Number 1 in the world ranking silently watched a beautiful butterfly. This butterfly was slowly flying towards the girl, and when she flew up to her, her body began to disintegrate. The man created an incredibly strong shockwave with one wave of his fist. Blood immediately spurted from the wound on the girl's cheek. She stood sideways to her interlocutor and said that this was not a very polite greeting. She suddenly opened her eyes wide and, smiling madly, added that General Secretary Wesley was looking for him. The first in the world ranking was right in front of her at the same moment. His eyes burned brightly. In South Korea, in Seoul, clouds floated across the blue sky. The rays of the sun fell on the building of the Karma Association. Inside, the guy stood at the blackboard and said that they would have a virtual session before tomorrow's training, adding that since the dungeon clearing was happening within themselves, they never knew for sure what changes they might face. After a short pause, he smiled and went on to say that that was why, for the preliminary practice and for their safety, the Karma Association would provide everyone with advanced equipment, and everyone would receive a sample, and if there was a problem, they could contact them immediately. As he said this, his partner was handing out virtual equipment to those present. One of those who had already put on a virtual reality helmet looked at the monster in front of him and said that it looked realistic. The teacher looked at the happy children and said to himself that he had a feeling as if he was in a dream, because he could not even think that they would be provided with personal rooms for training and state-of-the-art equipment. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and said that it was time to start the lecture, at the same time saying to himself that he swore allegiance to karma for life. In the dining room, there were the most exquisite dishes on the table, which made the girls exclaim as they asked each other if it was the office or the buffet room. One of them brought the food to her mouth. After the bite, tears came to her eyes, and she said to herself that it was very tasty, adding that she was swearing allegiance to Mr. Chairman. At the same time, some guys defended the dungeons, and one of them said that there really is nothing better than expensive equipment, because with it the work goes twice as fast, and when he was in the association, he could not even dream of this, because everything here is so high quality that you need to be as careful as possible with things. The boys suddenly turned sharply at their comrade when he said that they didn't have to worry about it, because the boss had bought a spare weapon, so they could use whatever they wanted, he said. Tears appeared in the boys' eyes, and they simultaneously exclaimed that Jin's boss was simply the best. At the same time, the girl slammed the table with all her strength and shouted loudly that at this rate they could go broke. Ian leaned over to the protagonist and added that the internal costs were too high. The man next to her closed his eyes and added that she was right, because in just a week they had spent 3 months' worth of money, after which she said that some of these expenses were indeed related to the company's activities, but there was no denying that most of them were just nitrates. Then the main character smiled mischievously and asked what extra spending meant. He sat with his hands folded on the golden throne and asked if they were part of the social package. The guy looked at his hand, which had rings shining brightly, and said to himself that he understood why the vice president and the advisor brought up this topic, but they were about to make a hell of a lot of money, and then asked himself how he could sit idly by. His eyes sparkled, and with a smile on his face, he added that it had taken a lot of effort to get a precious chance, and to avoid the scrutiny of the International Association, he had founded a small cleaning company with a partner. When the Dungeon Regan, their main source of income, began to appear, the association suffered serious losses, and he even considered closing the company. But as the saying goes, where you can't jump, you can climb over. And so they received a major contract from the Hano Group, South Korea's largest conglomerate, and their task was to go to Africa because of the exclusive contract for fractals. Of course, these bastards from the International Association were not going to make it easy for them, and the path was not easy, but they did not just undermine their strength, they successfully secured this very contract. Wesley stood at the window, his eyes full of anger and hatred, because now these idiots under investigation by Interpol for the atrocities they committed in Africa would not be able to lift a finger anytime soon. There was a crazy smile on the protagonist's face, with which he said to himself that karma wasn't just back in action, they hit the jackpot, and everything was going like clockwork, so now was the perfect time to expand, given their huge financial resources. His subordinates stared at him silently as he said that if they had signed a contract with them directly instead of the association, then the income would have been even greater. Suddenly, the girl slammed her hands on the table and screamed loudly, asking if he could hear them at all, adding that at this rate they would not even make it to the next month. But immediately after these words, they turned around abruptly, because a familiar male voice said that it looked like he had come at a bad time. Sono raised his hands, which contained the packages, and added that he had come in while he was on a business trip, so he had brought them gifts. After a while, the two guys were climbing the stairs, and Sono said that everything turned out quite well. In the end, he even got the exclusive rights to import the fractal, and if it wasn't for him, they wouldn't even try to do it. The main character, walking in front, frowned and replied that this was not only his merit, because everything was thanks to him, at the same time saying to himself that in fact everything was thanks to him. They went out onto the roof, and then Jean asked him what brought him here. He must be very busy, to which he replied that he just wanted to drop by and see him. After these words, the guys looked at each other silently. Sono stood next to the protagonist and said that the truth is that they brought a fractal, but there aren't many places where it can be processed, and that worries him. Closing his eyes, he added that no matter how high-end the material was, if they couldn't turn it into a weapon, it would remain an overvalued stone, to which Jinna said to himself that it was logical. After all, if it was low-end, there would be no problem, but for high-end materials, it is difficult to find suitable machinery and specialists in a private company. He was looking into the distance when he suddenly asked if this was not what the association's support team should do. After all, it was one of the best in all of Asia, to which he replied that he was simply not sure if a private company would be able to commission work from the support team. Out of the corner of his eye, the main character looked at the guy and said that there was no need to worry about it, because he would figure it out completely, at the same time saying to himself that now he understood what his plan was. After a short pause, Sono raised his eyebrows slightly and asked what his next steps were, if he was going to continue to set a course for development in foreign countries. Ji-woo, despite his interlocutor, replied that initially, yes, he planned, but there was nothing urgent yet, so he would stay in Korea for a while, because he had some things to do here. He suddenly introduced Dusik, who had chained his leg, and added that he wanted to stay in Africa to expand operations, but it seemed that he went a little too far, buying up branches one after another, and it seemed that the association was already under pressure, and the head of the association, Dusik, ordered all his attempts to stay in Korea. After leaving his performances, the guy gritted his teeth and asked himself discontentedly why he was slowing down someone who was seriously engaged in this, after which his interlocutor said that everything was clear to him, when suddenly he remembered that he had overheard something during his business trip. The protagonist abruptly shifted his gaze to Sono when he revealed that there were rumors that the Japanese branch was planning to withdraw from the International Association soon, so he decided to ask why the Japanese Association decided to do so. Upon receiving such a question, the guy put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully replied that it seemed that the incident in Africa had shaken the International Association a lot, and at the moment, the situation in the Asian Association looked like this. He presented a map of the world and went on to say that China is working as an independent association, Korea has taken control of a large part of Southeast Asia, and of the neighboring countries. Only Japan remains under the wing of the International Association, so they naturally take such news very painfully. After saying that, Sono looked at the protagonist and added that it was just a rumor, but the source was a political journalist, so he should at least take note of it. Suddenly, a crazy smile appeared on Jin's face, and he said to himself that it sounded tempting, because if it was true, then he needed to start preparing right now. His eyes burned brightly, for he knew that the best moment to strike was right after they left, while they were still in turmoil, and if he waited until he had established himself as an independent association, it would be too late. Drawing the territory of Japan in his head, he thought that the Japanese association had several strengths, but their main asset was not capital and labor, but the Haramura clan. Having said that, the protagonist imagined a small house and said to himself that formally they are part of the Japanese branch, but their influence is so great that it extends even to an international association. Introducing a man with glowing eyes and a sword in his hands, he added that if they could influence the Haramura clan along with the Japanese branch, they would have a real chance of gaining control of the international association, and besides, Japan was a country of masters specializing in fractal-based weapons. Craftsmen worked in the forges every day. Jinwoo imagined the fractal mountains and knew that if they combined their vast reserves of fractal resources with Japanese weapons processing technology, it would be a veritable gold mine, and only a complete idiot would miss such a chance. Realizing this, the smile on his face grew wider and wider. Sono was looking at his interlocutor when he suddenly said that it was a huge risk to act on the rumors, and besides, he himself said that he was staying in Korea for some time. But before he could finish, the main character turned to him and firmly said that wolves are afraid not to go to the forest, adding that the only way to find out if it is true or not is to go there and check for yourself. After a while, Ian frowned in surprise and shouted, asking what Japan meant, but why so suddenly? She stood in front of Jinwoo's desk and added that they still hadn't interacted with the Japan branch at all, after which she asked if the association hadn't told them to focus on internal restructuring, to which Jin calmly replied that if they didn't have a reason, they would do it, and there was always a way out. He read the document, saying at the same time that this trip was only a preliminary investigation, so he would only need one escort. As soon as the girl heard this, a bright blush appeared on her face, and she shouted embarrassedly, asking if it was really just the two of us on a business trip, on a trip alone. Then the guy pointed to a huge stack of papers and said no, because she already had too much work to do. Suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes, and he exclaimed that he had just realized who would be perfect for the task. A few minutes later, Yubin furiously knitted her eyebrows and screamed at the top of her lungs, asking why she was back, since he had promised her a vacation after the last business trip, and when she would even get her vacation now. The main character carried it with one hand, in which he also held a suitcase, and said on the phone that he would return very quickly from a business trip, so there was no need to worry. Dusik held the phone to his ear and shouted loudly, asking if he even understood how much of a deal had already been raised in Africa for the association, and now he wanted to make an even bigger mess by fleeing to Japan. The guy continued to walk forward, answering that such words hurt his feelings. His eyebrows knitted in frustration. He suddenly asked if he really thought that he was going to Japan for his own benefit, adding that this was not the case in any way. After all, it was for the sake of association. Hearing this, the man raised one eyebrow in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Drawing an image of Minju in his head, Jinwoo said that she was the most powerful fighter right now. He suddenly remembered her last battle and added that her black wolf blade had been damaged in the battle in Africa, which meant that the association had suffered a huge loss of its combat power. Stopping abruptly, the protagonist suddenly shouted that therefore, in order to create a new sword for her, he was going to Japan, after which he asked if he still dared to say that he did not think about the association, because if it was not for her, then for whom? Dusek, hearing this, grabbed his head and said to himself that he was a very cunning bastard, after which he told him to just not make a mess there and return as soon as possible. After ending the call, the main character smiled contentedly, and said that now it was time to go and claim Japan. Yubin had already calmed down at this time and asked why she was coming again. What about Ian and Minju? Out of the corner of his eye, the guy looked at the girl and replied that they were key employees, which caused her to wave her fists and shout loudly, asking if she really wasn't. Jinnu then put his hand in the inside pocket of his jacket, and replied that it was relative speaking, after which he added that she had worked for the Japanese branch for several years before moving to the American branch. He put glasses on her face while the girl replied that she was there on a business trip under the program of cooperation between branches, to which the guy replied that she still worked there for a while, and as a reward he would buy her figurines there. After a while, Yubin raised her hands and shouted with a bright blush on her cheeks, asking what was the real reason for this trip to Japan. The protagonist sat next to her and replied that there were rumors that the Japanese branch was going to leave the International Association, so they were going there to find out, after which his interlocutor said that if they just showed up and tried to conclude a support agreement, they would be instantly rejected, because he knew who they were, and their pride was a headache. Jinnu read the documents in his hands and said that he already had a plan, and even if the rumors turned out to be true, they had no reason to share this information with someone they didn't even have a contract with, and they were certainly not the type to show their cards to outsiders. Yubin turned on the series on her phone and exclaimed that she wasn't expecting their boss, and then asked if that meant they had some kind of good plan. The guy looked away and replied that they would not go through the branch directly. They would first establish contact with those around them, with the forge of the Haramura clan. The plane was flying through the sky. It was Jinwa's third foreign trip, and its goal was a preliminary investigation, and since Japan was closer than Vietnam or Africa, he decided that the reconnaissance would be easier. But already in Japan, shock from what he saw appeared in his eyes. In front of him stood Yubin in beautiful clothes. A man's hand suddenly fell on her shoulder. Together with the guy, the girl created a heart sign with her hands, because she found herself a Japanese guy. In Japan, the Tokyo Association for the Control of Supernatural Dimensions was hit by the rays of the sun, and a man asked disgruntled where Haramura was. The guy whose body was covered in wounds closed his eyes and replied in a shaking voice that he really didn't know. After all, the most he had done was drink with him a few days ago at work, and they weren't even that close. Veins bulged on the man's face in anger, and he said in displeasure that it was the bastard who thought he was an idiot, and then asked if he really thought he didn't know that he had been working with Haramura for years. And while he was beating the prisoner, two guys came up from behind, and one of them said that they had returned. It was Danjo, a 4th-rank hunter in Japan, and Genta, a 3rd-rank hunter in Japan, who reported that he had inspected the workshop, but he was still not there. The weapons on his belt shone brightly, and the man suddenly said that hunters not only from Japan, but from all over the world come here for weapons, and suddenly for no reason the clan began to refuse all orders. He gritted his teeth furiously and added that if this continued, their Tokyo branch was doomed and the International Association would abandon them. He suddenly began to beat the prisoner with his whip with all his strength and shouted loudly that they were all damned, because it was not clear what they wanted and could not even explain the reason. They just fell silent without warning, and now it was not clear what to do. Without turning to the guys, the man said that they no longer had time to mess with this nameless clan. Seishi pulled on his whip and added that they only needed their special weapon forging technique right now, so even if they had to cut off Haramura's limbs, they needed to find him immediately. A huge 3-headed dragon appeared in front of the two hunters. The guy took a fighting stance in front of his partner and told him to leave this place and he would deal with this monster, to which he replied that it was too dangerous, adding that even if he fought this monster alone, it would be too dangerous. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes from what he saw. The guy took out the legendary sword of the Haramura clan from its sheath. His eyes lit up and he shouted with all his might that it was Haramura's blade that grew stronger with every drop of blood that fell on it, so he allowed it to be satiated. The blade of the sword began to quickly fill with powerful magical energy. In less than a minute, the guy struck a powerful blow to the huge monster. The severed heads fell to the ground. Seeing this, the young man raised his fists and happily exclaimed that it was unbelievable. After all, he had destroyed King Ghidorah in an instant. But as soon as he said that, the last head of a powerful monster loomed over him. The young man, seeing this, immediately threw his sword towards his comrade, shouting that as long as the sword was in his hands, there was nothing to be afraid of. He should feel the breath of the blade and become one with it, and move as the sword led him. The guy deftly caught the sword thrown in his direction. At this time, the dragon leaned towards him, roaring furiously. Then the guy got into a fighting stance. Unleashing the power of the weapon, he frowned and shouted at the top of his lungs that he was entrusting his body and soul to the sacred blade of Haramura. After these words, he cut off the monster's head with one blow. The guy was standing behind him and after the victory said that it was a great job. The young man turned to his comrade and smiled, saying that he seemed to have merged with the special power of this blade. Then the hunter patted the guide on the head and told him not to be conceited, because the sword had done all the work, and he was just holding it, to which he replied that this was expected, because the weapon created by the Haramura clan is truly legendary, because it becomes stronger with each use. With that, the two guys and the dragon gave a thumbs up, after which there was an advertisement for Haramura's products. Taichi, the number 2 hunter in Japan, smiled broadly and recommended the purchase. All this was an advertisement that was on Yubin's phone. The main character looked at it out of the corner of his eye and said to himself, "This quality of the script is terrible," and the girl was satisfied. They continued to walk forward as the guy said to himself that when it came to the Haramura clan, it all started with a small family of blacksmiths who ran a humble workshop, but over time, everyone began to talk about their blades having a special power, and soon the blacksmiths gained fame. A few years ago, an entire suppression group was destroyed in a red rank dungeon in Japan, but a C rank hunter with Haramura's blade managed to defeat the boss and stop the disaster. This was talked about all over Japan, and the Haramura clan became a legend overnight, their reputation growing so much that the International Association even offered them a merger with the Japanese Association. Their main representatives shook hands, and thus the Haramura clan played a decisive role in Japan's accession to the International Association. Immediately after joining the International Association, the fifth-generation blacksmith expanded production to create not only swords but also other weapons, and due to the skyrocketing demand for Haramura's weapons around the world, their influence became so great that they could even put pressure on the International Association. Powerful magical energy was accumulating in the hands of the guy. Currently, the protagonist stopped and said that they had arrived. They reached Saitama Prefecture, near Tokyo, and were in front of Haramura's workshop. Seeing that something was hanging on the door, they came closer, and surprise appeared in their eyes. A small sign said that Haramura's workshop was closed for personal reasons, and while Yubin was asking his friend if he had seriously come all this way, without even checking if the workshop was open, Jin-woo turned to his grandmother and asked if he could ask when this place closed. Grandmother raised her eyebrows slightly and replied that if he asked about Haramura's workshop, they hadn't been working for a few days or a week. She suddenly remembered seeing Mr. Haramura fighting with someone right there at the entrance, and at first she thought it was an accident and a misunderstanding, but then she realized that they were employees of the Tokyo branch. The three of them were staring at the closed doors of the workshop, when suddenly the protagonist asked if he had a conflict with them, to which the grandmother replied that she did not know it, but from what she heard, they were trying to buy his forging technique manual or something, but Mr. Haramura would never sell it. Looking after the departing old woman, the guy decided to ask where he was now, and if she knew the address of his house, to which she replied that she did not know any of this. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned and said that it seemed that there was no other choice, he would have to stick to the original plan, so Yubin immediately asked him if he was serious about going straight to the Tokyo branch. Realizing that there was nothing left, the guy continued to stare into the distance, saying to himself that it was useless to sit idly by, so it was better to get straight to the point, because he was also interested in what exactly happened between the Haramura clan and the Tokyo branch. But before they could leave, a bicycle drove up from behind them. The boy, without getting up from his seat, asked if they could see Mr. Haramura. The guys turned around in surprise. Inside the workshop, swords hung on the walls. The main character and his partner followed the guy. Jinna looked around the room, saying to himself that this was a brand that had been loyal to the traditions of the clan for 5 generations and adored by the hunters of the entire International Association. But no matter how you look at it, it was an ordinary workshop. The guy suddenly raised his eyebrows with a big smile on his face, said that his name was Itsuki, he was Mr. Haramura's apprentice. If they had an unfinished order, he could find it, because his master hadn't been here for a long time. Hearing this, the main character brought his hand to his chin and with a snide smile on his face, replied that he would receive his order from Mr. Haramura personally, but a little later, it was just a very important item. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Itsuki's face, and he asked if his guest was sure of this, as it could be a long time before he could get it directly, to which it's okay, but he wanted to ask something else. Lowering his head slightly, Jinnu asked if he knew what had happened between the workshop and the Tokyo branch. His interlocutor looked down and replied that now the Tokyo branch is simply furious because of them, because a few days ago his master suddenly began to reject all orders for weapons. He introduced his master and the angry Sadie, and added that as for the reason, he had always put trust above all else, and if he had to guess, then he thought that the headquarters of the International Association had let him down. Folding his arms, Itsuki said that his master had never spoken directly, but it seemed he wanted Japan to withdraw from the International Association. Yubin was looking at the weapons in the workshop while her boss said that given the Tokyo branch of the Japanese Association, his actions could be seen as a quiet protest against them. The protagonist thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and, looking away, said to himself that the rumors of leaving were not entirely unfounded, because if the Haramura clan took such a tough stance, then the Tokyo branch is probably going crazy now, and in the end, it will have to choose one side, the International Association or the Haramura clan. With that, he introduced Seichi standing behind Master Haramura and Wesley, adding that it wasn't an easy choice for the branch. After leaving his performances, Jinna put his hands in his pockets and asked the guy if he had tried to talk to the Tokyo branch, After all, things were taking a serious turn, and they should try to start negotiations, to which the guy put his hand behind his head and replied that the guys from such a branch had indeed come to see them, but the master just kicked them out, saying that he had nothing to talk about with them. But he was always terribly stubborn. Resting his hands on his hips, Itsuki turned away and added that it seemed that the Tokyo branch had given up because everything had been quiet for a while, but a few days ago they had started showing up for a different reason. The bright rays of the sun entered the workshop through the windows, and the main character said that he had heard that they were trying to buy his techniques for forging weapons, to which his interlocutor replied that this was the case, and the master was simply furious, adding that they seemed to seriously think that they could buy techniques that had been passed down from generation to generation. Suddenly, his eyes filled with shock and horror, with which he said that after those visits when he had kicked them out, other people began to come here. And just as the protagonist asked what the others meant, the door behind him was pounded with all their force, after which a scream was heard, asking if Haramura was inside today. Jinu immediately turned around, and Itsuki, knitting his eyebrows, said in a shaking voice that these guys were the reason why the master stopped coming to the workshop. As he said all this, his body began to shake with fear. Outside there was a crowd of guys in white suits, one of whom said that if he wasn't there again, they might get in trouble, so he had to get out before they smashed this workshop to hell. The main character went outside and a guy immediately approached him, asking if the master really accepts clients, adding that this means that he must be here. Gritting his teeth, he leaned over to Jean and asked where the hell Haramura was, to which Jean replied that he didn't know it and would like to find out himself, after which Itsuki ran up to them and said that they were just about to leave, because the master was not here and they had nothing to do with it at all. But before he could finish, the guy hit him in the face with all his strength. Itsuki collapsed to the ground, shaking in pain. The guy slammed his fist into his palm and asked the protagonist in displeasure if he didn't know where Haramura was, adding that he had to be honest with them. With one finger, he lifted Jin's head and added that they were from the Tachibana group of the Dongang Society. After this, the main character abruptly took his hands out of his pockets and menacingly replied that he had also come a long way here, and he was sorry that he could not meet with the owner. His eyes filled with hatred and contempt, with which he said to himself that he would love to tear these bastards apart right now, but messing with the Yakuza would only complicate the situation, so it was better to just scare them and go home. But as soon as he thought of it, the guy in front of him missed a powerful punch to his face. Yasuo fell to the ground with a crash. All of his comrades burst into shock when they heard a woman's voice saying that when she encountered scoundrels who came out of nowhere and started a conflict, she just couldn't contain her anger. Not seeing the opponent in front of them, the guys lowered their gaze. Seeing Yubin, they raised their eyebrows in displeasure and asked what the hell, if it was some kind of snot. Hearing this, the girl smiled madly and said that he was already a corpse for such words. A drop of cold sweat flowed down the protagonist's face, and in his head he said that he shouldn't have taken it with him. All three men looked down. After a moment, their faces were beaten. The gang members were on their knees, and the protagonist asked Yubin if she was willing to take responsibility if she got involved in something serious. Yubin looked away shyly, because the main character displeased said that she just wanted to start a fight. The girl looked away angrily and remained silent. Jin-woo got angry about this and started screaming. He then held his head and asked the gang members about who had sent them. One of them raised his head and started shouting that they would rather choose death than tell him anything, because they are Yakuza. Yubin looked at them madly and gestured that death awaited them, because the main character asked her to add motivation to them to continue the conversation. The three of them immediately opened their mouths and started shouting that they had been sent by the big boss, and they were just small fry following orders. Yubin and Jean were furious and started shouting that they already knew it was their boss, but they wanted to know who hired him. Yubin took out a knife and began to scare them, saying that she didn't want to go so far as to get a coherent answer, but there seemed to be no other option. The main character squatted down and said that you should not act so cruelly, because they are not bandits. He smiled eerily as he pulled out his tongs and suggested that he start with his nails. One of the gang members closed his eyes and started shouting that Haramura had sent them. The hero's eyes bulged in surprise. Jinu opened his mouth in surprise, because this completely changes the picture. Yubin started beating one of the gang members, shouting for them to tell the truth, but the gangster shouted that he wasn't lying. Yubin held him by the collar and said that he was just making up excuses to hide the involvement of the Tokyo branch. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and mentally said that at first glance, the story of a blacksmith who suddenly disappeared and allegedly organized the theft of his own techniques sounds absurd. Jinu smiled and thought that if the Haramura clan was exactly what he was thinking about, it wasn't that impossible. The protagonist frowned and ordered the bandit to take them to his boss, but Yubin was skeptical and asked if he seriously believed these guys. Yubin slapped the bandit, and the protagonist said that it made no sense for them to come up with such an obvious lie. Besides, the only way to check was to see for themselves. Jinu turned away and said in his mind that if the bandits were lying, that was good news, because if the protagonist played correctly, he would be able to take control of the Haramura clan. The protagonist smiled madly and thought that the Tokyo branch and the Haramura clan were already at war, and therefore if Jinu captured the clan first, they wouldn't even have to buy the Tokyo branch, because without Haramura, he was an empty shell. The protagonist imagined himself abandoning a man in a suit, and the thought flashed through his mind that he could take over the clan and then use it as leverage to force Japan. Yubin dragged the thug with her, and said that it was going too far because they had only come here to investigate. But Jinu replied that until a deal was made, the investigation was still in effect. As they walked forward in a crowd, one of the bandits shouted that if they went to the boss, they might be killed. However, Jinu calmed him down, saying that he would definitely not die. The action shifts to another part of the city. The head of the branch is informed that the Tachibanagumi from Dokenkai are looking for Haramura. Genta said that this gang terrorizes the workshop almost every day. According to him, it seems that someone made an order. Genta frowned and said that it seemed that someone was hunting for blacksmith techniques. The head of the branch scattered the papers and asked who was behind it. Seishi grinned furiously and said that a third party was already interfering. 2 competitors were already a problem. He grinned even more and said that if these techniques fell into the wrong hands, Japan would lose the Haramura brand forever. Then the head turned to the window and said that there was no choice and he would have to send people for him. Genta frowned with excitement and asked if it was too dangerous to send a balanced team on a mission. Seishi turned around and replied that he would not sit back and watch Haramura fall into the hands of some crooks. His mouth drooled as he shouted that the International Association affiliate title and brand were too valuable to give up, and that they had to find Haramura first. Meanwhile, on the busy streets of the city, the action takes place near some bar. A girl in a costume hands out flyers. The protagonist stood in front of the building and the bandit said that this place was here. Jinu raised his head and said in his mind that it looked like an ordinary office building. Then we see a tattooed Yakuza man, the leader of the Tachibanagumi, whose name is Kimura Yusuke. A gang member scratched his head and said that these distinguished guests wanted to see the boss. Kimura immediately stood in front of them and exclaimed that his subordinates had dared to show respect to someone else in his presence. Kimura raised an eyebrow in surprise when Jin said he would get straight to the point. The protagonist glanced at him and said that he was looking for Mr. Haramura. Kimura smiled and stated that they don't do business with outsiders. The man slowly took out his knife. He waved his knife and exclaimed that now he couldn't let them just leave. A gang member fell to the ground, injuring himself, and Kimura said that people who don't know how to keep their mouths shut are useless. The Yakuza sheathed the dagger and asked them if they were from the branch, but Jin replied that he was just a businessman who had come to meet Mr. Haramura. The man stretched out his hand and said that he knew where Haramura was, but he couldn't even tell them that. Kimura frowned and said that they were old friends, so he helped the blacksmith by hiding him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and asked that since they were old friends, Kimura knew almost everything about his friend. The Yakuza smiled and said that this was certainly true, and therefore the protagonist said that then the man must be aware of the rumors that the special properties of Haramura's weapons were a fabrication. Kimura's glasses burst, and he opened his mouth wide in shock, wondering how Jin knew about it. Yubin also opened her mouth in surprise. The gang members were also shocked. A man opened his mouth wide and screamed. The stranger fell to the ground and everyone paid attention to him. Kimura frowned and began to shout that he had told Haramura to stay in cover. Haramura, a member of the 5th generation of the Haramura Forge and the current head of the clan, raised his head excitedly. The protagonist handed him a business card and introduced himself, saying that he was the head of an anti-corruption corporation, so Haramura recognized the name and exclaimed in surprise that the company had exposed the corruption of the International Association in Africa. Jin-woo pulled out a business card and clarified that they worked together with the Korean Association. A drop of sweat rolled down the blacksmith's cheek. He lowered his head and said that he did not expect to be found like this, and even the head of a foreign company. Yubin picked up her sword and wondered if the rumors about the special weapon had not been confirmed. The girl looked at the inscription on the blade and saw that it was forged in Haramura's workshop. Yubin looked at the blacksmith angrily, and he asked if Jin would now hand him over to the Tokyo branch. The protagonist smiled and asked him not to worry, because he had not come all this way for the sake of threats. The blacksmith and the head of the Yakuza bulged their eyes in surprise. The main character smiled madly. He looked at them and said that if they cooperated, then he would turn the rumors about the Haramura clan's legendary weapons into the truth. One of the gang members opened his mouth furiously, and wondered if their weapons were just a hoax. Yubin's eyes bulged and wondered if her sword was a fake. Kimura lowered his head silently. The blacksmith shook his head and asked how Jin knew about this, since the blacksmith hadn't told anyone about it. The protagonist replied that it was already obvious, so there was no point in asking how he had figured it out. Jin narrowed his eyes and stated that he doubted that Haramura wanted to deceive anyone in the first place. The protagonist introduced the kitchen knife and began to tell the story that the predecessor of the blacksmith who used to make kitchen knives probably embellished reality slightly when he first started creating supernatural weapons, but in reality, their quality was worse than that of B-rank factory weapons. Haramura lowered his head and said that his father had a special talent in this business. The main character put his hands in his pockets and said that to some extent they began to believe in the fairy tale, because rumors spread and people from other regions began to look for Haramura's weapons. The protagonist lowered his head and thought that then there was a problem, because the C-rank hunter defeated the red-level boss using their brand weapons. Jean introduced the group of hunters who had defeated the monster, and thought that a hunter of this rank couldn't win with weapons alone. It simply didn't make sense. A sword protruded from the monster's head. The protagonist said that this was an ordinary coincidence, that's all. After a while, the hunter happily raised his sword above him surrounded by a cheering crowd, and Jin thought that this was a real celebration for Japan, which was struggling to compete in the global monster destruction market. The whole crowd shouted joyfully. The main character understood that for their society this was a new ray of hope, although it was an accidental coincidence. He imagined the insane smiles of the people in the reflection of the sword, and mentally said that no one wanted to perceive the situation differently because people don't rely on facts, they only believe in what they want to believe. Jean put his hands in his pockets and said that the original story of the blacksmith's predecessor had grown to the scale of a real legend, because everywhere there was only trumpet about a special weapon endowed with unique powers. The protagonist looked at him seriously and said that when Haramura realized that the situation was getting out of control, the rumors had already reached the International Association. Haramura's eyes bulged in surprise, because Jin said that the only reason he had been able to get away with it for so long was because foreigners were looking at Japan through the prism of romanticization, and he saw an opportunity to earn money that would last him for the rest of his life. The protagonist smiled and said that Haramura took full advantage of this opportunity, but nevertheless, his father had at least some conscience, as he never took orders for mass production, unlike Ryuhei. Ryuhei lowered his head as Jinu started talking about how he had decided to bet everything on a lie, starting to churn out a weapon that barely pulled a C-rank over and over again. Haramura lowered his head and said that he had decided to turn down the last order because the International Association had been rocked by one scandal after another lately, and therefore he decided that it was time to quit. Jinwoo approached him and asked if he believed the association would just turn a blind eye to this. However, Ryuhei replied that of course, he knew that sooner or later they would come to him, but he never thought that the association would offer to buy their forging method. He looked up and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about turning a lie into the truth. The main character smiled confidently. He raised his hand and said that he would make these fabrications a reality because they needed the influence of the Haramura clan. The protagonist became gloomy and stated that they had heard that the Japanese association might withdraw from the international one, according to him, so they decided to come to see if they could take control of it. But judging by the situation, that would not happen. A drop of sweat rolled down Kimura's cheek, and Haramura replied that, of course, this would not happen, because if Japan was really going to withdraw from the International Association, then the branch managers would not come to him with an offer to buy the manual. Yubin crossed her arms and continued to watch, and the protagonist said that it was even better, because they didn't need to take control of the Japanese Association, because they would still be able to achieve their goal. Haramura smiled slightly and asked about how exactly Jean was going to help him. The man smiled sly and said that if the protagonist handed over to him the advanced forging technology from that elite research center in Korea, then he would really think about cooperating. The main character was furious and asked if the blacksmith still did not realize what situation he was in. Jinu stood over him and said that because he was polite, Haramura had a false impression. The protagonist's eyes bulged terribly and stated that he had not come here to help create the weapon, but to make it seem like Haramura was creating it. The blacksmith stared at Gina in horror as he said that all he had to do was continue to exist as the head of a family that could influence an international association, because the protagonist didn't care what kind of weapon he made. The protagonist gave him a creepy look and said that if he didn't want to be destroyed, then it was better to shut his mouth and do what he said. Meanwhile, the sunset had already come. Yubin held ice cream in her hands and shouted that it was all already infuriating her. The girl grinned in displeasure and asked why he had taken her at all, if he was just going to drag her with him, without explaining anything. But according to him, there was a reason for that. Jinwoo remembered Ion's hit him and thought he'd rake again. He closed his eyes and said that he was in a hurry, so he didn't have time to explain everything, but next time he would be more careful. Yubin blushed and turned away, asking how exactly he was going to turn the Haramura clan's lies into the truth. Jinu smiled creepily and said that he had no idea and wanted someone else to do it. Yubin looked at the protagonist questioningly when he said that there is a well-known saying in Japan that says that if you repeat a lie 100 times, it will become true. Jinu was looking ahead, saying that he just needed to add fuel to the fire. Besides, he had already given Haramura instructions, so he had to wait for his call. Yubin closed her eyes and said that she wanted to ask a question before he explained the plan. There were some papers in her backpack. She asked why he had brought this fractal then, if he knew from the very beginning that Haramura's special weapon was deception. The protagonist introduced Minju and said that he had come here under the pretense of creating a new sword for Minju, but it was obvious that he would not order a fake. He stood in front of Yubin and declared that he did not remember ever ordering a sword from such a swindler as Haramura. Yubin put her hand to her chin and said in her mind that he hadn't explained everything from the beginning. They went further and Yubin pulled the protagonist's jacket and said that he was obliged to keep his promise and buy her that figure, but a real one. Kimura, meanwhile, shouted in displeasure, asking if Haramura had bought into their nonsense. The blacksmith stood silently with his head down as the Yakuza shouted that they were just intimidating him, and if he contacted them, they would keep him hooked for life. Suddenly, Ryuhei turned around and started shouting that he couldn't just confess everything and derail his life. Kimura stretched out his hands to his sides and said that he didn't mean it, because he just thought that the blacksmith should hide for a while. But Ryuhei wondered how much he should hide, if he would have to hide until he died. The blacksmith looked out the window and said that Kimura knew that his son had just entered one of the best universities. The man looked at the photo of his son and said that the boy grew up without a mother, but still became a good guy, and therefore Ryuhei must live at least until his wedding. Kimura put his hand on his friend's shoulder and apologized for raising his voice. A Yakuza ran into the room and reported that some guy had broken into the headquarters. The bandit was very worried and shouted that this stranger was looking for Kimura, but they couldn't stop him, so the boss had to leave. Yakuza's eyes bulged in shock. The silhouette of a man was visible in the window. The man broke through the window and hit the Yakuza boss in the chest. Kimura fell to the ground. The stranger's hand reached for the bandit's throat. The man in black grabbed the bandit by the throat and said that Seishi branch manager was looking for Haramura with sparks in his eyes. The blacksmith lay on the floor, wondering how they knew he was there. The stranger's eyes bulged madly and said that this was the blacksmith's last chance, because they had been clearly told that if the blacksmith did not obey, then they needed to break his limbs and dragged him to the office. Kimura grabbed the stranger's leg and shouted for Haramura to run, because this guy is not a human. The blacksmith immediately ran away. The stranger threw the bandit into the wall. An aura enveloped him as he activated the skill. Haramura screamed in pain as he was bound with magic threads. Then the man called the head of the branch and said that the target was captured. Seishi smiled and said that he would never have thought that the blacksmith was hiding in the Yakuza's lair. He bulged his eyes and said that the balanced team of the International Association really is something. The man took his glasses. Agent Dongui put on his glasses, and Seishi said he did an impressive job. It was dark around him, and Haramura regained consciousness, but he felt as if his body was falling apart. He opened his eyes and saw blood on the white floor. The man screamed in horror. He was in chains and could not understand what was happening. Someone came up to him and told him that he had finally woken up. It was Seishi and his workers. The man said that he and Haramura had not seen each other for a long time. The blacksmith's eyes bulged and said that he shouldn't go that far, but Seishi frowned and replied that he had once helped develop their branch, and now, unfortunately, he didn't want to listen to them anymore. The blacksmith opened his mouth in horror as the head of the branch said that his refusal was hindering their work. Gent drew his sword as the head talked about how he thought they would finally find common ground. The blacksmith began to scream in fear, asking what they were going to do. A moment later, Genta struck the chains. The blacksmith fell to the ground, and Sadie said that he didn't know what caused the blacksmith to cut ties, but they still needed his help. Seishi crouched down and said that he would pay handsomely for the forging method. However, the blacksmith was outraged that they thought that his techniques could simply be taken and redeemed. The man's eyes bulged in surprise when Seishi offered 1 billion yen. The hunters frowned, thinking that this was absurd. However, Haramura began to cry and nervously said that he refused to sell his forging method even for that kind of money. All 3 members of the association were shocked. Behind them was Dongwi's manager. He was unhappy because he had been asked for a favor. Seishi turned around and said that he had heard that the master's son had recently entered a prestigious university. His name was Masato. He was a freshman studying economics, and Seishi wanted Dongwi to bring Masato here. Haramura immediately grabbed the head of the branch by the collar and started yelling at him not to touch his son, otherwise he would regret it greatly. The head of the branch twisted his arm and said that he was asking for it in a good way, but he was also ready to act tough. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise as the blacksmith exclaimed that he had been lying all along. Ryuhei cried, shouting that it was all a lie, because there were never any special methods of forging and weapons. They all fell into a stupor and Seishi asked how to explain the fact that a C-rank hunter had cleared the red rank gate, but Haramura exclaimed that it was just a coincidence. He presented one of his swords and said that some guild had left unnecessary fragments, and he had just made them look impressive. Ryuhei held onto his sore arm and shouted that there was no special guidance, so he wanted them to leave him alone. Seishi was so angry that even the hunters were frightened. The head of the branch raised his head and grinned, because he realized that they had been led by the nose all this time. Then he opened his mouth angrily and thought that now was not the time to think about it, because if the information reached the top of the International Association, the situation would get out of control. He introduced General Secretary Wesley and mentally said that not only would they lose the brand, but Sadie, as curator of the relationship between the workshop and the International Association, would be in grave danger. Sadie clenched his fist, thinking that he couldn't let this happen. Manager Dongwi stood silently behind him. The head of the branch turned around and said that Haramura seemed to be crazy, but would definitely speak when they brought his son. A girl ran into the room with urgent news. Meanwhile, the protagonist was sitting in the office of the corporation, and this is exactly what the secretary said. The protagonist was smiling, and the secretary, meanwhile, reported that he claimed that he had come here to conclude a contract with Haramura's workshop. Seishi grinned terribly. Donghui's manager bulged his eyes as he realized it was Jinwoo, the orange light of the sunset reflected in the windows of the corporation's office. Seichi came out to the protagonist and asked him why the head of the corporation came here unannounced. Jinwoo smiled and showed the document, saying that as he had already informed the assistant head of the branch, he was here to sign a contract for the supply of weapons from Haramura's workshop. A drop of sweat rolled down the cheek of the head of the branch, because the main character came at the wrong time. The man remembered the blacksmith's words and thought about the fact that they hadn't even confirmed whether he had lied about the weapon or not. But in any case, if they found out, they would be in trouble. Seishi picked up the document and said that he wondered why Jinwoo would go to the association if he could make a deal with the workshop directly. But the protagonist replied that the contract with the workshop was under the jurisdiction of the Tokyo branch. Seishi smiled nervously, as the protagonist said that the significance of the deal was quite high, so it would be more convenient if the Tokyo branch oversaw it. Jinwoo covered one eye and said that he had heard that no other weapon could surpass Master Haramura's examples. The protagonist frowned and stated that at first he doubted this, but if the hunters of the International Association use them, then the quality is really excellent. Seishi laughed nervously and said that it was, of course, true. The main character stretched out his hand and said that he could not refuse such an impressive weapon. Seishi bit his lip with tension after Jinwoo asked if he could count on a positive answer. The protagonist smiled, thinking that he knew that the head of the branch was now in a difficult situation, especially after learning the truth about the weapon, because information could not be leaked anywhere. He remembered the injured Kimura, who had warned them that Seishi was the one who had taken Haramura. A drop of sweat rolled down the cheek of the branch head. He said that he needed to discuss the matter with Mr. Haramura first. Jinwoo abruptly put his hands on the table and exclaimed that he would like to meet him too, so it would be a good idea to invite Haramura-san here. The main character smiled insidiously, thinking that Seichi is a good actor, but he has no chance. The head of the branch awkwardly looked away and said that he had completely forgotten that the blacksmith had taken a short vacation and they couldn't contact him either. The protagonist then asked in surprise about this vacation, and Seichi replied that they themselves were not yet aware of all the details. The man put his hand to his chin and said that the conclusion of the contract seemed to have to be postponed indefinitely, but the protagonist suddenly exclaimed in surprise that he should have guessed right away. He held out an envelope and said that this deal was a new basis for training young hunters. Sadie took the envelope, and the main character said that he was offering him a new program through which they would send funds, and Sadie would be able to dispose of them as he saw fit. Jean held out his hand and asked if that wasn't what the head of the branch wanted. Jean smiled contentedly. After all, he had just successfully set a trap. Once the deal went into effect, the sums that Sadie would start receiving would be in the millions. His eyes bulged madly and wondered if the head of the branch would be able to resist such a temptation. Sadie stared at the envelope, drooling. He then put the envelope in his jacket pocket and said that he would try to convince Haramura-san, to which Jinwoo asked if they could test the weapon. The protagonist approached him and said that he wanted to test the weapon in about a week, and it was best to test the weapon in a real dungeon to see what it was like in real combat. Jinwoo then stood up and thanked the head of the branch for his time. The heroes headed for the exit. Sadie was very angry. Sunset came. It was getting darker and darker outside. The protagonist looked at Yubin in surprise and asked what she was wearing. The girl smiled and exclaimed that they were in Japan, and therefore it would be a crime to pass by such beauty. She raised an eyebrow and asked if the person who was supposed to turn lies into truth was the head of Saika's Tokyo branch. Jinwoo smiled and said that it was indeed so, and from now on, Seishi would be forced to turn Haramura's tales into reality. The protagonist also added that the head of the branch will gather craftsmen from all over the country to protect the reputation of Haramura's workshop. Yubin reached for the shelf and told him to take a look at this and get ready to go around the other stores. But Jean replied that this was the last store for today. The girl turned around and started shouting that they had a whole week at their disposal, but he replied that they needed to find one person. Yubin, narrowing her eyes, looked at him and asked again. Jinwoo introduced some hunter and said that they should find Yusuke Taichi, Japan's second strongest hunter. The action takes place in some modern room. Someone opened the door. Seishi approached someone, calling him a sensei. The man stood in front of the blacksmith and asked if there was any way to create a truly special weapon, but the blacksmith replied that the whole idea was ridiculous, since they were not in the manga, so that it would be possible to create a weapon that only grants powers to the worthy. Ryuhei opened his mouth in surprise after Seishi revealed that the head of the Karma Corporation had come in and wanted to sign a contract for the supply of weapons from the Haramura workshop because of all these rumors. He was offering a huge amount. The blacksmith opened his mouth indignantly and asked if Sadie had agreed. The head of the branch grinned and said that he knew that sooner or later everything would come out, because they already guessed that the weapon was devoid of any power, and even demanded that it be checked. The man frowned maliciously and asked the blacksmith to create a weapon once, like from his family's fairy tales. Ryuhei lowered his head and stated that he could not do it. He raised his head excitedly. Sadie put his hand in his pocket and wondered why he would even let the blacksmith live. Seichi's eyes bulged madly and asked about them doing the inspection themselves. The blacksmith was horrified, because the head of the branch added that after that, when the deal was concluded, He would not be able to withstand the demands of the corporation and would be forced to go with himself. The blacksmith grabbed him and began to shout that he did not even understand what he was saying, but the head replied that they would certainly make up for everything. He showed a photo of the blacksmith's son and said that they would pay for his son's education, and when he graduated, they would provide him with a job at their branch. Ryuhei opened his mouth wide and shouted that this was madness, because if people found out, they would not sit idly by. However, Seichi just slapped him in the face. He straightened his tie and said that the dead did not talk, and therefore people would not know the truth, and besides, if Haramura had been lying to them all this time, he should have been prepared for such an outcome. The blacksmith stared silently at the floor as Sadie said that he would stay there until the demonstration for his own convenience anyway. Dongui crossed his arms and asked the head of the branch if he had found out the technicians. The man smiled awkwardly and replied that the blacksmith was quite stubborn, and then asked about what Agent Dongui was doing here. Seishi frowned, thinking that if it turned out that the forging technique was fake, Dongui would report it to the International Hunters Association, and therefore it could not be allowed. The agent looked at him and said that he was just waiting for the moment to say goodbye before leaving, because there was a person here that Dongui didn't want to meet at all. Dongui turned away and began to leave, and the head of the branch asked if he had any connections with the head of the Karma Corporation. The agent gave him a creepy look and said that if Sadie contacted Jean, he would be finished. Evening has come. The action takes place in the lair of the Tachibanagumi gang. Kimura sat in his chair, wondering if Jinu wasn't working with the Tokyo branch, since right after he left, their men broke in and took Haramura away. The protagonist lowered his head and said that Kimura was too calm for someone to suspect. However, the Yakuza boss replied that if it weren't for the protagonist's message, he would have thought they were in league and would have sent his guys to turn the place upside down. The man frowned and said that he had checked the protagonist's past, and it turned out that he was a fairly well-known person in Korea. Jinu looked at him with displeasure and said that Haramura was apparently being held at the Tokyo branch. Jean remembered what Seishi looked like and said that the head of the branch was all nervous, as if he was hiding something. Kimura clutched his head and wondered if these non-entities from the Tokyo branch had really done this. The Yakuza furiously shouted that the question of whether or not to save Haramura was not even worth it. Kimura closed his eyes and began to talk about how he and Haramura had been friends since childhood and had made a promise to each other. He remembered the two of them standing in a field, and a young Kimura said that he was leaving the workshop to become a Yakuza. He adjusted his glasses and said that Ryuhei would be the light that would guide this world, and he would be the king of the night, its shadow. They both smiled and exclaimed that their ambitions were too great to exist in the same universe. Ryuhei pointed his finger up and said that in 10 years they would meet again at the very top, when they had fully realized their dreams. Jinu began to wave his hand, saying that he didn't care about their drama. Kimura blushed and said that they had just gotten to the most touching part. The Yakuza's eyes bulged in surprise as Jinu asked where Taichi, Japan's second strongest hunter, was now. The protagonist frowned and said that Kimura, like no one else, should know this. He introduced Taichi surrounded by guards and said that he was interested in the former number 2 of Japan, and now the king of the underworld, Taichi, the head of the largest criminal group in Japan with great influence in politics, the media, and the economy. Jinu frowned and said that Kimura, as a man with power in hiding, needed to know where Taichi was, and that they needed the help of the king of the underworld if they wanted to save Haramura-san. Kimura leaned forward and exclaimed that a Korean like Jinu might know about Taichi, but Jinu replied that he had a personal score to settle with him. The Yakuza grinned with excitement. He frowned and said that it would shorten his life, so in return, Jinu must save Haramura. The action is transferred to another area of the city. A girl turned to Taichi and said that he looked sad today. There were a lot of make-up girls around him who wanted his attention. However, he waved his hand and shouted that they should not dare touch him. The head of the group was surrounded by guards and ordered them to take this girl away. Taichi held a glass in his hands and continued to drink, saying that he needed someone who could entertain him. The guard leaned over in front of him and said that the girl must have considered herself blessed because the boss was so close to her. Suddenly the glass began to shake. Someone scattered the guards and made a lot of noise. The guards were lying on the floor unconscious. The heroes entered the room and Jean turned to Taichi, saying that he had come to make a deal with him. The king of the underworld began to shout, wondering who had sent him. Yubin's eyes bulged and asked if this was Taichi. The protagonist is immersed in memories of how he and Taichi fought side by side during a joint operation between Japan and Korea. The protagonist and Taichi took a fighting stance. Jinu reflected on the fact that the second hunter of Japan had never pulled him down and performed his tasks flawlessly. Besides, in battle, he turned out to be much stronger and more agile than Jinu expected. But suddenly, Taichi gained weight after becoming the face of Haramura's brand. Jinu watched in horror as Taichi constantly looked in the mirror and applied powder on himself. Jean remembered the advertising banner featuring Taichi and thought about how there were rumors that he had made so much money from advertising that even the hunter's salary couldn't compare to that, and so he dropped everything. The protagonist introduced Haramura trembling with fear, thinking that Taichi had most likely figured out the secret of Haramura's weapon, and in exchange for silence, he probably made them pay a huge sum of money. But after that, the former hunter packed his bags and disappeared, but from time to time, Jinwoo heard that thanks to his fortune and former glory, he had risen to the very top and become the king of the underworld. The main character looked at him and introduced himself, saying that he wanted to offer him a deal. The leader of the group smiled hideously and asked if some pathetic non-entity dared to make a deal with him. But suddenly he frowned, as if he had changed his mind. He pointed his finger at Yubin and said that if this beauty asked politely, he might think about it. Yubin opened her mouth in surprise. Taichi sat silently, pointing his finger at her, and the heroes wondered where he had seen the beauty. Yubin and Jean looked ahead ridiculously, wondering what kind of beauty he was talking about. Then they looked at each other. Yubin pointed her finger at herself, as Jinwoo had pointed at her, trying to find out if the head of the group was talking about her. Taichi turned away from his embarrassment, pointing at her. Yubin and Jinwoo were in a stupor, as they did not expect such a turn of events. Taichi pointed his finger at Yubin and said that when he spoke of beauty, he meant her. The man blushed, wondering how it was possible to be so beautiful. The protagonist looked at the girl ridiculously. He could not understand what was so impressive about her. Taichi smiled slyly and said that if it wasn't for his good mood, Jinwoo would have already flown out of here. Yubin picked her ear and said that she was really gorgeous, but it seemed to her that this boar was not quite normal. She began to stretch her fists and asked if she should beat the drunkard a little. However, the main character smiled terribly and the girl began to recognize this smile. Yubin began to cry and shouted that she refused what he wanted to offer her. Meanwhile, Ryohei was terrified, watching someone's screams. Sadie was beating another man with a whip. There were many swords lying on the floor. The head of the branch wondered why the so-called best Japanese craftsman could not even create a replica. He stepped on his sword and exclaimed that there were only a few days left before the demonstration. Genta approached him and told him that they had no more craftsmen left. The gray-haired old man turned to Haramura and asked him what he had done. Sadie stepped on his head immediately. He frowned viciously and asked if there was anyone else who knew about Haramura's lies besides himself. The man trembled with fear as Seishi talked about how if Haramura was hiding anything from him, his son would follow him. The man remembered the protagonist's words that he could make the rumors about Haramura's family a reality. In the dark room, their silhouettes could be seen. Seichi's eyes bulged in shock. The action is transferred to a busy street. Taichi put his hands on the table and ordered the guard to leave, as it was a meeting. The guard frowned in displeasure as he left the room. Jinwoo then began pouring drinks, suggesting that he defuse the situation. The protagonist smiled eerily as he revealed that they were businessmen from Korea and had come to offer a deal to the king of that city. The main character turned to Yubin and said that this guy was so drunk that his brains were knocked out. Yubin was furious, because Jinwoo reminded her that otherwise Taichi could not call her beautiful. Taichi closed his eyes and exhaled, suggesting that he just settle it with a conversation. Jin approached Yubin and said that he would give the signal, and she would have to deal with this man. The protagonist sat next to her and continued to whisper something. The girl put her hand out in front of her and began to whisper back. She bulged her eyes and said that he seemed to have forgotten that she had been expelled from the International Association for Disobedience. Jin put his hand on her shoulder and told her that there was no better option, and if she lasted even once, he would give her a week off and buy all the merch she wanted. Taichi clenched his fists and indignantly asked how long they were going to whisper and what kind of deal they were offering. The protagonist picked up the bottle and suggested that he get straight to the point, telling him that at the moment, Haramura-san is being held captive by the Tokyo branch. According to Jin, at this pace, the secret of Haramura's workshop will soon become known to everyone. Taichi opened his mouth in surprise and began to shout that it had nothing to do with him. However, the main character replied that they would not have taken such a risk if it had nothing to do with him. The protagonist introduced the faces of the heads and said that the Tokyo branch would do everything to prove that the secret of the workshop was true, but if this secret became public, the situation of the Tokyo branch would become worse than ever. The protagonist held out the bottle and said that Haramura had been covering for Taichi until now, allowing him to keep his power in hiding. The protagonist smiled and asked if Taichi would allow such a chance to slip through his nose, since he had a plan to destroy the Tokyo branch. The head of the underground frowned and wondered who this guy was and if he really knew everything. He reached for his sword, thinking that he couldn't let them leave alive because they might be hidden agents. Jinwoo immediately turned, thinking that he should not give him time to think. He stretched the angry Yubin in front of him and exclaimed that she should do something right away. The girl sent him a kiss. The kiss almost reached Taichi, but there was an awkward pause. The head of the underground bulged his eyes with excitement. He imagined Yubin in a wedding dress. The girl carried him in her arms. They had a little daughter. Taichi cried, imagining how their life together could turn out. He lowered his head and said that he accepted their terms, because he was already fed up with the rotten underground and just wanted to leave it all behind and live a normal life with the one he had always dreamed of. Yubin opened her mouth in a daze, and wondered if it had really worked. The main character nodded his head and decided to explain in more detail. The action is postponed a few days ahead, the day on which a meeting with the head of the Tokyo branch is scheduled. Taichi shoved a micro earpiece into his ear and heard Yubin instruct him to call as soon as he arrived at the TV station. The leader of the group was surrounded by guards and said that he was just heading there. Taichi held his ear and talked about how her voice was very sweet, and that when he heard it, His heart was pounding and his palms were sweating, but if she said a few words in support of him, he would immediately stop worrying. Yubin grinned in anger and exclaimed that he should focus on his work instead of doing such nasty things. The girl peeked around the corner and called the protagonist, saying that the pig was acting clearly according to plan and would arrive exactly at the appointed time. The main character was already standing in place with a suitcase. Jinna looked ahead, because someone had already called out to him. Sadie stood with his men and talked about how it was impossible to feel bad with such a big deal. There was a view from the top, there were indeed a lot of people there, but Seichi said that it was too dangerous for an ordinary person to enter the dungeon. The main character lowered his head a little. He looked around the area and noticed that there were a lot more people than he expected, but Sadie said that it was for safety, and that in case of emergencies, his task force would hold the demonstration, and the control team would be on duty outside. The protagonist pointed to the blacksmith and asked if this was Mr. Haramura. Jinnu approached the blacksmith and introduced himself, saying that it was an honor for him to meet such an eminent blacksmith. Ryuhei lowered his head and whispered that the test was just a cover, because after the deal, they were going to fake his suicide. The blacksmith frowned and asked the main character not to make this deal, because it would not benefit anyone. However, the main character smiled and said that he had enlisted the support of Taichi. Besides, in an hour, Taichi would leak to the media the information that the International Association forced Haramura to establish mass production of fakes for profit. Haramura opened his mouth in surprise, and Jean said that he was the perfect informant since he had been the face of a special weapon when he was in the association. Seishi watched them in displeasure, so Jean told him that it was time for him to go, as the head of the branch might suspect something was amiss. The protagonist turned around, but Haramura immediately said that he wanted to tell something important. Haramura almost cried and said that Taichi had already leaked the secret. Seichi then approached them and asked if they knew each other, but the protagonist smiled and replied that they didn't. The protagonist looked away and said that in fact, he was also a fan of the Haramura family, and they didn't talk about anything special. Seishi stood in front of the gate and said that the test was planned to be held here in the Orange Rank Cave dungeon. The boss was a snow demon, a ghost-type monster, which meant that it was not affected by physical attacks. The head of the branch took a look at him and said that he was knowledgeable. Also, according to him, if they were to conduct a test corresponding to the 3-star level, it would be meaningless, so they prepared it. The main character frowned and said that they must have worked hard to prepare. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. A thought flashed through his mind that he would never have thought that Haramura was so talkative. Besides, this branch manager must have assigned someone to Taichi. The protagonist's gaze was cold. He mentally said that this was not exactly unexpected, because he had also prepared countermeasures. Meanwhile, a man stood in front of Taichi, took out a sword, and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The former hunter frowned when he recognized this villain. Yubin watched from behind cover. Seishi took the sword in his hand and said that it was a weapon that Haramura-san had specially prepared for this test. He unsheathed his sword and said that it was the 10th weapon in Haramura's workshop Odachi line and the most popular. Jean opened his mouth at how ridiculous the name was, given that it was just a toy with a pretentious look. In front of them was a black-haired man who introduced himself by the name of Gord, saying that he was a C-rank swordsman and would take part in this test. Jin shook his hand. He narrowed his eyes, realizing that he had no calluses on his ring finger and little finger. He squeezed the stranger's hand and said in his mind that the one holding the sword must have those calluses. The protagonist remembered how he trained with a sword and realized that this guy was definitely not a swordsman. He then imagined the man's physique and thought about how his physique was athletic, but compared to his torso, his leg muscles were less developed, which meant that his position in battle did not require much movement. Gord's lips looked strange. The protagonist realized that they were discolored due to the frequent ingestion of potions, and there were traces of mana recall on the backs of his hands and face, so it was immediately obvious that he was an A-class mage. The protagonist smiled insidiously, wondering if he would really try to pass it off as a special weapon using sword tricks. Sadie held out his hand and said that they could begin. And so they went to the portal. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek as he thought that Yubin had to make it in time. Taichi frowned and asked what Genta was doing. A third-rank hunter stood over the shattered guards, saying that he had no personal grudge against Taichi, but he would have to die for the sake of the guild. Genta lowered his sword and said that the guild had sent him to kill the leader of the group, and the reason must be the secret of Haramura's workshop. The former number 2 of Japan spread his arms to his sides and said that the association is just a dummy, sucking the last juice out of Haramura, so such a reaction is quite expected. Taichi frowned angrily and said that a third-rank hunter had come to kill him in second place, so it seemed that the head of the branch had also fallen into senility. The man drew his sword and said that he had to go for love, but Genta could try to stop him. Genta raised his weapon and skeptically told Taichi to come to his senses, because he was no longer the same as he was before. However, the hunter's face was covered in sweat as he was nervous. An aura raged around Taichi. Genta realized that it was undoubtedly the aura of the former master Taichi. They both headed for each other, and the second number shouted that he would see if Genta would think the same way, deflecting his sword. They came close to each other and began to shout. Both struck. Taichi took a fighting stance, holding his sword in its sheath like a samurai. They continued to stand motionless. Taichi unsheathed his sword once more. After a moment, he fell to the ground and cried. Genta stood over him and wondered if this nonentity was a hunter of the second rank. He raised his sword above his head and politely asked that Taichi die for the future of Japan. The former number 2 opened his mouth and began to scream in fear. However, Yubin appeared at the last moment and blocked the attack. The girl held out a shield in front of her. She turned around and shouted that she would sort it out herself, so she asked him to get out of here quickly, calling him fat. Taichi stood behind her and said that he didn't know where she came from, but she didn't dare call him fat. Yubin flew into a rage and began to shout that it was wildly infuriating her. Then she turned around, as Genta had said that they were apparently close. Genta held out his sword in front of him and said that he couldn't let them go just like that, and he asked if they were lovers. Yubin became gloomy. She said that she also could not just let them go. The girl immediately summoned a sword. Everything around was covered with a red aura, and the girl asked Genta how he dared to try to bring her together with this fat guy. Meanwhile, Garita cut down monsters without much difficulty. He landed and was done with it, after which Jean said that the performance was impressive. But how could you unleash the power of a weapon like this? After all, according to rumors, it only grants power to those who are worthy. Sadie immediately looked away and nervously exclaimed that it was because Garita was a worthy hunter. They were standing in front of the gate to the boss's room, and Sadie told him to wait outside. But the protagonist replied that since he had come this far, he wanted to watch it to the end. Sadie began to bite his thumb, so Jean immediately realized that he was worried about being discovered, because he wasn't well prepared. A fog formed in front of them. The huge snow monster noticed them and began to roar. Seichi's eyes bulged in shock, but the protagonist calmly thought that he would have to sweat. After all, this was a snow demon in an orange-rank dungeon. The monster raised its arms above itself, about to attack. Garita trembled in horror, holding out his hand in front of him. A magical aura began to form in his hand. The protagonist immediately noticed this. Seichi looked at the protagonist excitedly, and the protagonist only thought that this weakling had used a magic scroll. Sadie waved his hand and shouted that the task force was also joining the cleanup operation. The 3 hunters jumped into the air, about to attack the monster. The protagonist watched from afar and then asked about what would happen to Mr. Haramura if this deal went through. Jinu's eyes bulged out terribly and said that if the deal went further, it would obviously be revealed that the weapon was a fake. The face of the head of the branch was covered with sweat because of the excitement. The protagonist smiled and said that it would be enough to write a suicide note for the blacksmith, and that it would be impossible to prove that the rumors about Haramura's Samaya were lies, and Seishi would be able to shift the responsibility to the protagonist, thus killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jinu stood in front of him, smiling confidently, and Seishi asked in surprise if he knew everything and was just checking them out. An operative appeared behind and started shouting that they were in big trouble. Seishi opened his mouth in shock, and the protagonist stood behind and smiled eerily as they were told that the Tokyo branch was now talking about the Tokyo branch running the distribution of fake weapons. The head of the branch grinned angrily. He pointed his finger at the main character and asked if it was his handiwork. Jinu easily grabbed the whip and smiled and told the branch master to give his share of the guild in an amicable way. Seichi glanced at the protagonist and asked if he knew everything and was just testing them. The protagonist smiled and began to reflect on how the Tokyo branch was so important to Japan that if it faltered, the entire Japanese association would falter. He imagined the high-rises of the branch and mentally said that other countries also had a similar concentration, but in Japan it was even more pronounced because they had taken full advantage of the actions of the International Association, which had quietly undermined them, while they had blindly trusted only the Haramura brand of the workshop. He introduced Secretary General Wesley and wondered that the International Association had changed the system so that it could more easily manipulate the Japanese Association as it saw fit. He then introduced the hunters, saying that by pretending to be scouts, the International Association had poached all the prospective hunters. Jinu licked his lips as he thought that taking over a branch that was just an empty shell would be a no-brainer. Seichi frowned furiously and started shouting about how it was nonsense, and that no one dared to say that they were making fake weapons. The head of the branch took the subordinate by the collar and began to shout for him to immediately release a refutation article. The protagonist showed the phone screen and asked if they were interested in finding out who did it. Taichi sat in front of the camera and talked about how he had made an important decision today and was using this opportunity to expose the Tokyo branch. The former number 2 frowned and said that the Tokyo branch was producing fake Haramura weapons to cash in on the International Association. He was filmed by several reporters, and he continued to talk about how the Tokyo branch had begun to mass-produce and sell counterfeit weapons. The blacksmith listened with his mouth open, especially when Taichi called him his dear friend. Kimura squeezed and gave the order to start. There were many people sitting in the office at laptops, all of them writing bad comments about the Tokyo branch. Sadie turned around and shouted for a subordinate to contact the TV channels and Parliament to quickly block this. However, the young man replied that they were already trying, but no one was answering the phone. Meanwhile, 2 men who are members of Parliament watched in surprise, but they could not do anything because they were receiving bribes from the Yakuza. A man in a red suit, whose name is Habaki, is the head of a large corporation, and he also sold drugs from the Yakuza. Then we see the director of the channel, the cameraman, and the main producer of the channel. They all have in common that they have some kind of connection with the Yakuza. Yubin, meanwhile, dealt with her opponents. Tasi showed a stitch on his chest and said that the enemies wanted to kill him, but he restrained them with his strength. Jinnu smiled and said that they would somehow deal with the Tokyo branch. According to him, Seishi had better hide for now. The main character put his hand in his pocket, putting away his phone. Seishi grinned angrily and exclaimed that Jinnu had been counting on this from the beginning. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and started shouting that he wouldn't get away with it so easily. However, Jinnu immediately grabbed him. The monster immediately struck the place where they had just been. The main character leaned over to him and said that now it was the best option for Seishi of the possible options, to hand over the post of responsible person, take everything he could, and escape at least alone. Jinnu turned around and said that this Avon and the fun that Jinnu had given him, with these two Sadie, could live his whole life somewhere in a picturesque place, and when the situation was a little resolved, he would call him again. The head of the branch frowned and asked if the protagonist was suggesting that he should believe this. The main character introduced Wesley and said that all the responsibility would fall on Sadie. Besides, the International Association would not leave it just like that. The man slammed his fists on the ground, and Jean said that it was better than staying in Japan and going to prison. Seishi grinned angrily and mentally said that Genta was useless, because he could not remove Taichi. Besides, by killing Haramura, it would be possible to shift all the blame on the protagonist. The man imagined a guillotine in front of him and mentally said that if it went on like this, he would be a corpse. Jean pulled out an envelope and offered to solve all of Sadie's problems. He waved the envelope and said that the head of the branch only needed to sign the document and transfer the powers of the head. Sadie grabbed the envelope and exclaimed that Jinnu should not even think about throwing out anything else unexpected. The protagonist's eyes bulged madly. Meanwhile, Dan's continued to fight, but he was losing. The monster in front of them wasn't even injured because they couldn't approach it because it was too cold. The mage's hand shone and he began to shout that it was not necessary to choose such a dungeon to demonstrate weapons. He stretched his hand up and attacked the monster. Garita held his hand in front of him and shouted to the head of the branch that it was already difficult to continue the cleansing with only one squad. However, Sadie was no longer there. The head of the branch ran away in fear, leaving his men behind. The protagonist approached them and said that from that moment on, the head of the Seishi branch appointed him as his acting director. The protagonist took a sword and said that this did not mean that he, as a member of an international association, would become the head of the branch, but they could read that he only replaced the head of the branch during his absence. Jinnu glanced at the blade of his sword and said that it was dangerous here, and therefore they had to retreat. The monster swung and was about to kill the protagonist. Jinnu closed his eyes. His eyes shone purple as he used the Demon King's unique skill. His sword was shrouded in a purple aura. Everything around was shrouded in a dark aura. All the members of the association ran away, but Garita turned around. The monster raised its head and saw a lot of fire. Garita's eyes bulged in surprise. The main character jumped into the air and swung his katana. Jinnu grinned angrily, about to attack. He struck. The protagonist landed on the ground after a perfect attack. The members of the association opened their mouths and wondered what it was. The main character stood with his back to them, and they thought that they remembered for sure that the sword was a fake. Jinnu turned around and said that there was a lot to do and that from now on they would be very busy. The blacksmith stood silently in front of the protagonist. He silently opened his mouth in surprise, trying to figure out what it was. After a while, night fell. Seichi runs somewhere through the forest. There was an envelope in his pocket, and he thought that since this happened, he would run away to Hawaii. Because with the 100 billion that he received from the protagonist as a kickback, he would be able to live peacefully for the rest of his life. Suddenly he stumbled upon a trap. The man fell to the ground. He raised his head and saw someone in front of him. Agent Donghui sat down and asked him where he was in such a hurry. Donghui narrowed his eyes and asked if the head of the branch didn't need to go with him. Seichi's eyes bulged in horror and begged for mercy when Donghui said that General Secretary Wesley was eager to talk to him. They were gone, and all that was left of Sadie was a shoe. The action shifts to the city, and news reports suggest that the former head of the Tokyo branch, who ordered the International Association to make fake weapons, is currently in hiding. A guy was holding a phone in his hand and reading an article that said that the investigating authorities were making every effort to catch the former head of the branch. Donghui was standing in a dark alley, talking to someone on the phone. He lowered his head and reported the situation, and the boss replied that there was also a commotion in the main office because of this. A bald man was on the other end of the line. Donghui asked that Jean Wu seemed to be completely absorbed in this matter, so maybe he should try to put pressure on him, but the boss rejected the idea. Donghui opened his mouth and began to shout that they had taken the branch right from under their noses. After a moment, his eyes bulged as his boss asked him what difference he made. The man sat in the dark and told Donghui not to meddle in his own business and not to interfere in the affairs of the main office. Besides, the man warned that if Donghui called again, trying to indicate something, he was finished. The agent apologized, but the boss said that this was not the time to worry about a janitor, because there were more important things to do. The man said something, but it will remain a mystery for now. Dongui was covered in sweat and wondered how to pull this off. Then we see some kind of figure of a man. Yubin hugs the figurine box and says that she really likes the figurine since it was very difficult to get. They were walking down the street and the girl was talking about how she had suffered so much to get this. Then, suddenly, she raised an eyebrow and asked if the protagonist was sure that everything was fine. After all, this was not a full takeover. According to her, even if he was given powers, the International Association would not just leave the fact that Director Jinnu became the head of the branch. The main character put his hands in his pockets and said that they, of course, would not tolerate this, and then Yubin asked if it made sense. Jinnu smiled and said that it was not necessary, because Japan, having taken responsibility for this incident, would announce its withdrawal from the International Association. He introduced Wesley's gaze and said that if things were left as such, Jean would officially be appointed head of a branch owned by an international association. He said, of course, the headquarters would not want him to invade their territory, which meant they would be forced to accept the withdrawal request. The main character seemed to be standing opposite Wesley, saying that one way or another, they would not be able to prevent the Japanese branch from taking over to him, because it would be better for an international association to simply transfer an independent association to him than to lose their branch. It was sunny outside. Yubin asked if it meant that Jinwoo's representative would now be in charge of the Japanese branch, but the protagonist wondered where he got the time to do so, and therefore, of course, he was going to appoint another person in charge. A man was standing in front of them. Haramura's eyes bulged when the protagonist said that he would be the one to take care of the branch. The blacksmith stood in front of them and asked if Jean was seriously going to entrust him with such a responsible position. Haramura lowered his head and said that if he thought about it, he was to blame for this situation, so he didn't understand why he would have such an exorbitant position. However, the protagonist said that this position was not a gift. Haramura raised an eyebrow in surprise when the protagonist said that in the future, Japan would vehemently condemn the branch that had gone to Korea, and the International Association would exert all kinds of pressure to return the branch that had been taken away from them in front of their eyes. Jinnu frowned and said that he wanted to entrust Mr. Haramura with a position to carry all of this, so this wasn't some prestigious chair of an all-powerful ruler. A drop of sweat rolled down the blacksmith's cheek. The hero smiled after Haramura said that he would consider it payback for his lies. Then he handed the main character a sword. The blacksmith looked at him and said that he didn't have the ability to create a special weapon, and even though it wasn't a sword with special abilities, Haramura had put everything he had into it. The man held the sword in front of him and said that after seeing Jinnu slay the snow demon with a sword of his manufacture, he also realized a lot. He remembered how Jinnu had killed the monster and said that although he continued to create fake swords, the passion and effort put into this sword was real. The main character took the sword in his hands. He smiled and said that the weather was very good today. Haramura then raised his fist and said that Jean didn't have to worry about what would happen to the branch. A man was running up the stairs. Someone else ran after him, wondering where he was in such a hurry. Taichi held the flowers in his hands and ran forward. His face was covered in sweat, and he stopped. Ahead of him, he saw Yubin. Taichi stretched out a trembling hand and called out to the girl. He sat down in front of her and said that ever since she had saved him, from that very moment, he had fallen in love with her at first sight. However, her disgruntled mother approached the girl. It turned out to be not Yubin. Tai frowned, thinking about how her smile was still the same, and made him feel insignificant all the time. He looked away, seeing a shadow. The shadow of the plane swept over them. He watched the plane in which Yubin was sitting fly away. The girl, meanwhile, was listening to music in headphones. She turned to the protagonist and said that even if they made Seichi guilty with lies, after all, he would live happily ever after for the rest of his life on their money. Yubin's eyes bulged in surprise when Jean told him that it was all an empty shell, because he would not give such a huge amount to such a non-entity. He remembered holding out the envelope and saying that in their money it was about 110 billion won, but in reality, the amount CD received was equal to 100 million bolivars, which was about $10. The protagonist introduced the ship and said that the fund for the support of young hunters could not start properly due to the discovery of ruins at that place, and now they have billions in debt. Yubin smiled and said that no matter how much he was in a hurry, everything had to be carefully checked. The protagonist covered his face with a newspaper and mentally said that this was probably the end of it. All responsibility for the distribution of low-quality weapons was shifted to the head of the Seichi branch. The protagonist smiled, thinking that the results of the demonstration test had quickly spread among the hunters and it had become a generally accepted fact that the weapon created by Haramura did indeed have a special power, as rumors had it. The plane was flying through the clouds, and Jean thought that now that he had the Japanese association in his hands, the result was more than satisfactory. After a moment, Jinnu was outraged by something. Ayone crossed her arms and said that he had done a good job, but a lot had happened here too. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise when he saw the throne and also heard the two thanking him for the big deal. Jinnu turned around and started shouting that he couldn't sell it all in his absence, but the girl replied that there was nothing she could do. Ayone put her hand to her forehead and said that among the goods taken out of the Angolan branch, There was one byproduct that they received, and there was an accident in the support group while cleaning it. Ayon smiled and said that there were no casualties, but all the equipment burned down and failed. She also said that they urgently thought about restoring at least repair facilities, but the functionality had been stopped for now. The main character grinned with anger, because he realized that the support group with 7 foreign branches managed to blow up the entire laboratory while cleaning the byproduct. Besides, it would be difficult to carry out operations with temporary equipment, and it would take who knows how long to recover. Jinwoo closed his eyes and asked about what the byproduct was, but Ayon replied that she didn't know herself because the support team was also seeing this for the first time, so they tried different things and this is what came out of it. The light reflected in the windows of the building. Ayon revealed that this byproduct is stored in the association's basement. The main character imagined some kind of golden stone and thought that this is a thing that survived the fire that destroyed the entire laboratory. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and asked about the connection between the accident with the support team and the sale of his belongings. But Ayon replied that they needed to make some money if the association could not carry out the cleanups. The main character exhaled in displeasure and asked about how much it would cost to recover. Ayon frowned and named the amount of 300 billion. The protagonist opened his mouth, not yet realizing what he had heard. We then see Minju holding the sword of Haramura. Yubin smiled and said that Jean wanted to give her this gift in person, but he had something to do. The huntress blushed, thinking that she had received a gift from her teacher. Then the action is transferred to the gate. Minju fights monsters, thinking that she can no longer be a burden to the protagonist, and therefore must definitely become stronger and repay him. She opened her mouth wide and screamed. She then stabbed the orc with her sword, but the sword simply broke, leaving her in a stupor. After a while, she was in the hospital and wondered what she had done to the teacher. After a while, the action takes place in the office. The man wearily holds the document in his hands. He left the office with his head bowed. On the wall, he pasted a notice that due to the company's financial difficulties, cleaning classes were temporarily suspended. The main character closed his eyes and said that he understands that the company is now going through hard times. According to him, it is at such moments that they need to unite and survive this crisis. According to him, a little time will pass and everything will return to normal. Ayon was covered in sweat, and sleepy workers stood behind her. Sang-hyuk and Soyeon headed towards the exit, discussing the difficulties. They closed the door behind them, and Soyeon wondered why the break room was always short of sweets, and Sang-hyuk replied that it was because she ate everything. Ayon had her back to the protagonist and asked him why he had lied. The girl put the paper on the table. She pointed to the document and exclaimed that Jean had said that it would take 300 billion won to rebuild it, but for some reason, the plan was 600 billion. The girl gave him a creepy look and said that he thought she wouldn't know, but she wondered if he was serious about going all the way just because she sold his thing without permission. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek and he remembered what had happened 2 days ago. Chairman Dusik closed his eyes and said in displeasure that the byproduct processing support team had blown up the entire lab. The 3 of them were sitting in the office, discussing what had happened. The protagonist said that if it became public, they would be eaten to pieces. But Dusik told reporters that there was a fire due to a short circuit of the equipment. Jinwoo put his hand to his chin and thought about how it would take 300 billion to rebuild it, but they had to take the budget to keep the Tokyo branch, and they didn't have the money now. He opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that this problem might be a possibility. He imagined the fire and mentally said that the previous equipment of the support team was not enough to cope with everything. They could produce equipment no higher than A class, and the rest was ordered from foreign companies. The protagonist presented the faces of businessmen from the country's largest corporation, Hano Group. He also recalled some other events, thinking about how the privatization of the dungeons is still in effect, as well as the International Association, cornered like never before. The protagonist smiled. He stood up and told the chairman that it was time to act seriously. Jinwoo smiled and said that he was talking about a project that he had already raised. According to him, it was necessary to make the Korean Association the second international association, because now is the perfect moment to strengthen it. Ayon blushed and began to shout that he had accelerated too much, because he would have to pay a huge amount. Jinwoo held a glass of coffee in his hands and said that she was helping with her father's case, and therefore should be happy now. But Ayon replied that this was not the case when you could think so lightly, because hundreds of billions were at stake. The girl put her hand to her forehead and said that she understood that he wanted to understand the association to an international level, but with such costs and timelines, they risked the most. According to her, they could go bankrupt before the association grows. Ayon's eyes opened as Jean said that he would have to do it sooner or later. He held out a glass and said that in the long run it was more profitable for them than the association, and that the support team was built entirely with their money. The main character smiled and said that officially the support team belongs to the association, but in fact, in their management, according to him, a private company with the world's best production base for equipment is a good investment. The girl took a glass of coffee, and the protagonist continued to talk about how they would gain control over all the equipment produced in the country, and this is already a huge benefit. But in fact, this is just the beginning. Jinwoo approached her and said that in the future, they had a plan to merge it with the association. Sunlight filtered into the room through the windows, and Jean said that after all, the Karma Corporation was created to recreate the association. He smiled and said that it was easier to rebuild from the outside than to repair from the inside, and now was the time to put the plan into action. Ayeon frowned and said that the plan was good, but she didn't know where he was going to get the missing 300 billion. He remembered the head of the sales department of the Union Company, and said that they had sponsors. Ayeon frowned angrily and said that the Hano Group was not a charitable organization, and therefore would not just invest in the project, but the protagonists replied that they had access to first-class byproducts from Africa. He presented the exchange scheme and said that he would find the best processing plants and suppliers inside the country when the support team was ready and could accept side effects from all over the country, and then offer Hano Group exclusive rights to supply recycled items and weapons, after which the company itself would want to invest. Jinwoo smiled and said that he needed to contact President Ha first, explained the project and asked for help with investors, while he studied the processing plants and concluded contracts. Ayeon held 2 glasses of coffee in her hands and thought about how the main character always seems reckless, but at the same time, everything goes according to plan for him. The action is transferred to Africa, a rural processing plant. There were some metal objects on the conveyor. Brigadier Kim patted and ordered everyone to get to work. Workers watched the conveyor. The main character reflected on the fact that this is where the bodies of monsters collected by cleaners from dungeons. The last stage of extracting materials, shells, teeth, horns and other things takes place. How good the final item or weapon will come out depends on the quality of processing. Workers were removing the shards, and Jean thought about the fact that byproducts were being extracted from the bodies of the collected monsters and resupplied to various companies. He imagined a lot of weapons and said that the higher the technological level of processing facilities, the better the materials are processed, and then valuable items are created from them. The workers looked dissatisfied. The protagonist understood that due to the large amount of work, the workload is enormous. Besides, in order to meet the schedule, you need to go to work 7 days a week. Working 14 hours a day without days off is common. It is almost impossible to leave on time. But the hardest thing for workers is not from the load itself. A man in a blue tie, whose name is Sanu, came to the factory. Brigadier Kim greeted and asked the director what had happened, and he said that the deadline should be postponed to tomorrow. Brigadier Kim frowned and exclaimed that this was impossible since they not only had GTs, but there were other customers as well. However, Director Khan asked him about why they didn't postpone other tasks and deal with his tasks first. The workers were watching what was happening with displeasure. Samwoo put his hands behind his back and said that a new processing plant had recently opened in Jeonbuk. The man adjusted his glasses and said that if, due to the refusal of the workers, they signed a contract with another plant, the director of the foreman Kim would clearly not like it. A man smiled. The protagonist threw up his hands and asked the executive director how he could change the deadline so unilaterally. The main character smiled and said that his name was Jean. Director Kang's eyes bulged in surprise as he realized that it was the head of the corporation. The brigadier was also surprised. The protagonist put his hand in the pocket of his jacket and told everyone to do their work and not be distracted. According to him, their corporation, Karma, also wants to conclude an agreement with the plant for the processing of side effects. Brigadier Kim looked displeased at the document that Jean handed him, saying that the volume would be not small, but the payment would be generous. The foreman's eyes bulged in shock and asked if he was really offering such an amount. Director Kong clenched his fist and began to shout that this was already impudence. Jinwoo turned around and said that the priority was in profit, and therefore it was logical to choose a better offer, and besides, Brigadier Kim had not yet said that he was breaking the contract with them. The main character put his hand on his shoulder and said that by threatening to break the contract, was he really not ready for the consequences? Brigadier Kim, holding the papers in his hands, asked both of them to leave the room. He lowered his head and said that he needed to consult with the director, but that he was not going to accept either the GT threat or the offer of Karma. The foreman frowned and said that for him, obligations were a priority. According to him, he must first fulfill the orders of those who applied earlier. Jinwoo opened his mouth in surprise because Kim said that if they wanted to get the order faster, then they should make a formal application and not waste his time. The main character closed his eyes and said that the foreman is a conscientious person, and therefore Jinwoo hopes for a positive decision from their director. After a while, the protagonist grinned with anger and shouted that they did not understand what money they were refusing. Ayeon stood in front of his desk, saying that perhaps it was worth looking for another factory, but the protagonist rejected this suggestion and said that they needed this particular factory. Jinwoo raised his head and saw someone in front of him. Minju peeked out from behind the door. The girl walked into the office and said she had come to say hello after discharge and heard them talking about a recycling plant called GA Logistics. They both looked at the girl, as she said that she had information about the stubborn brigadier. The two of them opened their eyes in shock as Minju said that Brigadier Kim was her father. The young man, opening his eyes wider, shouted a question about whether Kim was her father, while the ward said that she did not know anything. The swordswoman, smiling, explained that everything was all right with this, because this man was really stubborn. The protagonist, in turn, apologized. The girl, raising her hand, said that she had never seen anyone break her father's stubbornness, because even she was never inferior. Looking away, Minju noted that she had overheard their conversation and explained that she knew Kim would do so. Remembering how the man put on the jacket, she said that he had a long-standing score to settle with the association. The father, closing his eyes, asked if everything was calm in the association, and the daughter answered in the affirmative. Rubbing her head, the girl also noted that he should not worry so much, because the chairman Dusik and the guys from the team care about her very much, and, on the contrary, the more they help her, the more she has to worry about whether she will be able to cope. Standing behind, she said that the association had changed. The interlocutor did not turn around, listening to her words that this is no longer the same organization as before, because previously they thought only about their own benefit. After introducing her comrades, the swordswoman also said that now everyone honestly performs their duties with a sense of duty and the teams help each other, since there is a camaraderie that did not exist before, and all this is thanks to her teacher, since it was he who managed to change the association. The man stood up and explained that she was not old enough to understand everything. Turning around, the father said that at the moment this organization was going through difficulties, and his daughter was in a high position at that time, so it seemed so to her, and there were no comrades at all, because there were only those who were higher in rank and those who were lower. Kim, opening the door, also said that this would never change and she should not trust the people of the association too much. The door closed. The man was walking down the street when his daughter thought that while her father worked as a hunter in the association, in the same class as she did, he was proud to serve in such an organization and therefore worked honestly. She remembered how this man had taught her how to fight, and realized that thanks to him, she had a dream of becoming an association hunter. There were smiles on their faces, and she happened to remember his words that when his daughter grew up, they would create a team with her and exterminate monsters. And then the swordswoman realized that although it was said in jest, it was a dream for her relative. The man punched himself on the shoulder when the girl thought that he wanted to work in the association until his daughter grew up, but this dream collapsed due to his shoulder injury. The hunter was standing in front of another one and saying something when Minju remembered that the pain had become unbearable and he had to tell his superiors and comrades about it, but they accused him of stimulating. There were a lot of glances directed at him after thinking that these people were only saying that he couldn't rest, and no one believed the words of a B-rank hunter. Tears flowed from his eyes when the girl realized that this man had been working until he broke down completely, but in return he received only a notice of dismissal. Looking ahead, Minju explained that this was how her father ended his career as a hunter, but it still hurts her because her father was much stronger than the B-rank. The interlocutor, clenching her fist with force, said that Kim was incredibly strong, and this was not due to the fact that this man was her father, because she had a chance to see everything with her own eyes. Their eyes turned white with the realization that the atmosphere had changed dramatically. The girl's eyes burned brightly after the words that at her young age they went to an amusement park together. Remembering herself then, she said that there was just a breakthrough of the dungeon. Minju remembered the many monsters after saying that the orange monster came out, and everything happened so suddenly that the association didn't have time to react. Her father stood beside her, asking if she was all right. The girl's eyes were closed, and the swordswoman said that she was scared, because she was not old enough to remember everything. She opened one eye. At this time, the man swung his blade, and the friend said that her father single-handedly slew that monster. Her eyes were wide after saying that this man was really strong at that moment. His daughter looked behind him and immediately clarified that it now seemed to her that for a B-rank hunter he couldn't kill an orange-level monster alone, but he had succeeded. Kim took her in his arms, and it was said that her father was much higher than this rank. The swordswoman looked down and noted that if he could meet a mentor like the protagonist, then perhaps his dream would take a real form and they would be able to work together in an association. Rubbing her head, she said that she had already chatted somehow. The protagonist, imagining the killing of a certain monster, thought that if a hunter of this rank really defeated a monster of this level, then the association would have to stand on its ears, as with the lie about the special weapons of the Haramura's workshop. Also introducing Kim and his girlfriend, the guy realized that even before his return, he had not heard of such a thing, and perhaps these were just embellished childhood memories, and perhaps the monster was of a lower class or there were other hunters nearby. Looking at the interlocutor, the protagonist realized that he would not be able to tell this girl who praises his father with such a sparkle in his eyes. Propping his head on his hand, the fighter remembered that he had already thought that there was something special about this girl, and it turned out that it was because her father was a hunter of the association. Remembering how he saw the sign of this company, the hero knew that even with the same materials, the quality turned out to be different, and in the end it all depends on the supplier, and GA Logistics has always been distinguished by unsurpassed quality. After introducing a variety of weapons, the hero realized that if he added the technology of the new support team, he could craft higher-level items. I also remembered meeting her father and thought that the hunter's experience with weapons and objects, as well as her stubborn nature, could have caused just such a result. Still sitting on the chair, the fighter realized that this company was really damn tempting, but Kim held a grudge against the association, and money simply could not buy him. The protagonist, frowning, realized that this was the only way left. The territory of this company appeared. Kyosu wide-eyed and asked if Karma had really offered them an exclusive contract. The man, looking away, explained that he had not been told this directly, but everything pointed to exactly that, and they had said it even in front of Executive Director Khan. The old man, looking down, noted that this is the most serious choice for the company since its inception, but the GT dungeon is not credible. But if they can hurry, they can run into a retaliatory strike. Putting his hand to his face, the director also began to talk about how although Karma was a successful office, there were still shortcomings, due to the fact that their opponent was the GT dungeon, while the subordinate said that if he wanted to play the long game, then it was better not to anger the corporations. The old man smiled and asked if this guild was receiving support from the Hano group and they would have to be shut down anyway. After introducing the protagonist, the head also noted that the leader there is Jinu, a former hero of the association, who started as a janitor and worked his way up to the head of the association and eventually retired, and such a person should understand the difficulties of contractors. Kim, crossing his arms over his chest, asked if this guild leader was not like the others, while the interlocutor explained that the news said that this person was talented and had a good influence. His eyes widened as the man said that if the news was to be believed, there were no bad people in their country at all. Standing up, the man also explained that the hero's career and the actions of his guild did show the differences, but they should not forget that the fighter was from the association. Frowning, Kim said that these people always pretend that they are one family, but as soon as a problem arises, they immediately become strangers, and even their approach is the same, because money and power can solve everything. Closing his eyes, Kim explained that he had refused their offer. The director, looking up, called his subordinate stubborn. The man was walking somewhere along the corridor. Introducing the director and his daughter, the foreman thought that Jean was really different. Suddenly someone appeared in front of him and greeted him. The girl, putting her hand to her face, explained that the teacher asked for an official acquaintance with her father. The same one shouted a question about what it could even mean. The young man, putting his hand on her shoulder, said that last time they had talked about work and he had to leave without saying goodbye, and therefore he had to ask for this meeting, because since he happened to be in the association, his daughter had done a lot for him and wondered if he could really thank a man. Kim gritted his teeth in anger. The soldier, sticking out his tongue, called him father. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. The girl bowed her head. The director's eyes went in different directions due to a lack of understanding of the whole situation. The man was still angry. Sitting in front of them, the brigadier asked if he was now going to put pressure on him with his family. She, raising her hands, explained that the teacher had not come here with such intention, and the teacher in turn confirmed her words. Minju turned around when the satellite said that he wanted to sign a contract with GA Logistics. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man explained that he had been looking at different companies for a long time, but they were necessary for both the association and Karma. Looking ahead, the fighter noted that he most likely saw in the news that there was an incident in the support team and therefore they had to restore the laboratory of the support team, and this project was entrusted to their guild. The man frowned, listening to his words that they had already received an investment from Hano and they wanted to build a world-class facility, and for this they needed the best logistics facilities. The director sat with the same expression on his face, thinking about the logistics capacity. The brigadier, bowing his head, asked if the connections would be used to kick his daughter out of the association if they did not sign the contract. The guy, frowning, replied in the negative and explained that this girl was absolutely irreplaceable for him, and she needed to stay in this organization. Her eyes widened at these words. Bowing his head, the hero said that everything was exactly as the interlocutor heard when he tried to ask something. The man gritted his teeth in anger after saying that his daughter would be with the interlocutor throughout her life. Jumping up from his chair, the brigadier shouted a question about what it could even mean, because it was really some kind of joke. The protagonist, still sitting in his chair, explained that he just needed to conclude a contract with their logistics company, because there was almost no time left before the start of construction. The man's eyes opened wider after the words of the interlocutor that since even an impressive advance could not convince him, then he could only try everything possible. The hero, frowning, listened to his words that his words were just like a person from the association and everything remained in its own way. Turning away, the man explained that he had nothing more to say and therefore they needed to negotiate with the director, who suddenly cried out. Kim turned around and asked him not to drag his daughter into this. The door slammed shut behind him. The girl, glancing at her companion, called out to him. The fighter, shifting his gaze to the side, asked for permission to ask the question. Looking at the director, the hero asked about the real reason for the refusal to conclude a contract with them, because it is obvious that now the company has unfavorable terms of cooperation and perhaps the right time has come for them to change their partner. The interlocutor, lowering his gaze, explained that he simply could not afford it. A group of workers appeared after he said that although they were contractors, they were businessmen and they knew perfectly well who to join at such a moment. But when they had to think only about how to meet delivery deadlines, there was simply no time to think about such things. Kim also went to these people, when the director said that although the foreman supports the employees, if they have to take on more work, it will be beyond their strength. Workers appeared stricken with various diseases as Chul talked about how employees spent all day tinkering with the remains of monsters and no one had conjunctivitis or skin diseases. Still looking down, the old man explained that if they stumbled even once, they would not have the strength to rise, so if they had to choose, then they could only be stable, because this was the best and safest way. The hero, bowing his head, finally realized what the main problem was, because in such a business relationship it is difficult for the contractor to make independent decisions. Remembering his everyday life as a janitor, the soldier also realized that he felt it himself, because the working hours and the workload of such people are really a real mockery, because even when, with such a murderous schedule, for a couple of coins they ordered to jump into another dungeon, he would also have to refuse. The soldier, baring his teeth, knew that if everything was like this, then it would be very easy to decide. Remembering himself as a cleaner, the guy thought that then his goal was to free up skills, and even then he managed to change the system of work of the cleaning team in the association, which means that it will be possible to do the same with this logistics company. Immediately afterward, the young man rubbed his hands. Turning around, the hero said that he had a way to make their work easier and increase profits. Opening his eyes wider, the director noted that if there was such a method, then anyone would use it, and explained that they have already repeatedly modeled and optimized all possible processes. The guest, smiling, said that it was not about internal problems, but about external ones, and added that he had a chance to learn something. The interlocutor's eyes widened after the man asked if he knew that their company only received materials from guilds and dungeons like GT, where there are no specialized cleaning teams. They, still sitting in the office, were discussing a business idea. The sun was shining through the window. The old man, putting his hand on his head, said that if everything was really so, then it would be possible to conclude a contract with them. However, after introducing the foreman, he also explained that he was worried about this man, because he was like a root that kept them company. The young man, standing up, asked his interlocutor not to worry about this. After adjusting his jacket, the protagonist said that Kim would definitely take part in their project. The man was standing on the street when suddenly someone called out to him. It was a daughter. The father, taking the glass, noted that she was apparently also against her father, and the girl apologized for the fact that her teacher was too assertive. His eyes opened wider as she said that she also agreed with him. Looking down somewhere, the swordswoman explained that if they helped Karma, then their logistics company would win as well, and it was a deal that was beneficial to both parties. The man, frowning, said that it was none of her business, because this guy had already thoroughly brainwashed her. Suddenly his daughter turned to him. Raising her fist, Minju clarified that she was not saying this as his daughter, but as the head of the association's task force, and that he should be believed at least once. Sweat was on his face. His eyes reflected the image of a girl. She, frowning, realized that he was apparently too busy with work, that he did not even notice that his daughter was no longer a child at all. Kim, rubbing his head, noted that she now, too, as a person from the association, went around. The girl immediately smiled broadly. Standing in front of him, she began to say something, but the father explained that he had not yet given a final answer and they needed to hear the opinion of the director and also take into account the situation of the company. The hero, grinning, thought that it was easy to convince this person, since parents still meet their children halfway. Approaching them, the guy noted that they had already discussed this with Kyosu, and he didn't have to worry about the company's situation since they already had a plan. Smiling, the protagonist said that recently he insisted on this only because the help of Brigadier Kim was very important to him, and he should not judge it so harshly, and asked if they should not look at each other with kindness, because they would become partners after all. The man, clenching his teeth with force, realized that everything could have been different if not for his daughter. Crossing his arms over his chest, his father asked what their great plan was. The fighter, bowing his head, noted that it would be better for him to see for himself than to listen to this story, and asked if he would like to refresh the hunter's feelings a little tomorrow. A huge monster appeared. The foreman, looking up, remembered that this man only wanted to refresh his senses. The girl, rushing forward, shouted that she had been waiting for this day and it was time to use her hidden deadly skill. As she flew forward, she began to activate the limit breakout skill. Her blow hit the enemy's body after being notified that the caster's power would be doubled during the fight. The monster opened its mouth and roared. Immediately after, the opponent fell to the ground and a cry was heard that she managed to break his legs and the others now need to attack so that he cannot move, and the deputy commander should take advantage of the moment and attack the chromatic dragon. The fighters began to use their abilities. Their attacks hit the monster's wings. 3 more shots hit the second wing. Suddenly, a fireball began to appear at the opponent's mouth. Suddenly someone grabbed him. The girl, looking back, shouted that Minju should go on the attack now. The hunter immediately made 2 lightning jumps. She was heading straight for the dragon. Father looked up. Swinging her blade, the swordswoman shouted that she would be done with him and also activated the unique skill of the sword lord. Her eyes were wide open. A bright blue beam struck the monster's back. His eyes were still glowing red. She frowned as she realized that her sword could not reach the vulnerable spot. A fiery sphere began to appear in its mouth again. Immediately afterward, someone cut off his head. The fighter, sitting on the ground, said that he already thought that he was finished, and the protagonist thought that even the leader made such a mistake. Turning around, the guy noted that the hunt was finally over and they should start clearing and asked to lead the support team and the cleanup team here. The employee, rubbing his shoulder, noted that he almost died in anticipation and it was time to show his level, while his companion said that he was an orange level boss. Hyan, picking up the radio, explained that according to the results of the scan, all the monsters in the rooms were destroyed and it was a pity that the support team's equipment broke, otherwise it would have been possible to find the rooms with things much faster. Minju bowed her head and apologized for being in danger because of her, and she asked her to stop saying this. The fighter, looking at the captain, noted that it was still an unusual mistake for her, while the swordswoman explained that although it was a little embarrassing to blame the weapon, she still could not find a suitable blade. Her eyes suddenly widened as she said that it wasn't the sword at all, but that her father was just watching her. The leader, clenching her fists with force, shouted that all this was not true. A lot of people gathered around the boss's troop, and one of the janitors could be heard saying that Minju was like a schoolgirl at a matinee, who was confused by a mistake, and her ward asked not to cry because of it, while the head shouted that she wouldn't do it anyway. The young man, standing next to his father, asked how he felt when he finally had a chance to see it in person, because all teams work for one whole, regardless of positions, and noted that at the time when the guest served in the association, it was simply impossible to even imagine this. Kim, smiling slightly, agreed with him. Looking at his daughter, the man said that everything had really changed. People began to leave the portal. The foreman, walking ahead, said that if you work with the materials that the association and karma will provide them, then it will definitely be more effective than their previous methods. Looking to the side, the interlocutor asked if GT was not at the final stage of establishing a contract over the domestic market, and there were doubts that only due to efficiency it was possible to catch up with them. The protagonist, introducing some people, explained that this was the case, but that they had formed an alliance with the Hano group and had spent too much time abroad and therefore missed out on the domestic hunting market. Standing nearby, the hero said that this is why they are going to make up for lost time, but in a way that their competitor will not be able to. Then the man asked if there was really a way that was not available to them. The fighter, smirking, explained that they would combine three factors, namely fractal, GA logistics technology, and orange rank and above monster materials, which would not be able to mine GT, and by combining them, they would be able to create high-level items and consequently strengthen their position in the market. Bowing his head slightly, the young man said that this is why everything should be ready by the date of completion of new support facilities. At the same time, the interlocutor noted that dungeons above the orange level do not appear so often. The guy, raising both hands, said that no one could know this and dungeons could suddenly open in the center of Seoul. The man standing farther away asked if it was an emergency distress message, while the others tried to figure out what had happened. The young man, putting the phone to his ear, asked the ward about what happened there. She, standing at the window, said that everything was very serious, because suddenly there were many dungeons in Seoul. Open portals appeared when she said that the support team was out of order, and the control team was overloaded, since they were most likely not ready for this. Then the head noted that this was really a disaster, and it was necessary to start a cleanup urgently. She was still holding the phone to her ear, listening to the words that she needed to contact the association and report that the dungeon in Buchan was completed, and after resting, they were ready to leave immediately, and also asked to prepare lists for the three teams. A photo of one of the girls immediately appeared, after his words that one of them would be under the leadership of Yubin. Minju's wards also appeared after the words that the second one would be built on her command. Grinning, the fighter said that he would also take part, while the interlocutor replied that she understood everything and would contact him after reporting to the association. The ward buried her hands in her hips and asked if it was true that the headmaster was also going out to clean up, because he hadn't been on the front line for a long time and wanted to feel the atmosphere again. The young man replied that it was an emergency and they should act quickly enough, while Minju said that they hadn't worked together for a long time. The fighter, smiling, remembered that at such times, there was a massive appearance of orange-level dungeons in one day. Some monsters appeared after thinking that there were no bosses in such places and therefore 3 A-rank hunters could clear them even by yawning. Remembering himself with a bag of loot, the guy knew that for hunters of S rank and above, these were bonus dungeons that were easy but gave a bunch of trophies. Yubin raised his finger, asked what they thought about betting and suggested that whoever lost on trophies pay for a common dinner. The young man, frowning, asked if they really went on a picnic, and the ward explained that she was bored and therefore there should be bets to ignite excitement. Then the head asked the question that they really did not give their best in this case. The swordswoman, raising her fist, answered in the negative and suggested that the loser then treat everyone to beef. The protagonist, bowing his head, asked why she began to agree, and Yubin wondered if the commander was cowardly. The hero, holding his head, said that they should know that the company is currently in financial problems. Baring his teeth, the young man said that he would not spare them, as he could not believe that they had dared to offer him a bet on the cleanup, and now was the time to show discipline. Yubin, sticking out her tongue, said that she was already sitting at the cleaning all the time and she was already impatient. The girl, opening her eyes wider, noted that she would also give her best, as she knew that she needed to atone for the mistake that had been made earlier. The eyes of the 3 soldiers lit up with flames. One of the cleaners, sitting in the back of the car, said that the atmosphere in this place is very tense, but a colleague explained that this is not at all surprising when it comes to beef. The father, raising his fist, thought that the victory should be for his daughter. A big monster appeared. The commander, looking around the corner, said that this is a giant ogre and despite its size, such an enemy is quite fast and therefore they need to keep their distance and also not lose concentration. Looking to the side, the swordswoman explained that they needed to create a wound and then hit it, because it would be easy to break it, and added that the support group would first distract attention, and she and the deputy would hit the ankles, and then all together attack the same place and thereby immobilize the opponent. Looking at one of the cleaners, Minju also said that she would give them 10 minutes to clean up and the subordinate needed to enter the harvesting cormanda exactly in time. A blade appeared in her hand. All of them took up fighting stances after the words that it was time for them to start the operation. An angry rabbit appeared, which marked the team of this girl. Sraz then saw a dog that meant Yubin's command. Suddenly, fragments of stone soared into the air. The girl, her eyes wide open, shouted for meat. Twisting the blades above her, she said that the cleanup was still much more fun than cleaning, while the ward noted that only the boss's room remained here and asked about their plan. The leader continued to run forward, shouting that they just needed to strike first. Immediately after, an embittered wolf appeared, which was the sign of the protagonist's temporary team. A lot of bright flashes appeared above the fighter. The car stopped and words were heard that they had brought the prey. The director, approaching the rest of the workers, said that the hunters bet on who would clear the territory faster, while Kim explained that they had some kind of treat at stake. The man, putting his hands in his pockets, said that they play when they have such a serious business, and the head asked if he would be pleased if his daughter took first place. The same began to say that he was not up to it, because the very thought of work causes him a headache. The employee, holding the document in her hands, said that she would now check the number of trophies from the 3 teams. Looking at the document, she talked about how the provisional team had scored 24, the Yubin team had scored 45, and the Minju team had received 53 trophies, and at the end she summed up by saying that they should now recount and send everything for quality inspection. The director, turning around, shouted that the brigadier's daughter was still the first. The man, closing her eyes, said that it did not matter who the prey was from and they would still have to work. Dancing, Kim suggested that they start, because they had a lot of things to do, and Ki also realized that his subordinate was really happy. Approaching the car, the foreman asked if these trophies belonged to his daughter's team, while the employee answered in the affirmative. Opening the drawer, a colleague noted that they had brought a lot of rare things and in 6 years of work he had a chance to see this for the first time. Removing the lid, the guy asked if it was great. The man's eyes suddenly opened wider. The hero, sitting by the corpse of the monster, heard a friend's question about whether he could do everything alone. The same said that he was tired, just disassembling the legs of centipedes, and it would be necessary to send at least cleaners, because the cleanup itself took a little time, but now all of it is spent on cleaning. Ayon, smiling, noted that he boasted that he could handle it on his own. The knife in his hands began to tremble. She raised her pen and noted that she had good news and bad news, and asked where to start. The young man, leaning towards the monster, asked to start it with a bad one. His eyes widened after her words that he was now in the first place from the end. Imagining these girls, the hero could not understand what kind of men they were, because they really can't work like this forever. There were also a huge number of trophies after saying that now it's the turn of the good news, which is that the swordswoman's team has sent rubber's teeth. The hero, frowning, asked why this was good news, and the interlocutor noted that he apparently took the argument seriously. The fighter, throwing away the knife, shouted that he had lost all his time with this centipede. Suddenly, the guy narrowed his eyes, as he thought about this monster. This enemy appeared after thinking that this is an orange rank boss, the forgetfulness of which is very valuable, because they can be used in completely different ways. A blade and a kind of flask appeared, when the hero thought that they make excellent weapons and even as a trophy they still have power in them, and they can be used to create higher potions. Holding the phone to his ear, the guy understood that it was extremely difficult to meet such an enemy, but apparently they managed to meet a whole batch. His knife was lying on the ground. The girl sat at the table, listening to the interlocutor's question about whether there was anything special about the acceptance of those teeth. Remembering how the worker opened the drawer, she explained that there was a lot of smoke and noted that this should be normal, because the monster's teeth retained strength. She closed one eye, listening to the head shout that she needed to urgently contact the logistics company so that they isolated all the trophies and did not approach them, and also asked to send a cleaning team to him. Her eyes were wide as the other party began to ask her to urgently send him the coordinates of the Minju dungeon. The protagonist has already escaped from his dungeon. Running away, the guy realized that this was not the boss at all. A monster appeared after thinking that it was just that captured monster, a parasite of the dungeons, a thief of dreams. The hunters were standing near the corpses of monsters and someone said that the fighters very rarely see such an enemy, and here there are so many of them, and apparently all his luck was spent here. Minju also stood among them when she thought that she had too strange a premonition, because this enemy was too different from the one she had seen as a child. Clenching her hands and fists, she realized that although this monster looked the same, it was a different size and she almost didn't have to fight, because they managed to finish it off very easily, and it was not a harmless monster at all. The janitor, turning his head, said that everything except the boss's room had already been cleared, while the ward said that the cleaning was almost finished. The swordswoman, smiling, said that they had done a good job and suggested that they rest and prepare before the boss fight. Suddenly, everyone around began to fall to the ground. The head, leaning towards one of them, shouted a question about what was happening to them. Another ward looked at her. Closing her eyes, Soyeon talked about how she was sleepy. Her body began to tilt. Immediately after that, the colleague fell to the ground. Minju immediately rushed towards her. Her eyes immediately opened wider. Closing one eye, the girl tried to understand what kind of smoke it was, because as soon as she inhaled it, she immediately began to feel sleepy and assumed that it was because of it that everyone fell asleep. Tentacles began to lift the ward. The swordswoman, falling to her knees, tried to understand what kind of creature among the rubbers it was, because it was the one who controlled them and let out this strange smoke. Soyeon's eyes began to glow brightly, and the head realized that she was in danger. Gritting her teeth forcefully, she tried to remain conscious. Her eyes gradually closed after realizing that her body was no longer obeying. This smoke continued to float in the air. She suddenly chopped off the monster's tentacle. The swordswoman landed on the ground. As she bent over, Minju remembered that she had pierced her thigh to stay awake, but in this state, she simply wouldn't be able to fight, so she needed to urgently call for support and request evacuation. She immediately turned around, remembering her colleague. The monster was right in front of her. The hero, running up to the portal, realized that it must be Mac. Frowning, the young man knew that they were extremely rare, and because of this, most hunters did not know how to deal with him. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that he had to hurry. This monster appeared when the fighter realized that he needed to get there before the swordswoman got to him, because otherwise the person's mind would be completely destroyed. Her teeth were clenched violently. Her eyes suddenly opened. Trying to get up, the girl knew that she needed to come to her senses as soon as possible and save the others. Her hand stopped trembling. Remembering how the monster grabbed her, Minju realized that at that moment it seemed to her that her mind exploded with pain, and apparently rubber first put her to sleep with sleeping pills, and then began to devour her consciousness. Clutching her face, she thought that judging by the enemy's attack, this was a ghost-type monster, and she urgently needed to figure out how to act. This smoke was still in the air, and a cough could be heard. The swordswoman clenched her hand into a fist, thinking that the nausea and dizziness were the consequences of his mental attack. Looking at the bloody thigh, she realized that she had to hurry, because she would not be able to fight with such a leg. The fighter, holding his colleague in his arms, asked her to open her eyes. His body was trembling. The girl came up behind him. The guy turned around and asked why she couldn't protect Soyeon. The swordsman's eyes immediately widened. Immediately afterward, she fell to the ground, when suddenly someone asked why she had allowed all this. Yubin, hanging from above, said that she was useless and always just complicated everything, and it was because of such that everything always ended like this. Tentacles immediately grabbed her hand. Suddenly a face began to appear and words were heard that they trusted her. Immediately after, other heads appeared and began to ask her why she let them all die. Minju's eyes widened and tried to say something as one of the heads said that she shouldn't have listened to such a commander. Her gaze suddenly went down when someone called out to her. Shadow, baring her teeth, spoke of her failure to protect her comrades, even though everyone had hoped for her. Tears flowed from her eyes when the Shadow said that if he had known that this would happen, then she would not have been taken into the team, because why is such a weakling still in the association? The tentacles trembled. Minju bowed her head as she realized that she was only a burden to everyone and that it was all because of her. The blade appeared near her face. It was my father. The girl, continuing to cry, asked if he still thought she was as pathetic and noted that her father was right after all. Kim was standing next to him when his daughter said that she wanted to prove to him that not only strength is important in an association, but that you can lean on each other like real comrades. Smiling, she said that he was right about this organization. Raising her head, the swordswoman said that no one needed such a useless person. Suddenly, a bright blue slit appeared above her head. The man chopped off one of the tentacles. Frowning, the father shouted for his daughter to wake up, because her father had come to save her. Suddenly her eyes opened. Tears began to appear in her eyes. The man, smiling, explained that she was most likely seeing an ordinary nightmare. Another blow fell on the monster's mouth. The daughter, with wide eyes, asked if he was okay, and how he happened to be here at all, while Kim began to talk about the fact that his daughter most likely no longer remembered what happened at her young age. Standing in front of the monster, the father told them that on the day they went to the amusement park, it was this monster that attacked them, and when he happened to see the corpses sent by her team, he immediately realized that this enemy had appeared again. The girl, looking at the boss's head, realized that it was this opponent, and not rubber. She, still sitting on the floor, shouted that this opponent was too strong, since he had an orange level. The fighter, going forward, explained that as long as his daughter was behind him, it did not matter. Her eyes were wide as the memories of that day flooded into her mind. The man, hugging his daughter, asked to hold her closer. She, closing one eye, said that she suddenly wanted to sleep. Remembering how she lay on the ground, The swordswoman realized that then they also mistook the monster's gas for Rubber's attack and all the people fell asleep right on the spot. The man's mouth opened in surprise. In front of him was this giant monster, and the girl realized that it was then that the only hunter next to her was her dad, and he had to be left alone against such an enemy who was stronger than him, and he would not have been able to win alone. One of the blows hit his body when his daughter remembered that he was just holding on until reinforcements arrived. The man repulsed one of the attacks. Suddenly, the monster grabbed his head. The girl, rising to her feet, asked if her father was all right. The man, turning around, replied in the affirmative and added that he had struck down this enemy with one blow. Her eyes were wide open, and then Minju remembered that the true strength of a hunter is not to win beautifully, but to know that you can't do it, and still stand to the end, like a father who protects his daughter. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Pursing her lips, the swordswoman realized that she too had become a hunter to protect the people she loved, but now she just sat there and felt sorry for herself. Immediately afterward, she approached the man. Kim, looking at her, shouted that she was not allowed to fight, because her leg was in terrible condition. Walking forward, the swordswoman noted that she was really not in the best shape, and even if she entered the battle, the probability of losing would still be high. The man's eyes widened after her request for help one last time. Raising the blade, the girl said that if they did not kill him here and now, they would die, and she did not want to retreat. Frowning, she asked her father to give her his strength. A smile appeared on his face. Standing next to her, Kim said that when he was a hunter, he dreamed of going on a mission with her one day, and apparently it came true today, and then he asked about their plan. Minju looked at the boss and explained that they first needed to destroy the tentacles before he could release the gas, and then look at his reaction and find a weak point. The man, smiling, noted that this was indeed a good plan and offered her a small competition to work more cheerfully. Jumping up, Kim said that whoever deals with the most tentacles faster will win, and the loser, in turn, will wash dishes for a whole week. The girl, looking up, suggested that her father was just jealous when his daughter participated in raids, because it reminded her of the times when her comrade in arms himself worked as a hunter. Also jumping, she shouted that she had not yet given the command. They were rushing at this monster. At this time, the young man was taking away one of the fighters. 2 bright marks from the impact appeared above him. A smile appeared on his face. The swordsman flew to attack again when the hero said that they were very similar.